Chapter 321. It has not been even a quarter of an hour since the accident. The Baishui River has turned into a red river. The piranhas in the Baishui River perfectly illustrate the saying that wherever piranhas go, only bones are left. John Lin stood on the river bank, looking at the floating ice where Du Zhong was, and could only worry and do nothing. Time at this time was long and tormenting for everyone. People on the floating ice where Du Zhong was were also in a state of uncertainty. Someone said angrily, "Who is the brainless guy playing fried fish in the Baishui River today?" After this person finished speaking, the crowd suddenly fell into a deathly silence. They also wanted to know the answer to this question. It was said that the people in their school were fishing well, and suddenly heard a loud noise behind them. And then the ice surface cracked. If everyone hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid they would have become afternoon tea for piranhas. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said weakly, "It seems that all those people have fallen into the water." He happened to be standing between the cracks in the ice at that time. If no one had pulled him up, now, he would be nothing but bones in the water. And that group of people, about dozens of them, all fell into the Baishui River without exception. The ending is predictable. Everyone was relieved when they heard someone say that they all fell into the water. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. However, it was a pity for the people who were watching the excitement nearby. If they were not pulling up the fishing net at that time, they would probably have gone over to join in the fun. Du Zhong, when will your father send someone over? Someone asked. Among them, Du Zhong's family conditions are the best. His father is the dean of the Institute of Genetic Sciences, and is considered the second in command of the number 6 safety zone. His mother is the head of the largest pharmaceutical factory in the safety zone. His brother is the head of the mercenary team and the guard team in the safety zone. In short, Du Zhong's family and relatives in the number 6 safety zone are the top of the pyramid. Therefore, Du Zhong is now on the same piece of floating ice with them. And these people are actually more relaxed. Half an hour. Du Zhong replied. The man said oh and stopped talking. Now we can only wait. Except for the first group of people who did not react in time. There are more or less people on the floating ice on the Baishui River. But there are not many people who can stand safely on the Baishui River, especially on the dense forest river bank. Except for Zhang Lin and his group, there are only a few dozen people on the shore. People on the floating ice closer to the river bank are still taking various ways to save themselves. There is a floating ice about 5 meters away from the dense forest river bank near Zhuang Xiao and his group. At this time, this group of people are shouting to the 3 or 4 people closest to them. "Hey, people on the shore, help pull a fishing net." One of the big brothers holding the fishing net said. There are a total of 10 people on this floating ice. 2 groups of people. Only this big brother happened to have a fishing net in his hand among the 2 groups. However, the big brother who was talking had tried to throw the fishing net to the shore many times, hoping that the fishing net could be hung on the branches or stones on the river bank. In this way, they can try to slowly let the floating ice approach the river bank. As long as they can shorten the distance by half, their chances of self-rescue will be very high. The people on the shore naturally saw the fishing net fall into the water near the river bank countless times. But they didn't mean to help at all. The big brother holding the fishing net saw that the people on the river bank were just watching quietly, gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever helps. 200 points. Turning to the people on the floating ice, he said, 20 points for each person who is rescued." No objection. Right? All 10 people shook their heads. When the people on the river bank heard about the points, they immediately said, 200 points per person. If it works, it works. If not, forget it. 10 people, Zhuang Xiao, Is this taking advantage of the situation? Yin Ming, He can do this job. Isn't it just a matter of pulling a fishing net? As long as you are careful. It is not a difficult task to fish a fishing net from the water of the nearest river bank. The 10 people on the floating ice fell silent for a while, when they saw the other party's big mouth. 200 points is not a small number. Okay. We agree. No. You are taking advantage of the situation. 2 different voices sounded from the floating ice. The 4 people in the group with the fishing net brother agreed. They could always earn back their lives. Going up earlier will reduce the risk. The remaining 6 people are in the same group. They don't agree. Points are their lives. Anyway, we are all on the same piece of floating ice. As long as one person can get on, the others can naturally get on too. The fishing net brother glanced at the person who said no. Is this person mentally ill? No. He had to hurry up and get on. It was not safe to stay with a mentally ill person. The person on the other side then shouted, "Have you negotiated? If it's later, it won't be this price." Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming looked at the man at the same time. Raising the price? There are only 2 people in that person's group. If the other party agrees, then each person will earn 1,000 points. This deal is really a good deal. Soon, another piece of floating ice came over, and someone shouted, "Help! Save me! I give you 500 points." Brother fishing net, No. Brother. Don't be so deceiving. Zhuang Xiao, Oh my god. This deal is getting more and more attractive. Come on. Come to me. Why is there no floating ice near us? She doesn't like to do things like being brave and righteous, but she can't do it without helping others. And she likes this kind of transaction based on voluntary transactions between buyers and sellers. Risks and benefits are symbiotic. At this time, not only Zhuang Xiao, but also the people in the Qilin team of Lu Lin were very tempted. This deal is not bad, and they can freely choose whether to save or not. Zhang Lin was not interested in this, and his mind was focused on the floating ice where Du Sheng was. The floating ice closer to the dense forest river bank heard the negotiation here. All began to shout out their prices. What is the value of a life? Everyone has their own judgment in their hearts. Sister, the competition is getting more and more fierce. Yan Ming watched with great interest. Zhuang Xiao hummed and said, "I'm afraid that he won't admit it after landing." Yan Ming, My sister seems to be right. Captain Lu, why don't we go over and take a look? Fong Mingwei asked Lu Feng secretly. There are 12 people in their Qilin team here. We are not afraid that they will default on their debt. Lu Feng rolled his eyes at Fong Mingwei, then squinted at Zhang Lin and said, "Do you think it is so easy to earn points? Look at the water in the Baishui River. And then look at the distance from the floating ice with people to the shore. How many points are easy to earn?" Fong Minghui's little flame of earning points just rose up. It was extinguished in an instant. Chapter 322. For a while, no one was pulled ashore on the riverbank in the dense forest. Suddenly, Du Zhong cried out on the floating ice. "Piranha! Rouge piranha! What should we do? What should we do? It's coming towards us." Woo woo. Zhang Lin had been observing that side, and naturally noticed something unusual, and circled anxiously on the shore. Zhuang Xiao approached Yan Ming and said, "What kind of fish is rouge piranha?" She knew what rouge fish and piranha were. But what the hell is this rouge piranha? If you have doubts in your mind, you naturally have to ask. However, before Yan Ming could speak, a female voice suddenly came. Rouge piranha is the largest species of cluster piranha, named after the yellow or red flame pattern on its side. Before the mutation, its body size was as long as 1 meter. And after the mutation, it was like a small boat. This time it's in trouble. The speaker was Wang Qiong, the only female member of the Qilin team. It was this girl who had confronted Yan Ming before. After hearing her words, Zhuang Xiao nodded in sudden realization and said, "Thank you. What should I do?" Zhang Lin asked Xian Lufeng eagerly, and then ran to Zhuang Xiao. "What should I do? Sister?" Zhuang Xiao, Boy, can you please stop calling me sister? It's so stressful." With the appearance of the rouge piranha, the crowd on the ice floe became chaotic again. Different ice floes collided with each other, and then someone fell into the water. The water surface, which had just been a little calm, was in turmoil again. Zhang Lin's anxious eyes were filled with a little watery starlight, and Zhuang Xiao sighed and said, Let me think. Let me think." She was in a difficult situation. It was estimated that they were about 100 meters apart. The rouge piranha rushed around in the water. It was about to hit the ice floe where Du Sheng was. Zhuang Xiao looked down at the sack of big white fish under his feet, and could only sacrifice this first. In a flash, Zhuang Xiao swung the sack on the ground and began to spin it wildly above her head. Her eyes were fixed on the rouge piranha swimming in the water. She only had the sack of big white fish, and if she failed, it would be for nothing. The moment the sack spun above her head, Yan Ming and Zhang Lin, who were closest to Zhuang Xiao, immediately hugged their heads and shrank back, squatting on the ground. It was a close call, and they were almost injured by mistake. In an instant, the sack, carrying a heavy burden, flew towards the head of the rouge piranha with a thunderous force. There was only a bang, and water splashed everywhere. There was silence all around. The huge splashing water made all the floating ice on the Baishui River shake. And Du Zhong and others, who were closest to the target, were poured with cold water. Zhang Lin, Did Xiao Yan's cousin take some powerful pills? How did the sack fly over at this distance? Suddenly, Zhang Lin's eyes lit up. Such a heavy sack can be thrown over. Then, tie the ice pick to the rope. Can my cousin also throw it to the floating ice where Du Zhong is? The eyes of the fishing net brother and the 500 points brother also lit up immediately. There is salvation. That female warrior. Can you lend a hand? 500 points. Payment upon arrival. The 500 points brother excitedly shook the hat in his hand and called Zhuang Xiao. The Rouge Piranha was counterattacked back and forth, and his small icebreaker might be overturned. Then came the sincere call from the big brother of the fishing net, that female warrior. It's easy here. Please help us first. Gritting his teeth again, he said with pain, I also have 500 points. Others, do whatever you want. He has old and young people at home, and the pillar of the family has fallen. How can he survive this winter? As the big brothers rushed to call, Zhang Lin immediately turned back from the twists and turns of his thoughts and said anxiously, Sister, this way. First this way. Du Zhong this way. 50,000 points are fine. Zhuang Xiao, No. The business just came to the door. Zhang Lin pulled Zhuang Xiao's arm, worried that the rescue of Du Zhong's side was too difficult. And Zhuang Xiao was unwilling to do it. No. Young man. Your friend is a little far away. How to save him? Zhuang Xiao still wanted to refuse. And it was really painful to refuse 50,000 points. No matter how rich a person is, it doesn't prevent her from liking it. After all, who would complain about having too much money? You throw the ice cones. We pull. We have ropes. And a distance of more than 100 meters is definitely enough. Lu Feng, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke up. Zhuang Xiao, Everything is arranged. Cousin Xiao Yan, my sister, get Du Zhong out first. We're counting on him to cross the river later, Zhang Lin said. Zhuang Xiao, Okay. If she doesn't save Du Zhong, she have to swim across the Baishui River. Save. Must save. Lu Feng's method is pretty good. You can give it a try. So Zhuang Xiao said, Okay. I try. But I only be responsible for throwing the ice cone with the rope. 100 meters? She can do it. Just treat it as a javelin. She can do it. Seeing Zhuang Xiao agreement, the Qilin team began to tie the rope. Zhang Lin immediately called Du Zhong's watch and told him about this. Soon, the preparations were ready. Zhuang Xiao tried the feel of the ice cone in his hand, aimed at the target, closed his eyes, and the ice cone flew out of his hand. The ice cone in the air rushed towards the ice cone where Du Zhong was like a small rocket. It's almost there. It's almost there. Everyone pay attention to avoid it. Don't get hurt by the ice cone. Du Zhong stared at the ice cone in the air, his eyes burning. Success or failure depends on this one move. Then, the ice cone, which was in the spotlight, landed less than 1 meter away from the floating ice in the eager eyes of everyone. The ice cone fell into the water. Ah, almost there. Come again. Du Zhong waved his red scarf excitedly towards Zhang Lin. The ice cone that fell into the water was quickly pulled ashore by the Qilin team. Then the ice cone returned to Zhuang Xiao's hand. Zhuang Xiao muttered, 9 heavens, mysterious lady. Come! 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 The ice cone flew out again, like a bright parabola, pulling everyone's heart. With a bang, the ice cone landed successfully. Quick! Bring it over. Be careful. Slow down. Zhuang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was completed. The rest depends on the Qilin team. There are more than 30 people on the ice floe where Du Zhong is, with a rope to pull. The direction of the ice flow's movement is fixed. For smaller ice floes, they find ways to solve them themselves. When they encounter larger ice floes, they first let someone go over and connect 2 pieces of ice floes, and then slowly move to the ice floes closer to the river bank. After 2 transfers, all the people were successfully transferred to the floating ice closest to the river bank. Zhang Lin and the Qilin team began to pull the rope, but there were only 13 of them, so it was a bit difficult to pull it. Seeing them like that, Zhuang Xiao also started to do it. As the saying goes, good people should be good to the end, and they will be sent to the west. What's more, it is a golden Buddha. Chapter 323. with everyone working together. The floating ice slowly approached the river bank in the dense forest. Du Zhong was the first to jump onto the river bank, and he rushed towards Zhonglin. The rest of the people, with the help of the Qilin team, got ashore. Good brother. You are worthy of it. Woohoo! I was scared to death. I almost had to feed the mermaids. After Du Zhong hugged Zhonglin, he began to cry. Dry howling. The kind of thunder without rain. Zhonglin, who was hugged by the bear, leaned back and rolled his eyes in disgust. Don't get close to me. You are still wet? Get ice debris all over me. That? Du Zhong. Aren't you cold? Zhonglin said in a resentful tone. Ah? Du Zhong cried out. And as if he had reacted, his body shuddered. He was just immersed in the excitement of escaping from the mouth of the piranha, and his blood was boiling. He completely forgot that half of his clothes were wet. However, after Zhonglin reminded him, he hugged him tighter. Zhonglin, female warrior. This way. Woo woo woo. 1,000 points. 500 points. The elder brother was really about to cry, and his shouting was inhumane. It was comparable to the howling of pigs at the slaughtering scene. This rouge piranha has appeared again. Who will save him? Sister. Let's go. The price has increased. Yin Ming grinned and poked Shuangxiao, who was looking at the brotherhood with his hand. It's time to live. Don't look at it. The duck is in hand. It can't fly. There are more than 30 people on the river bank of the dense forest. It's half of our own troops. Shuangxiao thinks this is extra money. He went straight to the 500-point big brother. No. Now he is the 1,000-point big brother. Du Zhong, who was trying to be sentimental, heard the voice, loosened his arms around Zhonglin, and rubbed his face on his shoulder calmly. Okay. The clear snot from the frozen nose has been wiped clean. I can face people now. Zhonglin. Where is the big brother who throws ice cones? Du Zhong sniffed the snot that was about to burst out again, and looked around. Zhonglin tore Du Zhong's hand apart, glanced at the unknown liquid on his shoulder, reached out, and pulled the red scarf in Du Zhong's hand to wipe it, and then said calmly, That's my cousin. Cousin? When did our cousin become so strong? Du Zhong stared at Zhonglin suspiciously. It's not like he hasn't seen Zhonglin's cousin before. She looks like a weak little white flower, let alone throwing an ice cone so far. She probably can't even lift it. This doesn't mean that she can't lift it, but the young lady would not even bother to do such rough work. So, on this cold day, with a temperature of -20 degrees, Zhonglin's cousin would come to the Baishui River to freeze. Zhonglin, you are lying, right? Anyway, he is not a ghost. He certainly does not believe it. Seeing Du Zhong's suspicious eyes, Zhonglin helplessly added, It's not that you think of that cousin in your heart. Du Zhong, He didn't think about it. Really? He really didn't want to recall that delicate young lady at all. A nightmare-like existence. Yes. Yes. Zhonglin didn't know how to explain the cause and effect of this matter for a while. In short, this matter can't be explained for a while. I will tell you slowly when I go back. And the life-saving money. This time you owe my cousin 50,000 points for the life-saving money. What? Du Zhong stared at Zhonglin angrily like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Zhonglin thought this guy thought it was too expensive, and wanted to explain a little. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Du Zhong. Zhonglin, I am only worth 50,000 points in your eyes. Zhonglin, So, you think my offer is too low. However, 50,000 points for each of you, more than 30 people, is not impossible. Because of the 50,000 points. Zhonglin's side was very lively, and the style of the painting suddenly changed. On the river bank of the dense forest, a group of teenagers, who had just been frightened and whose minds were a little abnormal, were discussing whether they were worth 50,000 points. This sudden change of scene made the Qilin team standing near Zhonglin stunned. Do the rich second generations in the number 6 safety zone usually take too many medicines? Why don't they see any normal people here? Shuangxiao, too much money. Burn it! At this time, Shuangxiao crossed the floating ice of the fishing net brother, and went straight to the 500 points brother. No, now, the 1,000 points brother. Big sister, you are finally here. The big brother on the floating ice shed tears. Really? He wasn't crying. He just had a problem with tears flowing in the wind. Shuangxiao, Big sister? Who are you calling big sister? I can call you my dad just by looking at your beard. But it doesn't matter what you call me, as long as you don't default on your debt later. 1,000 points? Zhuang Xiao asked simply. The elder brother nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. Pull me up quickly. The rouge piranha started to flutter in the water again. Woo. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Zhuang Xiao was not vague at all, and immediately threw the ice cone in his hand. Lie down. Grab the rope. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao did not ask Yan Ming to come forward to help. With 2 swishes, the floating ice hit the river bank with a clang. It broke into slag. The elder brother and the ice cone slid into the grass on the river bank. Yan Ming looked at the person flying over his head and was silent. Will this person default on his debt? Zhuang Xiao, It's over. I used too much force. Yan Ming hurriedly ran into the grass, ready to do some after-sales service, and strive to make this transaction a perfect deal. Brother, are you okay? Yan Ming pulled aside the grass and saw the brother inside, pounding the ground under his body. Finally, I can lie on the ground. Reassuring. Yan Ming, This transaction ended perfectly with the brother thanking him profusely. Follow the same method. 2 people. No. 3 people. The 1,000 points brother also joined. In order to earn back the 1,000 points he paid, he volunteered to bring business to Zhuang Xiao, giving him 10% for each order. Then, Zhuang Xiao agreed. Talking is too time-consuming. So, a temporary rescue team was formed on the banks of the dense forest river. The paid kind, Yan Ming and the brother were responsible for bringing business and negotiating prices, while Zhuang Xiao was only responsible for throwing ice cones to pull people. For a while, the 3 people were busy and happy. The people on the banks of the dense forest river saw that the orders were received wave after wave. I was getting a little anxious. If I kept wasting time, I would get nothing. So, the banks of the dense forest river became busy. Everyone was negotiating the price and rescuing people. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you can wait for the next rescue team. Anyway, every second you stay on the ice floe, there is a risk. When the rescue helicopter and boat arrived, all the people on the ice floe near the banks of the dense forest river had already landed. Chapter 324. The rescue team in the safe zone did not go on the mission for nothing. There is a clear price tag. 80 points per person. If you go, go. If you don't, forget it. On the shore of the dense forest, there are people who came up early. If you are from a poorer family, you will feel a little sorry for the extra points you paid. However, looking at the floating ice in the river that is constantly overturned by the rouge piranhas, your mood will be very different. And this rescue team is not willing to pay more points. You can pull you ashore earlier. Their rescue has its own rhythm. The rescue is wherever it goes. As soon as the rescue team in the safe zone arrived, Zhuang Xiao and his temporary 3-person team immediately announced their disbandment. And in this short period of time, Zhuang Xiao's side received 90,000 points in scattered accounts. I have received 9,000 points. Happy cooperation. By the way, my name is Su Li. The 1,000-point brother finally has a name. Su Li happily glanced at the balance in his watch again and again, and said with a smile, this half of the family fortune was not wasted. And I made money while saving lives. I didn't expect to make a net profit of 8,000 points today. My name is Zhuang Xiao. My name is Yan Ming. After the 3 people exchanged their names, Su Li left. He was going to look around again to see if there would be any fish that would slip through the net and wait for him to save them. After Su Li left, Zhuang Xiao said, let's split the rest equally. Yan Ming waved his hand and refused. No. No. Give me 10% will do. He did the same job as Su Li. If he dared to take half of his sister's, his brother would beat him to death if he knew. 10% is not a small amount. 8,000 points. If he works harder, maybe his family can get an old and dilapidated house in the safe zone to live in. Zhuang Xiao was too lazy to argue with the boy. Half is not enough. Just 20%. 20% is 18,000 points. And Yen Hu and his team are going to the number 7 safety zone this time. The rewards are generous. I think it will be enough for them to buy a similar house in the safety zone after they return. Zhuang Xiao went to Zhang Lin after transferring the money. Yan Ming looked down at the sudden extra balance in his account. His eyes reddened. He sniffed and followed Zhuang Xiao. Cousin, you are back. Zhang Lin waved happily at Zhuang Xiao, then took 2 quick steps to greet her. Sister, how is it? It's a good harvest. Zhuang Xiao hummed and stopped talking. Even though Zhuang Xiao looked very cold, she couldn't dampen Zhang Lin's enthusiasm. I only heard Zhang Lin say proudly, Cousin, how much do you guess Du Zhong and his life is worth? 50,000? Zhuang Xiao said casually. Guess again? Zhang Lin continued, with an expression that said, Guess quickly. Guess quickly. Guess the big prize. Yan Ning interrupted from the side. 50,000? After all, they just made 100,000. Although there weren't too many people on the floating ice, they looked very rich. They wouldn't be too stingy. Would they? Zhang Lin shook his head, showed a mysterious smile, and looked at Zhuang Xiao. It can't be 1 million, Zhuang Xiao said casually. Lu Feng, who had just come over, heard the number and said with envy and a little jealousy, 1,200,000. Zhuang Xiao, Yan Ming, How much did you say? Yan Ming looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing that the answer was revealed by Lu Feng, Zhang Lin was not angry at all, and he admired Yan Ming's expression with interest. How about it? Happy? Excited? Excited? Speaking of this matter, it was Du Zhong who started it. No matter what, she is my cousin, and this effort cannot be too cheap. So, after a lot of deception, he gave a speech on the value of life. Then, he fooled a bunch of people. The points are now in Du Zhong's account. 1,200,000 points. Although these points are nothing in the eyes of the top children of the safe zone. But after all, they are all fooled by their own strength. The mood is so sour and beautiful. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao said that she just wanted to be alone. She just went out to do a part-time job. And the 50,000 points increased more than 20 times. What is lying down to win? This is it. What should she say? Just 6 words. Welcome to patronize next time. Thinking so in her heart, she said it out loud. Du Zhong, who just walked over, Du Zhong, you are here. This is my cousin. Zhang Lin greeted Zhang Lin enthusiastically, and then said to Zhuang Xiao, Cousin, this is Du Zhong. What Du Zhong saw was a girl wrapped like a mummy. The only 2 big, blinking eyes that were exposed were staring at him intently, like a dog seeing a bone. Du Zhong subconsciously touched his face. Is there no snot on his face? It was wiped clean on Zhang Lin before. Hello, cousin. I am Du Zhong, a good brother of Zhang Lin. Du Zhong said. Hello, I am Zhuang Xiao. No, she can't blindly recognize any cousins anymore. If this goes on, her cousin relationship will extend to the number 6 safe zone. Then all human beings will be relatives to her. Quick, transfer money to our cousin. Zhang Lin pushed Du Zhong's shoulder. Du Zhong was not vague and immediately transferred the life-saving money to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the extra string of coins on the watch and was numb. The money for the 3 houses was in place. However, she remembered one thing again. The 1.2 million was not all hers. Yan Ming and the Qilin team also contributed. Yan Ming was one of them, so it was easy to talk about it. This Qilin team? We all worked together for the rescue operation. Give it to me. Zhuang Xiao looked at Zhang Lin embarrassedly, waiting for Zhang Lin to speak. After all, relatively speaking, she and Yan Ning were her own people, and Zhang Lin and the Qilin team were still a little bit behind. Zhang Lin understood immediately and said, Just give it a little bit. Cousin, I paid them for going out today. Zhuang Xiao, What do you mean by a little bit? 200,000? Zhuang Xiao tentatively extended 2 fingers. Lu Feng immediately replied, Cousin is so generous. Today's extra income is 200,000. And the 12 of them have an average of nearly 20,000. It was several times more than what Zhang Lin gave today. I got rich. I got rich. Lu Feng was overjoyed and turned around and said, Everyone, why don't you thank your cousin? The rich are the big sisters. And now there is no need to judge by age. Everyone understood and said in unison, Thank you. Cousin. Zhuang Xiao, Hee. We are all in the same safe zone. Don't be polite. Don't be polite. Zhuang Xiao was so regretful in his heart. It seems that he gave too much. Too much. Otherwise, those eyes wouldn't be so bright. So bright that it was scary. Chapter 325. Zhuang Xiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by a pair of eyes, and immediately transferred the 200,000 points she had said to Lu Feng. and then transferred 50,000 points to Yan Ming without any refusal. In this way, she still had 950,000 points left, plus the previous odd jobs. A total of 1.013 million points. This is a million points. Zhuang Xiao was very happy. After a while, the Du family's boat came over. Brother, here. Du Sheng waved the red scarf in his hand and called to a young man on the boat. Zhuang Xiao looked up. I saw a young man wearing a black cloak, with a tall figure and bright eyebrows, standing at the bow with one hand behind his back. His eyes swept sharply to the dense forest river bank, like a lone wolf looking for prey in the dark night. And the prey was right next to Zhuang Xiao at this moment. It was jumping on the shore like a lively and cute little white rabbit. The boat slowly approached the river bank. The people on the boat skillfully threw out the cable, dropped the anchor into the water, and lowered the gangway. Du Zhong stepped onto the gangway in 2 or 3 steps. And then without stopping, he looked back at Zhang Lin and Zhuang Xiao and shouted, "Come up. My brother is here to pick us up." Zhang Lin got on the gangway first, and Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming followed behind the Qilin team silently. The people who accompanied Du Zhong and the people on the dense forest river bank got on the boat. However, the people on the dense forest river bank were required by the crew to stay on the deck and were not allowed to go anywhere. "Brother, why are you here so late? I'm almost freezing to death." As he said that, Du Zhong went into the arms of the young man. The young man pushed him away with disdain, and said in an extremely doting tone, "I told you not to listen to your parents and come to fish. And now you're done. You were almost caught by the fish." As the young man spoke, he took off his black cloak and put it on Du Zhong, and then pulled him into the cabin. He didn't even glance at Zhuang Xiao and his group. Du Zhong was still acting cute to the young man. And suddenly, he remembered the people he was with. So he turned around and said to them, "Zhang Lin, cousin, you guys come in too." Zhuang Xiao, can you pretend you didn't see her? Didn't you see your brother didn't even glance at us?" Following Du Zhong's gaze, Du Hui swept his eyes over the people behind him. He knew Zhang Lin. But who was this cousin? Soon his sight locked on the small figure behind the Qilin team that was still shrinking into the crowd. Then, he asked his stupid brother inconspicuously, "Zhang Lin's cousin?" Here, only the relatives of Zhang Lin's family were worthy of his brother calling cousin. Du Zhong nodded. Zhang Lin nodded. Du Hui didn't say anything else. He let his brother greet the group of people behind him into the cabin. The boy chattered about the thrills and excitement of this time to his brother. Du Hui hummed from time to time and patted the boy's head. Zhuang Xiao was so satisfied watching from behind. Big wolf dog brother vs little milk dog brother. What kind of fairy brothers are these? Knock. Knock. Du Hui took Du Zhong to a separate room to change clothes. And those who were soaked in the group of people who accompanied Du Zhong were also arranged to change clothes in the corresponding room. After all, these people's families are also ranked in the number 6 safety zone. They can be unenthusiastic, but they can't be too neglectful. Zhuang Xiao was most worried about her brother Du Zhong at this time. If he heard that his brother spent so much money on saving his life, would he come to her to ask for it back? When Zhuang Xiao was uneasy, Du Zhong was pulling his brother to tell him about his glorious deeds of how he fooled his classmates. Du Hui smiled and praised his brother twice, and then continued to the next topic. In his eyes, these points are all small money. After a while, everyone got off the boat and stepped on the land on the other side of the Baishui River. The rescue mission in the center of the river is still going on. The number of people who fell into the water during the winter fishing in Baishui River is unknown. The river is 1,500 meters wide, and the rescue team worked until sunset. Zhang Lin said hello to Du Zhong and left with the Qilin team. Brother Du. He felt uneasy every time he saw him. Out of sight. Out of mind. It's better to retreat early. Du Zhong wanted to say a few words to Zhuang Xiao, but Zhuang Xiao ran away behind Zhang Lin and his group. Coupled with the urging of his elder brother, Du Zhong could only get on his own convoy in a bad mood. Planning to go to Zhang Lin tomorrow. I was frightened today and don't want to go to class tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Du Zhong, Zhuang Xiao and Zhang Lin also said goodbye soon. Zhuang Xiao was also forced to leave his address in the number 6 safety zone, saying that he would come to visit another day. After getting in his car, Zhuang Xiao let out a long breath and looked down at the 0 on his watch. It's still there. Sister, pinch me. Yan Ming twisted his thigh with his hand, and then stretched his face out again. Zhuang Xiao pinched the boy's face rudely and said, "Don't doubt your eyes. It's true. It's true." Feeling the pain on his face again, Yan Ming smiled foolishly. The dream of buying a house in the safe zone was realized so easily because of a trip to the number 6 safe zone. I really don't dare to do this even in my dreams at night. On the way, Yan Ming saw a very familiar back. Brother Su. Brother Su. Su Li heard the voice and turned around. He saw a car parked beside him, and then a head stuck out of the window. "Is it you?" Su Li walked forward in surprise and greeted the two. Seeing that it was the sales champion today, Zhuang Xiao also smiled and said, "It's us. Where does Brother Su live? Give you a ride." Su Li was not hypocritical. He told his home address, smiled and thanked him, and then got in the car. 2 hours later, Su Li was dropped off at the East Shantytown. Yan Ming and Su Li exchanged contact information and agreed to go out together to scavenge if they had time. Zhuang Xiao listened to the two people chatting and thought, in the weather of -20 degrees in the number 6 safety zone, there is still scavenge. Where can I go to scavenge? The car slowly drove away from the East Shantytown and headed towards the East District of the safety zone. The snow between the safety zone and the shantytown had been cleared. After leaving the shantytown, the car's speed increased. As night fell, a few stars hung in the east, twinkling. Very beautiful. Although she was busy outside all day today and didn't catch a single fish, Zhuang Xiao felt very at ease with the points in her hand. She would go buy fish when she entered the safety zone. Steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, pan-fried fish, stewed fish soup. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Unfortunately, Hui Xiao was not here. Thinking of Hui Xiao, Zhuang Xiao wanted to share today's gains with him. So he edited a very short message on his watch and sent it to him. Afterwards, he initiated another transfer. Chapter 326. At this time, Zhuang Xiao was thinking about Hui Xiao, and their convoy was forced to camp in the wild. There was a little accident on the road. Due to the wind and snow last night, the road at the foot of a certain mountain was blocked by snow sliding down the hillside. The people in the car spent 3 hours to barely clear a small path for the convoy to pass. It was because of this delay that their convoy failed to reach the rest stop between the number 6 and number 7 safety zones before nightfall. Dark night, cooling, snow, wilderness, icy roads, all factors added up. Their convoy could only find a place to camp. If Zhuang Xiao was here at this moment, he would definitely see it. The camping site chosen by Xiao Yan's convoy now is adjacent to the high radiation area, and the two are less than 100 meters apart. It's really terrible to spend the night in the wild. Yan, who shrank his head, rubbed his hands back and forth, and came to sit in front of the fire. Hui Xiao handed him the hot water and asked, "Is the sleeping place ready?" Yan, who took the hot water, drank a sip, and said, "It's ready. It's ready. Put out the fire here and go into the tent quickly. There are kerosene stoves and firewood stoves in the tent for heating. On this trip, they have 3 material trucks with food, energy, equipment, etc." Yan, who took 2 more sips of hot water, and as the hot water flowed into his lungs, the warmth slowly spread to his limbs and bones, and he felt alive. Hui Xiao hummed, and then added a handful of firewood to the fire, and countless sparks jumped up above the fire. "Who will be responsible for the night watch of the future team?" Hui Xiao asked. Yan, who replied, "Sima Yin and Wei Sheng," Hui Xiao said, then got up and took down the boiling iron pot, and poured the water into his and Yan, whose thermos bottles respectively. Suddenly, Yan, whose exclamation sounded in his ears. Hui Xiao hand trembled as he poured water, and the hot water poured on his hand. Then he raised his head and stared at Yan, who coldly, and saw this guy grinning beside the fire, staring at his watch and laughing foolishly. He didn't care about Hui Xiao's cold eyes that were about to penetrate him. His family got rich overnight. They got rich overnight. Seeing Yan, who immersed in his own world, Hui Xiao had to ask, "What happened?" "Ah, boss Hui, didn't you receive the news from your cousin?" Yan, who said happily. Hui Xiao didn't respond to Yan, whose words and continued to ask, "What news?" He hadn't received any news from Zhuang Xiao for the whole day, and he didn't know how she was doing in the number 6 safe zone. Yan, who looked around, took small steps, came to Hui Xiao, and put the watch interface in Hui Xiao's face. "Boss Hui, look, how many zeros are there in Yan Ming account?" Hu Xiao looked at the watch in front of him, squinted his eyes for a while, and said, "What did they do today?" "They said they went fishing. And they fished for a whole day. I don't know what kind of fish. It's so expensive." Yin Hu took back the watch and stared at it for a while. After Yin Hu took back his hand, Hu Xiao looked at his watch casually and said, "It's already past 7 o'clock. As soon as he finished speaking, there were 2 dings. There was news coming in. It was Zhuang Xiao. Hu Xiao immediately clicked on the message. The first one: "Today's fishing has realized the dream of becoming a million-point rich woman. I am transferring 300,000 yuan to share the joy of fishing." Clicked on the second message. Sure enough, it was a transfer message. 300,000 points lay quietly in his account balance. Is it a message from my cousin? What did my cousin say? My cousin must have caught a lot of fish today. Yin Hu tilted his head and secretly glanced at Hu Xiao's watch. Hu Xiao put away the corner of his mouth that had just risen, turned off the display of his watch, and said calmly, "It's okay. Put out the fire and go back to the tent. It's too cold outside." After that, he carried the iron pot and 2 thermoses and walked towards the tent concentration area. Yin Hu scratched his head and replied to Yan Ming with a message. 3 seconds later, Yan Ming replied, "My sister only has over 1 million. Yan Hu, Boss Hu, what's the good news that makes you smile so brightly?" Hu Qianli was moving the chopped firewood into the tent, and saw Hu Xiao smiling brightly. "It's okay," Hu Xiao said as he helped to open the tent curtain. Hu Qianli bent down and went in, muttering, "It's okay. Why are you grinning so wide?" Hu Xiao paused with his hand that was lifting the curtain, and touched his face with one hand. He smiled? He didn't smile. "Boss Hu, what are you laughing at?" Xiang Su suddenly appeared from behind, causing Hu Xiao's hand on his face to freeze. He turned back slowly, trying to restore his expression to his usual state, and said, "What's the situation around you?" Seeing Hu Xiao suddenly look serious again, Xiang Su subconsciously replied, "No trace of mutant animal activities has been found for the time being." After listening, Hu Xiao nodded. Then he went into the tent. "Xiang Su, Boss Hu, what were you laughing at just now?" "Wait a minute. Should we ask Brother Yin? The 2 of them have been inseparable all day. Brother Yin must know." "Xiang Su, what are you doing stupidly? Don't you feel cold? Come into the tent quickly. You still have to be on duty in the second half of the night." Yin Hu's voice came from behind Xiang Su, scaring him. "Whoever you want to come." But before he opened his mouth, Yin Hu finished speaking and slid into the tent. He seemed to be very proud. "Xiang Su, Midnight. 2 o'clock in the morning. An animal roar came from a distance, waking up everyone who was sleeping. "What's going on? What's going on?" "A mutant animal is attacking." Sima Yin and Wei Sheng, who were on duty, looked around alertly. But after the roar, the night returned to silence. However, the sudden animal cry made everyone lose the desire to sleep. They put on their clothes and walked out of the tent. The animals that can still come out in such cold weather are mostly ferocious beasts, and they are extremely hungry. Although it was just a roar from a distance, everyone did not dare to be careless. Whether it was a jackal, tiger, leopard, or any other animal, after mutation, the running speed was very amazing. Even if it was 2 or 3 hills away, it could reach their camp in minutes. Xiaoyan also came out of the tent and was talking to Feng Xiang. "It sounds like the cry of a mutant mountain cat," Xiaoyan said. The mountain cat is actually a lynx, because it looks very similar to a cat. People prefer to call it a mountain cat. Mountain cats are carnivorous, not afraid of cold, and good at hunting. In the mutant animal circle, this is a top killer. Chapter 327. In the Wasteland, mountain cats that have been mutated by radiation are even more amazing. Except for lions, leopards, and wolves, they are almost unbeatable. However, as long as they are not threatened, mutated mountain cats usually will not take the initiative to attack humans. They will even be very calm and stare at you for a long time without moving. Rely on the cute eyes to kill you. Of course, if the mutated mountain cat finds out that you have any intention of attacking, it can also give you a fatal blow in an instant, making you bleed on the spot and die. Feng Xiang said cautiously, "It is indeed very similar. I will notify everyone to be vigilant in the second half of the night." Xiaoyan hummed and returned to the tent. Feng Xiang then went to find the mercenary team to arrange the follow-up matters. In the second half of the night, there was silence. Even so, the people in the tent did not sleep well. They woke up immediately when there was any movement. At around 5 in the morning, everyone in the car got up and packed their luggage, trying to set off to the rest stop when it was just light. The distance between the number 6 and number 7 safety zones is not very close, even under normal weather conditions, such as spring and autumn. When the road conditions are excellent, it takes 4 or 5 days to travel. Not to mention the current road conditions, it is possible to travel for 10 days or half a month. Hu Xiao and his friends spent a night of fear, while Zhuang Xiao had no dreams and slept until the sun was high in the sky. The big white fish last night was so delicious. She wanted to eat it again today. So, after simply cleaning up the house, Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning went to the grocery store last night to buy fish. Just half an hour after they left home, someone came to the door. The person in the car jumped down, looked at the door, and knocked twice. Seeing that no one responded, he immediately returned to the car. How is it? Is no one home? Is he out? Two completely different voices sounded in the car, staring at Lu Feng with sparkling eyes. The eyes were extremely hot. Lu Feng complained crazily, but he didn't show it on his face. He shook his head and said, "No one is at home. Two young masters. Before you come, can't you send a message to each other first? Let them know. What kind of surprise attack? What kind of surprise? Now, no one is at home. No one is at home." Zhang Lin said this with a bit of regret and pity, then turned to look at Du Zhong and said, "We will wait at the door for a while." "Wait. Must wait." Du Zhong nodded firmly, seeing that the two teenagers were ready to wait. Lu Feng couldn't help but say, "How about you two send a message to your cousin and ask when she will be back? Just waiting like this, it will take forever." He was catching up on sleep in the dormitory in the morning, and was suddenly pulled out of the warm quilt to go out as a driver. It's hard to earn points these days. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong shook their heads at the same time. Du Zhong said seriously, "No. No. What's the surprise if I tell you in advance?" Lu Feng, well, just pretend he didn't say that. Zhang Lin glanced at the school next door and asked Du Zhong, "Do you really not have to go to class today?" "No. No. My brother asked for leave for me," Du Zhong said happily. "By the way, who wants to go to school?" He is obviously about the same age as Zhang Lin, and Zhang Lin has already led a mercenary team to do missions. He still needs his brother to force him to spend time in school. Seeing that he has become the oldest student in the school, his family will not let him drop out. "No. Graduate. Zhang Lin, No. No. You think too highly of me. I am just a mascot, brought out to build relationships." For this point, he has a clear understanding and positioning of himself. However, as long as a person can create value in life, he doesn't need to care about other things. After all, who has his ability? Just show your face, and you can handle everything. Your brother is so good. Zhang Lin praised sincerely. Anyway, he is better than his brother. Du Zhong's smug face slightly raised, saying, "That's right. My brother is the best brother in the world." Seeing his boastful look, Zhang Lin couldn't help but curl his lips. "Look how proud you are." However, envy is really envy. Compared with his brother and Du Hui, there is really a world of difference. A world of difference. Two completely different types of people. Thinking of his brother, Zhang Lin lowered his eyes, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face. Seeing that his expression was not right, Du Zhong knew that Zhang Lin had thought of something bad again, and hurriedly changed the subject. "My cousin's house is really close to the school. I wonder if I can come over to eat in the future." "I think so." Zhang Lin restrained his expression and said uncertainly, "Zhuang Xiao, The heater was on in the car, and the two chatted casually. Lu Feng sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. Just like that, more than an hour later, a car horn sounded. Lu Feng opened her eyes quickly and looked at the rearview mirror. It was a familiar car. "Sister, whose car is this? It's blocking our door." Yin Ming honked the horn again. When the third horn sounded, the car in front of the door slowly moved away from the gate. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong, who were sitting in the car, stretched out the front of the car on the left and right. Seeing that it was Zhuang Xiao's car, they immediately waved to the front of the car. Zhuang Xiao didn't react for a while. Who were these two people? And then heard Yin Ming say, "Sister, it's Zhang Lin and that Du Zhong. Zhuang Xiao, It's the helper to realize the dream of 1,000,000 points. Zhuang Xiao was confused for a while, and then waved her little hand in front. How can this be said to be a door? And it's a door. Although it was nude at this time. The sun was just right. Because the temperature has not turned around yet. The temperature is still low. After the car drove into the yard, Zhang Lin, Du Zhong and Lu Feng entered without being invited. Zhuang Xiao got out of the car and welcomed people into the house. Yan Ning was responsible for moving all the purchased materials from the car. After everyone sat down, Zhuang Xiao poured water for everyone and said, "What do you want to see me for?" Zhang Lin waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Nothing. I was just bored and came to visit my cousin's house." Seeing that Zhang Lin was fine, she looked at Du Zhong again. "What do you want to do?" Du Zhong shook his head and said, "I'm fine too." Finally, Zhuang Xiao looked at Lu Feng, who was sitting in the corner, and continued to ask, "Is that what you want to do?" Lu Feng, What does it have to do with me? I'm just a driver. A driver without feelings. Lu Feng waved his hand and shook his head, looking at Zhang Lin and Du Zhong. "The meaning is very clear. Ask those two." "Don't ask him." Yan Ning put the food he bought today into the kitchen. And when he came out, he looked at the four people who were looking at each other in silence and said, "Are you going to Baishui River to catch fish?" Fishing is a job that makes him prosperous. The free big white fish must be more delicious than the big white fish bought. When they heard about the big white fish, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong seemed to remember something, and suddenly stood up and said in unison, "That cousin." "Wait a minute." Then the two of them rushed out. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, Why is it me again? Chapter 328. The two people who went out in a hurry came back in a hurry. Each of them was holding a small box in his hand. When Lu Feng saw the small box, his eyes moved slightly, and then a hard-to-describe expression gradually appeared on his face. "You two are really good brothers. The gifts brought by the guests are so ingenious." The two small boxes were placed neatly on the table. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao couldn't tell whether it was for himself or... So he asked tentatively, "Is this for me?" The two nodded, their eyes sparkling. "Open it and take a look," Du Zhong said with expectation. Zhuang Xiao stepped forward, glanced at the two people, and then looked at Lu Feng with a strange expression with concern, and slowly stretched his hand to the small box. Yan Ning also came forward curiously, waiting for the answer to the mystery. This small box is all black, with no patterns or fonts on the surface. The box is square, less than 20 centimeters long, wide and high. It is impossible to guess what is inside. As Zhang Lin and Du Zhong waited, Zhuang Xiao took a deep breath and opened one of the small boxes, speechless for a moment. Although the number 6 safety zone is famous for medicine, how can this gift be so unique? Zhuang Xiao only scanned the items inside and roughly guessed that it was a medical first aid kit. The second one is exactly the same. No need to think about it. It must be the same. However, Zhuang Xiao still opened it. Very good. Exactly the same. Next time if I fall into the water when I go out, my cousin will use the things in this box to save me, Du Zhong said happily. Zhuang Xiao, Young man, is this really okay for you? Fall in the water? Save you? She can't swim. Dog paddling won't save anyone. Zhuang Xiao forced himself to pull his face, laughed dryly and said, "Thank you. I think this probably won't be useful for a while. When we go to Qihua Mountain, maybe it will be useful," Du Zhong said. Zhuang Xiao, When did she say she was going to Qihua Mountain? Lu Feng, who was standing next to him, suddenly had his eyes brightened. Qihua Mountain? Qihua Mountain. Qihua Mountain is good. If someone provides equipment and weapons, he wants to go to Qihua Mountain. No. When did I? Zhuang Xiao was interrupted by Du Zhong before he finished speaking. He touched his slightly flat belly and said, "Cousin, what are you eating for lunch?" "I'm hungry." Zhuang Xiao, Seeing Zhuang Xiao's confused look, Zhang Lin hurriedly said, Cousin, eat first, and then talk after the meal. By the way, what are we eating for lunch?" Zhuang Xiao, So, you are here to eat for free. And you also have the task of placing orders? Lunch was naturally not made by Zhuang Xiao. It was definitely not Zhang Lin and Du Zhong. In the end, This job fell on the shoulders of Yan Ming and Lu Feng. After the meal was served, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong looked like family members. Sister, you're welcome. Eat. Lu Feng. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Yan Ming. Eat this. It's delicious. The four of them were talking to each other. And the boys didn't forget to pick up food for Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao took the chopsticks, looked at the pile of food in the bowl, and glanced at the four people who were busy eating. Are they all here to experience life? The meal was over. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong patted their bellies and lay on Zhuang Xiao cashmere printed carpet worth 1,200 points without any image. Lu Feng was washing dishes in the kitchen like a little wife. He doesn't wash dishes at home. He just likes to cook. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming sat on the sofa, looking at these two guys who were not at all shy. Since no one was shy at home, why should Zhuang Xiao be shy in her own home? So she directly asked about her doubts before dinner. Tell me. Qihua Mountain. When did I say I was going to Qihua Mountain? Du Zhong got up from the carpet and said, Isn't my brother going there in a few days? I wanted to go with him, but my brother didn't agree. So I discussed it with Zhang Lin and came to find you. My cousin. Zhuang Xiao, Your own brother didn't allow you to come to find my cousin who is thousands of miles away. Zhuang Xiao. A sharp look was thrown at Zhang Lin. Are we familiar with each other? Zhang Lin felt a chill on his back, and he sat cross-legged, smiling and said, Xiao Yan is my elder brother. Isn't he here? You are Xiao Yan's cousin, so you are naturally my cousin. If you have any problems here, you can naturally ask your cousin for help. Zhuang Xiao, She and Xiao Yan are also fake. Fake cousins? No. Isn't it impossible to enter Qihua Mountain? Yan Ming remembered that Zhuang Xiao had told him about the purchase limit of medicines in the pharmacy, so he knew a little about the affairs of Qihua Mountain. Qihua Mountain was blocked by a landslide caused by heavy rainstorms this summer, and the only normal way to enter the mountain was blocked. It turns out that road is difficult to enter, so there are other roads. Du Zhong said. There is an imperial forest in Qihua Mountain. Suddenly, Lu Feng's slightly excited voice came from behind him. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but look back at him and asked, What is the imperial forest? The name sounds quite domineering, but I don't know if it refers to a mountain forest or something else. Zhuang Xiao thought secretly. Cousin, you don't know the imperial forest? Zhang Lin looked at Zhuang Xiao in surprise and said, As long as anyone has been to the number 6 safety zone, there is no one who doesn't know the imperial forest. Zhuang Xiao, Young man, she has only been here for less than 3 days. Okay. Zhuang Xiao shook her head, indicating that she really didn't know, and she didn't mind Zhang Lin and Du Zhong's surprised expressions. She just doesn't know? What's so embarrassing about that? Besides, looking at the confused expression on Yan Ming's face, it's obvious that he doesn't know either. Okay? In fact, among the 5 of them, Du Zhong, who was born and raised in the number 6 safe zone, knows the most about Qihua Mountain and the Emperor's Forest. Seeing the confused expressions on Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming's faces, the boy immediately became excited and prepared to share the stories of Qihua Mountain and the Emperor's Forest with Zhuang Xiao. An hour later, under Du Zhong's highly infectious and vivid speech, Zhuang Xiao nodded, not quite understanding, and then said, When do we set off? Everyone, agreed so quickly? Seeing that Zhuang Xiao agreed, Lu Feng hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and looked at Zhang Lin and said, Shall our Qilin team go together? If you don't go, who will protect me? Zhang Lin replied as a matter of course. After a pause, he added, I will provide the weapons and equipment, and you can keep the proceeds from Qihua Mountain and Emperor Forest. I will not pay you any extra compensation. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 329. 3 days later. 7 o'clock in the morning. The car swayed and drove towards the Baishui River again. Last time they went to the middle section of the Baishui River, and this time the destination of the car was a narrow section of the river in the middle and upper reaches. The width of the river here is less than 200 meters, and there is a dock. In the summer of previous years, this dock was the busiest dock on the bank of the Baishui River. The journey was short, and the price was cheap. It was the first choice for ordinary people to go to the Qihua Mountains to find plants that meet the radiation value. And although the temperature has risen in the past 2 days, it is still below zero. The thickness of the ice on the Baishui River is enough for them to walk through. Du Zhong's brother Du Huai set off an hour earlier than them. Therefore, this time Zhuang Xiao and his team became the tail of others and followed the team secretly. Zhuang Xiao was sleepy and nestled in a corner of the car, with two equally sleepy teenagers beside him, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin. Lu Feng and Yan Ming took turns driving. The remaining members of the Qilin team followed behind Zhuang Xiao. Except for Zhuang Xiao, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin. Everyone who had gathered was in high spirits and excited. Zhuang Xiao felt his body lean forward and almost fell on his backpack. As soon as he opened his confused eyes, he met two pairs of big eyes full of eye mucus and confusion. Are we at the dock? Du Zhong rubbed his eyes and asked Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin yawned, looked down at the time on his watch, and said, we should be there. Sister, we are here. Right. After hearing Zhang Lin's answer, Du Zhong asked Zhuang Xiao again in disbelief. Zhuang Xiao was complaining in his heart. Young man, everyone is sleeping in the car. You ask me, who should I ask? Zhuang Xiao was just about to say something to the young men. The small iron window between the front and rear compartments opened with a swish. Sister, we're here. Get off the bus. The clear and loud voice of Yan Ming came into the back compartment, which made the three people's brains return to normal little by little. When the door of the compartment was opened, the cold wind blew in their faces. After their brains wandered around in the cold wind, the three people were completely awake. Their temporary team had a total of 12 people, and the Qilin team accounted for 2/3. 8 people. Everyone was carrying a tall backpack, and Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were no exception. It took a quarter of an hour for the group to cross the Baishui River, and another 2 hours to reach the outer area of the Qihua mountain range. Up to here, it was still the sphere of influence of the number 6 safety zone. Du Zhong copied a copy of his brother route map from Du Huai, and everyone's watch was synchronized with a copy. Du Zhong didn't know the ultimate purpose of Du Huai's trip to Qihua Mountain this time. However, everyone agreed on the final destination, which was the Emperor Forest in the Qihua Mountain Range. The Emperor Forest is located in the core area of the mountain range, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with spring all year round and lush vegetation. It is said that there are many rare and peculiar plants and animals in it. For example, flying snakes, halua fish that can make dog barking sounds, iron hardling showwood, and mountain ghost flowers that can run. These were recorded by people who had been to the Imperial Forest in the early years. There are very few people who have actually seen it. Just after noon, the alarm sounded on everyone's watches. This also means that their group has officially entered the scope of the blind spot. From this moment on, the navigation in the watch can no longer give them any guidance. They all have to rely on the map copied by Du Zhong to find the direction to the destination. The mountain in front of them is majestic and steep, and there are scattered plants on the hillside. I heard from Du Zhong that this mountain is called Danchuan Mountain, named after the cinnabar. Cinnabar is poisonous, but it is also a medicine that has the effect of calming the nerves. Every year, their safe zone will organize people to come here to collect cinnabar for making medicine. It was because of the mining of cinnabar that they discovered this path that can only accommodate one person and can lead to the depths of Qihua Mountain. Lu Feng walked at the front of the team, and the people of the Qilin team were responsible for cutting off the tail. Zhuang Xiao, Yan Ming, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong, the 4 weakest people, walked in the middle. The mountain walls on both sides of the path were exposed everywhere, and occasionally there were broken stones stuck above their heads, like a sword hanging between the cliffs, which could take people's lives at any time. Everyone was silent and hurried on their way in silence, fearing that speaking loudly would alarm the stone monster in the mountain. In this way, the group walked for more than an hour before they saw the light in front of them. The sun was shining, and the wind whistled in the mountains. Although it was very cold, it was better than walking in the dark and narrow path. The overall direction of Danchuan Mountain is east-west, and the path, or strictly speaking, this crack, runs across the body of Danchuan Mountain and runs north-south. As they went deeper and headed north, the altitude of the trail gradually increased, so they entered the mountain from the foot of Danchuan Mountain on the south side, and when they came out, they were standing halfway up Danchuan Mountain. At a glance, the mountains are still mountains in the distance. Most of the grass and trees on the mountains have turned yellow. Occasionally, there are a few clusters of green, dotted in between. They must be extremely cold-resistant plants in the mountains, just like Zhuangshao dancing grass. The lower the temperature, the more energetic it grows. Occasionally, birds fly from high in the sky, and they are very far away. In Zhuang Xiao eyes, they are like small black dots. And the color of the sky where these small black dots are located is extremely dazzling red. Zhuang Xiao was carefully looking at the surrounding landscape when she heard Lu Feng's voice. She turned her head to look at Lu Feng, and saw that Lu Feng was pointing in the direction of the red sky and said, "That's the direction we are going. So far, we have to climb over at least 2 hills. Are we in Qihua Mountain now?" The voices of Zhang Lin, Du Zhong and Yan Ming, 3 young men, sounded one after another, and Zhuang Xiao sighed silently in her heart. Alas, it's a high radiation area again. She always sees it when she enters the blind spot, and she avoids it every time. I hope she can avoid it perfectly this time. Besides, she came to Qihua Mountain to shop, not to die. Zhuang Xiao looked down at her watch. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They had been on the road for 7 hours, more than 5 hours of which were on foot. Lu Feng found a good place to shelter from the wind, so that everyone could rest for a while and eat something. Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied with this. So, she found a relatively flat and smooth stone to lean on. The amount of food each person brought with them this time was not too much, but it should be enough for them to reach the Imperial Forest. As long as they arrived at the Imperial Forest, they could find food that met the radiation value standards. However, on the way to the Imperial Forest, they still had to use local materials as much as possible to save food in their hands, to prevent emergencies. Chapter 330. After a short rest, the group got up and continued to move towards their destination. Although there was a cold wind blowing from time to time between the mountains and forests, everyone did not feel cold at all because of the continuous journey. There were still some green spots on the hillside, but after everyone went down the mountain, there was no green at all until dusk. All along the way, all they could see was withered yellow. As the golden crow hung low, the temperature also dropped significantly. The thin sweat that had originally come out of the rushing journey was blown by the mountain wind, and they felt even colder. Zhuang Xiao could not help shivering, and finally waited for Lu Feng to notify them that they needed to rest. This voice sounded like the sound of nature to Zhuang Xiao. Winter is indeed not a suitable season for scavenging. If it were spring, summer, and autumn, they would be able to detect some edible food on the road. This was their first night in Qihua Mountain. It was also the first time that Zhuang Xiao spent the night with others in a blind spot. Tonight, there was no mutant squirrel to rent a house to her. Everything depends on themselves. Lu Feng chose a concave part of a valley, semi-arc shaped, with cliffs on 3 sides and only a gap on the south side. It is sheltered from the wind and conducive to defense. It is just right for their 12-member team. Zhuang Xiao and Wang Qiong from the Qilin team are the only 2 girls in the group, so they sleep together at night. This is the first time that Zhuang Xiao has been in a closed environment with strangers since coming to the Wasteland. It is a bit uncomfortable, but not so unacceptable. The first night was safe and sound. The second night was also safe and sound. Until the 3rd day, the group found messy ashes on the ground and scattered luggage around 20 miles away from the Emperor Forest. Everyone put away the mood of relaxation because of the smooth journey in the past 2 days. Obviously, something happened here that they didn't know. The people of the Qilin team immediately stepped forward to check the situation, especially Du Zhong, who was extremely anxious, worried that Du Huai's team had encountered some danger. "My brother and the others won't be in trouble, right?" Du Zhong said anxiously, his mind full of the image of Du Huai's blood. Zhang Lin heard it and immediately replied, "No. No. Brother Du will be fine. You can see that there is no blood in the surrounding area except for the mess. Brother Du and the others must have left as soon as they realized the danger. Although the scene looks very hurried. However, it is not appropriate to say this at this time." Yan Ming also hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Du Zhong and said, "Don't worry. It will be fine. With my sister here, we can turn any danger into safety." Zhuang Xiao, Du Zhong, The Qilin team checked the surroundings. In addition to the messy footprints of people, there were also claws of unknown beasts. No blood was found. When Du Huai and the others left here, no one must have been injured. Zhuang Xiao, If they encountered a large beast that could swallow a person whole, there might not be any blood in this case. However, Zhuang Xiao did not dare to say it, fearing that Du Zhong would cry. After 2 nights of getting along, Zhuang Xiao and Wang Qiong have become more familiar with each other. At this time, the two of them were checking the luggage left by the team in front, and they took everything that could be used first. As for those that were not useful and were still a burden to carry, they found a place to hide them first. Since these supplies were taken, they must have been carefully selected by the team, and they might be useful when they come back. After this episode, the group's vigilance was directly raised, no longer relaxed and comfortable as before. After crossing the mountain in front, it is the Emperor's Forest. The closer to the Emperor's Forest, the more unknown animals and plants there will be, and the probability of them encountering danger will also increase greatly. The group did not deviate from the established route. Occasionally they could see traces of people on the road, but the claws of the unknown beast disappeared just before they crossed the hill. Just disappeared out of thin air. Lu Feng couldn't figure out what kind of beast could disappear out of thin air. Although he had doubts in his heart, they disappeared in an instant. The moment he stopped at the top of the hill, the mountain under his feet divided the area in front and behind into two completely different worlds. In front of him was dense and lush jungle, with birds flying by from time to time. Behind him was withered and yellow mountains, with withered grass and trees, and no vitality. Du Zhong was originally worried about his brother, but later he calmed down after Zhang Lin and Yan Ming comforted him. After all, he didn't see any bad traces on the way here. In addition, under the constant self-hypnosis, my brother is very powerful. No matter who gets into trouble, my brother will not get into trouble. Now, looking at the Emperor Forest in front of him, the young man's mind is back. Wow, this is the Imperial Forest. Right? Is there a lake in it? The sparkling one in the distance, is that it? Du Zhong said excitedly, grabbing Zhang Lin's arm. This is the Imperial Forest. Everyone wants to come to the Imperial Forest, but it's not easy to come. He's finally here. Zhang Lin squinted at the glowing place and said in agreement, it seems to be a lake. Sister, this is the Imperial Forest? Yan Ming said in amazement. Zhuang Xiao looked at the bright red, nodded, hummed, and didn't say anything else. She tilted her head and listened to the sound in the distance. It sounds like a cat's cry. Are there mutant cats here? Although she remembered that there were many cats, only cats could make such a meow sound. There are already 2 mutant pikas at home. If the cats in the Imperial Forest are cute, it's okay to add one more. Raising one is also raising. Raising 2 is also raising. Raising a group. Forget it. In fact, she is more like raising a dog. She can hunt, guard the house, and protect the owner. Dancing grass, I can also guard the house and deal with foreign enemies. You are a half-hearted guy. Let's go down the mountain, Lu Feng said. It's getting late. Let's go down the mountain early and find a place to stay for the night. The further down the mountain, the more lush the grass and trees. The temperature is gradually rising. Zhuang Xiao and his friends were wearing 2 thick clothes. We haven't reached the foot of the mountain yet. Everyone was sweating from the heat. So, everyone took off their clothes while walking, freeing themselves from the thick winter clothes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. According to the map, this is the area of the Emperor's Forest. In the field of vision, there are towering trees rising from the ground. Looking up at the sky, the branches and leaves are crowded together, blocking most of the light. Chapter 331. Since reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhuang Xiao never heard the cat-like sound again. The situation in the Imperial Forest is more complicated, and it is getting late, so everyone unanimously decided to find a camp nearby temporarily. It is not as easy to find the traces of Du Huai's team as before. In short, they must have entered the Imperial Forest. Lu Feng originally planned to see if he could find a suitable cave to spend the night, but after searching for an hour, he found nothing. Tonight, he can only camp outdoors and set up a tent to spend the night. During this hour, Lu Feng always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't tell for a while. In the end, it came down to the fact that he might be too nervous. So, he always felt that everything was strange. Besides, this is the Imperial Forest. The Imperial Forest. If it is not strange, it would not be called the Imperial Forest. The reason why he is so interested in the Imperial Forest is that he heard that there is a plant called dragon scale fruit in the Imperial Forest, which is very effective in treating high radiation diseases. Lu Feng's rumors were not groundless. He could learn a thing or two from his casual conversations with Du Zhong in the past few days. Dragon scale fruit does exist, and it is a top-level precious medicinal material in the number 6 safety zone. He thought this was one of the reasons why Du Hui came to the Emperor's Forest. After choosing a place to stay, everyone performed their duties. Du Xiong, Zhang Lin and Yin Ming, 3 teenagers of similar age, had become very familiar with each other after getting along the way. The 3 of them were responsible for the easiest job, setting up the tent. As for Zhuang Xiao, she was squatting in a bush at this time, staring at the animals opposite. Just now, she just came to the bush to solve a major life event. Who knew that suddenly, without any warning, she was hit by something from behind. Then, she fell into the grass in front of her and chewed a mouthful of mud. Her hearing was now quite sharp, and she didn't even notice that there was a living thing near her. Suddenly, she was shocked. At that time, she wanted to run away regardless of the consequences. But the thing behind her was faster than her. Zhuang Xiao only felt a black shadow flash by, and then a long furry tail appeared in front of her. Is this a tiger? Is this a wolf? Or, in short, in a short moment, Zhuang Xiao's mind was full of thoughts, and she went through all the animals she knew in her memory. A short second, accompanied by a gentle and lovely meow. Cry. A dog face. Well, it could also be a wolf face. Was pressed against her face. A sense of oppression came instantly. Zhuang Xiao was stunned for a moment. Would she become this guy's food today? Why does it feel a little bit not enough to eat? The animal opposite had blinking eyes, and the blue-gray eyes looked a bit silly. And the cry just now, it was completely inconsistent with its size and appearance. That, I'm not delicious, Zhuang Xiao said as he stepped back. Suddenly, I felt my feet soften. Fool, I stepped on the most important thing in my life. Wow. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao felt that she was not feeling well. It was more despairing than having a monster in front of her that she couldn't tell what it was. Even so, she didn't look down at her feet and continued to retreat. I stepped on it anyway. So whatever. The animal in front of her took a few steps forward and then bypassed the most important thing in Zhuang Xiao's life. Zhuang Xiao even saw a strong sense of disgust in its eyes. Zhuang Xiao, if you want to dislike it, just dislike it. It's better if it doesn't eat her. This was the first time she was so close to such a large mutant animal. How about we have a good talk? Zhuang Xiao said flatteringly. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuang Xiao used the little remaining water to clean the soles of her shoes before being allowed to climb onto the back of this man. After that, she slowly walked towards the camp. Sitting on the tall and mighty mutant animal, she felt sorry for her 2 S-level energy stones, but was also happy to get such a silly dog and cat. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what species this guy was, so she could only call it a dog and cat for the time being. She didn't dare to try the method of taking blood to test the species for the time being. They didn't know each other very well yet. Sister Qiong. Where is my sister? After Yin Ming, Du Xiong, and Zhang Lin finished setting up the tent, they didn't see Zhuang Xiao, so the 3 of them ran to ask Wang Qiong of the Qilin team. Wang Qiong was very heartbroken when she heard the name Sister Qiong. Sister Qiong? Poor sister? It turns out that there is a reason why she can't get rich overnight. Wang Qiong pointed in a direction and said, over there. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 young men were about to go over. So Wang Qiong quickly added, don't go over there. A girl is going to solve the major event of her life. What's the matter with you 3 little brats going over there? The 3 people suddenly stopped. Wang Qiong was still thinking. What excuses can be used if the 3 teenagers don't listen and insist on going over? Then the 3 people stared at the same place, not moving. This is too obedient. The 3 people stared at the animal with a horrified look on their faces, their legs trembling, and cold sweat on their backs. They wanted to open their mouths and shout, but the sound seemed to be stuck in their throats, shrinking and not daring to come out, accompanied by a crisp female voice. The 3 people woke up from a dream. What's wrong with you 3? What are you looking at? Are you so engrossed in it? Zhuang Xiao slid down from the back of the unknown mutant animal and reached out to rub its huge head. This is the mount she rented at a huge cost. We can't let anyone get scared away. 3 people, who is scaring whom? At this time, the others also noticed something strange here and gathered around. When they saw the animal in front of them clearly, they all took a breath of cold air. Are they going to be wiped out today? Even if they eat all 12 of them, it may not be enough to fill their teeth. Hey, don't be afraid. The mount I rented is called Zhuang Xiao scratched his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable name for a while. So, he said, I don't know what animal it is. It may be a cat, a dog, a wolf, or something else. Everyone, The 3 teenagers took 2 steps back. Du Zhong stammered in a low voice, I know. Zhuang Xiao turned his eyes to the teenager, waiting for his next words. Others also focused their attention on Du Zhong. Du Zhong swallowed his saliva, glanced at the other party's blue eyes, as big as copper bells, and the fiery red hair all over the body and said, this should be a flame cat. Chapter 332. It's actually a cat? No wonder the voice sounds like a cat. Zhuang Xiao continued to ask with a little puzzlement, but, is this a hybrid? I have never heard of it before. This name sounds like the name of a fantasy novel. Not down to earth at all. Flame cat, This is the first time I've seen a real thing. Du Zhong stared at the flame cat that was a little obedient under Zhuang Xiao's hands. I also heard from people who came out of Qihua Mountain that there is a mutant beast in the mountain, which looks like a large canine, with bright red hair, blue eyes like gemstones, and makes a sound like a cat's cry. At that time, I thought it was nonsense from the mercenary team, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lu Feng also said from the side, this is really an eye-opener. As the few people were talking, the flame cat made another sound similar to a cat's cry. Zhuang Xiao patted the flame cat's head and said, don't scream. It looked like a ferocious beast, but it made a soft and milky sound like a cat. This scream was really weird. I don't know if the flame cat understood Zhuang Xiao's words, but it really shut up. There was a gurgling sound in its throat. It seemed dissatisfied, and also protested. Humph. If you don't want to scream, then don't scream. Seeing that the flame cat was so obedient, everyone's fear had long gone, replaced by curiosity, and they also wanted to touch this rare mutant species. If not, it must be a teenager. While everyone was talking, Zhang Lin took small steps and approached the flame cat little by little. The flame cat seemed to notice it. At the moment when the hand was about to touch its head, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp fangs were chilling in the air, and the saliva in its mouth splashed Zhang Lin's face. Everyone was also startled by the deafening roar. They all stepped back. Zhang Lin was almost scared to death. Why was he so fierce to him suddenly? He just wanted to touch it. Flame cat, If you touch it, it will be dirty. Zhuang Xiao was right next to the flame cat. He felt his ears buzzing and raised his hand to punch its head. He completely forgot that this was not a pet dog or a pet cat. It was a genuine product of Wasteland radiation. The flame cat. The flame cat didn't want to do anything at first, but was a little confused by the punch and felt wronged instantly. His head kept rubbing against Zhuang Xiao's arm. Then, he used too much force and rubbed the person directly to the ground. Zhuang Xiao, What a sin. It's so hard to keep a pet. Everyone, The flame cat saw that it had hit someone, so it started to use its sharp claws to pull the person up. But it seemed to have forgotten how sharp its claws were. Then, a long cut appeared on Zhuang Xiao's coat with a swish sound. The most important thing was that when he saw that the person was slow to get up, he used his head and turned the person over directly. Everyone was stunned. Zhuang Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Was she a toy? To treat her like this? She said she was not a cat. But this was definitely the most skilled teasing trick before a cat eats a mouse. In the end, after Zhuang Xiao turned over 2 or 3 times on the ground, her hand suddenly grabbed the hair of the flame cat, and she stood up with this force. The moment she let go, there was a handful of fiery red hair in her hand. Hair. Zhuang Xiao threw the hair on the ground without leaving a trace, and rubbed her feet on the grass on the ground, trying to destroy the body. Du Zhong and Yan Ming, seeing that Zhang Lin didn't even touch a hair of the flame cat, immediately stopped. And no one wanted to provoke this guy. The people of the Qilin team were the same. After seeing the flame cat being so affectionate, Lu Feng also planned to turn a blind eye. The flame cat's love was too hot for him to bear. He was not lucky enough to have the feeling of rolling on the ground and having its claws scratch his back. However, before leaving, he still told Zhuang Xiao to take good care of her pet. The third night in Qihua Mountain, Zhuang Xiao slept alone, by the fire. It was because the flame cat was so clingy. No, to be more precise, it was clingy to her. She was forced to sleep on the fiery red blanket. The blanket rose and fell with the flame cat's breathing. So Zhuang Xiao fell asleep easily. A dreamless night. The first night in the Emperor's forest was spent safely. The night watchman didn't even hear the roar of the mutant animals in the middle of the night. The next morning, Lu Feng finally realized that something was wrong. In this area where they were, they didn't even hear a bird singing, not to mention the calls of mutant animals. Lu Feng glanced at Zhuang Xiao, who was still sleeping soundly, and the flame cat, who was lazily half closed its eyes under her body. How carefree is this girl? Zhuang Xiao, You guys in the Qilin team are also very caring. Everyone is kind to each other. A new member suddenly appeared in the team of 12 people. Before setting off, Zhuang Xiao carefully checked the fire that was burning last night. Make sure there are no sparks left in the fire. It's not that she is too cautious, but the experience in Biling Mountain last time left a deep impression on her. She always felt that the wildfire was inseparable from them. Although the wildfire solved the hidden danger of the mutant crows for the safe zone, it also made her realize what it means to be merciless. That night, if the wind blew in the wrong direction, their safe zone would probably not be spared. So, she was so cautious after entering the mountain this time. After having a worry-free mount, Zhuang Xiao's legs were completely freed. However, she still carried the bag and weapons on her back. Lu Feng led the Qilin team in the front, and Zhuang Xiao followed behind on the flame cat. After a night's rest, the three teenagers seemed to have forgotten what happened last night and walked beside the flame cat. The flame cat turned a blind eye to this. Sister, why is this flame cat so obedient? Can it understand human language? Yin Ming glanced at the flame cat and asked Zhuang Xiao who was sitting on it. Zhuang Xiao sat on it, holding a bunch of green fruits that had just been plucked from the tree, and said, maybe. She felt that it should not be called a flame cat, but a flame dog. After all, except for the barking, everything else is more like a dog. Okay. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Zhuang Xiao was delighted. She was so lucky that she found edible fruits right away. Then she tested it and found 7 or 8 edible fruits in a bunch of fruits. But she didn't know how they tasted. So, Zhuang Xiao took out 3 fruits in her hand and said to the 3 teenagers below, try it. Chapter 333. So, Zhuang Xiao took out 3 fruits from his hand and said to the 3 teenagers below, try it. The 3 took it and put it directly into their mouths. Not bad. Very sweet, Zhang Lin said with a smile. Yin Ming and Du Zhong also looked like the fruit was not bad. Zhuang Xiao was relieved. The fruit tasted good. It can be eaten. Du Huai's trace had disappeared before they entered the Emperor's forest. The Emperor's forest is so large, and there are so many unknown risks. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to find Du Huai's trace in the dense forest. Besides, their goal this time was not to find Du Huai. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong are just teenagers who want to go out for adventure. The Qilin team is for the dragon scale fruit, and there may be other gains. After all, in addition to the dragon scale fruit, there are many known precious mutant plants and animals in the Emperor's forest. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming have both. Therefore, the group had tentatively planned today's itinerary before setting off in the morning. And the target was the lake in the Imperial Forest. Dragon scale fruit likes moisture and sunshine, and is mostly grown in streams or places with good light by the lake. Although there are many streams and lakes in the Imperial Forest, everyone does not know the environment of the Imperial Forest. Yesterday, before going down the mountain, they vaguely saw a lake inside the mountain. Rather than looking for the target aimlessly, it is better to go to that lake. It is much more difficult to walk inside the Imperial Forest than at the edge. There are all kinds of shrubs, weeds and trees everywhere. Lu Feng led people to open the way in front. After more than an hour, the group did not go far. Zhuang Xiao looked back at the road that the flame cat had walked. It seems, let it walk in front. Their speed can be faster. When Zhuang Xiao was thinking about whether to let the flame cat go to the front to open the way, there was a sudden exclamation in front. She immediately sat up and looked ahead. In front of them, there were black translucent flowers, like lotus flowers floating in the air, slowly moving towards them. Mountain Ghost Flower. Get out of the way. Lu Feng shouted in front. Mountain Ghost Flower is also one of the unique plants of the Imperial Forest. The flowers are black and translucent, light, and can float in the air. If there is an outside obstacle blocking the route, it will release a sweet fragrance, which has a psychedelic effect and is inexplicable. Once a person or animal inhales this fragrance, it will be like being drunk, dancing wildly until it dies of exhaustion. This is all the information Lu Feng knows about mountain ghost flowers. I never thought that they would encounter them after entering the dense forest for a short time. Just now, when he was clearing the way in front, he almost stabbed one of the flowers with a dagger. Others heard Lu Feng's voice and retreated consciously. The same is true for Zhuang Xiao. However, before she could drive the flame cat to retreat, the guy ran straight towards the flying mountain ghost flowers in front of him. Zhuang Xiao cursed the national quintessence in his heart, and then he slid down from the flame cat's back. He fell directly into the position where Yin Ming, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin were. "Sister, are you okay?" Yin Ming held Zhuang Xiao, who was about to fall, and asked with concern, almost at the same time when Zhuang Xiao stood firm. The flame cat's claws, slap, snap, continuously shot down more than a dozen mountain ghost flowers from the air, and as if it had found something interesting, it rushed directly into the black flowers. Fog grass. Everyone was shocked by the operation of the flame cat. "Get out of here quickly." Lu Feng almost wanted to cry. He felt that there seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. It really took his life. Everyone who heard Lu Feng's voice immediately started running on the way they came. Compared to running around, the way here is easier and faster. Zhuang Xiao leads the way, and Lu Feng is the last. Behind them, they can still hear the sound of the fire cat running up and down in the dense forest, and the sound of branches snapping. The group finally advanced a distance, and this run back half the distance. It feels like they have run almost enough. Zhuang Xiao stopped. Her face was not red, and she was not out of breath, looking back. There was no one. However, she could hear the sound of other people running and their rapid breathing. Having experienced the experience of others running away twice before, she had to stick to these people this time no matter what. "Are you safe?" Seeing that the first person to appear was Lu Feng, Zhuang Xiao stepped forward and asked with a guilty conscience. She couldn't help but feel guilty. She didn't know why the cat suddenly became disobedient. The point is that he wanted to drag her to death together. "Flame cat, you don't know what's good for you." "Wait, bring you something good?" Lu Feng panted, looked up at the normal little girl. His expression was complicated. "Would you consider joining our Qilin team? This is really a good seedling. Much better than Wang Qiong in their team. Just this speed of escape, this physical strength, excellent." Zhuang Xiao, What did you say? Can you say it again? Zhuang Xiao was a little stunned for a moment, not knowing whether there was something wrong with her ears or Lu Feng's mouth. Zhuang Xiao stared at the sweat that just rolled down Lu Feng's forehead, and decided to confirm it herself. "What did you say just now?" Lu Feng calmed down and said, "I said." As soon as the words came out, he was interrupted by Wang Qiong, who caught up behind. "Captain Lu, are you safe?" Then the others followed one after another. "Sister, remember to take me with you next time you run." Du Sheng was the last one to catch up, and Song Dun was standing next to him. It was he who dragged Du Zhong to run together. Otherwise, Du Zhong would have given up halfway. Du Zhong felt that compared to the discomfort of being pulled by Song Dun, he ran last. He thought it would be better to let Zhuang Xiao drag him along. It would be equally uncomfortable, but at least he could still get first place. How could the gap between people be so big? Du Zhong's calves were trembling a little, but despite this, he still walked to Zhuang Xiao with his feet outward. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Du Zhong's appearance. How much courage did he have to go on an adventure in the Imperial Forest? "That's it. Let's not follow the flame cat anymore. It's too scary," Fang Mingwei said in a low voice after taking a breath. "I thought it could ward off evil spirits, but who knew it would actually attract evil spirits? Can this mountain ghost flower be touched casually?" Fang Minghui's voice had just fallen. Then two meows came from behind, before anyone could react, accompanied by the sound of branches breaking. A fiery red figure flew over their heads. Yes, it flew over. Why didn't anyone say that the flame cat could fly? Chapter 334. Everyone looked at the flame cat behind Zhuang Xiao with doubtful eyes. Zhuang Xiao slowly turned around and showed an extremely flattering smile. The flame cat flapped its fiery red wings twice to shake off the leaves and branches on it. Then it suddenly put the wings into its furry body. Zhuang Xiao smiled, but the worldview in a corner of her mind quietly collapsed. What kind of monsters are there in the number 6 safe zone? She is not wearing the world of Shan Haijing, and the degree of mutation of these animals has completely exceeded her cognition. The animals and plants she saw in the past were nothing more than becoming a little bigger, a little more poisonous, and a little inedible. This kind of. It's really rare. It must be very precious. Very expensive. What? Let's still be good friends. Zhuang Xiao slowly moved forward and asked the flame cat carefully. By the way, he also gave it a nickname to get closer to each other, although they were tricked by it just now and ran for several miles. However, she still decided to give it a chance to explain. Lu Feng, this girl seems to be not quite right in her mind. It seems that she is not suitable for joining the mercenary team. The flame cat took 2 steps forward and rubbed Zhuang Xiao with its head. Then, she sat down on the ground again. The others stood by, like wooden stakes, motionless. Who dares to move? Even if you fly up to the sky, this guy will probably be able to knock you down. What? Can't we be gentle? It's like this every time. Her, but may not be saved. With the wet saliva falling down, the rest of Zhuang Xiao's sentence was stuck in her mouth. She had to shut up, because the saliva was pouring down. Mixed in the saliva were black fruits as big as glass beads. What is that? Zhang Lin quietly moved to Du Zhong's side and asked in a low voice. Du Zhong shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. It doesn't look like it can be eaten. Can it be eaten? Zhuang Xiao wiped the saliva off his face with his sleeve without leaving a trace, holding one of the black fruits, and said, "This looks like a plant seed. I don't know what it can do. And with the big mouth and big claws of the flame cat, I don't know how it can pull all these small fruits into its mouth." The flame cat heard Zhuang Xiao's voice, tilted its head, and stared at it for a long time. Then, it stretched out its tongue and rolled one of the fruits into its mouth. This fruit is so small. It really doesn't want it. It's just that it saw a group of idiots wearing a strange mask picking this thing for a long time yesterday. So it knocked down the group of mountain ghost flowers. I think its new pet may like it too. Zhuang Xiao, who had no idea that she had become the pet of the flame cat, saw it swallow the fruit, and didn't dare to put it into her mouth to try. After all, the flame cat can eat. But it doesn't mean that she, a delicate human, can eat it. However, she still silently picked up all the black fruits on the ground, estimating that there were hundreds of them. After picking them up, Zhuang Xiao stood up. Hurt so much. If she falls a few more times, her tailbone will be gone. She put the black fruits into her bag, then turned to look at Du Zhong and said, "This guy can fly." Du Zhong, I don't know either. Du Zhong shook his head and said aggrievedly, "He really doesn't know." Then, Zhuang Xiao looked at Lu Feng again. "Captain Lu doesn't know either?" Lu Feng, I didn't even know it was a flame cat until yesterday. Okay. Lu Feng also shook his head. And then Zhuang Xiao took out another black fruit and asked Lu Feng, "What is this?" Lu Feng, continued to shake his head. Zhuang Xiao's eyes swept over Du Zhong, and the meaning of the question was obvious. "Then you should know, right?" However, with the same confused face, he waved the object on his neck left and right. "All right. This imperial forest is the right place to come to. There are unknown plants and animals everywhere. Aren't there rewards for reporting unknown plants and animals? Sister, do you want to test it with your watch?" Yan Ming reminded Zhuang Xiao. Everyone, It seems that they really forgot. Zhuang Xiao scratched the skin of the fruit with a dagger, and white juice overflowed and dripped on the watch. Ding. Pollution-free plants? Edible. It's actually pollution-free food? And it's recorded. Zhuang Xiao opened the details. It's a mountain ghost flower plant. However, the introduction of this plant on the watch can be called 0. There is only a photo of the mountain ghost flower plant, and no other information. However, it can be detected, which means that the database's records of this plant must be far more than this. It's just that ordinary people have no way of knowing. Du Zhong, come here? Zhuang Xiao remembered something Wu Xiao had told him before. The function level of this watch is divided into different levels. Then, try Du Zhong's watch. Du Zhong heard Zhuang Xiao calling her, and she came forward happily, and her eyes also glanced at the flame cat standing behind Zhuang Xiao with vigilance. "Sister, what's the matter? Please tell me." Zhuang Xiao, There's no need to be so respectful. You? All used. You test it? As he said. Zhuang Xiao handed over the fruit in his hand. Du Zhong took it, rubbed a little white juice on the watch, and the same prompt sound as before sounded. When he saw the content on Du Zhong's watch, Zhuangxiao instantly became uneasy. Naked monopoly of knowledge. Du Zhong also saw the content clearly and said in disbelief, "This is the dragon scale fruit. How come it is different from what I heard? The dragon scale fruit is the fruit of the mountain ghost flower." What? This is the dragon scale fruit? Lu Feng didn't care about the flame cat next to him, and hurriedly stepped forward to confirm this confusing information. What is this? Dragon scale fruit. Mountain ghost flower. It turns out that they are all things on the same plant. Everyone was also confused. What is the true information in the Emperor Forest? Seeing everyone's reaction, Du Zhong was inexplicably a little nervous. He didn't know this either. After reading the information on Du Zhong's watch, Lu Feng suddenly calmed down. Okay. They are not worthy. Like Zhuangxiao. Lu Feng also reacted. Du Zhong's watch is obviously of a huge level different from theirs. And from the content just displayed, this news is also confidential information in the number 6 safety zone. Today, they found out by accident. But, what if they knew? The scent of the mountain ghost flower has a strong hallucinogenic effect. It's not fake. The flame cat saw a group of people gathered there, and didn't move. So it hit Zhuangxiao back with its head again. With the experience of the previous few times, the flame cat gradually figured out the strength. It pushed Zhuangxiao into the crowd all at once. If there weren't so many people, he would have almost ended up like a dog eating shit again. Chapter 335. The flame cat used its new pet to show its presence in front of everyone. Zhuangxiao's sudden entry woke everyone up from a dream. Because of the dragon scale fruit, everyone's look at the flame cat changed several times. Even Fang Mingwei, who was still worried about whether the flame cat would recruit goods for them, had a bright look in his eyes. Blessings and disasters are interdependent. Blessings are not disasters, and disasters cannot be avoided. The group repacked their mood and set off again. Since they could not get rid of the fate of the flame cat, let it continue to follow. Zhuangxiao sat majestically on the back of the flame cat. Make the best use of everything. This time, the flame cat walked at the front of the team, and was responsible for being the pioneer. The backpacks of Du Zhong and Zhang Lin were placed on the flame cat. In this regard, the flame cat did not show any dissatisfaction. In order to catch up with Zhuangxiao as soon as possible, Yan Ning insisted on carrying the heavy bag on his back and carrying the weight forward, just as a training. This is also to prepare for joining the safe zone mercenary team or guard team when they reach the age. With the flame cat as a guide, the group's speed in the Imperial Forest has increased a lot. When they passed the area where the mountain ghost flower appeared again, the ground was full of black transparent petals that were smashed by the flame cat. The petals have completely lost their moisture, and the color is gray and lifeless, and they are as dry as the skin of an old man. Even the fragrance that made people feel heartbroken just now has dissipated with the wind. This flower withered too quickly. Right? How long has it been? Yan Ning took a small wooden stick and poked the scattered petals on the ground. This is the fastest withering flower he has ever seen. As the sun hung high in the sky, the unusually lush trees in the dense forest seemed to completely isolate the wind. Everyone was sweating profusely. Even Zhuangxiao, who was sitting on the flame cat, was no less sweaty. Just when Zhuangxiao wanted to turn around and ask Lu Feng and the others if they should take a break first, he heard a cry of surprise coming from the front of him. Someone, Zhuangxiao said. The flame cat under him immediately roared, which was different from the cute and delicate meowing before. This time the sound was like a tiger coming out of the mountain, which made people feel scared. The roar of the flame cat perfectly covered the sound of Zhuangxiao shouting. This made the people following the flame cat tremble with their hearts. I don't know what this ancestor is crazy about. Then, the flame cat carried Zhuangxiao and rushed forward, and one of the two objects hanging on its back was lost. Zhuangxiao grabbed the fiery red hair under him and half lay on its back. The dense forest was full of mutant vines, shrubs, and branches. Colliding with any mutant plants might affect her beauty. The moment the flame cat rushed out, everyone rushed out. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong picked up their luggage on the ground and followed closely. However, fortunately, the destructive power of this flame cat is quite strong, and they only need to follow the broken branches and leaves. The wind whistled past her ears, and Zhuangxiao lay quietly, tightly grasping the hair of the flame cat under her. The reason why she didn't let the flame cat stop. In fact, well, it seems that this guy still doesn't understand human words. In short, it just doesn't listen. It's because she found that the direction where the flame cat was running was getting closer and closer to the human voice. And there seemed to be gunshots. So many people. And in the Emperor's forest, it is very likely that they are Du Zhong's brother. Du Huai's team. The gunshots became more and more frequent. Suddenly, the flame cat's fiery red wings stretched out from under its hair, like an airplane taking off. After gliding for a few seconds, its body was perpendicular to the ground and rushed straight to the treetops. In this flight mode, Zhuang Xiao felt like she was sitting outside the cabin of a fighter jet. Even though she held the flame cat's hair tightly with both hands, she still felt that she might fall to the ground at any time and be smashed into a meat pie, especially the branches and leaves from all directions, scratching her back. Ah! Zhuang Xiao couldn't help screaming. When Zhuang Xiao thought she was about to fall from a high altitude, she felt that the flame cat's body had returned to normal flight mode, and the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. The man and the cat were already above the imperial forest. The 360-degree panoramic skylight overlooked everything in the world, and the mountains were undulating. A poem came to her mind before she could sing it loudly. Her cat, her flame cat, swooped down at an astonishing speed. This was damn more exciting than riding a roller coaster. The volcano car. At least there was a seatbelt. She relied solely on her two hands, and she was always worried that the two tufts of hair in her hands would be accidentally pulled off by her. When she landed, she must first get a seatbelt for herself. Instantaneous time. Zhuang Xiao felt his brain congested with blood, his body hanging upside down, his legs nowhere to go, and immediately choked the flame cat. Although it didn't lock it. Oh! The neck is too thick. Look! It clamps half of the neck. This at least gives her feet a foothold. In this way, a cat is free in the forest, flying in the air, and a person is forced to take a roller coaster without any safety measures. About 10 minutes later, the flame cat landed on all fours again. Bullets whizzed past Zhuang Xiao's ears. Zhuang Xiao, damn. The thrilling level of this imperial forest ranks absolutely first in her life. At this time, a person and a cat fell directly into the scene of the gunfight. Captain Du. What is that? A person who was hiding behind the bushes and fighting and retreating said. Then he exclaimed as if he had discovered something strange, and shouted in an incredible voice, Captain Du. That? Is there a person on it? Although the flame cat's hair is very dense. Zhuang Xiao, who is lying in it, is wearing black clothes, which is particularly eye-catching in the red. Du Huai glanced at his companion and said nothing. He is not blind. That is a flame cat. And there is obviously a person on the back of the flame cat. This person is lying on the flame cat motionless, and it is hard to tell whether he is dead or alive. Zhuang Xiao, Lu Feng and his group, who followed the flame cat, looked up at the branch passage cleared in the air and remained silent. How to follow? After a moment of silence, Lu Feng decided to lead everyone to move along the straight line of the flame cat. After following for so long, the path opened by the flame cat is basically a straight line. So, it is very likely that its destination is in the middle or end of the straight line. As for why it suddenly soared, that is naturally because it dislikes running too slowly on four legs. Soon, everyone heard the sound of gunfire coming from the dense forest in the distance. Everyone was happy at first, and then shocked. It's my brother. It must be my brother and his people, Du Zhong said happily, pointing in a direction. And then he was ready to go there. Chapter 336. Just after taking 2 steps, he was pulled back by Zhang Lin from behind. Don't rush to go. Didn't you hear the gunshots? If you go up rashly like this, let alone help, you might even cause trouble for your brother, Zhang Lin said in a deep voice. Yes. Observe the situation first, and after figuring out the situation, see how we can help, Yan Ming also said. Du Zhong knew that what they said made sense, and took back the steps he had taken, but his heart flew over there. Seeing that Zhang Lin and Yan Ming had persuaded Du Zhong, Lu Feng began to organize and move forward in an orderly manner. Be prepared to deal with any mutant animals that may appear at any time. Although their main goal this time was to protect Zhang Lin and Du Zhong, it was obviously not a bad thing to be able to act with Du Huai in the Imperial Forest. First, Du Huai's familiarity and understanding of the Imperial Forest was definitely not comparable to that of Du Zhong, a young man. Second, with more people, They must be more resistant to risks, and the team led by Du Huai must be the elites of the number 6 safety zone. And their strength must be stronger than theirs. Third, to a certain extent, it can also reduce the pressure on them to protect the two teenagers. The only thing they need to worry about is that they brought someone else's younger brother to the dangerous place of Emperor Forest, which will definitely cause Du Huai's dissatisfaction. However, he doesn't need to worry about this, because there is still Zhang Lin in front of him. If Du Huai really annoys them, then they can just go with their cousin. After all, Zhuang Xiao has the flame cat by her side. Although the flame cat seems a little unreliable, they have not encountered any substantial danger so far. As they gradually approached, the gunshots in the dense forest in the distance became less and less. It's just that the dense forest is too dense. If it is not very close, it is impossible to see what happened in front. So, they can only continue to move forward. Let's talk about Zhuang Xiao. As she fell into the gunfight, she kept thinking in her mind what the probability of her being hit by a stray bullet was. Judging from the duration of the gunfire, she and the flame cat were obviously not the targets of the group. But now, the flame cat landed. Whether the target of the attack would shift is really debatable. The flame cat didn't care about the rain of bullets around it, and the occasional bullets fell on its body just like tickling. Its blue eyes were sparkling, scanning the mutant animals climbing on the ground or trees. Its mouth was slightly open, and saliva fell all over the ground. It hadn't eaten for almost a day, and it thought it would have to wet its fur to catch it. But it didn't expect its food to come ashore like this. Du Huai and his team were fighting against the mutant amphibious fish Halua in the Imperial Forest. Halua is an amphibious omnivorous fish. It usually lives in the waters of the Imperial Forest most of the time. If there is a lack of food in the water, it will go ashore from time to hunt small mutant animals, such as mutant frogs, mutant rabbits, mutant foxes, etc. And the fact that Halua can walk on land is not the most amazing thing about it. The most special thing about it is that this fish can not only walk on land, but also climb trees, and its body is very agile. In addition to going ashore to find food, they occasionally climb onto land, or even trees, just to bask in the sun, just like people need to regularly dry quilts and clothes for changing seasons to get rid of mold. The flame cat shook its fur, intending to temporarily get rid of the pet. That is, Zhuang Xiao. It was going to eat. Let the pet play by itself for a while. Then it thought that if it let the pet down now, what if it was eaten by the Hiluo fish? So, it decided that for the safety of the pet, it had to find something first. A mutant plant that the Hiluo fish dared not provoke, so that the Hiluo fish guys would not dare to attack its pet. The pet was too weak, and there were too many things to worry about. Zhuang Xiao naturally didn't know that the flame cat had considered so much for her in this short time. She only felt the flame cat under her shaking its fur, and she didn't know what it was trying to do. Before she could figure it out, the flame cat jumped out of the encirclement in a few seconds. Inadvertently, Zhuang Xiao peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the golden Hiluo fish on the tree. Is that a fish? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but wonder if her eyes were just blown by the wind in the air. So she had an illusion now. When did fish become able to climb trees? And they climbed quite smoothly, better than monkeys. The worldview in her mind collapsed again. Captain Du. That flame cat. The man with Du Huai heard a deafening gunshot before he finished speaking. He raised his hand and knocked on his head, trying to stop the buzzing sound in his head. After the gunshot, a Hiluo fish fell to the ground from above the man's head. It just fell into the man's arms. The Hiluo fish that was hit on the head opened its mouth wide, and a row of small fangs inside flashed coldly. The man who was still dizzy suddenly threw the Hiluo fish in his hand out. But the fish was too heavy, and less than a foot away from his feet. After dealing with the Hiluo fish in front of him, Du Huai's sight returned to the Hiluo fish that were still swimming around. Originally, they wanted to hide in the tree. But who would have thought that this golden Hiluo fish could actually climb trees? This was slightly different from the information collected before. However, this deviation has become commonplace in the past few days in the Emperor Forest. After all, this Emperor Forest is like a primeval forest. And it is a primeval forest after hundreds of years of radiation mutation. No matter what kind of species appear in it, he shouldn't feel strange. The flame cat took Zhuang Xiao through the dense forest for a while and stopped. Feeling no danger, Zhuang Xiao sat up straight from the flame's back. They stopped in a patch of grass covered with purple stalks and small white flowers. The flame cat meowed twice. It shook violently, and threw Zhuang Xiao 2 meters away. Zhuang Xiao looked at the small white flowers on her head, holding 2 tufts of fiery red hair pulled from the flame cat in her hands. And she felt like she had no desire to live. She was really going crazy. No matter how many dragon scale fruits she had, they couldn't make up for the trauma she had suffered today. The flame cat scratched here and there with its claws, and bit again with its mouth. After a while, a pile of small white flower stalks fell on the ground. Then it arched its head over the small white flower stalks piled up into a small hill on the ground, and piled them on Zhuang Xiao's body. It was pitch black in front of her eyes. Zhuang Xiao, what sin did she commit? She had to trouble the flame cat to avoid the gun battle area, and come to give her a flower burial. Meow. Meow. The flame cat patted the small white flower stalks twice with its claws. Chapter 337. After 2 meows, the flame cat thought that the pet had understood what it meant. With a woof, it opened its mouth and bit the pile of small white flower stems it had just piled up on the ground into its mouth. Zhuang Xiao, who was lying there with no hope in life, felt that her body was suspended in the air, and her head seemed to be stuck in something. She opened her eyes and looked. She was completely frozen. The sharp teeth of the flame cat, as sharp as a knife, were unexpectedly reflected in her eyes. Then a fishy smell broke into her lungs. She was half held in the mouth of the flame cat. The purple flower stems were also held in the mouth of the flame cat. In her nostrils, there was a faint fragrance lingering. Hua. Zhuang Xiao just shouted Hua's voice. The flame cat understood it immediately. The pet was uncomfortable, so the mouth loosened slightly, and the pet and plant stems in the mouth were held again before they fell to the ground. The flame cat was satisfied and took Zhuang Xiao to his lunch scene again. Zhuang Xiao was so shocked that she was in a state of panic when the flame cat bit and loosened her. This was going to change her to a beautiful mountaintop to bury her. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Zhuang Xiao knew that they were back to the scene of the gunfight again. Soon, a fishy smell with the fragrance of grass came to her face, and she was put on the ground by the flame cat again. After enduring the bad breath for a while, finally freed, Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to crawl out of the stems of the small white flowers that were buried with her. As far as the eye could see, the Hiluo fish twisting their slender golden bodies were spreading around at a very fast speed. Her Huahua was harvesting the delicacies on the ground one by one. At this distance, Zhuang Xiao could even hear the crisp sound of the flame cat's teeth piercing the fish meat and the fish bones breaking. At this time, the scene was in chaos. Du Zhong and Du Huai's teams had already joined. Du Huai stared at his brother Du Zhong and the people behind him with a heavy look in his eyes. Without saying a word, Du Zhong felt uneasy when he saw that his brother didn't speak. If he had known, he wouldn't have shown up. His brother was scary, and this golden Hiluo fish was equally scary. Du Zhong lowered his head slightly, not looking at his brother, and his eyes occasionally swept to the surrounding trees. Look at that Hiluo fish. It climbs trees better than him. Huh? Flame cat? The one sitting among the white flowers must be my cousin. Sister. Sister. In an extremely suffocating, awkward atmosphere, Du Zhong suddenly raised his head and waved his hands happily in one direction. Zhang Lin and the others were originally thinking about how to break this weird atmosphere. Following Du Zhong's surprised voice, they saw the flame cat eating, and Zhuang Xiao covered with white petals. At this time, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin didn't care about Du Huai's reaction, and all rushed towards Zhuang Xiao. Du Huai, who hadn't figured out how to discipline his brother, saw no one in front of him after a few gusts of wind. His mood was quite complicated for a while. He turned around and saw the little girl a few steps away. Du Huai narrowed his eyes and carefully identified her. She looked familiar. It seemed to be the little girl on the Baishui River. Du Huai rushed up in the direction where the Hiluo was running. The people of the Qilin team had not forgotten their duties in the Imperial Forest, and they were conscientiously driving away and hunting the Hiluo that blocked the road. The Hiluo was running around in a hurry, and they also disliked the obstacles that appeared on the road. A group of people and a group of fish. When they met, they would beat each other to death. Seeing this scene, Du Huai naturally couldn't stand idly by. He hurriedly led people to rescue. Du Huai was worried that his brother would be injured, and at the same time, he was secretly complaining about whether these people had brains, and how they got into the Imperial Forest. The moment Zhuang Xiao heard Du Zhong shout, she turned her head to look over here. However, Due to the angle, the direction of the sound was a towering tree with a diameter of several arms. So she didn't see anyone for a while. But she also recognized Du Zhong, Zhang Lin, Yan Ming, and the people of the Qilin team by hearing the voice. There were still many people brought by Du Huai on the big tree nearby, staring at the He Luoyu that had chased them to the tree in amazement, as if there was a fierce ghost chasing behind them. And they ran away quickly. For a moment, they were confused. Some people who recognized the flame cat did not think deeply about the reason, but just thought that the flame cat's speed of eating in seconds scared away the nearby He Luoyu. At this moment, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. Zhuang Xiao stood up, and before she could pat the white petals on her body, she ran to the source of the sound. After bypassing the thick trees, they saw their team being surrounded by He Luoyu. Among them, on a tree trunk, a He Luo fish with sharp little fangs was preparing to attack from a high altitude. But suddenly it sensed a smell that was unbearable for the fish. Instantly retracted the sharp little fangs, ready to run away. Zhuang Xiao casually broke a thigh-thick branch from the tree, shouted, "I'm here," and ran straight to the scene of the battle. The three teenagers and the Qilin team burst into tears of joy when they saw Zhuang Xiao rushing over. "It's your big cousin. Where's your flame cat? What's the use of you coming over with a stick?" Everyone thought of the flame cat, and their hands kept attacking. But suddenly, the He Luoyu seemed to be frightened and quickly retreated. Everyone, Zhuang Xiao, who hadn't started yet, hey, don't run away. Whether they can eat grilled fish today depends on this fight. Why are you all running away? Zhang Lin looked at the He Luoyu who were running away as if they were escaping. Puzzled. Ha ha ha. My sister is still the best. Yan Ming grinned, squeezed Lu Feng aside, and ran towards Zhuang Xiao. Qilin team, what's going on? Except for Yan Ming's mysterious confidence that it was her sister's credit. Everyone else was confused and didn't know why. How are you? Are you not injured? Zhuang Xiao threw down the stick in his hand and asked Yan Ming. Yan Ming smiled and said, "No, I'm not injured. I'm fine." Sister. Seeing that he was indeed fine, Zhuang Xiao looked at Zhang Lin and Du Zhong behind him and asked, "How about you?" The two of them smiled and said with a smile, "We are fine too." Hee hee. Then came the Qilin team. Zhuang Xiao looked at them for a few times and saw that everyone ignored them. So he was relieved. At this time, Du Huai and others who followed them met He Luoyu who retreated from Du Zhong. Gunshots rang out. Du Zhong suddenly remembered that he still had a brother. Yeah. My brother. My brother. Du Huai, Chapter 338. The people who came with Du Huai and hid in the trees came down from the trees one after another when they saw Du Zhong and his group. Second young master. Why are you here too? Among these people, there were several people who knew Du Zhong and came forward to greet him. Someone else asked, "Where is Captain Du?" Du Zhong couldn't tell who was who for a moment. He greeted everyone randomly and ran back in a hurry to help his brother. In an instant, Zhuang Xiao seemed to understand the purpose of the flame cat's flower burial for him. She grabbed Du Zhong and said, "Wait a minute." Then she ran back to her little white flower burial objects. Perhaps this was the reason why He Luoyu ran away. Seeing Zhuang Xiao run away again in a few seconds, everyone looked at each other. A small pile of little white flower stalks was still there, and there was no golden figure around. She bent down and hugged the little white flower stalks in her arms, and then returned to where Du Zhong and his group were. Everyone saw Zhuang Xiao hurriedly leave and hurried back, holding a half-person high thin plant full of small white flowers. He had no idea what the plant was for. Zhuang Xiao put the plant on the ground, took a handful in her hand, and began to distribute it to everyone, saying as she handed it back, "Don't be polite. Take it all. One per person. If you want more, you can go over there and get it yourself." She distributed dozens of plants in her hand and pointed to the place she had just been to. Although the people in Zhuang Xiao team didn't understand what this was, they all took the plants in their hands obediently. Maybe this is some unknown powerful species, just like the mountain ghost flower and dragon scale fruit before. And the group of people who followed Du Huai into the Emperor's forest were a little at a loss. What was going on? However, Zhuang Xiao didn't care what they thought. After distributing the plants she brought, she said to Du Zhong, "Let's go now and save my brother." As she said that, she stuffed a few more small white flower plants into Du Zhong's hands. and led the group to Du Huai and the others. Du Zhong was pulled by Zhuang Xiao and staggered behind her. Zhang Lin, Yan Ming and the Qilin team, each holding a small white flower stalk in their hands, followed them. The people who left Du Huai looked at each other and stood there in a daze. Brother Lu, are you holding it? Or throwing it away? One of the younger youths asked a middle-aged strong man. The small white flower stalks in his hand exuding a faint fragrance, which was quite pleasant. They were chased by the Hiluo fish for a long time, and they also smelled the fishy smell for a long time. The fragrance of the small white flower seemed particularly fresh and pleasant at this moment. The middle-aged strong man looked at the delicate little white flower in his hand and said with a fierce face, "What are you throwing away? Didn't you see that the Qilin team in the number 11 safety zone is holding it?" Although he was also full of doubts. What is the use of this thing? However, their second young master's brain circuit is sometimes a bit strange. But the Qilin team in the number 11 safety zone can't be mentally abnormal? At this time, the Qilin team. Wang Ding carefully asked his sister Wang Qiong, "Sister, what are we doing with this thing? Don't you think it's a bit stupid?" Wang Qiong rolled her eyes at her brother and said, "Flowers can only be paired with beauties. The unfinished meaning is beyond words." Wang Ding, heroes are also worth it. Thinking of heroes, Wang Ding shook the white flowers uncomfortably, and the white petals fell lightly on the moss on the ground. It looks particularly delicate and moving. In short, the people in the Qilin team also kept performing small dramas. But they held the little white flowers in their hands tightly. "Brother, I'm coming." Du Zhong was dragged behind by Zhuang Xiao, shouting while running, shaking the little white flower in his hand and cheering himself up desperately. Du Huai, who was surrounded by Hiluoyu, shook his hand holding the gun, and the bullet instantly missed and sank into the green moss. "Go back. Don't make trouble." Du Huai had to speak out to stop Du Zhong from coming. It's just that Du Zhong couldn't help himself. He was dragged to run over. As the people holding the little white flowers ran, the petals on the stems left the branches, fluttered lightly in the air, and then fell to the ground. The flower fragrance that scared Hiluoyu spread everywhere. Hiluoyu could only run away again helplessly. Seeing this wonder appear again, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that Hiluoyu was afraid of the little white flower plants in their hands. The younger boys holding the stems of small white flowers, who had been chased by Hiluoyu for half a day, were relieved at this moment. They each held a delicate plant and ran after Hiluoyu. Du Huai, the one being dragged by the little girl was his brother. Right? Zhuang Xiao completely forgot that she was dragging someone behind her, and ran out in the direction where Hiluoyu fled. It was already noon. Lunch hasn't been settled yet. Du Zhong looked back at his brother and shouted, "Brother, let me avenge you." Du Huai, is my brother crazy? Did my brother inhale the scent of the mountain ghost flower? Du Huai's mind was petrified for a moment, and he couldn't understand the situation in front of him. Suddenly, a roar came from the dense forest, followed by the crackling sound of branches breaking. Du Huai instantly came out of the petrification and chased after Du Huai. Hiluoyu fled, and the two groups successfully joined forces. The two groups mixed together and ran towards Zhuang Xiao and Du Zhong. At this time, Zhuang Xiao looked at the flame cat blocking her way. There was still blood between her teeth. The breath she exhaled was even more fishy. Is this because she is full? But she is still hungry. Zhuang Xiao let go of Du Zhong, reached out and touched the head of the flame cat, and said pitifully, "Hey, Hua, your master is almost starving." The flame cat tilted its head and blinked its blue eyes several times, not understanding why its pet suddenly became so listless. It takes a bit of brainpower to understand what the pet said. What to do? Seeing that the flame cat did not respond, Zhuang Xiao stretched out her hand in disdain to tear off the remaining flesh on its mouth, and continued to perform, "This, I want this, to eat." Seeing that the flame cat's leftovers were really about to be stuffed into its mouth, the flame cat still did not understand her body language. Zhuang Xiao was silent. Forget it. The performance was for the blind. Let's do it ourselves. Rely on the mountain and the mountain will fall. Rely on people and people will run away. Only yourself is the most reliable. The flame cat looked at the strange movements of the pet and suddenly burped. The fishy smell came to the face. Zhuang Xiao, the flame cat, after burping, suddenly remembered that its pet seemed to have eaten a little food in the morning. So it must be starving now. So, The flame cat meowed, turned around and ran away. Sister, why did the flame cat leave? Du Xiong, who was staggered by the flame cat's tail, asked. Chapter 339. 10 minutes later. The light in the dense forest suddenly dimmed. And then, there was a continuous sound of branches breaking. It seemed that something heavy fell from the sky. Everyone raised their heads suddenly. Their eyes were filled with shock. And then, they quickly ran towards the area outside the shadow, accompanied by a deafening bang. The earth seemed to tremble. Everyone stared at the dying mutant elk on the ground, which was as big as a small mountain. And they were all stunned. Pie in the sky? No. It was an elk falling from the sky. The moment he noticed the abnormality, Zhuang Xiao dragged Du Xiong and ran out dozens of meters away. After the mutant elk landed, the flame cat swooped down from the sky and landed on the mutant elk like lightning. After landing, the wings behind it were retracted into the fiery red hair. Then it made a cute and lovely meow. Where is its pet? Zhuang Xiao, I'm here. I'm here. Zhuang Xiao came out from behind a tree and ran straight to the flame cat. The mutant elk blinked its lifeless eyes and stared at Zhuang Xiao. Even so, Zhuang Xiao was not soft-hearted at all. This was most likely her lunch today. She took a little sticky blood from the bleeding neck of the mutant elk and dripped it on the watch. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. The sound on the watch was clearly transmitted to the ears of the people around. Yan Ming, Du Xiong, Zhang Lin and Zhuang Xiao sat on the ground, with the sturdy body of the flame cat squatting behind them. The four of them combed the flame cat's hair from time to time. The flame cat squinted its big gray-blue eyes comfortably. Yan Ming looked at the busy people in front of him and said rather melancholy, Sister, this mutant elk is so big. So many of us can eat it for several days. Yeah. It's really worrying. Du Xiong also said, this must be over 1,000 kilograms. As for whether it was 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 kilograms, he couldn't say for sure. In short, watching those people climbing up and down on the mutant elk, you can imagine how much meat this small meat mountain has. Their team, plus the people brought by Du Huai, are less than 100 people. How could they eat so much at once? At this time, Du Huai glanced at his brother and was speechless. The two camps were so clear-cut, and their camp was responsible for the work. Even the Qilin team with them sat near the flame cat and happily discussed how to eat the venison deliciously later. Is this really okay? Won't it attract some big mutant animals? The young man standing next to Du Huai said worriedly. Then Du Huai said calmly, nothing, looking at the small white flower plant in his hand. The petals on it have all fallen off, leaving only a bare purple stem. Through the watch database, Du Huai did not find any information about the plant. So, this plant is one of the species they have not discovered before. Du Huai glanced at Du Xiong and the others, as well as the flame cat sleeping behind them. It is said that the flame cat brought this plant. Even the girl named Zhuang Xiao did not know that this plant could scare He Luoyu. With this, it seems easier to go to the lakeside. The firewood pile was lit. Most of the venison was roasted, and a small part was boiled. The water for boiling the venison was found and processed by Du Huai and others from the nearby giant trees. However, Zhuang Xiao was very disappointed with the venison she ate. Without a variety of seasonings, the taste of both roasted and boiled venison was unsatisfactory. It was far from her expectations. Yes, coming to the Imperial Forest is an adventure, not a food tour. Who would wander around here with a bunch of kitchen utensils? After all, survival is the first priority. It is already very difficult to get out alive. The attack of He Luoyu caused several people in Du Huai's team to lose, and many people were injured. Zhuang Xiao saw all of this with her own eyes. So, she was very lucky to be able to sit here and eat venison safely. After thinking it through, the meat in her mouth actually tasted a little more delicious. Alas, it's a pity that such a large piece of venison can't be taken back. It's really shameful to waste it. After lunch, where are you going next? Du Huai asked Du Xiong and Zhang Lin. Du Xiong and Zhang Lin looked at Du Huai with confused faces, blinking their eyes, and then shook their heads at the same time and said, I don't know. Du Huai was speechless. Seeing that Du Huai didn't speak, the two looked at Zhuang Xiao again and said, Sister, where are we going next? With the eldest brother and cousin here, they don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Zhuang Xiao, why do you ask her about this kind of thing? It wasn't her who organized the trip to Emperor Forest. Du Huai heard the two people asking Zhuangxiao. So he also moved his eyes to her, with no expression on his face. And his expression was indifferent. Zhuangxiao quickly shook her head and said, I don't know. Du Huai, Lu Feng saw that Du Huai's eyes were about to move to him, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, That? Don't ask me. I'm just following orders. Wherever you go, the Qilin team will go. Good guy. He didn't dare to make a decision casually in front of Du Huai. Suddenly, a clear young voice sounded. Sister, didn't we say we were going to that lake before? Yin Ming touched his head, wondering how long it had been. And they all forgot their destination. After hearing Yin Ming's words, everyone suddenly remembered. Yes, they were going to the big lake. It's just that. Now, are they still going to the big lake? Everyone stared at Du Huai, waiting for him to give the final answer, being stared at by so many pure eyes. Du Huai really wanted to send them all back to the safe zone. After a few breaths of silence, Du Huai said, Then let's go to the big lake together. If we can't send them back to the safe zone, it's better to take these 12 people with us. At least among these 12 people, there are still 8 combat-capable mercenary team members. Zhuangxiao, Flame Cat, who are you looking down on? The matter was settled casually, and finally Zhuangxiao and his group walked at the front of the team. And the front of their group was still the Flame Cat as the pioneer, with the Flame Cat following. Du Huai felt that their 1-hour journey was particularly smooth. They didn't encounter any strange mutant animals along the way. Even the birds flying in the sky only rested for a while, and then left quickly. Du Huai stared at the fiery red Flame Cat in front of him, but his eyes fell on Zhuangxiao on the Flame Cat. Chapter 340. Zhuangxiao sat on a high mount, looking relaxed. Gradually, the woody plants in the dense forest gradually decreased, replaced by shrubs, then herbaceous plants, and finally, the height of the plants was not enough to block their sight. Zhuangxiao sat on the Flame Cat. With such a high view, the big lake in front is clearly visible. The clear lake water is like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, flying birds, and plants in the sky. Like a beautiful picture. Under the sun, the color of the lake changes in 1,000 ways, forming a gradient between dark blue and dark green. Like a dream. This scenery is so beautiful. Du Huai and his group, who came back here again, were not as relaxed as Zhuangxiao and his group. In addition to the halua fish that would come ashore, there are other mutant plants that make people wary. Du Zhong ran to the back of their team in 3 or 2 steps and asked Du Huai, Brother, what are you looking for here? Their team was very curious about this question. It's just that they were embarrassed to ask. Du Huai replied concisely, Dragon scale fruit. Mountain ghost flower? Du Zhong asked back. Du Huai nodded and said, Did you meet it on the way? Du Zhong hummed, turned around and ran back, intending to tell Zhuangxiao the news. Du Huai, The group walked along the lake and stopped from time to time, and saw a sunny slope on the lakeshore from a distance. The black sea of flowers was strange and mysterious, because there was no obstruction in front. Even at such a distance, Zhuangxiao could still see clearly that the large areas of mountains and plains were undoubtedly mountain ghost flowers. Like a quiet and deep ocean, a gust of wind blew, stirring up black ripples. Zhuangxiao muttered in her heart, Isn't this plant untouchable? While complaining, Zhuangxiao saw people passing by the Flame Cat, each wearing a black mask. And the mask looked like the shape of the gas mask she had seen. The backpacks behind each person were filled with the stems of small white flowers that Flame Cat had buried for her. This was the starting point for Du Huai and his group to be hunted down. Under the black sea of flowers, there were many not-so-deep waterways, in which a large number of halua fish were hiding, waiting for an opportunity to eat. Dragon scale fruit was not only attractive to Du Huai and his group, but also to most of the birds and beasts in the imperial forest. Sister, what are we doing? Yin Ming asked. When they came out, they had not thought that the mountain ghost flower and dragon scale fruit could actually be the same plant. So now they had suffered from their lack of education and could only stand idly on the periphery, far away from the mountain ghost flower, to avoid inhaling the fragrance that the mountain ghost flower would release later. In fact, they did not need to worry so much. The location where Du Huai brought them was at the upwind side of the mountain ghost flower. And even if there was a fragrance released, it would be heading downwind. Take a walk around here, Zhuangxiao said. Du Zhong was also told by Du Huai to stay nearby. After they finished this matter, They immediately returned to the safe zone. After that, they began to look for edible plants nearby. Or, it would be even better if they could find a few unknown plants. Then, sister, I will go over there with Zhang Lin and Du Zhong. Yanming pointed in the direction of the Qilin team and said. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, then I will ride the flame cat around. Yanming looked at the flame cat with envy, then looked at the flame cat again, and then left reluctantly to find Zhang Lin and the others. Who wouldn't want to ride this majestic mount? But it seems not so good. Being able to stroke its fur is a great honor given to them by the flame cat. For example, the members of the Qilin team can only get close, not touch. Not to mention Du Hui and his group. The flame cat has a very clear relationship between close and distant people. After Yanming left, Zhuang Xiao stood in front of the flame cat, staring at its big gray-blue eyes intently and began to persuade. If you can understand the main point, then listen. If you can't understand, then just think of it as her free teaching today. After half an hour of watching the little man in front of him open and close his mouth, the sun was shining brightly, and he couldn't help but want to doze off. This lullaby is good. Seeing the gray-blue eyes getting smaller and smaller, Zhuang Xiao was anxious. How did he fall asleep? She reached out and grabbed its long eyelashes, and said softly but viciously, don't sleep. No. No. Let's fight. Discuss family status by force. She was a little fed up with the cat temper of the flame cat. She endured riding the volcano car, and she endured being buried by Huazong. The service exchange for 2 Super S-level energy stones was so unsatisfactory. The flame cat, whose eyelashes were pulled, got up from the ground and immediately put on a posture for a fight. Zhuang Xiao, well, let me make it clear in advance that it is only for physical combat. No mouth. No claws. Zhuang Xiao took a step back and said, her nails and teeth are not as sharp as the flame cat's. If it is a competition of strength, hey, let's try it first. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, it will probably be treated as a little mouse to accompany the second uncle. She saw the elements of playfulness in this guy's eyes several times. So, let's start. Zhuang Xiao took a stance and stared at the flame cat's eyes, motionless. Then, the flame cat did the same. The breeze blew over the lake, sparkling. Another half an hour passed. The flame cat blinked again, and then fell to the ground, rolled on the spot like a dog, with its 4 legs facing the sky. The light red hair on its belly was exposed to the sun. After a while, it climbed up again, tilted its head, and looked at Zhuang Xiao, who was still motionless. I've given up. Why is she still not moving? Zhuang Xiao, Her legs were numb. Her face was stiff. Her eyes were dry. And she couldn't move for a while. By the way, how do those street performance artists keep the same posture for hours without moving? It's too difficult. The flame cat saw that Zhuang Xiao was still not moving. So he stepped forward and rubbed her with his head. Well, she fell down, with her 4 legs in the air, and her posture did not change. The flame cat scratched her with its claws, and turned her over several times on the ground. Zhuang Xiao felt that the blood in her body seemed to start to flow. Then, the flame cat lay down beside Zhuang Xiao, and licked her face like a dog. It's a bit unbearable. Zhuang Xiao was stunned, then the flame cat secretly glanced at her. But there was no reaction. So, he leaned his head over and licked her again. After that, no, that's enough. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand to refuse. That's enough. She's already acting like a dog, so she's probably obedient. Hua, let's go up and take a walk. Zhuang Xiao pointed to the sky. She wanted to walk the dog up in the sky. Chapter 341. Before walking the dog? No. Walking the cat. Zhuang Xiao did a little preparation this time. 3 minutes later, the flame cat spread its wings, took off very lightly, and glided slowly over the lake. Zhuang Xiao shrank into the sack, with only a small head showing at the opening of the sack. The sack fell on the neck of the flame cat like a pendant. The wind blew on her face, which was extremely pleasant and comfortable. She couldn't help but give herself a big thumbs up in her heart. She is really a clever ghost. Sitting on the back of the flame cat, people are more comfortable only when it flies parallel to the ground, and there is no need to worry about falling at any time. And gliding up, gliding down, soaring into the sky, and diving down. All 4 actions made her nervous. Let the flame cat take a circle around Yanning, and tell them that she will be back before dark. Then she took a circle around the mountain ghost flower. After that, she squatted comfortably in the sack and admired the scenery below. After a while, the flame cat began to speed up. Zhuang Xiao felt that her face was almost deformed by the wind in the sky. Fortunately, she was smart and prepared the sack for warmth in advance. So, after she felt a little cold, she shrank her head into the sack, pulled the drawstring of the sack, and nestled in it like a cat. Close your eyes and rest. Let the flame cat fly freely in the air. The sack was sealed tightly, and Zhuang Xiao fell asleep while closing her eyes and resting. 2 hours later, in a mountain range northwest of Qihua Mountain, Hui Xiao walked into the cave, holding a rhizome plant that he had just dug out of the soil, and looked at Hu Qianli lying on the ground and asked, "Xiang Su, how are you?" Hu Qianli's face was pale, and he said weakly, "Not very good. I don't know when the rescuers from the number 7 safety zone will arrive." Feng Xiang came out of the cave, his face also not very good, seeing that they were about to reach the number 7 safety zone. Who would have thought that they would be surrounded by a group of mutants, including people and cars, in the dense forest? And judging from the state of these people, this is obviously a high radiation area. Xiao Yin came out of the tent and heard Feng Xiang and others say, "It is only 2 days away from here to the number 7 safety zone at most. There are traces on the road. It has been a day since the message was sent. It should be tonight at the earliest and tomorrow at the latest. They have been trapped here for a day and a night." After discovering something was wrong, the group tried to return along the original route, and at the same time, they had to avoid the attacks of mutant animals. If not, they would never stay here. Although Xiaoyan brought enough supplies, including a large amount of gene purification and gene stabilization drugs. However, the supplied vehicle could not enter the dense forest together. The only thing to be thankful for is that almost everyone in the group of people who went out carried energy stones, and Xiaoyan had quite a few. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on until now. Xiaoyan looked at Wu Xiao, who was moving back and forth in the cave and had the energy to take care of the team members. With an inexplicable expression, as a former member of the mercenary team who withdrew due to gene collapse, how much energy stones should be nourished to maintain the current state of this body? As if he noticed Xiaoyan's scrutiny, Wu Xiao raised his head and collided with Xiaoyan's sight, and then the two moved away as if nothing had happened. Wu Xiao continued to check the situation of Yan Hu, Xiang Su, and Wan He. All of them had cold sweat on their faces and looked very painful. The energy stones that Xiaoyan took out could only keep these people alive for a few more days. As for how many days they can live, it depends on fate. Wu Xiao touched the bag of energy stones that Zhuang Xiao gave him before he set off. After a moment of hesitation, he stuffed the energy stones into the lapels of the 3 people when no one was paying attention. Yan Hu's physical condition had not recovered. Therefore, Wu Xiao stuffed a few more pieces into Yan Hu. Fortunately, she brought all the energy stones that Zhuang Xiao prepared for her with her. Otherwise, this time it would be really unpredictable. Wu Xiao was wiping the sweat from Yan Hu's forehead. Then he heard Meng Qingyang's voice from outside the cave. "There are mutant animals. Hurry into the cave." The cave they were looking for. The entrance of the cave is very narrow, but there is a different world inside. Mutated animals with slightly larger bodies can't get in at all. This is also one of the main reasons why they chose this cave at the beginning, which can reduce the attacks of many highly dangerous mutant animals for them invisibly. Even so, Xiaoyan still arranged for someone to stand guard outside. As soon as Xiaoyan reached the cave entrance, he saw a mutated flying beast with fiery red hair and wings spread out falling from the sky. Its huge body broke the branches and vines that were hindering its descent into pieces. The big head was blocking the entrance of the cave. The sack hanging on the neck was swinging back and forth on the chest. The flame cat sniffed hard with the tip of its nose. And there was indeed the smell of a human on the neck in this cave. What's going on? Feng Xiang came out and saw a sack swinging above the cave entrance. The body of the flame cat blocked the cave tightly. Seeing that the animals outside the cave could not get in, the nervous hearts of the people in the cave suddenly relaxed. "It's okay if they can't get in. It's okay if they can't get in," Meng Qingyang replied. This mutant flying beast suddenly fell from the sky and landed at the entrance of the cave. Fiery red hair, blue eyes, looks a bit like a wolf, but it has wings. For a moment, he couldn't tell what animal it was. Xiaoyan felt that Meng Qingyang's description was a bit familiar, but he didn't see the whole appearance of the animal, and it was hard to be sure if it was the kind of animal that just flashed through his mind. The flame cat couldn't get any closer, and was a little anxious to confirm the target that the smell had finally locked on. He raised his head and began to stretch his claws inside. He just saw that several bipeds had just run into the cave. The moment the flame cat stretched its claws in, everyone retreated several meters away. Due to the movement of the flame cat's head, the sack hanging under its neck just swung into the cave. And when it suddenly raised its head, the sack just hit the top of the cave entrance. There was a cry of surprise from someone inside the sack. "Is there someone in the sack?" Hu Qianli exclaimed, his pale face flushed with excitement. "It's a woman," Meng Qingyang said immediately. Wu Xiao also came out at this time, and just heard this cry, and he felt that it sounded a little familiar. Chapter 342. Zhuang Xiao touched the big bump on her head that had just hit her, hissing in the sack, and yelled angrily, "Whoa, can't we fly properly?" The sack was hung on the neck of the flame cat, and she felt like she was sleeping in a cradle, not to mention how comfortable it was. Before she was woken up by the collision, she dreamed that she had returned to her world. The world in her dream was the same as before, and it did not stop functioning because of the absence of her. She flew over the familiar city, familiar streets, familiar communities, with tall buildings on the ground, cars flowing on the streets, and people bustling around. So prosperous. When she was about to go home to take a look, she suddenly felt someone hit her head with a stick. Then, her eyes opened instantly, and there was darkness in front of her. The head felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, and it hurt. Wu Xiao, Meng Qingyang, and Hu Qianli were slightly stiff. This voice, why did it sound so much like Zhuang Xiao's voice? Wu Xiao pushed the person in front of him away and walked forward a few steps. Hu Qianli stood there staggeringly, shouting in disbelief, "Yes, yes, is it my cousin? Zhuang Xiao in the sack, this sound? How could there be someone? Where did Hua fly to?" He rubbed his head randomly, and there was no sticky feeling. It seemed that his head was not smashed, but the bump on his head seemed a little big. Zhuang Xiao untied the drawstring of the sack, and when she looked up, she saw the stone wall and the messy hair on the neck of the flame cat. She supported the stone wall above her head with both hands and turned around in the sack. Several familiar faces came into view. "You? Why are you here?" Zhuang Xiao's eyes widened, looking at the people in front of her who were hidden in the light red light and shadow. Xiaoyan, Hu Qianli, Wu Xiao, Meng Qingyang, and a few others she didn't know. When Zhuang Xiao turned her face, the people in the cave were also shocked. There is actually someone in this sack. It is actually my cousin in this sack. It is actually Zhuang Xiao in this sack. The people in the cave were so shocked that no one answered her question for a while. The most important thing is that this question is exactly what they want to ask. "By the way, cousin, aren't you fishing in the number 6 safety zone? How come you are almost near the number 7 safety zone?" When the communication was still smooth, Wu Xiao would send messages to Zhuang Xiao every day to ask about her situation. And Zhuang Xiao's answer every time was that she was fishing to make money. The same was true for Yan Ming's reply to Yan Hu's message. Although Wu Xiao and Yan Hu felt that these two people were not telling the truth, they did not expect they actually met Zhuang Xiao in this way. Seeing that the claws of the flame cat were about to scratch Wu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao quickly reached out and pulled the hair on the front legs of the flame cat and said, "Stop scratching with your claws. It's going to scratch people." As soon as the voice fell, the claws of the flame cat really retreated from the cave obediently. Wu Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, looked up at Zhuang Xiao who was sitting in the sack with a smile, and asked anxiously, "Why are you here? This is a high radiation area." As for the mutant animals outside the cave, he didn't care at all how they got mixed up with Zhuang Xiao. Anyway, since meeting this girl, the mutant animals and mutant plants in the wasteland have become abnormal. "Ah? This is a high radiation area? No wonder." Before she finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao fell silent. No wonder. She was full of red light in front of her eyes. She just thought it was because of the visual illusion brought to her by the red hair of the flame cat. Then Zhuang Xiao thought of the broken bodies of Wu Xiao and Yan Hu. So she hurriedly asked, "How are you?" This is the encyclopedia she spent a lot of effort to repair. "Not bad. How about you?" Wu Xiao continued to ask. Zhuang Xiao said, "I'm fine too." Everyone, why are you still talking? Xiao Yin stood in front of the crowd, looking at the two people who greeted him as if no one was around, clenched his fist and coughed lightly, and said, cousin, do you want to come out of the sack first? Zhuang Xiao, yes. Yes. She is still in the sack. Hearing Xiao Yan's voice, Zhuang Xiao looked inside a few more times. Just now, she was affected by the red light, and didn't look carefully enough. This look. Wow. Several people in the group were as pale as ghosts. The light in the cave was dim. The red light was faint. And the pale faces were really scary. However, looking at the state, it doesn't look good. Hua, lower your head. I want to get down, Zhuang Xiao said, pulling the hemp rope on the flame cat's neck. The flame cat lowered its head obediently. The sack fell to the ground. Zhuang Xiao pulled the clothes on his body and got out of the sack. The cold wind whistled. It was so cold. 2 seasons in one day. Seeing Zhuang Xiao coming out, Hui Xiao hurriedly took off his coat and prepared to put it on her. Then, Zhuang Xiao refused without hesitation. No. I brought clothes. They are tied to Hua's back. Even so, Hui Xiao still put his coat on her without rejection. Zhuang Xiao put on Hui Xiao's coat and drove the flame cat to the side of the cave entrance. She climbed on its back with her hands and feet and untied the luggage on it. Then, she rushed into the cave with her luggage in her hands. It was even colder outside the cave. Her nose was almost frozen. Xiao Yin and his group watched Zhuang Xiao drive the flame cat out, watched her climb on the flame cat, and watched her squeeze into the cave with her luggage. During this process, Hui Xiao didn't help at all. Afterwards, everyone saw Zhuang Xiao find an unoccupied corner in the cave and began to put on layers of clothes. Everyone, after putting on all the clothes, Zhuang Xiao rubbed her still aching head and began to greet everyone. Hi. I have to go back after sitting for a while. What's wrong with you? She had to go back to the Imperial Forest before dark. After that, she observed the situation in the cave. There were several people lying on the ground. Their chests were still rising and falling, and they should still be alive. It is estimated that the situation is not optimistic. Moreover, among the people lying on the ground, there are several people she is familiar with. The people in the cave were shocked by Zhuang Xiao's words that I have to go back after sitting for a while. Go back? Go back to where? Did you hit your head? Hui Xiao asked instead of answering. No. It's just a big bump, Zhuang Xiao thought. Hui Xiao stepped forward and said, let me see. As he said that, he pulled Zhuang Xiao's arm, pressed her to sit on a stone, and began to check her head. Zhuang Xiao, look if you want. Everyone, no. Can't you talk about something serious? For example, the flame cat at the door. For example, in short, it is definitely not the style of the painting now. Chapter 343. As soon as Hui Xiao's fingers touched the bump on her head, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but cry out softly, hiss. It hurts. Hearing Zhuang Xiao's exclamation, he instantly slowed down his movements and said softly, are you dizzy? Do you feel sick? No. I'm not sick. Just in pain, Zhuang Xiao replied. That's good. Hui Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that only the scalp of the head was injured, and there was no concussion. The swelling and pain will naturally subside in a day or two. By the way, how can you leave the high radiation area like this? Zhuang Xiao rubbed his head again, tied his hat and scarf, and stood up and said, there are not 1, 2, 3 or 4 people lying on the ground, but 7 or 8. There may be more in the tent. In short, there are quite a few people who fell down. Xiao Yin, who was acting as a background board next to him, said, the rescue team is coming. Do you still want to wait for the rescue team? Zhuang Xiao's eyes moved from Yin Hu to Xiao Yin's face and asked back. Xiao Yin choked. Everyone thought, otherwise. We can't just leave the fallen ones here to die. Those who haven't fallen may fall at any time. Now, there are only a few people who can still work in this group. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the sad faces of the people, thought for a moment and said, how about I send you off? The words were said to Xiao Yin. After all, he is the most senior official here. Really. Every time I meet Xiao Yin, he always looks miserable. Even the most beautiful beauty Feng Xiang now looks extremely haggard. How to send? Xiao Yin said. He naturally wants to get out of the high radiation area as soon as possible. Every second they stay here, The god of death is counting down their lives. 15 minutes later. Everyone looked at the artificial necklace, with a circle of mummies hanging on the neck of the flame cat. And they were quite satisfied. Mummies wrapped tightly in tents, and vines were half hidden in the fiery red hair on the flame cat's neck. Who will sit on its back? Zhuang Xiao stroked the flame cat's ears, and asked everyone. Hu Qianli, Wei Xing, Sima Yan, and Xiao Yan named 8 or 9 people in succession. There were more than 30 people in the cave, and they went back in 2 waves. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao sat in 2 sacks respectively. And the flame cat suddenly had 2 more pendants. And the 2 of them had to follow every time they went back and forth. Zhuang Xiao was responsible for making the flame cat obedient and work hard. Wu Xiao was responsible for showing Zhuang Xiao the way to the place where they had the incident, where their car was now. As long as they arrived at the place where the incident happened, they could continue to the number 7 safety zone. Hold Huahua's hair tightly. The journey may be a bit bumpy, Zhuang Xiao said loudly to the people on the flame cat's back. That's all I have to say. I believe everyone is a person who cherishes life. Let's go. Zhuang Xiao pulled the hemp rope on the flame cat's neck, and the flame cat's wings spread out. Ah! Hu Qianli screamed, and then the flame cat took off. After the flame cat left, the remaining people returned to the cave. The flame cat flew steadily over the winter forest, only more than 10 meters away from the top of the tree. Yan Hu, who enjoyed the nourishment of 2 energy stones at the same time, was awakened by the cold wind in the sky. Under the cold wind, the mind was instantly clear. After a scream, he fell asleep again. The flame cat shook its ears in disdain, and the frequency of flapping its wings increased a few points. Half an hour later, the flame cat slowly landed on the road. After Zhuang Xiao put everyone down, he and Hu Xiao returned. When Xiao Yan and others were brought out of the high radiation area again, the rescue team of the number 7 safety zone had just arrived at the place where they had the accident. At this time, the rescue team was talking to Hu Qianli and the others about the situation. The moment the flame cat landed, it frightened these ignorant people. They almost became the target of the other party's attack. After flying these 2 flights, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing the dusk gradually sinking, Zhuang Xiao had to hurry back to her emperor forest. Zhuang Xiao, Wu Xiao, and Xiao Yan stood together. Xiao Yan said solemnly, "Thanks to my cousin this time. I will definitely reward you when I return to the safe zone." Zhuang Xiao said, "Then can I apply for the right to fly in the airspace of our safe zone for Huahua? If not, it doesn't matter. With Huahua, wherever she lives is the safe zone." Xiao Yan looked at the flame cat and said happily, "Okay, that's fine." Then Zhuang Xiao looked at Wu Xiao and said, "Send me a message after you finish your business in the number 7 safe zone. I pick you up. This way, the journey will be safer and smoother, and they can return to the 11th safe zone earlier. She wants to go home." Wu Xiao nodded and said, "Okay." Besides that, he didn't know what to say. Compared with the flame cat, his strength, even the strength of their team, was obviously not enough. People can't beat cats? It's so annoying. Flame cat, what are you competing with me for? By the way, this is for you. Zhuang Xiao took out a handful of dragon scale fruit from his bag for a long time and handed it to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao just thought it was edible, so he reached out to take it. Xiao Yan suddenly said, "Dragon scale fruit? Cousin, can you sell some to me?" Zhuang Xiao, Wu Xiao, do you know what this is? Zhuang Xiao said. And then she saw Xiao Yan nodded. Okay. He is a connoisseur. I just don't know the price. However, she looked at the sky and didn't have time to tell Xiao Yan about this. So she said, "You tell Hu Xiao. I have to go." After that, she took the bag. More than 100 dragon scale fruits were simply stuffed into Wu Xiao. Then, she sat on her exclusive sack, waved to the 2 people, and waved to Feng Xiang, Hu Qianli and others in the distance. After that, the flame cat flew into the sky. But in a moment, the fiery red figure disappeared in the dusk. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at the dragon scale fruit in Wu Xiao's hand. His eyes were burning, but his voice remained calm and said, "Captain Hua, I wonder how much you can sell me." Wu Xiao, At this time, it's appropriate to say this. There are still a row of people lying in the car. Moreover, he hasn't even figured out what dragon scale fruit is. I don't know where the little girl got the fruit from. They came and went in a hurry. and neither of them said a few words. It's getting late. Let's talk after we get to the number 7 safe zone, Wu Xiao said. Xiaoyan had no objection to this. It was indeed late that day. Chapter 344. The night deepened, and the wind was cold in the air. In the Imperial Forest. Did the little girl say what time did she come back? It has been more than an hour since dark. And there is no sign of the flame cat. Lu Feng asked the 3 teenagers. The 3 teenagers were also very anxious. Especially Yan Ming. He and Zhuang Xiao were the closest among them. Du Zhong and Zhang Lin saw Yan Ming was fidgeting. Zhang Lin hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry. The flame cat is here. Our sister will be fine. Yes. Yes, in the Imperial Forest. The flame cat is the ceiling of combat power. And it will be fine. Du Zhong also echoed. On the way back, the flame cat flew in a straight line all the time. So, half of the time, Zhuang Xiao's eyes were filled with a vast red fog. In the middle of the journey, thanks to the darkness of the night, she also saw several nests of energy stones. To put it bluntly, she picked up a few bird nests with fancy decorations on the way. There were dozens of energy stones in them. It can be regarded as making up for the energy stones consumed by shuttling back and forth in the high radiation area this time. When Zhuang Xiao arrived at the lakeside of the Imperial Forest, Du Huai and his men were still busy in the mountain ghost flower bushes, while Yan Ming and others were a little anxious waiting for Zhuang Xiao. And they couldn't eat dinner. The moment they heard the call of the flame cat, everyone looked up at the sky. I'm back. I'm back. Even Du Huai, who was in the mountain ghost flower bushes, breathed a sigh of relief, and then buried his head to continue working. With the flame cat and Zhuang Xiao, they can spend 2 more days here. In half a day, they only picked less than 1/10 of this bush. After 2 days, even if they couldn't pick all the flowers, they couldn't stay in the Imperial Forest. After all, the Emperor Forest and other areas of Qihua Mountain are 2 completely different worlds. If they encounter a blizzard, it is very likely that the path they take back will be covered with ice and snow and will be impassable. With the amount of picking in these 3 days, the winter medicine crisis in safety zone number 6 will come to an end. In fact, it is not easy for each safety zone to survive in the wasteland. Hundreds of years have passed. In the early years, some of the resources that were the capital of each safety zone were exhausted, and some could not be used due to force majeure and radiation. A problem similar to a long-term natural disaster has never been effectively solved. On the wasteland, large areas are undeveloped by humans. Although the living space of humans is slowly expanding, the difficulty of population continuation and the lack of living resources have greatly affected this process. Especially the high radiation area is like a restricted area for humans. Trespassers will die. Sister. Sister. The moment the flame cat landed, the 3 teenagers ran over and asked about her well-being. The people of the Qilin team also stood up. However, they did not go over like Yan Ming and the other 2 did. Zhuang Xiao climbed out of the sack and walked to the fire with the 3 teenagers. Looking at the steam rising from the pot, she said, Sorry, I was delayed on the way and came back late. You haven't eaten yet? I've eaten. This is for you, Lu Feng said, and personally took the small iron pot off the firewood pile and poured out the thick white fish soup in the pot. This fish was the Hiluo fish that they lured out of the lake in the afternoon, and they caught it together. In addition, they found a lot of edible fruits nearby. These fruits were wrapped in a wide leaf and placed at Zhuang Xiao's feet. Zhuang Xiao felt a little touch for some reason, but this touch did not last long, and was replaced by embarrassment, because her stomach made a loud gurgling sound. Sister, you must be hungry. Eat quickly, Yan Ming said attentively. When Zhuang Xiao had almost finished eating, everyone started to ask her where she had been this afternoon. Zhuang Xiao did not hide anything and told her about her encounter with Xiao Yan and others. Everyone, that's fine. When they leave the Imperial Forest, can they also take the temporary flight of Huahua? Upon hearing that Xiao Yan and his team were trapped in a high radiation area, Yan Ming hurriedly asked, Is my brother okay? Although his brother's condition has improved a lot, what if he is in a high radiation area? He didn't dare to think about it. Your brother is fine. Zhuang Xiao comforted the boy. With Xiao Yan. And the dragon scale fruit. Yan who must be fine. That's good. That's good. Zhuang Xiao looked at the mountain ghost flower and said, How many days will they stay here? Du Zhong replied, "My brother said that they have to stay for at least 2 more days. After a while, the mountain will be closed by heavy snow, and the imperial forest will not be accessible." Zhuang Xiao said, "Oh," and then stopped talking. The flame cat dozed off beside him. Silently, the night in the imperial forest was particularly lively, with the sound of birds chirping and wild animals roaring from time to time. In the middle, the flame cat got up, strolled around nearby, and then returned to Zhuang Xiao. Lying quietly, Zhuang Xiao slept very soundly, and she didn't know when Du Huai's work was finished. In the morning, Zhang Lin said that after Du Huai and his group came back, the Qilin team ran to borrow protective masks from them, and the group went to the mountain ghost flower bush. They didn't come back until after 4 o'clock in the morning. Then Du Huai and his people continued their work for the day. For the remaining 2 days, Du Huai's team and the Qilin team kept doing this job. Zhuang Xiao brought 3 teenagers with him. Strictly speaking, it was the flame cat who led the 4 of them to wander around in the imperial forest and dig out bird nests. This job was the most labor-saving. Although Du Huai was a little worried about his brother, he looked at the other 3 people and thought about the flame cat. Hey, forget it. Let them do whatever they want. The people of the Qilin team still remembered their duties, but they were ruthlessly rejected by Zhang Lin, who thought they were in the way. Du Zhong and Zhang Lin initially thought that they were just taking bird eggs, until they found energy stones inside. Although both families were not short of energy stones, they couldn't let go of the energy stones they found with their own hands. When they came back on the first day, Du Zhong showed off to Du Huai. Even the people of the Qilin team and Du Huai were envious. It's just that everything has to be chosen. You can't take all the good things for you. In this regard, Zhuang Xiao felt that she was the only one who took all the good things. When she came back in the evening, the flame cat was arranged to work the night shift, go to the mountain ghost flower to help her get the dragon scale fruit. Does she still remember? Xiao Yin said he wanted to buy dragon scale fruit from her. Wu Xiao only had a little over 100 in his hand. Look at Du Huai and the Qilin team. They picked a lot these past 2 days. Chapter 345. In this way, everyone found something to do in the imperial forest. Everyone was busy. Until it suddenly rained heavily in the imperial forest. The water level of the lake suddenly rose, completely submerging the low-lying areas near the lakeshore. And even some of the mountain ghost flowers growing on the sunny slopes were not spared. As a result, the picking of dragon scale fruits came to an end. Although the group was reluctant to leave, they had to move to a higher altitude. And after the heavy rain stopped, everyone immediately set out on the return journey. Wait until the border of the imperial forest. The group began to change clothes. After passing the mountains in front, it was winter again, with withered grass and yellow trees and raging cold winds. Zhuang Xiao stroked the head of the flame cat, very reluctant to leave. These days, she has thought a lot. After the flame cat goes out, can it adapt well to the outside environment? Can it adapt to life in the safe zone? Will humans cause harm to it? Although she admitted that the flame cat was very strong. But, Huahua, I have to go. Take good care of yourself in the imperial forest. Zhuang Xiao kept talking to herself, not caring whether it could understand her or not. She still had to explain what she should say. This was the advice given to it by an old mother. No, a temporary friend. The flame cat rubbed its head against Zhuang Xiao's palm, meowing from time to time. But Zhuang Xiao couldn't understand it either. One person and one cat, talking to themselves. Then, the flame cat followed Zhuang Xiao out of Qihua Mountain. So, what was the reason for the scene of life and death outside the imperial forest? Sister, can Huahua enter the number 6 safe zone? Yin Ning looked at Zhuang Xiao and the huge flame cat beside her with a little worry. Zhuang Xiao replied, yes. She had asked Du Huai about this question before. Huahua from their family had been their free bodyguard for more than a week, and occasionally worked part-time as a cargo carrier. How could he not agree to stay in their safe zone for a few days? Moreover, Du Huai really agreed. Du Huai had this in mind. Since the escort of the flame cat this time, not only did he pick several times more dragon scale fruits than before, but there were no casualties. Next year, the year after, even. In short, they might have to borrow the flame cat from the 11th safe zone in the future. Sooner or later, the flame cat will be exposed to people. It would be better to let the people in the safe zone get used to it as soon as possible. As for whether he had thought about taking it for himself, then of course, he had some ideas. But, first, taming the flame cat was a problem. With this combat power, they were very likely to fail to do it without mentioning the price. Second, Zhang Lin said that Zhuang Xiao seemed to have a good relationship with Xiao Yin. Although he was about the same age as Xiao Yin, he was now the person in charge of the 11th safe zone. It would be bad if the relationship became strained. The group caused quite a stir as soon as they arrived at the Baishui River. Oh my god! It's a mutant animal. That must be the mercenary team. How did they bring the mutant animal into the safe zone? However, this mutant animal looks quite tame. Didn't you see there was a little girl sitting on it? Yes. You know, there really is a little girl. Zhuang Xiao sat on the flame cat, holding his head high, enjoying the treatment of the mercenary team leading the way, and the crowd lining the streets to welcome him. He felt so happy. This was really a blessing from their Huahua. Even Zhang Lin, Yin Ming, and the people from the Qilin team walked with a heroic and proud look. Look! Look! This is their number 11 safe zone. If you look at it twice, you will see less. They can see it whenever they want. After leaving Qihua Mountain, Du Huai immediately informed his family of the news and explained the special situation this time, asking his father to inform Uncle Xie in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a while, the Baishui River was crowded with people, and the news spread quickly. Zhuang Xiao and his friends enjoyed this kind of welcome along the way, and this situation continued until they entered the safe zone. Those who were farther away even drove to see this rare spectacle after asking for the route. Therefore, the flame cat once caused traffic jams on the road in the number 6 safe zone with its own power. Since entering the safe zone, Du Huai escorted Zhuang Xiao all the way back to her safe residence in number 6. However, the door was too small. The flame cat couldn't get in. Zhuang Xiao felt that she might need to buy a bigger house in the future, or build one on her own land. Otherwise their Huahua wouldn't even have a place to sleep at home. Ah, it can fly? There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Then the flame cat flew directly onto the roof of Zhuang Xiao's house. Will this house be trampled? What kind of mutant animal is this? It looks like a wolf, but it has wings. It seems to be a flame cat, someone in the crowd said uncertainly. At this time, the people watching in front of Zhuang Xiao's single-family house were all people from the safe zone. Many people in the crowd had heard of the name of the flame cat, but it was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. So, when someone said it was a flame cat, the crowd began to discuss it. Zhuang Xiao looked at the claws of the flame cat on the roof, which had nowhere to put, and then watched it slide from the roof into the yard. Over the high wall, Zhuang Xiao could even see the fiery red hair on the flame cat. The flame cat moved back and forth in the small yard for a few times, and it finally found a relatively comfortable posture, then stretched its head out and meowed at Zhuang Xiao. Before Zhuang Xiao responded, the atmosphere in the crowd became a little more heated. Ah, it barked. It barked. It seems to be a real cat. No, it's a flame cat, not a cat. The flame cat's big blue eyes blinked, as if to say, "Why don't you come in?" Du Huai saw that there were too many people here. He quickly dispatched a team of mercenaries and a team of guards to maintain order here and prevent any chaos. Then it would affect the relationship between the two safe zones. After the manpower was in place, Du Huai said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao, and Du Zhong was carried away by his own brother. After the door of Zhuang Xiao's house was opened, Zhang Lin and the people of the Qilin team also said goodbye and left first. There is no way to get in. Okay? The door was blocked by the body of the flame cat, unless... Chapter 346. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming squeezed in through the crack of the open door, and then closed the door again, blocking the outside prying eyes. The two people climbed over the flame cat with their hands and feet. The car was left outside, and important items such as dragon scale fruit and energy stones were in their backpacks. Moreover, there were people arranged by Du Huai watching outside the door, and no one would dare to steal the things in their car. The crowd outside the door gradually dispersed until the sun set. The flame cat could not be seen, and it was still minus 10 degrees Celsius, and the enthusiasm of the crowd was reduced by the cold wind. However, this situation continued until Zhuang Xiao took Yan Ming to the number 7 safety zone to pick up with Xiao. During this period, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin came several times. Among them, there was another time when Du Zhong heard that she was restricted from buying winter medicines, and came to give her medicine. Du Zhong's family owns the largest pharmaceutical factory in the number 6 safety zone. And Du Huai also made a little contribution there, which made the plan to purchase winter medicines in the number 11 safety zone much smoother. The quantity purchased this year is the same as last year, and the price has not fluctuated. On the other hand, people from other safety zones have at least reduced their purchase volume by 30%, and the price has also increased. In the end, the amount of medicine is less, but the money is not less. The carriage in the yard of Zhuang Xiao house is full of winter medicines. So, she and Yin Ning went out to the number 7 safety zone this time, with a very light car and a few people, sitting on the neck of the flame cat and setting off. Not only was the sack hanging on the neck of the flame cat not a sack, but a large bathtub with a wooden lid that Zhuang Xiao had carefully modified. And she also spread a thick quilt in the bathtub, which made it more comfortable and warm to stay in. The caves where they spent the night were all found by the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ning turned the bathtub over and slept directly. Zhuang Xiao took the flame cat and did not enter the number 7 safety zone. Instead, he waited near the boundary marker between the safety zone and the blind zone, waiting for Xiao Yin and his team to come. These days, Xiao Yin and Feng Xiang went out early and came back late every day in the number 7 safety zone. And they were very busy. Finally, he promised a lot of money and persuaded a group of technicians who had been mining iron ore for many years to go to their safety zone to develop their lives. Among them, there were a group of people who had no family to drag them down, and they could go directly with the team this time. There were also some old miners living in shanty towns, and they were ready to go with their families. After all, living in any safety zone was not living, and if there were better choices, they would naturally choose the better ones. As for the procurement of mining and smelting equipment, as long as the items of equal value were given, they could be delivered to the door at any time. Therefore, Xiao Yin brought few people to the number 7 safety zone this time, but quite a lot of people went back, even if he didn't know that Zhuang Xiao was going to pick up with Xiao in the number 7 safety zone. He had to ask Zhuang Xiao, Sister, is this brother's motorcade?" Yin Ning jumped out of the bathtub, ran to the main road, and pointed to the huge motorcade not far away and said excitedly. Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that she was just here to pick up Hui Xiao, but it was like she was here to pick up a wedding procession. So many cars and people. "Right," Zhuang Xiao said. She had already seen the person in the front passenger seat. "Isn't it Hui Xiao?" Hui Xiao said that there were a lot of people going back. "Isn't that too many? Will her Hua's treatment in the number 11 safe zone in the future be much better? The few who were seriously injured in the high radiation area have not recovered yet, so they are all resting in the car at the moment." Hui Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao waving at him from a distance, smiled knowingly, and couldn't help but waved at her in the car. "Yes, cousin," Ming Qingyang said in surprise. After a while, the motorcade stopped. The flame cat also came out of the dense forest and stood in the middle of the road, like an insurmountable red hill. The convoy suddenly stopped, and those who didn't know the inside story in the convoy were very confused. What happened? But soon, the convoy set off again. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ning got on the car where Yin Hu was. There were familiar faces in the car, and even Hui Xiao and Ming Qingyang were replaced and got on the car behind. Everyone in the car was chatting enthusiastically, telling about their recent experiences. Everyone in the future team was envious of the good luck of the Qilin team. "I can follow Zhuang Xiao in the Imperial Forest." The flame cat flew right above the convoy. Occasionally, I disliked the convoy's slow speed and went to the nearby dense forest to hunt and eat some snacks. The journey to the number 6 safe zone was very smooth. Those who followed Xiao Yan's convoy to the number 11 safe zone also looked forward to a new life after seeing the flame cat. This has never been seen in that safe zone that has the ability to tame mutant animals. In the few days since Zhuang Xiao left, people in the number 6 safe zone came to check in front of Zhuang Xiao's small building, and there was still an endless stream of people who wanted to see the flame cat. At the same time, near the homes of Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao in the shantytown of the number 11 safe zone, the crowd was also bustling and endless. After 2 days of rest in the number 6 safe zone, in addition to the Qilin team, Zhang Lin also returned to their safe zone with Xiao Yan's convoy. He was no longer needed here. With the relationship between Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat, Du Huai was also very concerned about the genetically modified personnel they sent this time. In addition, When they left at the end, there was also a person in the convoy. That was Du Xiong. The reason he gave to his family was that he had grown up and would also go to various safe zones to investigate and study. And when he came back, he could help his family share the heavy responsibility. And the reason was that Hua still ignored him. He had to go and keep in touch. On the day of leaving the number 6 safe zone, the north wind blew again. By the evening, the temperature had dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. Fortunately, there was no snow. In addition, the distance between the number 6 and number 11 safety zones was not too far. So on the afternoon of the second day, the convoy entered the boundary marker of the number 11 safety zone. Zhuang Xiao looked at the boundary marker with the words number 11 safety zone and felt inexplicably settled. She was finally going home. Although she now had properties and acquaintances in other safety zones, she felt more at home in this safety zone. After Xiaoyan promised Zhuang Xiao that her flame cat could move freely in the number 11 safety zone, he notified Pei Meihai and asked him to send a message to the people in the safety zone in advance. Thanks to the fierce dancing grass of Zhuang Xiao family, the news that a more peculiar mutant animal was coming to their safety zone was quickly accepted by everyone. Chapter 347. The temperature has been extremely low in the past 2 days, and the number of people who come out to scavenge has greatly decreased. Zhuang Xiao was worried that the flame cat would be restless in a new place. So she and Hua Xiao got out of the car and sat in her beloved big bathtub. The flame cat circled in the air from time to time, but did not fly too high. After the ravages of winter wind, frost, rain and snow, the dense forest gradually became sparse, and many plants and trees were crawling on the ground. In midair, you can see very far at a glance. There are gradually more and more pedestrians on the road. From time to time, exclamations can be heard. Ah! Is it the flame cat in the watch notification? The huge and sturdy body of the flame cat passed by at low altitude, like a ball of fire burning in the air. Really? It's really a flame cat. Look at the red hair. Exactly the same as in the picture. I saw it too. As more and more people walked on the road, the people from the number 7 safety zone were escorted by Feng Xiang and his men to enter the safety zone from the west gate and head to their temporary residence, while Xiao Yin and the rest of the people continued to enter the south gate of the safety zone from the south shantytown with the flame cat. When they were still a few miles away from the south shantytown, Zhuang Xiao directly guided the flame cat to fly to their house in the shantytown. From a distance, she saw a touch of green covering the sky and the sun in a sea of yellow. Is that where our house is? Zhuang Xiao pointed to the thick green and asked Hua Xiao. At this time, although she had some guesses in her heart, she still couldn't believe that the green plant that was about 20 to 30 meters long was her dancing grass. She just went out for a walk, and the grass grew into something she didn't recognize in the cold winter. With such a large and conspicuous tree standing there, is their house okay? Is their property still safe? Although she moved many items to the residence in the safe zone at that time, items that were inconvenient to disassemble, such as solar panels, were still in the house in the shantytown. Hua Xiao looked at the house, then looked at the location on the watch, and gave Zhuang Xiao a positive answer. That is where their house is located. Zhuang Xiao, that tree with claws and claws, full of vitality, is really her Snake Beauty dancing grass. But, Snake Beauty, is it really okay for you to be so tall? Under Zhuang Xiao command, the flame cat began to slide towards the direction of the dancing grass. The closer you are, the clearer you can see. The area around their house is like the small building in the number 6 safe zone. And there are also crowds of people. But, the people are all 50 meters away, and the branches of the dancing grass are swaying in the air. Maybe it was out of curiosity. The flame cat dived into the charming branches of the dancing grass. However, before the flame cat got close, all the branches of the dancing grass instantly stood up towards the sky. As if angry, the crowd on the ground screamed, "Ah! Flame cat! Flame cat!" The sound waves were higher than one wave. In the bathtub, Zhuang Xiao looked at the posture of the dancing grass and felt that it was finished. Before she came back, she didn't think that the dancing grass would grow into this ghost. Look! It's not going to beat Hua Hua. So, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Hua Hua! Retreat! Retreat!" She was still pulling her hemp rope in her hand, indicating that the flame cat should change the direction of flight immediately. However, The moment the flame cat saw the branches of the dancing grass stand up, her big blue eyes were frighteningly bright. This plant is not found in the imperial forest. The animal's curiosity came out in an instant. No matter how Zhuang Xiao shouted or pulled the rope, the flame cat's throbbing heart was like burning, and it couldn't be extinguished at all. It's over, was Xiao. I should have prepared a parachute in advance. Seeing that something was about to happen to the flame cat and the dancing grass, Zhuang Xiao closed her eyes in resignation. There was the sound of the whistling wind and people's screams in her ears. Even if Mars hit the earth, it wouldn't be so tragic. Only she and Hui Xiao were sacrificed. It seemed that something quickly wrapped around her body. And then she heard Hui Xiao's clear and cold voice with the wind into her ears. No need. Your snake beauty is here to pick you up. Ah. Zhuang Xiao opened one eye, and saw a green, and then opened another, and still saw a green. Zhuang Xiao turned his head to look at Hui Xiao, who was also tied up beside him, and asked anxiously, "Where is Hua Hua?" As soon as the voice fell, a beast's roar came from the sky. At a glance, a fiery red figure loomed in the gaps between the swaying green branches. A fight? Zhuang Xiao continued to ask Hui Xiao uncertainly. Hui Xiao, Isn't this obvious? There were people cheering loudly in the distance. Hui Xiao hummed, looked at the vines on his body and said, "Let's find a way to get down first." This vicious beauty almost strangled him to death. Xiao Yan's convoy. At this time, it had stopped not far from the battle circle. Brother, if a vine of this grass from my sister's house hits me now, I will lose half my life. Yan Ming remembered the small whip that the dancing grass used to hit him with, and he shivered with his hands on his chest. Yan Ming, Xiang Su, and one he had seen a little bit of the special features of this dancing grass, because they had come to Zhuang Xiao house to deliver poisonous grass. Yin, who often came to Zhuang Xiao house, and knew a little bit. But now, when they saw it again, the shock on the faces of the four people was not concealed. Yan Ming thought, my sister said that she would give me dancing grass. So let's forget it. It has been a month or two. Let my sister forget about it. I kind of want it. I wonder if my sister still remembers what she said about giving me some dancing grass. Xiang Su's face, which had not recovered from the injury, completely faded, replaced by a faint red. Even Wan He nodded. All the members of the future team got off the car. Even Xiao Yan sat by the window in the car, staring at the cat and the grass in the air with burning eyes. He had never seen such a bizarre thing in his life. Is this still the safe zone where he grew up? I doubt my life. Du Sheng, who came back with him, also said to Zhang Lin with bright eyes, your safe zone is too interesting. Sure enough, it was not in vain. Brother-in-law, you are back. Everyone didn't know who was calling, and continued to look up and watch this rare battle with relish. It's not easy to scavenge in winter, and there are no activities. It's cold and boring at home. Who doesn't want to take a closer look at such an interesting thing? Even when two people talk to each other, they only move their mouths, without even looking at each other. So, when the voice of brother-in-law sounded near the future team, no one thought it was for themselves. First, you have to have a wife. And second, your wife's family must have a younger brother, who in the future team has these conditions. It must be Hu Qianli. Chapter 348. However, at this moment, his mind was completely on the two shadows, one red and one green, fighting in the air. He was cheering while watching. Sometimes it was the dancing grass. Sometimes it was the flame cat. How unprincipled. Until his arm was grabbed by someone. He even rudely shook the person's hand away and said angrily, "Who is it? So annoying." "Brother-in-law." "It's me. Your brother-in-law." Lan Jin pulled his clothes from behind and greeted Yan Ming and Yin, who saw him. "My brother-in-law? I'm still your eldest brother-in-law." Hu Qianli was watching with great interest, but the person behind him kept pulling him, which annoyed him. It's just that. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice came to his ears. "Who? Qian. Li." Hu Qianli's heart was shocked, and he heard the muffled laughter of the people around him. He turned his head slowly. Isn't the one standing behind her brother-in-law her beloved wife? The smile on her face began to become brighter, and she pushed Lan Jin aside and said flatteringly, "Wife, why are you here? Are you cold? Where's our daughter? How is she doing recently?" Lan Jin looked at her brother-in-law's trachea and couldn't bear to look at him. Sure enough, her sister is still the best. Lan Han snorted. rolled her eyes at him, and pushed him aside, saying, "Your mother-in-law is watching your daughter. Go away. You're blocking me from seeing the flame cat." She heard the next door shouting that the flame cat was coming, and risked being scolded by her mother, and pushed her daughter to her mother. And then she came. As a result, she saw the people from the future team as soon as she squeezed in. Her brother shouted several times, but this person didn't even lower his head, as if his ears were not at home. The despised Hu Qianli retreated behind Lan Hong, carefully protecting his wife to avoid being bumped. Lan Jin approached Yin Ming and asked him about the flame cat. This was the right person to ask, as the second closest person to the flame cat. He had the most say in this matter. Lan Jin also responded with a few words from time to time. At this time, Zhuang Xiao had already freed herself from the branches of the dancing grass, and was untying the vines on Hu Xiao. However, the vines on Hu Xiao were much tighter than those on her body, so it was still very difficult to untie them. Reasoning didn't work, so Zhuang Xiao had no choice but to use a knife. The moment the knife went down, the flame cat in midair was slapped by the dancing grass. Flame cat, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Then the flame cat fought back, scratching the leaves on the vine with one claw. Dancing grass, what can a man endure? Zhuang Xiao didn't care about the fierce fight between them, and saved Hu Xiao first. Didn't you see that his lips became ruthless? The vine broke with a knife, and Zhuang Xiao picked up the broken vine. It was still useful. It is just right for their dancing grass to continue the family line. Before Zhuang Xiao got up, the flame cat got a slap on the head. Cough, cough. When Hu Xiao breathing became even, Zhuang Xiao grabbed the vine of the dancing grass with one hand, and carried Hu Xiao with the other hand, and jumped from the crown of the dancing grass to the roof, and then jumped from the roof to the yard. The yard was full of dancing grass leaves, yellow and green, a thick layer, and it creaked when stepped on. The battle above was still going on. Zhuang Xiao let go of Hu Xiao and rushed into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a large iron basin that they used for eating. She took out her small spatula from the bag behind her, like thunder from the ground. Zhuang Xiao penetrating shout, accompanied by the sound of hitting the iron pot, went straight to the sky. The people outside were watching the fight with great enthusiasm. And then, they saw the dancing grass retract its vines, swaying twice, and then lowering its eyebrows and blowing the branches down, as obedient and docile as willow branches under the spring breeze. The flame cat, who was fighting vigorously, was about to move forward bravely, and another shout came from the green canopy. The flame cat retracted its claws, circled the canopy of the dancing grass twice, and rushed down towards the people below. The moment the dancing grass died down, Zhuang Xiao stuffed the big iron basin and small spatula in his hand into Hu Xiao's hand, rushed to the branches of the dancing grass in a few seconds, and went out with the help of the vines. The door of the house is still locked, so I can only climb over the wall. Hu Xiao stood there, holding the big iron pot and small spatula, at a loss, and retreated to the door of the living room, and then retreated again. He still had to adapt to the new image of the dancing grass. Doubt your life? No doubt. Now, this is his life. Let it go. Let it go. The mercenaries and the guards arrived late, and began to clear the crowd around to facilitate the smooth passage of Xiao Yan and his convoy. Xiao Yan had been here for long enough, and there were still many things to arrange when he returned. As for the follow-up of the mutant plant and the flame cat, he would find time to talk to Hu Xiao and the girl. Besides, he had to go back and ask Uncle Pei what the situation was. He would have a clear idea in his mind. Except Yin Ming, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong. Everyone else followed Xiao Yan's convoy back to the safe zone. These people all had tasks to do. Of course, Hu Xiao was an exception. Yin Ming had to drive his sister's car back. When the car entered the small road in front of Zhuang Xiao house, there were almost no people. This area is now a restricted area, and no one dares to enter without permission, for fear that the vines will accidentally roll people up and throw them out. Speaking of the dancing grass, at first, the rumor was very bizarre. That is, some people said that there were ghosts on the small hill outside the southern shantytown. Then, some people went to see it out of curiosity. Among them, there were those who had ulterior motives. Seeing that no one had returned to the haunted house, and there were thick leaves in front of the door, they wanted to go in and touch something. And some even wanted to take the house for themselves. Of course, Everyone thought that the dancing grass was just an ordinary evergreen plant in winter. After all, there are plants that are evergreen in winter in the wasteland. It's just that they haven't been around for many years. Later, a group of people with bad intentions attacked in broad daylight. Then, the dancing grass vowed to defend its territory to the death. When the two sides fought, the vines rubbed the rolled-up person against the wall. And by chance, they rubbed the poison device of the water hemlock. After the person was thrown out, his bones were broken and his breath was gone. In this way, people who were eager to die came in waves, until the rumor about the house spread to the inner city of the safe zone. Chapter 349. Pei Minghai, who temporarily took over the work of the number 11 safety zone on behalf of Xiao Yin, immediately arranged for someone to investigate the owner of the house. Although the houses outside the safety zone did not register all the information of the houses, as long as one is willing to check, there will always be clues. Therefore, when he learned that the owner of the house was Hui Xiao, a former member of the mercenary team, Pei Minghai immediately informed Xiao Yin of the news. However, Xiao Yin, who was in the number 7 safety zone and was busy and dizzy, did not pay much attention at the time. After Yan Ming drove the car into the small road for a distance, he stopped, because in front of the car was the swaying fiery red tail of the flame cat. At this time, the furry head of the flame cat was rubbing against Zhuang Xiao's body, and from time to time it made 2 low meows, which sounded as pitiful as it could be. Sister, can the car drive in now? Yan Ming also asked Zhuang Xiao in front timidly from behind, like a little pitiful child, waiting for her sister to give a positive answer. His sister is a beautiful and vicious woman. He can't afford to offend her. But before Zhuang Xiao could answer, the tail behind the flame cat seemed to have consciousness. No longer cute and gentle, it knocked Yan Ming to the ground in one go. Flame cat, he was just enjoying this miserable act. Who is going to mess with him? Yan Ming, who was completely unprepared, was stunned the moment he fell, and sat on the ground stupidly. What happened? Aren't he and the flame cat second close friends? What? Zhang Lin and Du Zhong hurriedly took 2 steps back, escaping from the sweeping circle of the flame cat's tail, and shouted loudly, Sister, can we get through? This sudden sound seemed to startle the wind in the air. The vines of the dancing grass suddenly danced again. Behave yourself, Zhuang Xiao shouted loudly. The branches of the dancing grass did not move. The flame cat did not blink. Everything returned to calm in an instant. Come here, Zhuang Xiao said to the 3 teenagers. Hearing this, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong hurried forward to help Yan Ming up, and the 3 of them got back into the car. The car started slowly. The flame cat followed Zhuang Xiao closely, and rolled its eyes at the green branches above its head. This feud is temporarily settled. We have a long way to go, and we will fight again another day. From time to time, a slight whimpering sound came out of his mouth. This mutant plant is quite painful to hit people. Alas, its fiery red hair has fallen off a lot. It is not as beautiful as before. Dancing grass, my long dark green hair has fallen off a lot. Why don't you take a look? If I can speak, squatting at the bedroom window, I will definitely blow pillow wind every day, and see if I can't blow you to death. Zhuang Xiao looked at the dancing grass and the flame cat with great satisfaction. They are so well behaved. Being well behaved is fine. Otherwise, she would be worried to the point of baldness, or even die young. It's hard to raise a grass or a pet in the wasteland. It's harder than raising a child. It's too disobedient. This small courtyard on the hillside is too small, and the flame cat can't get in at all. It can only squat at the gate of the courtyard. Moreover, it doesn't want to sleep under the dancing grass. If it is too close, the plant will put 2 leaves in its mouth when it sleeps at night, which will be bad. The plant is full of poison. It can't be touched or eaten. After Zhuang Xiao opened the yard, Yan Ming drove the car in. The 3 teenagers got out of the car and stood under the dancing grass very obediently, not daring to move. Yan Ming was really afraid and had been beaten before. Although Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were very curious, they didn't want to be beaten. So, after getting off the car, the 3 people waited for Zhuang Xiao arrangement, and went east if they were told to go east, and west if they were told to go west. Don't make a mistake and give the dancing grass room to play. What are you all standing for? Come in. Zhuang Xiao walked into the living room and sat down, and found that she was the only one who came in. She didn't care about the cup of water handed over by Hui Xiao, and immediately walked to the door and said, "I come right away." The three teenagers replied in unison, and then walked to the door with their hands and feet. The soft branches of the dancing grass drooped down, sweeping across the heads and faces of several people from time to time. It seemed that if they didn't obey, this slap could be taken at any time. After entering the house, the nervousness of the three people was slightly relieved. "Sit down." After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, the three teenagers said, "Oh," and sat down in a row. "Don't be nervous. The dancing grass is very obedient." Zhuang Xiao continued. "What Xiao, eh?" Three teenagers, "Eh? You dare to say that? We can't believe it. It was very docile and well behaved before. And it even performed for Hui Xiao before. Don't you think so?" Hui Xiao? Zhuang Xiao saw that the three teenagers were still a little nervous, so she decided to let her Hui Xiao testify for the dancing grass. Hui Xiao, eh? It was a performance. A performance of how to beat someone. Suddenly, my calf hurts again. What should I do? After Hui Xiao poured water for the three people, he sat down slowly and said in a gentle voice without blushing or beating his heart, "Yes, what your sister said is true. Really, really, everyone who has been beaten knows it. Yan Ming, who has been beaten, has comforted himself. It's right under her sister's nose. So I don't think dancing grass dares to be presumptuous." So, he relaxed and his mouth was as sharp as before. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong also thought, "That's good. That's good. Just listen to others." "Sister, what should I do with the medicines in your car?" Yan Ming asked. "I don't know why her sister bought so many medicines. Can they be eaten as food?" Zhuang Xiao was confused for a moment when she heard Yan Ming question. Why did she buy so many winter medicines at that time? It seems, by the way, the middlemen make a profit, purchasing medicines in the safe zone. But how to sell them? Is this a problem? I don't think Yu Laoda's grocery store can get so many. Otherwise, she will open a pharmacy. Pharmacies make money. But I don't know if there are any procedures for opening a pharmacy in the safe zone. To sell medicine, do you need a shop? Recruit people? And, in short, it feels like there are too many things. After a while, Zhuang Xiao thought of a lot of miscellaneous things in his mind. And he almost got dizzy. Or, let's open a pharmacy too. Zhuang Xiao looked at Hui Xiao for help. His bright eyes were moist. Hui Xiao was stared at by such eyes, and was dazed for a moment. He returned to normal immediately. He was finally useful again. Hui Xiao replied, "Okay. Is it troublesome to open a pharmacy?" Zhuang Xiao just mentioned it casually. But she didn't expect Hui Xiao to agree so easily. This was very sudden. Why does it feel like she will be very tired in the future? It's easy to die suddenly when doing business. Chapter 350. She'd better go and dig out bird nests in her spare time. It's the best job for her. It makes money quickly. Besides, now that she has Hua, she can not only dig out bird nests in blind spots, but also in high radiation areas. In short, there is no bird nest in the wasteland that she dare not dig out. Hui Xiao said softly, "No trouble. Just let me handle the rest." When Du Zhong heard Zhuang Xiao said that he wanted to open a pharmacy, he said in a loyal tone, "It's good to open a pharmacy. It's good to open a pharmacy. I don't have much else at home, but a lot of medicine." Zhang Lin, eh? What do I have at home? What do I have at home? By the way, my family has many shops in the safe zone. I pick a good one and buy it for my sister at a low price. Zhang Lin also said impatiently. He was afraid that if he was a step late, the close relationship he had just established with the flame cat would become more distant. As for why it wasn't given away for free, of course, he hasn't inherited the family property yet. Only after he inherits can he have a say. Suddenly, I thought of Xiao Yan again. Hey, he has inherited the entire safe zone. Hey, it's great to have a son-in-law who can inherit the family business whatever he wants. Then I thought of his father, who was not very worry-free. Hey, forget it. Although his father was a little bit confused, he was still a little better than Xiao Yan's father. Hey, it will all depend on him to revitalize the family business in the future. I'm tired. Zhuang Xiao naturally didn't know these messy thoughts in Zhang Lin's mind. She suddenly felt that she might have a talent to be a heroine. Look, one-stop service is here. She just needs to lie down at home and collect money. She doesn't want to play the role of the heroine who works so hard. Who says salted fish can't be the heroine? Yin Ming racked his brains for a long time. What does his family have? It seems that his family has nothing. It's just the little fortune in the watch, which was earned by her sister. But if he doesn't show his determination, wouldn't it be looked down upon by the two new friends? And it will also affect his status in his sister's heart. So he said, I will work hard. I can do any work. Okay. Then I will rely on you. I am only responsible for the investment. And we will share the money in the future, Zhuang Xiao said. As for how to divide it? Well, that's Wei Xiao business. Anyway, she is only responsible for paying. So, the idea of buying and selling medicines on a whim and wanting to be a purchasing agent turned into opening a pharmacy. By the way, do you want some dancing grass? This mutant plant is easy to survive. And it can also protect the house. You have all seen the effect with your own eyes. Right? Isn't the effect awesome? After talking about how to deal with the medicines in the car, Zhuang Xiao thought about the issue of her family's dancing grass spreading and reproducing offspring. So, she began to persuade the teenagers to take some back and plant one. Yin Ming glanced at the green branches in the yard inadvertently, and said with a little hesitation, This is not needed. After saying that, Yin Ming was still very worried, and looked outside the yard again. This grass? It can't hear it. Also, this grass? He felt that it was a bit out of reach. Didn't you like it very much before? You can't be fickle, Zhuang Xiao said very seriously. If he didn't know what Zhuang Xiao said about the corpse dancing grass, Wei Xiao thought he was talking about some unfaithful man. No. Yin Ming waved his hands and said, I'm just worried that it's hard to take care of. In fact, he wanted to say that it's hard to serve. But he didn't dare. Easy to take care of. Easy to take care of. I bring it to you to see. I kept it in the bedroom before I went out. Zhuang Xiao got up and prepared to go back to the bedroom happily. Before leaving, she gave the dancing grass a good haircut. Now, they are all well taken care of in her bedroom. It's just, after unlocking the bedroom door, she found that the door seemed a little hard to push. It was like someone was blocking it. Although she was a little confused, she didn't think deeply about it. With her ability, could she not open a door? So, Zhuang Xiao used 5 points of strength with both hands. Then 6 points of strength. And finally when she used 7 points of strength, the door was forcibly pushed open halfway. Ah! How could this happen? Zhuang Xiao looked at the scene in front of her in shock. How did her room become like this? Is this her bedroom? Or the bedroom of the dancing grass? When Wei Xiao and the three teenagers heard Zhuang Xiao's voice, they all turned their heads to look at her. They saw the half-open bedroom door. The green vines intertwined together, like lush plants in a tropical rainforest, filling the entire bedroom. Did you plant the branches of the dancing grass in the house? Wei Xiao stood up and asked at the door. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, yes. After one took root, I put them all in a container and hydroponically cultivated them. Some of them are under the window, and some are planted inside. When she left the number 11 safety zone, she didn't expect to be delayed for nearly a month. Besides, with that little water, it would have been gone long ago. The survival ability of this plant is too strong. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Wei Xiao didn't know what to say for a while. After all, they knew too little about the mutant plant of dancing grass. It's just like this now. And they have work to do again after just returning home. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong also looked at the bedroom full of green plants curiously. This mutant plant is really easy to raise. Now I don't know if the one they raise will be as obedient as the one in the yard. If that's the case, it would be great. Plant it in a large pot. Take it with you when you go out. And it can also protect yourself. After being surprised, Zhuang Xiao, Wei Xiao, and the three teenagers resigned themselves to their fate and began to help, tidying up the house. The dancing grass plants in the bedroom are quite obedient. During the cleaning, no one smoked. It was as quiet as if it was a very ordinary plant. All the dancing grass branches were moved under the dancing grass in the yard. However, as soon as the branches were put down, the branches of the dancing grass drooped down, as if they had life, and threw all the dancing grass branches on the ground out of the yard wall. Everyone, no. We are from the same root. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Flame Cat, It is the disciple of that grass. One claw swept towards the dancing grass branches that were about to fall on its hair. The dancing grass branches whose roots had not yet penetrated the soil seemed to have no souls at this time. allowing the claws of the flame cat to sweep them away. Sister, what's going on? Chapter 351. Sister, what's going on? Yan Ming's face was full of disbelief. The other 4 people were also stunned, staring at the dancing grass throwing its disciples out of its territory. Love and hate each other? Why did these grasses grow in her bedroom for nearly a month before? Can't figure it out? Things that can't be figured out naturally, don't think about them. Zhuang Xiao closed her mouth tightly, widened her eyes, and said calmly, when the child grows up, he has to go out and make a living. Go find your own territory. Like dandelion seeds? Yan Ming continued to ask. Maybe. Zhuang Xiao silently gave an uncertain answer in his heart, but said, yeah. The 5 people walked out of the yard together, and there was no trace of the dancing grass outside the yard. The flame cat looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His blue eyes were empty, and he maintained a cold and unapproachable attitude. His mind was full of animal language complaining about the dancing grass above his head. This damn tree is too tall. It greatly hindered it from enjoying the bleak scenery of withered grass in winter. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the well-behaved and honest flame cat, and then began to look in the direction where the dancing grass was thrown over the wall. After a while, the 5 people found the scattered grasses lying in the pile of withered grass 100 meters away. Their family could not accommodate so many disciples of the dancing grass. So, you gave 2. He gave 3. And the grasses were divided up like this. The 3 teenagers, each holding a large bundle of dancing grass, walked out of the path in front of Zhuang Xiao house in a daze. How do we go back? Du Zhong asked Zhang Lin. His family has a property in the inner city of the 11th safety zone. Although the area is not large, it is also an independent small building, and it is next to Zhang Lin's house. The people at the top of the pyramid of the safety zone will purchase properties in various safety zones if they have the conditions. Whether to come and live is one thing, but it can be used when needed. If there is a problem in the safe area where you live, you can immediately move to another safe area to seek shelter. Zhang Lin said, someone is coming to pick us up. It will be here in 10 minutes at most. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Yan Ming said, then I will go back after you leave. So, the 3 teenagers squatted on the side of the road with the dancing grass in their arms, looking up at the colorful clouds in the sky. Suddenly, someone asked, do you want to sell this plant? The 3 teenagers looked at the person who came, who was tall and thin, wearing a half-new coat, and was pointing at the dancing grass in their arms, because the person was standing against the light, and it was close to dusk. It was difficult to see his appearance for a while. The 3 teenagers looked at each other. Are they selling grass? Are they waiting for a car to take them home? Seeing that the 3 people were silent, the man continued, 20 points. I want a small one. This plant is green and lush, and the leaves look very similar to the huge plant on the hillside. I don't know how these 3 teenagers got the seedlings. The 3 people shook their heads. This was given by their sister. How could they sell it? When the man was about to pester them, the horn of a car suddenly sounded. It was the car that came to pick up Zhang Lin and his friends. When the man saw the car, he left very tactfully. With a car, they can still get their 20 or 30 points. Oh, I really want to grow a plant. Or, come to this intersection tomorrow and ask the owner. I heard that the person on the hillside is back today. Maybe we can wait for him. After Zhang Lin and Du Zhong sent Yan Ming home, they returned to the safe zone. After dealing with the dancing grass, Zhuang Xiao began to clean up her bedroom. She filled in the potholes on the ground one by one, and today's work was completed. The energy stones hidden under the dancing grass were dug out and counted. There was no shortage, so they were buried again. There is no safer place than under this tree. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao went to the door to accompany the flame cat for a while, and said a lot of things. It was free to move, and it could go wherever it wanted at night. Just remember to come back tomorrow morning. Then, she went back to sleep. When Zhuang Xiao fell asleep, the light in Huishao room was still on. He held the list of medicines purchased this time in his hand, writing and drawing on the paper. The lights didn't go out until after 1 o'clock in the morning. The flame cat opened its half-closed eyes and glanced at the dancing grass standing quietly in the night. It stretched its wings, fluttered a few times, and then rushed into the vast night with a flexible posture. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. A faint red figure tore through the morning mist like lightning and landed outside the small courtyard, halfway up the hill. The branches of the dancing grass swayed a few times before returning to calm. The flame cat put the bloody prey that he hadn't finished eating last night at the door, and continued to take a nap. When the sun rose, the area around Zhuang Xiao House became lively again, with a bustling crowd. Some came to watch the dancing grass. Some came to see the heroic appearance of the flame cat. And some heard about the duel yesterday, and wanted to come and see it. It has been less than half a month since the front page headlines of the Dancing Grass Safety Zone came out. And now there is something new. And the news has reached a new high. Therefore, this area is more lively than the previous few days. Even the regular patrols of the safety zone in this area have become daily patrols. And even this area has been included in their daily vigilance. I only slept until noon. Zhuang Xiao got up from the bed. The breakfast was warming on the stove. And she picked up a sweet potato and started to eat it. The bedroom door was closed. And there was no sign of Hu Xiao in the living room or the yard. Is he still sleeping? No. Breakfast is ready. He must have woken up long ago. Hu Xiao, are you there? Zhuang Xiao knocked on Hu Xiao's bedroom door after returning. Sure enough, Hu Xiao's voice answered from inside. Then, the meow of the flame cat sounded outside the door. You go ahead. I go see the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao took 2 quick steps and headed for the door. But why was the bloody smell getting stronger and stronger? No way. Did her Huahua get whipped by the dancing grass again last night? Or was he injured by something when he went out to forage last night? Several different guesses flashed in her mind. But she didn't expect. Her Huahua packed the leftovers and brought them back to her. The moment she opened the door. No. Half a blood-stained, incomplete mutant wild goat blocked their door. Chapter 352. The abdomen of the mutant wild goat was torn open. And the bloody intestines and liver were still hanging outside. The flesh on the body was torn off. But the head was still there. One of the 4 legs was left. So, this is for me? Zhuang Xiao pointed to the relatively intact leg of goat and said, although it was a bit self-indulgent to say so. She felt that she was the true love of their Huahua. She scraped a little blood from the frozen blood clot and put it on the watch. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Okay. Save it for Huahua for dinner. When Hu Xiao came out of the house, he saw Zhuang Xiao dragging a bloody leg of goat into the yard. Huahua brought it back? Hu Xiao asked as he took the leg of goat from Zhuang Xiao's hand. Zhuang Xiao nodded, but did not let go of the leg of goat in his hand. Even though Huahua had gnawed the mutant wild goat to the point where it was almost a skeleton, it was still quite heavy. If Huahua found the remaining meat too hard on his teeth, then he would give it to dancing grass to eat. Bury it in the soil and eat it. The two put the remains of the mutant wild goat in the corner of the front yard. Now that the temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius, there is no need to worry that the meat will go bad if left in the yard. After Yanming returned home last night, he planted dancing grass in his yard. When he woke up in the morning, the leaves of dancing grass were full of energy. He knocked on the small iron pot as Zhuang Xiao said. The dancing grass moved. That was it. After settling the dancing grass, Yanming and Yin, who went to the safe zone without stopping. At this time, the two stood in front of the house agency center where Zhuang Xiao had been. Yanming pointed to a small building not far away and said to Yin Hu, look, that's my sister's house. Yin Hu already knew that Zhuang Xiao had a property in the safe zone before they went on the mission. But he had never seen it. Now, he looked in the direction of Yanming's finger. All he could see was a high wall and barbed wire on it. I don't know what the price of this kind of house is, Yanming said with a sigh. He had more than 100,000 points in his hand. But he didn't know if it was enough to buy it. This time his brother went on a mission and earned 5,000 points. 3 medium-level energy stones. And the right to settle in the new city in the future. If he didn't have this windfall, he would think the reward was too high. But now, it's really incomparable. And there's nothing about the new city. Isn't it just a blank check? Besides, even if he could afford it, he wouldn't dare to spend points carelessly. And he still had to keep some money for emergencies. The two of them stared at Zhuang Xiao's house for a long time before going in. The two of them were greeted by the uncle named Fu Jinbao, and the girl named Dafan whom Zhuang Xiao met when buying a house. The two of them spent more than half an hour inside, and completed the purchase of the house. It took about half an hour to walk to the location of Zhuang Xiao's house. It was the top floor of a residential building with 1 floor per household. There was also a small attic on the top floor, which could be converted into a bedroom or a storage room. After coming out of the agency, Yin Ning looked at the information on his watch over and over again. It was true. All true. They really had a house in the safe zone. And there was savings at home. This winter was good. And next year. The year after. And the year after. It would continue to be good. Yin Ning felt that the wind was a bit strong today. And sand suddenly got into his eyes. Yin, who rubbed his brother's head, laughed and scolded softly. You fool. Are you happy and stupid? Yin Ning sniffed and said in a muffled voice, Brother. You are the fool. Who is smarter than me? Yes. Yes. You are the smartest in our family. You fished out a house. Yen, who said dotingly, Brother. Do you think I should participate in the selection of the guard team or the mercenary team next year? Yen Ming said suddenly. He had this idea when the safe zone recruited temporary staff last time. It's just that he didn't meet the age requirement. He was directly rejected for this reason. Now that the house problem has been solved, and there is still a lot of savings in hand, it shouldn't be too difficult to live for the next 3 to 5 years. So having a stable job is very important for him. Yen, who was stunned for a moment, then said, Okay, but you will have a hard time at home this winter. It is not as easy to join the guard or mercenary team as you think. It is good for young people to have dreams. However, he wanted his brother to join the guard and live a stable life. The guard's usual work is mainly within the sphere of influence of the safe zone, and they will not encounter too much danger. Unlike the mercenaries, they are the first to do the most dangerous work. Moreover, most of the people in the mercenary team are genetically modified. Having him in their family is enough. Thank you, brother, Yen Ming said. It felt like the wind was getting stronger. Yen, who gently patted Yen Ming's shoulders twice and said nothing more. The two walked forward side by side, occasionally talking about things that might be bought for the new house and interesting things in the past. The wind was still strong, but the eyes of the two were bright. Sister, here. Zhang Lin excitedly waved to Zhuang Xiao, who was still looking around. Hearing the voice, Zhuang Xiao quickly locked onto the door of a store. There were 2 teenagers standing in front of the door. One was Zhang Lin, and the other was naturally Du Zhong. Last night, the two of them personally planted the dancing grass under the wall of their own yard. Among them, Yukamiya Almonds also left a smaller one, planted in a large flower pot, and planned to take it back to his brother when he returned to the number 6 safe zone in 2 days. Zhuang Xiao looked at the store behind him and said, Is this the store you mentioned? Zhang Lin nodded and said, Yes. It's here. This is newly bought by my family. I haven't decided what to do with it yet. Last night, I made a potted plant of the dancing grass and gave it to my father. Then my father gave me this store. He got the idea of potted plants from Yukamiya Almonds temporarily. As a result, the effect was unexpectedly good. His father usually doesn't have any special hobbies. He just likes to collect all kinds of strange things, regardless of whether they are animals, plants, or something else, as long as they are novel enough. Especially after his father heard about the flame cat. He wanted to come with him so that he could watch it up close, but he was stopped by him. Today everyone is young, and it is a bit inconvenient to bring him. An old man. Father Zhang, Old man? Your father has just reached the age of knowing the destiny. Okay. How about it? I take you in to have a look. Sister Bao is satisfied, Zhang Lin said proudly. Chapter 353. After saying that, Zhang Lin turned around and used his watch to swipe the door of the store. After the door was opened, light was projected into the room. The entrance was bright, but the inside looked dark, and it seemed that the store was quite deep. Click. With a sound, all the lights on the roof were turned on. The room became brighter. Sure enough, the store was about 7 or 8 meters deep, and there was a small door at the end. Zhang Lin pointed to the small door at the end and said, Behind the small door is a small warehouse, about 5 or 6 square meters. Of course, if you don't mind being stuffy, you can use it as a small room and live there. Zhang Lin introduced the store to Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao with great interest. In fact, there was really nothing to introduce in this store, except for the lights above the head. There was nothing inside. It was empty, and you could see the end at a glance. Zhang Lin just imitated the lines introduced to him by others and narrated it again. Although there was nothing to introduce here, Zhuang Xiao still put on a serious look and pretended to listen carefully. In fact, she had already told him what happened next. She didn't want to worry about it. However, Since the boy was so active, he should be given some space to perform. There were about a dozen shops on this shopping street, but there was not a single pharmacy. In fact, there were no special pharmacies on the outer shopping streets of the 4 districts in the east, west, south, and north of the safe zone. Many shops selling daily necessities, and daily necessities would also sell some. And they were all very fixed common medicines, such as colds, fevers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. That's all. The channels for obtaining medicines are generally not open to ordinary people. They are all in the hands of a small number of people in the inner city of the safe zone. Even if ordinary people go to the number 6 safe zone to purchase medicines, the amount of medicines they can get is limited and not worth it. Like this year, under the situation of drug shortage, many shops have also used a lot of methods, but the gains are very small, or even nothing. For example, Yu Lao grocery store. For example, the medicines that Xiaoyan purchased from the number 6 safety zone this time will be placed in the hospital in the safety zone and will not be sold to anyone separately. Moreover, only a very small number of people have a high standard of living in the safety zone. For things like seeing a doctor and taking medicine, it is better not to go to the hospital. It is a waste of money. This has been the case since ancient times. Not to mention the lower class people living in the shantytowns. They will most likely endure it, and will only take some medicine back when there is really no other way. Although medicine is difficult to buy and relatively expensive, how can I say it? This material is always a scarce resource, especially in winter every year. Therefore, as soon as Zhuangshao Pharmacy opened this year, there was no need for publicity, and the medicines would soon be sold out, and some people would even hoard them. Although Zhuangshao has lived in the number 6 safety zone for a long time, and has learned a little about the shortage of medicines, however, she still underestimated the enthusiasm of ordinary people for being able to buy winter medicines directly. Now, she looks at the poor store and feels very satisfied. In this way, they can organize it as they want. In the end, Zhuangshao bought the shop at the original price of 35,000 points, which means that she got the same price as Zhang Lin's family bought it. Sister, can we go to Huahua to play this afternoon? Zhang Lin said with a flattering smile. Du Zhong also looked at Zhuangshao expectantly. Zhuangshao scratched his head and said, I have to go to the grocery store later, and I have to repair the bedroom in the afternoon. She didn't seem to have much time to accompany guests. However, thinking that she had just got a shop from Zhang Lin without even an agency fee, she felt that it seemed a bit bad to refuse it. Just now she secretly asked Hua Xiao if the price was expensive. Hua Xiao said that this shop is not something you can buy with money. The shops in the safe zone are shops, and the residential area is the residential area. It is not allowed to convert the houses in the residential area into shops without authorization, which is why the shops in the safe zone are so precious. Without some connections, it won't work at all. After hearing what Hua Xiao said, Zhuangshao came out of the shop and looked at the shop owners around him differently. They were all invisible rich and powerful people. Shop owner, is there a possibility that we were hired to look after the shop? Anyway, the shop is in our hands. Zhuangshao was in a good mood and finally agreed to Zhang Lin's request. Anyway, they wanted to play with Huahua, and it didn't seem to delay her work. So, the group separated. After lunch, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong went to Zhuangshao house again. After Hua Xiao and Zhuangshao settled the shop, they went to the grocery store, where they happened to meet the brothers Yan Ming and Yan Hu who were purchasing items. Old Man Yu's eyes were still bright and sharp. At a glance, he saw Zhuangshao coming to the grocery store with a school bag on his back. Xiao Xiao, you're back. Old Man Yu hurriedly squeezed out from between the two brothers Yan Hu and Yan Ming and greeted Zhuangshao. Hello, Grandpa Yu. Zhuangshao replied with a smile. Sister, you're here to buy things too. Hearing Zhuangshao's voice, Yan Ming put down the items he was choosing and came over. Seeing the three people chatting lively, Hua Xiao consciously went to find Yan Hu. Zhuangshao hummed, and then asked Old Man Yu, Grandpa Yu, have you got the winter medicine here? If you have, she won't take out her medicine. Hearing this, Old Man Yu couldn't help but sigh and said, it's not that easy. I heard yesterday that the convoy that went to the number 6 safety zone came back. So I went to inquire. Even the people in the number 6 safety zone have limited their purchases. This year, the possibility of getting the goods in a grocery store like ours is almost zero. So forget it. It's not his turn to make this money this year. However, he soon remembered that the little girl went to the number 6 safety zone. So he continued, I heard that people who are not in the number 6 safety zone are not allowed to buy it. You didn't buy it either. Before Zhuang Xiao spoke, Yan Ming smiled and said, Then Grandpa you guessed wrong. My sister bought a lot. Really? That's good. That's good. If you have a headache or fever in winter, you don't have to worry at home. Old Man Yu said very happily. Seeing that Old Man Yu was so happy to hear that she could buy medicine. Zhuang Xiao paused for a moment before saying, Grandpa Yu, I have medicine. Do you want it? No. No. Keep it for yourself. My family has enough for this year. Old Man Yu was happy and waved his hands. Old Man Yu thought that the little girl was still thinking about the box of medicine he sold her last time and wanted to return it to him. So, he also refused very straightforwardly. Chapter 354. Seeing him like this, Zhuang Xiao felt that the old man probably misunderstood her meaning. So she walked forward and took the old man's arm and walked into the store. While walking, she also talked about what she wanted to buy today. Arrived in the store, Zhuang Xiao took off the backpack behind him, put it on the ground, and then opened it. Then he took out the boxes of medicines inside and put them on the shelf. Zhuang Xiao turned his head and looked at Old Man Yu and said, Grandpa Yu, do you want it? I still have a lot. Really a lot. A car. Anyway, they are all going to be sold. In order to repay the little kindness that Old Man Yu had shown her before, she is also willing to give appropriate rewards within her ability. Of course, this reward is not free. Medicines are charged. Old Man Yu was shocked to see the neatly stacked winter commonly used medicines on the shelf. His eyes were straight. Is this really destined to make him money this winter? Soon, he turned his eyes away from the medicines, looked at Zhuang Xiao and asked, Can all these be sold to me? Zhuang Xiao nodded immediately. Old Man Yu was immediately overjoyed and said hurriedly, Yes. Yes. I want all of them. No matter how many you have. I want as many as you want. Zhuang Xiao, that? Grandpa Yu. I have that car outside. Are you sure you want all of them? Zhuang Xiao asked tentatively. This little old man must have been talking nonsense. Her car box of medicine is worth a lot of money. Old Man Yu, a car box? Old Man Yu was a little confused. What does a car box mean? Zhuang Xiao car was parked not far away, and this car box was almost as big as his grocery store. Zhuang Xiao nodded affirmatively and said, Yes. It is a car box. Old Man Yu, Okay. The old man is arrogant. This little girl. This girl seems to be richer than he thought. She bought a small single-family house on the edge of the inner city of the safe zone a while ago. It has not been long since then. And another carload of winter medicines has been brought back from the number 6 safety zone. Although Zhuang Xiao wants to thank Old Man Yu for his kindness, she must also make money. The purchase price of medicines in the number 6 safety zone has increased by 30% compared with previous years, and she bought the goods according to last year's price. In the end, the price that Zhuang Xiao gave Old Man Yu was based on this year's normal purchase price. This price made Old Man Yu very happy. This is much lower than the price he got from various middlemen in previous years. If it is sold this winter, selling medicines can make a lot of money. For the things Zhuang Xiao bought from the grocery store, Old Man Yu also paid directly according to the purchase price. After the deduction, he still had to pay Zhuang Xiao 10,000 points. After paying 10,000 points, Old Man Yu spent all the liquid funds that could be used in the family. But don't worry. Just go to a few nearby grocery stores and stroll around, and the points will be back in minutes. Old Wang, keep an eye on it for me. I'll be back soon. Old Yu yelled at Old Wang next door, and then he went to see Zhuang Xiao and the other three off on his old legs. Old Wang next door came out of the store and saw Old Yu's back, who was about to fly. He muttered, Old Yu, who was so sad in the morning. How come he is so excited now? It's strange. Grandpa Yu, we're leaving. You go back. Zhuang Xiao said goodbye to Old Yu from the car window. The wrinkles on Old Yu's face trembled, and he said with a smile, Okay. I let my son deliver the things you bought later. The brothers Yan Ming and Yan who sat on the top of the car, watching the two people chatting. As soon as Zhuang Xiao learned that they had also bought a house in the safe zone, he planned to go and see the door, and send the two people back. And Xiao also made an appointment with the two to install shelves in the store tomorrow. As for the people who help run the store, Zhuang Xiao has already thought about this, and he thinks the other party will not refuse. When they returned to the shantytown, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still a lot of people outside their house. However, the dancing grass has a bad reputation, and the guards arranged by the security zone patrol the periphery back and forth. But they still maintain a distance from their house that will not disturb them. When driving into the small road, Zhuang Xiao couldn't tell what his mood was for a while. It felt like he was a monkey in the zoo, and it was free. And the guards, when they didn't have them around, they were scared to go out. Now that they have them, they can't tell whether it's protection or more like surveillance. In short, it's quite uncomfortable. There is no longer the excitement of being welcomed by everyone when the flame cat came out of the mountain. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were waiting at their door early. The flame cat was squatting in the bushes on the right side of the gate. Hey, what can't just lie there like this forever? At least you need to build a shelter for him. During the extreme cold period, the temperature can reach -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. I wonder if Hua, who lives in the Imperial Forest, can adapt to it? Anyway, no matter what, Hua's nest must be built. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao felt a little melancholy, and felt so busy that everyone around her was busy. And she took Hua for a stroll every day when she had nothing to do. In the afternoon, the bedroom repair work, Hua Xiao contracted it alone. Let her take Hua, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong out to play. The two guys squatted not far from Hua, staring at the flame cat eagerly, which was also very annoying. Besides, he could do this little work in the bedroom by himself, and someone would get in the way. So, the three people who were despised took the flame cat out in the afternoon. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were excited and screamed in the air. The flame cat thought the two guys were a bit annoying, and they deliberately swooped down and flew straight. And then the two became more excited. The flame cat was speechless for a while. Finally, Zhuang Xiao didn't like this flying mode and called a halt. Zhang Lin and Du Zhong also settled down. This is much more exciting and interesting than flying, because they were with Zhang Lin and Du Zhong. They just strolled along the boundary between the blind spot and the safe zone, and didn't go deep into the blind spot. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them went back. The bodies of the three people and Hua were all covered with the corpses of mutant pheasants. Flame Cat piked the ununited mutant pheasant and won. The mutant pheasants that could not be eaten were eaten by Flame Cat on the spot. The mutant pheasants with medium and low radiation were all brought back. From these mutant pheasants, they also touched a few low-level energy stones. Except for the last time when they dug out bird nests with Zhuang Xiao in the Imperial Forest. This was the first time that Zhang Lin and Du Zhong dug out energy stones from the stomachs of mutant animals with their own hands. This feeling. Chapter 355. How to say it. It was both fresh and exciting. Although the energy stone level was a bit low, it represented a different meaning. So they were all carefully collected. Especially when Zhang Lin and Du Zhong left Zhuang Xiao house. They took away a low-level and a medium-level radiation mutant pheasant. Du Zhong ate at Zhang Lin's house, and all the mutant pheasants were taken directly to Zhang Lin's house. After arriving home, Zhang Lin took the low-level mutant pheasant with its stomach cut open and bloody into his father's study. And then, after a period of chaos, the two of them went downstairs with filial piety. That night, Zhuang Xiao also ate the delicious ginseng stewed chicken. Zhuang Xiao held the bowl and sat on the small bench at the door. He placed an extra-large iron basin in front of the flame cat, which was full of mutant pheasant meat. Of course, for the flame cat, it was just a taste and a change of taste. Zhuang Xiao's mouth was full of oil. Flame Cat said please don't feed cats this kind of food in the future. He still prefers the feeling of teeth-biting prey. His breath was full of the strong smell of blood. It was so fragrant. Look at the one in the pot. I don't know how the human at the door eats so fragrantly. Waste of food. Finally, under Zhuang Xiao repeated urging, Flame Cat endured the nausea and ate all the meat in the pot. The next morning, the fog was thick, and everything was shrouded in white fog. Although it was not to the extent that the opposite side did not know each other. It was definitely a matter of 3 meters away. It was not suitable to go out in such weather in the wasteland. The reason was, although the fog blocked the sun from reaching the surface to a certain extent and reduced the radiation value, the same fog would also carry many mutant bacteria that could not be seen by the naked eye, causing various physical diseases in people. Fog like today usually lasts for 3 to 5 days, and all outdoor activities must be carried out after the fog dissipates. After Huishao got up in the morning, he informed Yin Hu that he didn't need to go to the shop to decorate today. Zhuangxiao was so happy to know that he would not have to go out for 3 or 5 days, and would stay at home to lie down. The short holiday is coming. However, the fog did not stop the flame cat from going out early and returning late. In this way, Zhuangxiao spent a few days of leisurely days at home. In the evening of the 5th day, the fog gradually dissipated, and the sunset reflected half of the sky red. That night, the north wind was howling. The temperature dropped again. In the early morning, Zhuangxiao and Huishao were on the way to Hu Qianli's house. Zhuangxiao wore a flowered cotton jacket and flowered cotton pants, a fur coat, a furry hair fur on his head, his face buried in the scarf, his hands in his pockets, and couldn't help but sigh, "It's so cold today." As soon as the words came out, wisps of white smoke floated out from the gap in the scarf. Huishao lowered his head, stared at the road under his feet, hummed softly, and stopped talking. The two walked in silence on the road, with few pedestrians. When they left the house, even the people who watched their dancing grass and flame cats were much less. The road was quite quiet. Today, Hu Qianli was not at home. As soon as the fog dissipated yesterday, Xiao Yan arranged several mercenary teams to go to the blind spot, taking advantage of the withered and yellow grass in winter. The road to the mining area was cleared so that the work there could be arranged as soon as possible when the temperature rises next year. "Cousin, it's cold outside. Come in." Lan Hong warmly welcomed Zhuangxiao and Huishao into the house. Since Hu Qianli came back, Lan Hong moved back from her mother's house with her children. When she heard the knock on the door, she had just coaxed the child to sleep. As soon as she entered the door, a wave of heat hit her face. The fire in the living room was burning. "Cousin, sit down." While greeting Zhuangxiao, Lan Hong picked up the kettle on the stove and poured water for them. After the two sat down, Zhuangxiao directly stated her purpose and said with a smile, "It's like this. Sister Lan, I opened a small pharmacy on the commercial street in the South City district. I wonder if you are interested in going to the safe zone to help look after the store." Hearing her words, Lan Hong immediately smiled and quickly agreed. Okay. Such a good thing. How can I refuse it?" Zhuangxiao, She hasn't even mentioned the reward yet. She just agreed. In fact, she also considered it for several minutes before deciding. Originally, she was thinking about choosing between Yin Hu and Yin Ming. Both of them are people without stable jobs, commonly known as vagrants. However, Huishao said that Yin Ming plans to participate in the selection of the guard team next year, and Yin Hu has to accompany him at home for various physical training this winter. So he is afraid that he will not be able to spare the time. Later, Zhuangxiao looked through the people he knew. It seems that it was Lan Hong. However, Lan Hong has a child, and the few minutes of hesitation were just for this. Although Huishao had discussed this with Hu Qianli last night, she still wanted to ask Lan Hong's opinion. Unexpectedly, she agreed before she even said a few words. "What about the child?" Zhuangxiao asked worriedly. Lan Hong put the kettle back, sat opposite Zhuangxiao and said, "Just let my mother take care of it. She's just sitting there doing nothing at home. It's so young. Can it work?" Zhuangxiao was still a little worried. It can work, Lan Hong said hurriedly. Seeing that there was no problem with her wishes, Zhuangxiao didn't think about anything else. Lan Hong would probably take care of the child. Since that was the case, the rest was left to Huishao. After receiving Zhuangxiao's look, Huishao said the first sentence he had said since entering the house today, and it was still a long sentence. 500 points a month. Business hours from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Medicine. The ones commonly bought in the winter safety zone, Huishao said, and Zhuangxiao nodded beside him. When Lan Hong heard about this arrangement, besides the fact that she didn't own the pharmacy and the salary was paid by others, the working hours were short and flexible. So why would she disagree? She had been married to Hu Qianli for so many years, but her husband hadn't found her a clerk in the safe zone. According to the shortage of medicines in the safe zone in winter, she might not be able to do this job for even a month. But it's better to have it than not. Seeing that she has taken another step forward from Wanyan Xiaoluka, she will soon start working in the safe zone. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Okay. Will you go to work in the afternoon? Then I go to my mother's place later and ask her to come and help me take care of the children at home. Lan Hong talked more frequently than Hu Xiao just said. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly said, Don't worry. Don't worry. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow will be fine. When you are ready, let me know, and I will pick you up when you go this time. Okay. Then let's go early tomorrow morning. Lan Hong immediately made the decision. Zhuang Xiao, I don't want to get up early. It's getting colder recently. And she's getting more and more tired. Chapter 356. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhuang Xiao crawled out of the bed with difficulty. It was still incredibly cold outside. The north wind was howling, and the sky was gloomy. At the door of the house, Flame Cat was not there, and no one knew where he had gone crazy. In the past 3 days, he packed leftovers home. Sometimes 2 mutant goat legs, sometimes half a mutant wild boar, and sometimes 2 mutant pheasants. Some met the radiation value standard, and some did not. The ones that did not meet the standard were buried deep under the dancing grass, and the ones that met the edible standard were picked up by Hu Xiao, and the good meat was chopped off and pickled. So that after Hu came to the family, not only did the dancing grass eat meat every day, but she and Hu Xiao also ate meat every meal. However, Flame Cat's habit of packing leftovers home had to be changed, seeing that the soil under the dancing grass had been turned over by her and Hu Xiao. There was really no place to bury it. Sometimes, she couldn't help thinking, if only Hu could use a watch. In this way, only food that meets the standards can be brought back, and the amount of food packed back can be reduced by at least 2/3. I will think about this problem later. The opening of the South City Pharmacy in the safety zone today is the top priority. When the car arrived at the intersection where Hu Qianli's house was, Lan Hong was already waiting there. After Lan Hong got on the car drove quickly to the safety zone. As soon as the car turned into the business where the shop was located, Zhuang Xiao saw several people standing at the door. Among them, 2 or 3 looked familiar. The car found an open space to park, and 3 people got out of the car and walked towards the door. When I got closer, the only 3 familiar figures were Yan Hu, Yan Ming, and the other one was actually Old Man Yu. Sister, why are you here so late? Yan Ming took a few quick steps and approached Zhuang Xiao and asked. In the past 2 days, they lived directly in the safety zone, and asked Aunt Ma next door to take care of the house. The condition is to dig a dancing grass from his house. Then he saw Lan Hong behind her and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Sister Lan. Lan Hong smiled at Yan Hu and Yan Ming, which was considered a greeting. Zhuang Xiao said, Why did you come so early? Then he looked behind him and whispered, What are those people here for? Yan Ming whispered in his ear, To buy medicine. Zhuang Xiao's eyes widened and looked at Yan Ming. She didn't even hand out a flyer. And there were customers coming. At least there should be time for the message to be passed on. While Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming were whispering in each other's ears, Old Man Yu also came forward and said happily, Xiao Xiao, don't open the door yet. They are all waiting to buy medicine. Speaking of which, it was all his son's fault. He came to help with the shelves yesterday afternoon. As a result, he didn't have a word of defense when he went back. The smart guys in their grocery stores got the news and followed him eagerly. The dream of making a fortune quietly was shattered in half. The remaining half depends on the next 2 days. The goods in hand were gone after being distributed to relatives and friends in the past 2 days. The points earned were not much, but not a small amount. After all, everyone knows that medicines are scarce this winter, and paying points is still quite pleasant. After opening the door, Lan Hong immediately went to work. The medicines are clearly marked with prices, except for the 3 backpacks that Old Man Yu left this time. The rest are sold according to the marked prices in the store. In the middle, Old Man Yu helped to add fuel to the fire. In just a short while, these people emptied 1/10 of the medicine in the pharmacy. Yan Ming and Yin, who helped Lan Hong count the number of medicines and pack them for shipment. The 3 people cooperated well. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao sat on the small stool on the inside and talked in a low voice. Zhuang Xiao whispered, These people are going back to be middlemen. Right? Wu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Just like that, with no purchase restrictions at all in the pharmacy, Lan Hong was declared unemployed at noon on the 3rd day. Except for Zhuang Xiao, who stayed specially. All the medicines in the store were sold out. Zhuang Xiao, who had been helping to chop meat at home for the past 2 days, was shocked. So her business was over in just 3 days. What should I do next? The pharmacy turned into a butcher shop? Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao with the knife in her hand. Hui Xiao watched the meat and said, "It's not impossible." Zhuang Xiao, what did you say? Say it again. Why do you feel more casual than her? Lan Hong was still explaining to people that the store was indeed out of stock, and whether there would be more in the future. She would have to ask the boss to know. When Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao arrived, Zhuang Xiao looked at the crowd at the door. I didn't want to go there. Zhuang Xiao sat in the car, lowered his head, and sent a message to Lan Hong, asking her to close the store directly and go to a certain street. After sending the message, he immediately turned the car around and evacuated. At the agreed location, we waited for about a quarter of an hour. Lan Hong came over. Sister Lan. Here. Here? Zhuang Xiao stuck his head out of the car and shouted at Lan Hong. Lan Hong trotted and got in the car. Then the car drove all the way to Yan Ming house. There was a lot of frozen meat in the car. Hua has been working too hard recently, and there is almost no room for meat at home. She really wants to vomit when she sees meat now. Green vegetables. Green vegetables. Green vegetables. Just want to eat some green vegetables. However, where can you find green vegetables in this cold season? The only green grass nearby is their dancing grass. Sometimes, Zhuang Xiao's eyes almost glow green when looking at the dancing grass. However, the snake and scorpion beauty is poisonous, so he can only swallow his saliva silently at it. In addition to sending people, some of the frozen meat in the car is to be stored in a house in the safe zone. When the car arrived downstairs of Yan Ming house, 2 people were already waiting there. Yan Ming, come and carry the meat. After getting off the car, Zhuang Xiao called Yan Ming to come and carry the meat. The meat was to thank them for their help 2 days ago. I wanted to get points, but then I thought it would be better to give meat. I guess their family didn't have enough meat in stock. After bringing the meat to Yan Ming, Zhuang Xiao said to Lan Hong, Sister Lan has some too. I give it to you when we go back later. When Lan Hong heard this, she wanted to refuse. She just saw that such a big piece of meat must weigh at least 20 to 30 kilograms. She couldn't even buy such a big piece of meat with her monthly salary of 500 points. Not to mention that she was laid off in 3 days before she got her monthly salary. How could she accept it? Zhuang Xiao saw that she wanted to refuse, and hurriedly added, These are all Hua. She then thought that Lan Hong might not know that it was a flame cat. So she said again, Hua. It's a flame cat. These are all brought back by Hua when he went out hunting. However, Lan Hong still insisted and waved her hand to refuse. After struggling for a while, Zhuang Xiao said with a bit of embarrassment, These are all the leftovers of Hua. However, Hui Xiao and I cut off all the leftovers that Hua had torn off. Lan Hong, She really wanted to ask where the leftovers went. You can eat them after washing them. People in the wasteland can't survive anymore. So who cares who has eaten them? Besides, these are all meat. Chapter 357. Yan Ming also stepped forward to help, saying, Sister Lan, you see I have accepted it. If you don't accept it, I would be embarrassed to ask for it. As he said that, he gave Zhuang Xiao a look, and then pretended to put the meat in his hand on the car. Lan Hong saw her like this, and hurriedly said, I want it. I want it. In the future, if there is something in the store, she must be more attentive than now. Otherwise it would be really sorry for the meat given by her cousin. After the tug-of-war, Zhuang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sincerely. The 5 people in the group went upstairs while talking and laughing. The last time Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao came, they only went downstairs and did not go upstairs, and Lan Hong's eyes were full of envy. There was a wall between her family and Yan Hu's family. Before Yan Hu withdrew from the mercenary team, the conditions of the 2 families were similar. But after Yan Hu withdrew, he was not as good as their family. Now, for Lan Hong, moving from the shantytown to the safe zone, the 2 brothers have crossed the class. According to her husband, this was a windfall that Yan Ming made when he followed his cousin to rescue people in the number 6 safety zone. Who wouldn't want such a windfall? Thinking that now she can work in the safety zone because of Zhuang Xiao. This is she one step closer to making a fortune. With her mind full of wild thoughts, the group went to the 7th floor. There was a large dining table in the middle of the living room, and 2 electric heaters were placed in the corners, making the room warm. Judging from the cleanliness of the walls and the floor, they were obviously repainted and repaired. compared with the simple houses in the shantytown. The house in the safety zone is a real mansion for the two brothers Yin Ming and Yin Hu. After entering the house, Yin Ming carried the meat to the kitchen. There was no wall between the kitchen and the living room, which made the indoor space seem a lot more spacious. The living room window faces south, and the sun is just right at this time. It illuminates half of the living room. Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong sat in the sun, with Xiao and Yin Hu sat near the gate, and Yin Ming was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Yin Ming and Zhuang Xiao lived together for a long time in the number 6 safety zone, and they knew Zhuang Xiao's taste and requirements for food. So, he was the chef for the meal to entertain her sister. Lan Hong hadn't forgotten the business. The medicine in the pharmacy was sold out, so she had to ask what to do next. She looked at Zhuang Xiao expectantly and asked, "Cousin, will our pharmacy be restocked later?" "No," Zhuang Xiao replied. Hearing her say this, Lan Hong was a little disappointed. She was really unemployed. Zhuang Xiao did not notice Lan Hong's mood, and continued to say, as she had discussed with Hu Xiao on the way, "I want to change it to a butcher's shop." The medicine shop changed to a butcher shop in 3 days. Probably no one can change her main business faster than her. Fortunately, there is no qualification required to open a shop in the safe zone. Otherwise, how could she be so willful? "Ah?" 3 surprised voices sounded, and they were mixed with men and women. Lan Hong opened her eyes wide in surprise. Yin Hu opened his mouth wide, and even Yin Ming stuck his head out with a kitchen knife in his hand. "Sister, why do you suddenly want to change it to a butcher's shop? Isn't this winter medicine selling well? And didn't that Du Zhong say that he could handle the subsequent purchase of medicines?" Yin Ming asked first. After asking a series of questions, Lan Hong and Yin Hu also looked at Zhuang Xiao, waiting for her answer. Zhuang Xiao said, "It may become extremely cold at any time. Although the journey is not far, it will be inconvenient to go back and forth if it happens. Besides, my Hua always brings me back when he goes out. He really can't finish it." Lan Hong, lemon essence. Yin Hu, lemon essence +1. Yin Ming, lemon essence +2. Hu Xiao, lemon essence. Zhuang Xiao words really made everyone envious. The happiest person is Lan Hong. She doesn't have to be unemployed. After asking about what the store will do in the future, Lan Hong didn't worry. She took out the account book of the past 3 days from her arms and handed it to Zhuang Xiao. In fact, there is no need to look at the account book. Every transaction in the store is directly transferred to her account. On the first day, there was always a message reminding her of the arrival of the account, which was too annoying. So she turned it off and didn't pay attention to it for the past 2 days. I didn't expect her pharmacy to be so empty. On the way here, she checked her account. The points kept rolling up. It felt like she could never spend them all. Seeing that there was another cost-free transaction coming, the points would probably only roll up more and more. Oh, so sad. Zhuang Xiao took the account book from Lan Hong and threw it to Hu Xiao. He felt dizzy looking at the zeros on the points and didn't want to look at the account book. Hu Xiao took the account book and looked through it carefully. After that, 3 of the 4 people in the living room began to discuss the matter of the medicine shop and the butcher's shop. Zhuang Xiao sat there in a daze, wondering where to get vegetables and fruits. Perhaps she could ask Zhang Lin and Du Zhong, 2 young men, as high-level people in the safety zone. They must have a variety of ingredients. Or she could go back to the Imperial Forest with Flame Cat, or go around the blind spot near their safety zone. Maybe she could find an area similar to the Imperial Forest. Lunch included sweet potato porridge, lotus root slices, and stewed meat. Lan Hong's eyes lit up when she saw the food on the table. This is extravagant. Too extravagant. Yin Hu and Yin Ming also had green eyes. If it wasn't for entertaining his sister, Yin Ming wouldn't be willing to cook like this. On the other hand, Hu Xiao looked calm. There is a person who loves to eat and is still picky about food at home, and he has long been used to it. The days of drinking green porridge every 5 days across the mountains are gone for Zhuang Xiao. Obviously, you are rich. Why do you have to experience the hard life? Isn't that asking for trouble? In short, you are sick. Lan Hong was embarrassed to pick up her chopsticks at first, but finally she saw that everyone else was eating naturally, so she just let go. At this time, Hu Qianli and others who were in the blind spot were eating nutrient solution and dried meat with relish. It will take at least more than a week to clean up this area. While eating, Hu Qianli chatted with Ming Qingyang next to him. Ming Qingyang swallowed the dried meat that he had just chewed in his mouth and said slowly, almost. However, you can't do it for long if you want to. According to the practice of previous years, a cold wave may come at any time at this time, and the temperature will reach the extreme cold standard. Yes, I don't want to go out in this weather. If you think about it this way, the mission of the Qilin team is pretty good. They are on duty in the safe zone every day and look after those genetically modified people. Chapter 358. Sima Yin expressed his envy, and he heard that the group of guys got a lot of dragon scale fruits when they went to the Emperor Forest last time. Thinking of the dragon scale fruits, Sima Yin continued, have you eaten all the dragon scale fruits? The dragon scale fruits in their hands were distributed by Xiao Yin after they went to the number 7 safety zone and mistakenly entered the high radiation area last time. The ones in Xiao Yan's hand were the ones that Zhuang Xiao gave to Wu Xiao. Hu Qianli said, I ate one. Ming Qingyang shook his head, indicating that he did not eat it. The last time he was injured in the high radiation area, he was not seriously injured. After drinking the gene stabilization potion and the radiation cleaning potion, his physical condition recovered. This is also thanks to the fact that he took all the energy stones at home before going out. Otherwise he would have suffered a lot. Who knows the pain of body damage due to radiation? He knew that Xiang Su and Hu Qianli should also have a lot of energy stones. But they all have relatives, and probably left some at home when they went out, and did not take them. That's why the situation of the 3 people in the high radiation area last time was so serious. The fact is indeed the same as Ming Qingyang expected. The 3 people did take a few out. Xiang Su and Wan He gave the same answer to Sima Yan's question. They ate all 3 dragon scale fruits. Otherwise, they would probably still be lying in the hospital in the safe zone. Although the treatment was paid for by the public, the pain still had to be endured by themselves. Eating dragon scale fruit can not only reduce suffering, but also come out earlier to take tasks and earn points. I ate all of them too, Sima Yin said. As a person who has not experienced the pain of genetic modification, he is a little afraid of pain and can't stand the damage caused by high radiation. After getting it, he immediately ate all of it according to the doctor's advice. The people of the Mandrill squad were next to them and heard the conversation between them. Last time, they caught up with the Biling Mountain fire. They had been active near Biling Mountain to observe the follow-up of the mountain fire and the mutant crows. They were not on the mission that time. This time, I came to the blind area to open up Wasteland, and happened to do a mission with the future team. I was quite interested when I heard them talk about their last experience. The future team chatted and talked about the flame cat and dancing grass. The captain of the Mandrill team, Yi Qing, moved to the position of the future team, and then interrupted, do you know the owner of the flame cat and dancing grass? Hu Qianli saw him approaching, and hurriedly looked at him and said proudly, of course. My cousin. Yi Qing, look at my eyes. I don't believe you. There are a total of 20 people in the future team now. That time they were chased by the mutant snake, and lost 3 people. The team members have not been supplemented, and there are only 17 people left. Among these 17 people, only 7 people have met Zhuang Xiao. If these people are divided according to closeness, Wei Sheng, Sima Yin, and Feng Xiang are the least familiar with Zhuang Xiao. Sima Yin and Feng Xiang were born in the safe zone, while Wei Sheng lived in the northern shantytown to the north of the safe zone. It can be said that these 3 people used to be more or less distant from Zhuang Xiao. Looking back at Hu Qianli, Ming Qingyang, Xiang Su and Wan He, Hu Qianli and Yin who are separated by a wall, while Ming Qingyang, Xiang Su, and Wan He are all in the southeast shantytown of the safe zone, the place where the 4 people live with Zhuang Xiao, and Hu Xiao has a natural advantage in terms of geographical location. Therefore, it is inevitable that they will be closer and more familiar. And the remaining 10 people in the future team, a few who stayed awake in the high radiation area also saw Zhuang Xiao and Flame Cat, but it was not their turn to talk. This is why Yi Qing came over, and why Hu Qianli could say that Zhuang Xiao was his cousin so confidently. No matter from which aspect, their relationship is really close. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't believe it, Ming Qingyang also said, really? That's really my cousin. Xiang Su and Wan He nodded in agreement. Yes, that's really my cousin. I wonder if my cousin will go out to explore after this wave of tasks is over. I haven't taken the time to visit Zhuang Xiao house since I came back. When the neighbors and relatives talked about the flame cat and the dancing grass, These people were just secretly proud in their hearts at that time. Even though they were talking happily now, I was afraid that the other party would make some weird requests, and it would be difficult to agree or not. However, the situation among the mercenaries was much better. Now a considerable number of people have known about the Flame Cat. As for the fact that the Flame Cat and the Dancing Grass are a family, whether you can guess it depends on yourself. After all, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao did not hide it when they went out, and many people in Hui Xiao mercenary team were familiar with him. Here, the future team and the mandrill team were chatting animatedly. Over there, in the deep forest that they could not see, a group of hungry guys were approaching. Danger was coming, and these people are now unaware of it. At this moment, Xiao Yin and his guards are building fortifications around the mining area. After surveying, the mineral reserves are rich and cover a large area, extending all the way to the high radiation area. It is preliminarily estimated that at least 1/3 of the mineral reserves are located in the high radiation area. Although the surveyors in the safety zone cannot demarcate the high radiation area and the non-high radiation area with just a pair of eyes, like Zhuang Xiao, they can still delineate the approximate range through various instruments and equipment and speculation on surface vegetation. Xiaoyan plans to complete all the preparatory work that can be done before the extreme cold weather comes. When the extreme cold is over, he can arrange people to come here to carry out follow-up work, and strive to ensure that the mining work can proceed smoothly when the weather warms up, because the mining area is too close to the high radiation area. They also have to prevent the possible appearance of large mutant animals, so the fortifications around the mining area must be built. Moreover, if they spend time cleaning up the route from the safety zone to the mining area next year, the sphere of influence of the safety zone can be expanded by at least double. It can also greatly reduce the blind spot distance between the 11th safety zone and the 3rd and 17th safety zones. It is said that although the 17th safety zone was damaged by the mutant crows, there are still many people in the original safety zone who are still trying to survive. For Xiaoyan, who plans to build a new city, the population strength of their safety zone and shantytown is not enough. In addition to the situation where the living force cannot be increased temporarily, it is particularly important to introduce population from outside. The remaining population in the 17th safety zone is undoubtedly his best choice at the moment. After a short rest after the meal, the future and the mandrill team continued to clean up the designated area. Chapter 359. Although this mission has certain risks, there are often unexpected gains when clearing weeds and trees, such as mutant animals in hibernation and some edible root foods. As long as the work meets the requirements, these gains will belong to each mercenary team. So everyone is working hard. There were exclamations from time to time in the crowd. Someone found the trace of the mutant hare. The gray, fat mutant hare twisted its fat hips and ran quickly towards the depths of the dense forest. Someone was lucky and hit it with one shot. He happily carried the mutant hare back and put it in the car. Someone was unlucky and didn't even catch up with the mutant hare's tail. It came out of the dense forest in less than a moment. The mutant hare that disappeared in the depths of the dense forest suddenly stopped, stood up, put its front paws in front of it, and stood up with its ears high. Seeing that no one was following it, it relaxed its vigilance. It leisurely searched for edible plant roots in the weeds. However, this leisurely moment did not last long. Several pairs of green eyes stared at its plump body, drooling all over the ground. A gray-brown figure suddenly jumped out of the grass, and its sharp claws grabbed the mutant hare's body like a sharp blade, and its teeth flashing with cold light instantly pierced into the mutant hare's neck. Blood gushed out, dyeing its gray hair red. White mist rose and disappeared, until the mutant hare on the ground was motionless. After a while, only a pool of dark red blood remained on the ground. A mutant hare could not soothe the hungry stomachs of the mutant wolves. This group of extremely hungry, ferocious and cruel beasts followed the smell and searched for food that could fill their stomachs in the dense forest in the cold. The chainsaw cut the trees, making a sharp and piercing noise, perfectly covering up the reminder that the mutant hare sacrificed its flesh to humans. The thick and tall trees fell to the ground. There was a continuous sound of branches breaking. "Get out of the way! Don't get hit!" Hu Qianli shouted loudly, reminding the people around who were clearing weeds and bushes. The fallen trees will be used as wood for the construction of the new urban area after being cut, and then special personnel will transport them there. Everyone who heard Hu Qianli's voice hurriedly dodged to prevent being injured by mistake. After the tree fell, it is likely to crush the surrounding small trees and bushes. and the chain reaction formed is huge. Therefore, every time a tree that towers into the sky falls, everyone is still quite awake. In this atmosphere, the wolf pack that had just surrounded the mutant hare came quietly, lying in the bushes, with burning eyes, waiting for an opportunity to move. Xiangsu took 2 steps back to avoid the sweep of the tree branches. However, the dry vines on the ground tripped him to the ground. He squatted on the ground, and then prepared to stand up from the ground while cursing. He bumped into the green eyes in the bushes. His instinct for survival made him jump up from the ground at an unprecedented speed. At this time, the mutant wolf lying under the bushes had a fierce look in its eyes, and a wild beast whimpering sound came out of its throat. Then it jumped up and pounced on Xiangsu, who had just stood firm. "There are wolves." Xiangsu's frightened warning and the howling of the mutant wolf pack's attack sounded in the dense forest at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A mutant wolf had already pounced on Xiangsu to the ground, with its fangs still open, heading for Xiangsu's neck. Qing, who was closest to Xiangsu, didn't think twice and shot the mutant wolf in the face. The wolf pack was so close to them, but they didn't even notice it. Looking at the dozen or so sturdy mutant wolves, with such a huge disparity in strength, coupled with this sudden attack, the 30 or 40 people today may not be able to escape. Qing's shooting skills are very accurate, and the bullets shot straight into the mutant wolf's head. Despite this, the mutant wolf did not fall down. However, this brief pain gave Xiangsu, who was lying on the ground, a chance to breathe. He took out the pistol from his waist with a neat movement and shot all the bullets into the mutant wolf's abdomen without hesitation. Because of the pain, the mutant wolf's sharp claws scratched Xiangsu's face, scratching a deep bloody wound on his face, and blood flowed out. Xiangsu didn't care about the pain, and saw the opportunity to roll out from under the mutant wolf's claws. Qing saw that the mutant wolf did not fall down after one blow, and the bullets in his hand kept coming. The injured mutant wolf's eyes became more and more fierce. Qing looked at it, and felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Xiangsu staggered as he ran, blood running down his cheeks to his neck, and a lot of it splashed onto his clothes and the dry grass around him. Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang, and Wei Sheng stood back to back, watching the wolves vigilantly. But in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by 3 mutant wolves. 6 pairs of wolf eyes stared at the prey in the encirclement, with determination in their eyes. There were constant gunshots in the dense forest, the howling of people, and the wailing of wolves, because the trees in this dense forest had been cut down by them. It was useless to find a tall tree to climb up at this time. What's more, in the case of being completely unprepared, the mutant wolves did not give them time to react and escape. Soon, some mutant wolves fell, and some people fell. The strong smell of blood in the air made this fight, or a nearly one-sided massacre, even more tragic and tragic. Today's luck is really bad. Hu Qianli spit on the ground, and the place where he was scratched by the mutant wolf had already oozed blood. The blood dripped on the ground and instantly formed blood beads. Hu Qianli's hand holding the electric saw began to become unstable due to exhaustion, and even trembled a little. Meng Qingyang gritted his teeth and said, "Fight them." Wei Sheng was the same. All 3 people were injured, and the blood droplets on the ground were crushed. When new ones came up, they were crushed again. The 3 mutant wild wolves gradually narrowed the encirclement. The meat was about to be eaten. The wolves stared at the group of people who were still struggling to death, and their eyes were full of determination. What happened? The people of the Sharp Knife and Sharp Blade teams, which were several kilometers away from the Future and the Mandrill team, stopped their work and pricked up their ears to listen to the movement from afar. The one who spoke was Yiming, the captain of the Sharp Knife team. Then he heard Shen Yuanlin, the captain of the Sharp Blade team next to him, say, "It must be a mutant beast." The two looked at each other and immediately understood the meaning of each other's eyes. Chapter 360. The 2 teams are so close to each other. If they don't rescue, they may be the ones to be abandoned next time they encounter the same situation. And judging from the density of the gunshots, the situation must be very critical. "Get in the car," Chen Yuanlin said in a deep voice, and then shouted to the people not far away. Other members of the team obviously heard the movement in the dense forest in the distance. As soon as the captains of the 2 teams said to leave, everyone got in the car, and the car sped towards the direction of Wailai and the Mandrill team. The closer they were, the clearer the sound, and they also determined what mutant animal attacked them. The expressions on everyone's faces were very serious. At this time, Xiao Yin was also on his way back. The place where Wei Lai and the mandrill team carried out their mission was on his way back. At this time, the convoy was also speeding towards the scene of the incident at an astonishing speed. After having lunch at Yin Ming and Yin Hu's house, Zhuang Xiao, Hui Xiao and Lan Hong left. The three of them first went to see Zhuang Xiao house in the safe zone and put all the meat in the car into the storage room. On the way out of the safe zone, Lan Hong's mind was still on Zhuang Xiao's single-family house. The car stopped in front of Lan Hong's mother's house. Lan Hong picked up the meat and jumped out of the car, and saw Lan Jin opening the door from the inside. "Sister, are you back? Come on. Your baby girl has been crying for most of the day." Lan Hong turned around and said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, and then followed Lan Jin in. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard her little girl's heart-wrenching cry and her mother's constant comforting voice. "What's going on?" Lan Hong stuffed the meat in her hand into Lan Jin's arms without waiting for his answer. She passed him and entered the house. As soon as she entered the house, she immediately took off her cold coat and put her hands on the stove to warm them until the coldness on her hands disappeared. And then she walked towards the inner room. Lan Jin was holding the meat in her arms and was stunned for a moment. There is so much meat. You are back so early? Come and see your baby girl. I don't know what's wrong with her. She keeps crying, and no matter how you comfort her, it doesn't work." Seeing Lan Hong coming in, Zhao Chun hurriedly held the child over, and suddenly remembered something and said, "Are your hands cold?" "No. It's over-roasted." Lan Hong took the child from her mother's arms. The child's little face was covered with tears. His eyes were red, and he was crying and twitching. He looked so pitiful. Lan Hong held the child and walked back and forth in the house, singing an unknown song. When Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao got home, they didn't see the shadow of the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao looked around the wall of her house, but didn't see the shadow of the flame cat. She returned to the yard and said to Hui Xiao, "Hua, you went out to look for food so early today? Maybe it's cold, and your body consumes energy faster." Hui Xiao took the food from the car and put it in the living room. These were the foods that Zhuang Xiao had placed in the safe zone at that time. Recently, they mainly lived in shantytowns, so most of these foods were brought back. After hearing Hui Xiao answer, Zhuang Xiao thought about it. The weather was cold in winter, and she felt that she ate more, and the fat on her lower abdomen grew again. If the extremely cold weather lasted for 2 months, and she didn't go out every day, she would gain a lot of weight before the spring came. Or, she would ask Hui Xiao to train her more. But what should she learn? To be honest, she felt that her strength was not much worse than Hui Xiao now, and she had the Hua plug-in. Not to mention being invincible in the world. She would be invincible in the safe zone. At this time, in the blind spot, the flame cat is patrolling its sphere of influence in midair. These days, it comes out every day not only to find prey to eat, but also to define its new sphere of influence. As the great Emperor Lin Yiba, it is impossible for him to have no territory after arriving in a new place. Moreover, in its cognition, it listens to Zhuang Xiao, and those humans also have to listen to Zhuang Xiao. Therefore, for it, all humans in this area belong to its private property, and no one is allowed to fight without permission. The sphere of influence defined by the flame cat is obviously much larger than Xiao Yan's, and has extended to the high radiation area. I came out early today, and I have to go back early. After flying for a long time, I didn't find any prey that suited my eyes to bring back to Zhuang Xiao. Suddenly, I smelled the familiar smell of meat and blood, and it seemed that there was still a lot of it. The head quickly turned in another direction and dived down. The smell of blood below was getting stronger and stronger. The flame cat excitedly roared like a beast, and drooled from the air. Someone came to its territory to cause trouble. The opportunity for a fight has come. In the past few days, I haven't met many guys who can fight. Life has been quite boring. Every day is eating, sleeping and inspecting the industry. Now, in the dense forest, even with the addition of the sharp knife and sharp blade team, the situation of the future and the mandrill team has not been alleviated much. The main reason is that the wolf pack attacked too fiercely before, and the people were injured too seriously. At this time, the seriously injured people were protected in the middle. The sharp knife and sharp blade team attracted part of the wolf pack, and most of the wolf pack still focused on the future and the mandrill team. After all, these are prey that are about to be caught. How can we give them breathing space? Old Meng, if I die, remember to take care of your throat and your knees for me, cough cough. As he spoke, Hu Qianli spit out a mouthful of blood. Meng Shuyong's hand holding the chainsaw kept shaking. And he shouted without turning his head, I will get married next year. And I will have my own wife and children. How can I have time to take care of my wife and children? You should save your energy now, and take care of them yourself in the future. Then, Captain Feng, why don't you take care of them for me? Hu Qianli turned his head to look at Feng Xiang, who was also injured in the waist and abdomen. It's really fortunate that the injury is not on the face. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find a wife. Feng Xiang, looking at this, he will not die for a while. Feng Xiang turned his head and aimed the crossbow in his hand at the wolf pack outside and shot it out. Hu Qianli, why is it so difficult to confess a regret? Seeing that the last defense circle was about to be broken, Meng Qingyang was desperate. Will he really die in the wolf's mouth today? At this moment, a fiery red figure fell behind the wolf pack. The people who were desperately resisting suddenly had a bright vision. Woo woo woo. Cousin! Cousin! Come and save us! Everyone's expectant eyes passed through the encirclement and looked at the flame cat's neck. There was no big bathtub. And then, there was no one on its back. How to communicate. Chapter 361. The mood of the crowd went from hell to heaven. And then from heaven to hell. Just like riding a roller coaster. Of course, none of these people had ever ridden it before. The flame cat naturally couldn't understand the feeling of humans being fried in a frying pan. And it was a little angry now. Did these mutant wild wolves rely on their large numbers to run to their territory to show off their power? Look at the way they bit the humans one by one. It's simply unbearable to watch. The moment the mutant wild wolves sensed the danger, a roar like a command sounded from the wolf pack. And the mutant wild wolves that were still attacking the sharp blade and the sharp knife team all withdrew, stood opposite the flame cat, and glared at it. When people are hungry, they eat people. When wolves are hungry, anyone who steals their prey will definitely be a desperate enemy. When the sharp knife and the sharp blade team saw that the mutant wild wolves changed the direction of attack, they first breathed a sigh of relief. And then, their hearts were lifted up again. Although the flame cat has an absolute advantage in size, the mutant wild wolves have an absolute advantage in numbers. Although it was slightly damaged after fighting with humans, its foundation was not damaged. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant hole. The war was about to break out. The flame cat raised its head high and roared deafeningly at the sky to declare its sovereignty of the territory. Its sharp claws slammed heavily on the blood-stained ground. The wolves first took a step back. Their eyes shrank a little. And then a wolf's howl sounded. And the wolf's eyes became firm again. The flame cat narrowed its big blue eyes. After a moment of stagnation, the fight on Meng Qingyang's side returned to normal. After seeing the flame cat, Hu Qianli's eyes were bright and energetic. God will not kill him. Hua, help me. Hu Qianli shouted loudly in the direction of the flame cat behind Meng Qingyang. His voice was loud and sharp. Meng Qingyang in front was frightened by Hu Qianli's almost out-of-tune voice. And the chainsaw in his hand shook. And the mutant wolf on the opposite side dodged the sharp blade in Meng Qingyang's hand. Hu Qianli, shut up. As soon as the voice fell, Meng Qingyang's arm was attacked by the claws of a mutant wolf. The flame cat listened to the familiar and somewhat unpleasant voice, moved its ears, and pressed the head of the mutant wolf that pounced on it to the ground with one claw to rub it hard to eliminate the discomfort brought to it by the sound. The big blue eyes glanced at the small group of miserable humans surrounded by the wolf pack. Some of the meat smelled familiar. In the eyes of the flame cat, humans all looked the same, just like humans look at a group of rabbits, a group of cattle and sheep, and can't tell who is who from the appearance. However, the flame cat is very sensitive to smell. And among those people who exude a good smell of blood, there are a few meat smells that are very familiar. Half of the first mutant wolf's head was pressed into the ground, and the crisp sound of its neck breaking floated in the cold air. Then the wolf howled again. More than a dozen mutant wolves attacked, baring their teeth, exposing their sharp claws, and rushing towards the flame cat. The flame cat's wings spread out. Its body flew straight into the air. It flew directly from above the wolf pack to the leader, who was commanding. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This principle also applies to the mutant animal world. A cold light flashed, and blood splashed. A deep cut was scratched on the back of the leader wolf, and blood oozed out, dyeing the gray hair dark. The leader wolf stared at the flame cat that fell to the ground again, with fierce eyes, slightly arched back, and a whining roar came from his throat. Seeing that the opponent was not convinced, the flame cat attacked again with its sharp claws. The wolf pack that had originally missed turned around again and surrounded the flame cat. Those who were lying on the ground with serious injuries, but still conscious, half of their minds were on the flame cat. After all, the victory or defeat of the flame cat today might directly affect their life or death today. Their nervous hearts were beating fast. The people of the blade and sharp knife team had already rushed over. The people, wild wolves, and flame cats were fighting in one place, which was so tragic and lively. When Xiaoyan arrived, the people were covered in blood, and so were the wolves, although the flame cat was not injured. Several of its smooth and bright feathers were scratched off by the mutant wild wolf that attacked it. It was these fallen feathers that completely annoyed the flame cat. It had fought many group fights, but it was a bit embarrassing to have its beautiful feathers killed by wolves in front of so many people. It was obviously not enough to use claws to quell the cat's anger. With a snap, he bit the mutant wolf's neck and threw it to the ground, then the next one, and the next one. The feathers fell off, which was no different from being scratched on the face. I didn't feel like teasing or playing anymore. A quick fight and a quick decision. It wants to go home for comfort and hugs. This fierce attack made the mutant wolves tremble with fear. They turned around and ran into Xiaoyan, who had just appeared. Xiaoyan's heart jumped. No way. It's so unlucky. But before they could make any substantial reaction, the flame cat bit one of the mutant wolves on the neck. The standing people in the mercenary team were trembling. Oh my god. This is too scary. One by one, as easy as chopping vegetables and melons. After a while, the flame cat squatted on the ground, half closed its eyes, and licked the blood on its claws very seriously. Again and again, the ground was full of mutant wolf corpses, and blood gushed out of the corpses, dyeing the ground a strange red. The people who were still breathing did not dare to breathe. Even Xiaoyan, who had just arrived, did not know how to react. At this moment, a mournful cry like a funeral sounded. Hu Qianli stood up tremblingly, squeezed out from behind Meng Qingyang, and threw himself at the flame cat. Woo woo woo. Hua hua ah. The crying stopped abruptly, and the flame cat slapped the man to the ground with a single claw. Everyone, it's over. Hu Qianli hugged the furry thigh of the flame cat. Flame cat, is this man mentally ill? Also, you are too dirty. Its paws that have just been licked clean. The flame cat then shook its paws, and threw Hu Qianli off its front paws without any hesitation. Then it lowered its head, and continued to clean. One paw did not kill itself. The second paw also gently threw him off. Hu Qianli's mood at this time was so beautiful. He just said that. This flame cat must know him. Then the man got up from the ground and sat next to the flame cat, grimacing as he fixed his wounds. Everyone, tiger. You are really fierce. Lao Hu. Chapter 362. Seeing Hu Qianli sitting there without any trouble, and the flame cat was also quiet, everyone's hanging hearts were put down immediately. People also started to move and clean up the mess. In the future, almost everyone in the mandrill team was injured, and some were even seriously injured. And 4 died. The people in the sharp knife and sharp blade teams who came to help were also injured. Only Xiaoyan and his group saw the decisive battle of the flame cat as soon as they arrived. So, only they were intact. The task of cleaning up the mess naturally fell on them. There is nothing to ask about this kind of thing. Everyone is used to encountering mutant animals and being attacked, injured and killed. Xiaoyan has contacted the safe zone and asked them to send someone to help. After licking its paws, the flame cat began to comb its hair. It was so leisurely, well-behaved and docile. Although the few people in the future team who were familiar with Zhuang Xiao were injured to varying degrees, they were not in danger of life. Seeing that the flame cat did not reject Hu Qianli's nagging, they began to gather around the flame cat one by one with small steps. Then, they sat down. They imitated Hu Qianli and began to clean their wounds. A beast. A group of big and strong men. This scene. Xiaoyan looked at this group of people and wondered what kind of people these people in his safe zone were. The flame cat did not show much resistance to these humans who were familiar with the smell of meat. As long as they did not mess up its hair now. Ishii Ching of the mandrill team dragged his bitten thigh and limped to pick up the fiery red feathers dropped by the flame cat. Those with relatively flexible legs and feet saw Ishii Ching's movements and ran to the feathers on the ground quickly. Ishii Kiyoshi, bullying him because he has a bad leg? Xiao Yin, feeling that everything is not normal. Suddenly, the flame cat sat up straight, with a fierce light in its eyes and a humming sound coming from its throat. Hu Qianli, Ming Qingyang and others paused while cleaning the wound and looked at the flame cat. I wonder what happened suddenly. Looking along the line of sight of the flame cat, I saw that the guards were cleaning the bodies of the mutant wild wolves on the ground. Hey, don't move, that's Huahua. Hu Qianli hurriedly reminded the people over there. Ming Qingyang whispered to comfort the flame cat. But he didn't dare to stroke the flame cat's hair. Let's move, let's move. As he said that, he called the people in the future team, who could still move normally, to run towards the guards. Xiaoyan also noticed the abnormality of the flame cat and immediately stopped the guards. Ming Qingyang counted, and there were a total of 16 bodies of mutant wild wolves on the ground. Judging from the reaction of the flame cat just now, these are obviously his prey today. Although the flame cat is much larger than the mutant wolf in terms of size, it is unrealistic for it to take away the bodies of these mutant wolves at once. After Hu Qianli finished shouting, he sat there without moving. He was seriously injured today. After the danger and excitement, he felt pain all over his body and felt dizzy. Huahua, you have to take these mutant wolves back to your cousin. But how can you take them back? There are more than 10 of them. After saying this, Hu Qianli leaned his dizzy head close to the furry big melon seeds of the flame cat and whispered, these corpses may have energy stones. Otherwise we can dig out the energy stones. Xiang Su, who was sitting quietly beside him, heard Hu Qianli's words and reminded him in a low voice, Brother Hu, this meat may also be edible. And the fur is also useful. Flame cat, what are these two humans mumbling about? The bodies of the mutant wolves cannot be moved. So there is nothing to do here. The convoy sent by the safe zone has not arrived yet. Although these people have just been attacked by the mutant wolves and there is still a smell of blood everywhere, there is nothing to worry about because the flame cat is there. At present, although the flame cat is not very enthusiastic and close, it has not shown any malice. Moreover, if there hadn't been a flame cat today, who knows how many casualties there would have been. After combing its fur, the flame cat stood up. Hu Qianli and Xiang Su didn't know what it was going to do for a moment, so they also stood up from the ground. Especially Xiang Su. His butt was scratched by the mutant wolf's claws. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes. Otherwise he might have lost half of his butt. Even so, his butt was not lightly injured. When he moved, he was in pain and sweated coldly. Brother Hu, what is Huahua going to do? Xiang Su asked Hu Qianli nervously. Seeing the flame cat stand up, Hu Qianli also stood up, holding his abdomen. The flame cat slowly walked towards the body of the mutant wolf, lowered its head, and bit the mutant wolf's hind leg, piling it next to the body of another mutant wolf. Then it dragged all the bodies together one by one, forming a small hill. Meng Qingyang, no chance to show off? Hu Qianli said to Xiang Su, isn't it obvious? Huahua must be taken back. Xiang Su, Ming Qingyang and others dragged the body of the mutant wolf to the small hill designated by the flame cat. Panting with exhaustion, the flame cat found a clean place and squatted down again. At this time, the convoy that had just come out of the safe zone headed straight for the southern shantytown. In the southern shantytown. Are you asleep? Xiao Chun asked Lan Hong, who had just come out of the house. Lan Hong nodded, closed the bedroom door and said, well, go to sleep. It's good to sleep. It's good to sleep. Xiao Chun's heart was relieved. It was cold and it was easy for children to get sick. If they continued to cry like this, they would have to be sent to the safety zone. Lan Hong comforted her mother again and told her about the work in the safety zone. Shuang Xiao chopped meat until he was exhausted. Although he didn't want to do this job anymore, he couldn't let Hu Xiao do it alone while she slept on the bed, looking at the full vat of meat. It was really, she didn't want to serve the two pikas in her cage. She didn't need meat anymore. And pikas are herbivores. So she had to go to the nearby area to find grass roots and dead grass for them to eat. This vegetarian life really made her envy the rabbit life. Hu Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao numb face from chopping meat, and didn't know what to say to comfort him. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone complain that there is too much meat in her family, and she doesn't want to live anymore. During this afternoon, Hu Xiao heard her sigh no less than 20 times, and shouted that she didn't want to live anymore 9 times. Chapter 363. Despite this, the little girl's knife-holding hand was still steady, and her chopping movements were still clean and neat. In the blind spot, the sun was hanging over the mountains in the distance, and the orange glow fell on the peaks, trees, and frozen streams and lakes. The flame cat looked up at the clouds in the sky. A row of wounded soldiers sitting, lying on their sides beside it also looked up at the sky approaching dusk. What is Huo looking at? Xiang Su looked at the sky for a while, and the side of his body that was in contact with the earth felt a little cold. When his neck was a little sore, he lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Hu Qianli beside him. Hu Qianli's head was still high, and he replied nonchalantly, "Look at the scenery." "If you don't look at the scenery, what else can you look at?" There was not even a shadow of a bird in the sky. By the way, why haven't the people in the safe zone come yet? Meng Qingyang leaned towards the flame cat, and then leaned back, seeing that the flame cat still looked up at the sky, with no intention of paying any attention to him. He moved a little closer to it. As the sun set, the temperature was also dropping a little bit. The wind in the dense forest shuttled through the forest, and occasionally the whimpering of the wind could be heard. Sitting next to the flame cat, at least it could block the wind. As for staying in the thick and dense fiery red hair of the flame cat to keep warm, he would never dare to do it now. Xiaoyan sat in the car and looked in the direction of the flame cat. Dozens of people were squatting beside the flame cat. The first echelon was naturally the group of people in the future team who could still move and run. This part of people was closest to the flame cat. The second echelon was the people of the mandrill team. Everyone had a red feather inserted in their body, as if it was some kind of extraordinary medal of honor, and it was so precious. As for the third echelon, it was the people of the sharp knife and sharp blade team. When the flame cat looked at the sky, these people looked at the sky. When the flame cat looked at the ground, these people looked at the ground. In short, these people were like possessed, imitating every move of the flame cat. Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the car, looked at them and felt a little magical. The guards and mercenary team accompanying Xiaoyan were far away from the flame cat. Their noses were almost frozen. They did not get on the car. They all looked at the flame cat and the people beside it with envy. At the same time, they were all burning in their hearts. They never thought that they could get in such close contact with the flame cat today. Beep beep beep. The sound of the car horn woke up the people with different thoughts. The flame cat stood up suddenly, shook the hair on its body, and the yellow grass leaves stuck on its buttocks, and threw them in the faces of the sharp knife and sharp blade team members. Huo is waiting for the car, Hu Qianli said in surprise. Everyone, they can fly. When Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao appeared in everyone's sight, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that they noticed Zhuang Xiao coming. Zhuang Xiao, who was chopping meat at home and had no desire to live, was suddenly informed by the people in the safe zone that her Huo had done something big in the blind spot. Zhuang Xiao felt a little uneasy when she heard the news. It was just like the feeling of a naughty child at home doing something bad outside. And then the parents were called to deal with the aftermath. After getting on the car, the people in the safe zone explained the whole story to her and Hu Xiao. Really, her mood was ups and downs. Thinking of the bloody scene of the mutant wolves besieging the mutant goats in the blind spot, she didn't know if the flame cat was injured after knocking down so many mutant wolves. When Zhuang Xiao got off the car and saw the still shiny hair of the flame cat, she was completely relieved. But when I saw the pile of mutant wolf corpses piled up like a small meat mountain nearby, I felt numb. There is no end to chopping meat, and life is the darkest. Cousin! Cousin! The wounded of the future team limped towards Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the group of people and felt really a little miserable. It was much more miserable than chopping meat at home. Seeing Zhuang Xiao get off the car and run to the flame cat, Hu Xiao went to Xiaoyan's side. Are you guys okay? Zhuang Xiao asked with concern, and then glanced around. And the familiar faces were still there. Hu Qianli grinned and said, Fortunately, thanks to Huo today. Yes. We almost died today. Meng Qingyang also echoed. Xiang Su slowly got up from the ground, pushed away the people blocking in front of him, and said with a distorted face, Sister, you almost couldn't see me. Zhuang Xiao looked down at the gauze wrapped on his buttocks, and then said, "You hurt your buttocks?" Xiang Su hung half of his body weight on Ming Qingyang. Hearing Zhuang Xiao words, his face was a little hot. "Hey, this injury is not good, but it hurts the buttocks." "So?" Xiang Su nodded slightly. The flame cat half closed its big blue eyes, looked at the little man trapped in the crowd, and made 2 dissatisfied meows. Zhuang Xiao said something to everyone, and then went to comfort the flame cat. The flame cat nudged Zhuang Xiao's thin body and pushed her in front of the small meat mountain. "Look, this meat mountain that this cat has built for you." Zhuang Xiao, thank you so much. After which Xiao said a few words to Xiao Yin. He came over, greeted everyone first, and then went to Zhuang Xiao. At this time, Zhuang Xiao was climbing on the bodies of the mutant wild wolves, using his watch to detect the meat one by one, which ones were edible and which ones were not. Among them, there were energy stones in the bodies of 4 mutant wild wolves. Among the 16 mutant wild wolves, the bodies of 7 mutant wild wolves met the radiation value standards. It was initially estimated that the amount of meat could reach several thousand kilograms. This month's meat shop name, Wolf Meat Shop. "Will you go over and help?" Xiaoyan said to the guards around him. Several people from the guards immediately went over. Now that the owner of the flame cat is here, this guy shouldn't get mad for no reason. In the future, none of the people who can stand in the mandrel, sharp knife, and sharp blade teams will leave. Everyone stared, watching Zhuang Xiao lift up a wolf's hind legs and pull a fat and strong mutant wolf to the side. Ming Qingyang recalled the way they, several grown men, dragged the mutant wolf's body, and then looked at their cousin who seemed weak and unable to take care of herself, dragging the mutant wolf with one hand. The mood is indescribable. By the way, why is the gap between people so big? Can run faster than the mutant wild bear. Can drag the mutant wild wolf. Chapter 364. Half an hour later, 2 of the edible mutant wolf corpses were hung on the flame cats, and the remaining 5 were carried back and forth by the convoy. The high-radiation mutant wolf corpses were disliked by the flame cats. The meat was cold and irritating to the teeth. Not tasty. The skins of these mutant wolves were all peeled off, and the energy stones were also taken out by Zhuang Xiao. One of the 7 edible mutant wolf corpses was given to the people who had just helped. As for how they were distributed, it had nothing to do with Zhuang Xiao. The flame cat flew above the convoy. The orange-yellow glow had now turned into a warm red, like the flame cat's hair. The convoy sped in the twilight. After arriving home, Zhuang Xiao casually threw the 6 frozen mutant wolf corpses into the grass in front of the door. After the flame cat came back, it did not go out again. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao continued to struggle with the undigested meat in the yard. The sound of chopping meat echoed in the night. The dancing grass danced enchantingly until 11 o'clock in the evening before it stopped. The next day, the area near Zhuang Xiao home became lively again. The 4 mercenary teams injured by the mutant wolf attack yesterday could not go out for a short time, but the route to the mining area still needed to be cleared. Today, the Safe Zone arranged a new team to continue the mission. The news that the Flame Cat fought against the mutant wolf pack and saved the mercenary team also spread like wildfire. Therefore, more people came to Zhuang Xiao home to admire the majesty of the Flame Cat. However, the Flame Cat was not at home today. At dawn in the early morning, the Flame Cat set out to patrol the territory. After breakfast, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao discussed how to deal with the mutant wolf meat yesterday. Originally, they wanted to take it to the shop to sell, but it was obvious that people's demand and urgency for medicine were obviously higher than meat. Besides, the number of people strolling on the shopping street in the cold weather is not as many as the number of people on the main road near her home. So, the result of the 2 people's discussion was to drag a mutant wild wolf to the main road to try to sell it. After all, there are quite a few people setting up small stalls to sell things on that road now. Hu Xiao notified Yan Ning and Yan Hu, and asked them to help bring a weighing tool from the old Manu in the grocery store. Zhuang Xiao was still thinking about whether to notify Lan Hong, but considering that Hu Qianli was injured yesterday, forget it. So, an hour later, the 4-person temporary meat-selling group appeared at the intersection where the crowd was surging. The noise of the crowd disappeared. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the 4 people who appeared from the path. Then there was a whisper in the crowd. Is the Flame Cat here today? This is the person who lives on that hill. Who is the owner of the Flame Cat? It must be that little girl. The 4 people turned right as if no one was around, and the crowd moved out of the way. Ah, There are mutant wolves behind. Ah, this is the first time I've seen such a big mutant wolf. This is a mutant wolf. I've never seen one before. Zhuang Xiao stood still and turned around and said, "Let's go here." With Xiao, Yin Ming, and Yin, who dragged the body of the mutant wolf to the side of the road. The crowd surrounded them instantly. The guards who were patrolling nearby also noticed the abnormality here and rushed over immediately. Seeing that it was Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, they said nothing, standing silently near them. Each side had 4. This was specifically instructed by the higher-ups not to let people cross the line at will. Of course, they didn't dare to do it. Although Zhuang Xiao looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. This was her first time setting up a stall to sell things. How could she not be nervous? The other 3 people were similar. Zhuang Xiao put down the stool in her hand and stood on it. She held a large iron basin in one hand and a small spatula in the other. After looking around at the dark crowd below, she cleared her throat. The sound of metal collision echoed in the cold wind, followed by the clear shout of the young boy Yan Ming coming from below, selling wolf meat. After Yan Ming shouted, Zhuang Xiao's small spatula hit the large iron basin again. 20 points per pound. Flame Cat special supply. Everyone, was Xiao and Yin, who stood expressionlessly behind the mutant wolf, watching the performance of the two quietly, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Young people are full of energy. 8 people in the guard team. Why are we here? But what did the young men say just now? 20 points per pound? Or Flame Cat special supply? When did edible meat become so cheap? The young leader in the guard team has a good family, and is also very smart. When he heard the second sentence shouted by Yan Ming, he stood in front of the stall. "Give me 5 pounds. What? Yin, who was still a little confused. Business was coming. The team leader repeated what he had just said. This time Yin, who heard it clearly, and said, "Okay. Okay." Right away, the crowd watched the knife go up and down, and a piece of hard meat was cut off from the wolf. Weigh and pay points. The buyer and seller were very neat. The team leader happily carried the wolf meat back to the team and hung it on his body. "This is the meat that Flame Cat personally brought back." "What? You don't want to buy some? This is Flame Cat's meat." The team leader turned his head and said to his companions, "Flame Cat, isn't this its meat? It's the meat it hunted back." The companions beside him looked at him, and then at the wolf carcass with a hole in it. "Buy. Definitely buy. For Nutrient Solutions can buy a pound of meat. Why not buy it?" After a while, each of the 8 members of the escort team had a piece of meat on their backs. Zhuang Xiao looked to the left and then to the right. This advertising sign is really good. Half an hour later, a mutant wolf was dismembered, and even the skeleton and internal organs were bought. More than an hour later, the meat of 4 mutant wolves was sold, and there was still a low-radiation mutant wolf left at home. This is the only low-radiation mutant wolf corpse, and Zhuang Xiao plans to keep it for himself. Look at the time. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning. During the process of buying meat, everyone learned that the Flame Cat was not at home, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The 8 members of the escort team also continued to patrol according to the established route. "Little girl, are you selling the saplings of your tree?" Suddenly, a man's voice sounded from behind them. The 4 of them turned around at the same time and looked at the person behind them. Yan Ming immediately recognized this person. Chapter 365. This man. Isn't this the uncle he? Zhang Lin and Du Zhong met when they were waiting for the bus at the intersection that day. I didn't expect that after so many days. He still couldn't forget the dancing grass from his sister's house. "Ah, it's you?" Yan Ming was surprised and whispered to Zhuang Xiao about everything that happened when he met this person before. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said to the man, "Not for sale." She only knew a little about the growth characteristics and habits of this dancing grass, so she didn't dare to plant it everywhere. Even the seedlings given to Yan Ming and the other 3 teenagers were just to try and see if the effect of planting was the same as the one in the yard. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's refusal, the man didn't insist. After hearing the host's refusal in person, he completely gave up the idea of this dancing grass. So, he said sorry for disturbing him and left. Zhuang Xiao thought to himself, this man is quite polite. She was quite worried that the other party would pester her. After all, it was normal for her dancing grass to be coveted by others. Who made the grass so special? It was simply the most special child in the safe zone. After everyone left, Yan Ming suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Zhuang Xiao, Sister, Du Zhong will return to the number 6 safe zone tomorrow. It's time to go home. If it snows, it will be difficult to walk on the road, Zhuang Xiao said, just as Yin Ming and Zhuang Xiao were talking about Du Zhong going back. In the inner city of the safe zone. Brother, I promise I will really go back tomorrow. Du Zhong teased the dancing grass in the yard, and was quite helpless to deal with his eldest brother 3 calls at breakfast and lunch. After getting Du Zhong's repeated assurances, Du Hui also ended today's lunch call. Zhang Lin was standing by and saw Du Zhong hung up the call. So he asked, Brother Du is urging you to go back again? Du Zhong nodded, and then couldn't help complaining. Well, I said I'd go back tomorrow. Tomorrow. But my brother didn't believe me. Who told you to go back tomorrow? It's strange that Brother Du would believe you because you have so many criminal records. Zhang Lin teased him. Du Zhong's face fell and he said, I can't live in my sister's house. There's no flame cat. No dancing grass. And my sister seems to be quite busy. He sighed heavily after that. It's still interesting in the Imperial Forest. Zhang Lin sighed immediately afterwards. He has nothing to do every day, and his days are a bit boring. In the blind area, the flame cat started patrolling its territory in the morning. From time to time, it would fly around the human activity area twice more. Seeing that there were no blind mutant animals coveting its private property, it would enter the high radiation area with confidence. Compared with non-high radiation areas, it still prefers high radiation areas. There are many interesting animals and plants. It hasn't chosen what to bring home today. The little friend waiting to be fed at home doesn't seem to like meat very much. It has seen everything. Every day it stares at the annoying dancing grass and drools. Isn't it just a green plant? It finds a new one for its friend. The one at home. Humph. Let's see how long it can be proud. Until the evening. The flame cat didn't come back. Zhuang Xiao ran to the door several times, but didn't see its shadow. It's already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's already dark. The flame cat is still missing. Since arriving at the 11th safe zone, the flame cat mostly goes out at night and comes back during the day. Occasionally, it goes out during the day and comes back soon. Strictly speaking, this is the first time that it really goes out early and comes back late. Although the flame cat knocked out a group of mutant wild wolves yesterday, Zhuang Xiao also saw the fiery red feathers on the mandrill team. Obviously, a group fight is risky. However, Zhuang Xiao did not hear the sound of the flame cat coming back until 11 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Xiao, who was curled up in the quilt, fell asleep unknowingly. 4 o'clock in the morning, the snowflakes fell from the sky. Under the night, there was silence all around, and there was still no trace of the flame cat at the door. The dancing grass shook off the snowflakes on its body, and many lovely flower buds grew on the branches like bamboo shoots after rain. The sky gradually brightened. The sky was gray. The snowflakes were still flying, and it was white, with ice and snow everywhere. Xiao, is Hui not back yet? When Zhuang Xiao came out of the bedroom, he saw Xiao carrying a chill into the living room, and behind him were snowflakes flying all over the sky. Seeing her get up, Xiao put the breakfast in his hand on the table, shook his head and said, Not yet. Nothing will happen. Zhuang Xiao sat down and ate breakfast absent-mindedly. A little tasteless. It's really worrying for a child who is away from home in such a heavy snow. Xiao saw that she was so worried, so he comforted her. It's okay. Before you, it lived well in the Imperial Forest. It seems so. Zhuang Xiao agreed. I am used to seeing Hui every day, and I feel anxious when I can't see him for a day. By the way, didn't Yin Ming say that Du Zhong will go back today? It seems that he can't leave, Zhuang Xiao said, and suddenly remembered what he said when Yin Ming said this. It was really a crow's mouth. It really snowed when it was said to snow. The snow in the yard accumulated more than 10 centimeters thick in just one morning, and it was getting heavier. It was noon. The sky was even gloomier. Snowflakes fell from the sky like goose feathers. Hui still didn't come back. However, the watch received a red warning for blizzard, because Zhuang Xiao was worried about the flame cat. He didn't pay attention to the abnormality of the dancing grass. This was the first time Zhuang Xiao saw such heavy snow. It is said that snowing is not cold, but melting snow is cold. However, the temperature in the wasteland was already more than 20 degrees below zero. And when it snowed, Zhuang Xiao felt that the temperature was even lower. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the snowflakes gradually became smaller. and the snow outside the door had piled up more than 1 meter high. Just as Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were talking about when to live in the safe zone, there was a sound of flapping wings outside the courtyard wall. And then, the familiar meow of the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly stood up from the stool and ran to the door. But after the door opened, she was dumbfounded. The snow was already higher than her. The flame cat stretched its big head from the courtyard wall into the small courtyard. And in its mouth was a green plant full of yellow fruits. Zhuang Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Hui came back and brought her fruits. The worries about it from yesterday to now suddenly disappeared. And all that was left was joy. Chapter 366. Meow. Accompanied by a loud meow like a call for credit. The plant full of yellow fruits in the mouth of the flame cat instantly fell into the small courtyard. It smashed a big hole in the fluffy snow on the ground. Due to the vibration, even the snow at the door where Zhuang Xiao stood collapsed and fell into the living room door. Instantly, Zhuang Xiao's calves were buried by the snow that fell into the house. Zhuang Xiao stood in the snow, with his hands on his waist, pretending to be angry and said, "Do you know how worried I was when you didn't come back last night?" Seeing that the little friend's expression was a little ferocious, the flame cat tilted his head and looked at Zhuang Xiao with big blue eyes, full of doubts. It brought her delicious food back. Why did the little friend look unhappy? Don't do this again in the future. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, she began to drill into the snow outside the door. Anyway, Hui couldn't understand, so she just had to express her meaning. But before she stepped out of the door, her clothes were pulled from behind. Zhuang Xiao turned her head and saw Hui Xiao. "What's wrong? Put on your clothes." Hui Xiao handed the fur coat in his hand to Zhuang Xiao. After Hui Xiao reminded her, Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt a chill creeping into every pore of her body, and she couldn't help shivering. She was too excited that Hui was back. Zhuang Xiao took the clothes, put them on in a few seconds, and turned around to continue to get into the snow. Then, her clothes were pulled again. What else? Zhuang Xiao turned around and looked at Hui Xiao inexplicably. Hui Xiao pointed to the snow on the ground in the living room and said softly, "You deal with the inside of the house, and I deal with the outside." No, I can do it. After that, Zhuang Xiao slapped Hui Xiao's hand that was pulling her clothes. Hui Xiao, this opportunity to show off is really not given to him at all. Ah, Flame Cat, my friend, your brain is a little, not working well. Sole complaints from Flame Cat. At this time, Zhuang Xiao wanted to get the plant brought back by Flame Cat as soon as possible. With a punch here and a kick there, she quickly made a snow cave below. Then, feeling that the position was almost right, she started to dig a hole upwards. A golden fruit fell out of the snow cave above her head. Zhuang Xiao stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand and took the green plant down from above, then dragged it into the house. This plant is not tall and can be placed in the living room. Hui Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao throw the plant at the door, then turned around and left. Hui Xiao, in addition to coming out to get this plant that Hui didn't know where she got from, she also had to go and see if their Hui had lost hair or was injured. The door was also blocked. However, the moment the door opened, a furry red paw came from outside the door and scooped up the snow at the door. Zhuang Xiao, so why did she dig the snow hole herself just now? The flame cat pawed down a few times, and the snow fluttered to the other side of the door. The snow under the flame cat's, but was already firmly packed by it. Zhuang Xiao grabbed the flame cat's fur, climbed up and down on it, checked it, and the fur was still shiny, and there was no trace of bald hair. Okay. It's okay as long as it's not injured. Sister, I have to go back to see the yellow fruit tree. As Zhuang Xiao walked into the door, he was thinking about whether they should buy a bigger house in the safe zone, preferably one that can accommodate the flame cat. Otherwise, the 1,000,000 points in hand would be useless if they just left it there. It's impossible for her and Hui Xiao to live in the safe area and let Hui guard the yard of the shantytown alone. While Zhuang Xiao was climbing up and down on the flame cat, Hui Xiao had already cleared all the snow in the living room, and even cleared a small path from the living room door to the front door. The green plant was lying on the table in the living room. What kind of plant is this? Do you know it? Can it be eaten? Have you tested it? Before anyone entered the house, Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao a series of questions. Hui Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't know it. You should test it. His luck has always been bad." Zhuang Xiao casually took a leaf from the plant, and the leaf was frozen into a small green ice flake. She put the leaves on the stove for a while, waited for the ice to melt, tore the leaves apart, and the green juice dripped onto the watch. The watch beeped. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Can these leaves be eaten? Then she handed the leaves in her hand to Xiao and said, try it. She didn't want to eat grass leaves. The taste must be bad. After Xiao took the leaves, Xiao couldn't wait to pick a medium-sized yellow fruit. The fruit was about the size of a fist and had been frozen into an ice ball. Except for the color. Everything else looks a bit like frozen pears from northeast China. I just don't know if it tastes like pears. After being roasted on the stove for a while, the ice on the skin melted. Xiao took a little flesh from it with a dagger and put it on the watch. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao paused while chewing the leaves. This leaf. Tastes crispy and slightly sour. It's also delicious. Compared with the grass leaves in the past, this leaf has thick flesh, abundant juice, not bitter or astringent, and it's eaten in winter. For Xiao, it's really delicious. Would you like to try this? Xiao handed the remaining half of the leaf in his hand to Xiao and said. Xiao looked up at the green leaf with deep disgust in her eyes. She is now a fruit-bearing person. Why does she still eat grass leaves? No. Xiao hurriedly shook her head and refused, and put the fruit in her hand on the stove. I eat this later. It's really delicious. Xiao said sincerely. Xiao stared into his eyes and asked hesitantly, Really? Really? Xiao answered affirmatively. Then I try it. Xiao reluctantly took the leaf from Xiao's hand, put it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. Well, it's okay. Xiao saw that she was quite satisfied with the food. So he asked, what species is this plant? Is there any information on the watch? This? Let me see. Xiao swallowed the juice in her mouth and lowered her head to check the information on the watch. But there was nothing. After reading it, Xiao looked up and said, Unknown plant. Chapter 367. Suddenly, Xiao remembered that last time in the Imperial Forest, Du Zhong's watch could find information about the dragon scale fruit, while none of them could find relevant information, and then said to Xiao, or find someone else to check. The others in Xiao's mouth naturally refer to Xiao Yin, Zhang Lin or Du Zhong. After all, in her circle of friends, there are only 3 of them who have such resources. Among these 3 people, she thinks Zhang Lin and Du Zhong are the best solutions at present. Xiao looked at the green plant in front of him and said, let's test the radiation value of the fruit and leaves first. That's fine. Xiao said. What species the green plant is not the most important thing at present. The most important thing at present is to see how many fruits and leaves on this plant are edible. Eating should be the first priority. For the next half an hour, Xiao and Xiao cooperated with each other to test the leaves and fruits. As time went by, the ice on the leaves and fruit skin of this frozen green plant gradually melted in the warm room. Later, Xiao did not need to put it on the fire to bake. Although it was such a small green plant, Xiao picked more than 300 pear-sized fruits from it, and there were countless leaves. After Xiao inspection, the results greatly exceeded the expectations of the two. All fruits and leaves met the radiation value standards and were edible. Among them, 2/3 of the fruits and leaves were moderately mutated, and the remaining 1/3 of the fruits and leaves were low radiation mutations. Due to this unexpected test result, Xiao randomly checked the stems and roots of the plant, and the radiation values were also within the edible range. Or, Xiao, you tested again. Xiao stared at the disassembled green plant on the table, his face full of disbelief and wonder. When Xiao was testing with the watch, Xiao had already heard the test results, so he was even more shocked, surprised, and self-doubting than Xiao. If there are a lot of plants that meet the radiation value standards, then it will be a great blessing for both the safe zone and the shantytown. So, after Xiao asked him to retest, Xiao did not refute, but retested the edible ingredients on the table at a ratio of nearly 1 in 10. The result was still the one that made them both incredible. I wonder if every plant of this kind is like this, Xiao said hesitantly. The memory girl's record is amazing. Perhaps the girl is too lucky. It is also possible. What's the matter? Let Huahua lead us to find it, Xiao said with a smile. wishing he could go out with the flame cat at this moment. However, when she saw the snow outside the door with silver light, her joy was half gone. Forget it. Let's talk about it slowly, Zhuang Xiao continued. This weather, it's a bit too risky to go out. Besides, the temperature has dropped to a new low compared to the morning. Due to the snow, dusk fell very early. After the two people cleaned up the fruits and leaves in the house, the sky darkened. After it was completely dark, the wind blew again. Zhuang Xiao obviously couldn't let the flame cat stay outside. No matter how strong the mutant animal was, it couldn't stand the blizzard and strong wind. So, she kept the walkie-talkie she bought at home turned on and tied it to the neck of the flame cat, ready to use it to keep in touch with Huahua at any time. Although the mileage of the walkie-talkie to maintain communication is limited, it's better to use a dead horse as a living horse. One man and one cat. Two guys with different brains muttered for a long time at the door. Then, the flame cat got up and flew into the night. Zhuang Xiao stood there, talking to herself for a long time. She had to hurry up to buy a pet bed. She was so sorry for Huahua. At night, the snow stopped and the wind started. And the snow particles hit the window with a crackling sound. The wind roared and howled in the night, which seemed very horrible and terrifying. Zhuang Xiao did not sleep well that night. The next day, the wind stopped. The sun broke through the thick clouds and hung in the air. The white snow reflected the golden starlight. The endless fields were white everywhere. The low grass and shrubs were covered with ice and snow. And the tall trees were also covered with silver armor. In the biting cold wind, they showed the cold majesty that belonged to winter. Zhuang Xiao drew the ice flowers on the glass window with her hands, and outlined her and Hu Zhao's names. Destroying the beautiful ice flowers and writing on the windows used to be one of her favorite things to do on winter mornings when she was a child. But later, the climate became warmer and warmer, and she rarely saw such ice flowers. After a night of north wind, today, the temperature dropped significantly again. Early in the morning, the safety zone notified that if there was nothing wrong, all people should try not to go out. If there was a special situation and needed help, call the emergency rescue number. In the morning, Hu Xiao cleared the snow on the roof, the yard, and the front door. Later, Zhuang Xiao also joined in. The two of them dug out a passage barely enough for one person to pass through the snow on the path leading to the main road from their home. No one cleared the snow on the main road. Their work only went so far. Near noon, Zhuang Xiao received a message from Yan Ming, saying that he and Yin who participated in the snow clearing work in the safety zone, and also asked about her and Hu Xiao's situation in the shantytown. Zhuang Xiao reported that she was safe. After lunch, she never stepped out of the door again. Hu Xiao helped Zhuang Xiao string beads in the house, and the material for stringing beads was a piece of energy stone. Zhuang Xiao deeply felt that the energy stones strung together like this were convenient for her to carry and use. The two stayed at home for 3 days, until Yanming received news that the streets in the safe zone had been cleaned up, and the main streets in the shantytowns had also been cleaned up. Zhuang Xiao wrapped herself up like a ball again and went out with Hu Xiao. Sure enough, the main road on the southern shantytown side was open. It was just a narrow path. All I could see was snow. The sunny days in recent days did not melt the snow at all. The two did not approach the shantytowns and turned back. Before they got home, they saw the fiery red figure of the flame cat passing through the clear sky and landing steadily at the door of their home, still holding a green plant full of yellow fruits in its mouth. Chapter 368. The moment she saw the flame cat, Zhuang Xiao was so excited that she almost rolled herself back home. Fortunately, she was followed by Hu Xiao, who was usually quite stable, so she didn't have to roll back home. Zhuang Xiao scratched the soft and cute head of the flame cat, and excitedly dragged the green plant into the yard. These days, she tasted the taste of the yellow fruit at home. It was sweet and sour, crisp and juicy. She thought the fruit tasted like frozen pears, but it tasted more like apples. Even the leaves were mixed into a small cold dish by Hu Xiao. The taste was quite good. Even the meat at home tasted particularly delicious to her. Life is about both meat and vegetables. After some testing, the yellow fruit tree brought back by the flame cat this time was still very gratifying, except for a very small number of leaves and fruits that were highly mutated by radiation. Most of the fruits and leaves were still edible. For this result, Zhuang Xiao didn't know how to describe her feelings. She wanted to go out right now, to find this treasure land. Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao. who was ready to go out at any time, and hurriedly pulled him back. You can go out, but you have to prepare in advance. If it were this time in the past, Xiao would definitely not agree to let Zhuang Xiao go out. But the probability of this plant being edible was too high, and the temptation it created was too great. Moreover, this plant can bear fruit in cold seasons, and it is obvious that the area where it lives must be quite warm. Moreover, according to the time that the flame cat has been going back and forth in the past few days, it can go back and forth within 3 days, no matter from which aspect. This plan to go out is feasible and necessary. Although Xiao was also very excited at this moment. However, he still had a little bit of rationality, and he still had to do the preparations to go out. So, after discussing, the two decided to set off with the flame cat in the early morning of the next day. The next morning, the weather was clear and windless, and it was obviously a good day for a trip. Zhuang Xiao and Xiao sat in the big bathtub and set off with the flame cat. As for the destination, Zhuang Xiao felt that she had explained it to Huahua clearly, but whether Huahua understood it or not was still up for debate. At most, it could be considered as a winter adventure trip. After several blind spot adventure trips, Zhuang Xiao is now much bolder. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. She is now more open-minded than when she first arrived in the Wasteland. In her previous life, she didn't live to old age, and she ended up in this damn Wasteland. Who knows what will be waiting for her in the future? Therefore, in life, just follow your heart. However, soon, the flame cat took them and flew into the high radiation area at will. This time, it was as arbitrary as it could be. Zhuang Xiao immediately took out the energy stone necklaces that she had prepared in advance, and hung one on her neck and the other on Xiao's neck. Xiao followed Zhuang Xiao's example and stuffed the energy stone necklace into his inner clothes. He asked Zhuang Xiao in confusion, "What happened?" "We've reached a high radiation area," Zhuang Xiao replied, and then looked down. It was all white, and the shapes of mountains and rivers could be vaguely distinguished. Although Xiao didn't know how she knew, he didn't ask much. They had encountered this situation more than once. Every time, the little girl didn't mean to explain the reason, so he didn't ask. Maybe one day, if he didn't ask, the little girl would be willing to tell. In short, knowing that she never speaks nonsense. Just listen to her. Zhuang Xiao, haven't I made up enough stories? The flame cat flew towards the north at first, and then turned to the east. Because of the sun, Xiao could still distinguish the direction. The flame cat flew very fast. In half a day, it flew hundreds of kilometers, and half of the time, their flight route was in the high radiation area. Xiao didn't know this, but Zhuang Xiao knew it. Right now, the sun is high in the sky. They are still flying in the high radiation area, and Huahua has no intention of stopping to rest. In order not to interfere with the flight trajectory of the flame cat, they can successfully find the place where the green plants grow, and Zhuang Xiao did not give it any instructions. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a red radiation light, Zhuang Xiao saw white mist rising from the ground in the distance. The closer to the mist, the thinner the snow on the surface, gradually revealing the brown uneven surface. The altitude of the flame cat gradually decreased. The temperature seemed to rise. Is it hot? Zhuang Xiao took off the hat and scarf on his head, and couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. Xiao glanced at her flushed little face, hummed, and then said, "This seems to be near the safety of number 17. Safe zone number 17? The one that was defeated by the attack of mutant crows?" Zhuang Xiao looked at the dense red light around him, and said hesitantly, "This is safe zone number 17, so close to the high radiation area?" Xiao nodded, and then took off his hat, scarf and furry coat. When Zhuang Xiao wanted to ask something else, the flame cat folded its wings and landed on 4 paws. However, the flame cat did not mean to stop and continued to walk forward on 4 legs. Zhuang Xiao looked around. White steam was rising from the top of the mountain in front, and smoke was dense. The flame cat's landing place was a flat slope on the top of the mountain. The gray-brown surface, which could be said to be barren, had a very strange plant growing on it. However, it was not the green plant that the flame cat brought back these days. It was a plant that grew close to the surface like a dandelion seed. From a distance, the furry, round, silver with a hint of green, clustered on the ground. Some of the balls even have several meter-high flower stems, which are covered with purple flowers. The flame cat passed through it, and Zhuang Xiao also smelled a faint fragrance, which lingered on the tip of his nose. Zhuang Xiao leaned out of the bathtub and pulled a slender silver leaf. Hiss! Zhuang Xiao let out a low cry, and tiny blood beads emerged from his fingertips, and the silver leaf in his hand fell to the ground. I didn't expect that the white fluff on this seemingly soft and fluffy leaf was so hard that it could pierce human skin. You really dare to touch anything? Aren't you afraid that this plant is poisonous? Hui Xiao immediately pulled Zhuang Xiao's hand that was about to be put into his mouth and muttered. He immediately took out the medicine he had prepared before leaving the house and carefully sprayed it on Zhuang Xiao wound. How is it? Does your finger still hurt? Are you dizzy? Chapter 369. If you encounter a mutant plant with a very strong toxicity, you will experience symptoms such as skin redness, nausea, vomiting, and even hallucinations, and shock in severe cases. Hui Xiao carefully looked at Zhuang Xiao's expression, and saw that the little girl had a flushed face, bright eyes, and was full of energy. He was relieved when he heard her say that she didn't feel any pain or dizziness. Zhuang Xiao looked down at her fingers that were no longer bleeding, and then pulled her hand out of Hui Xiao's palm. She felt that her palm was full of sweat, sticky and very uncomfortable. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but think, in just a short while, so much sweat came out of my palm. The temperature in this area is too high. Is there a hot spring nearby? Where there is a hot spring, it must be near the crater. Zhuang Xiao wiped the sticky sweat on his palm on Hui Xiao's coat and said, Is there a crater nearby? Hui Xiao nodded. At this time, the flame cat had quickly crossed the territory full of spherical plants and climbed to the highest point of the hillside. In front of the two people was a huge deep pit with a diameter of about 400 or 500 meters and a funnel shape. There was no trace of water in the deep pit, and there was no sign of any vegetation growing around it. The edges were all bare black-brown stones, and only wisps of white smoke came out from the cracks at the bottom of the pit. There was a faint pungent smell in the air, although it was very weak. But with Zhuang Xiao's current keen sense of smell, it was easy to catch this smell. This is sulfur. However, it seems normal to have sulfur. It is said that there will be a smell of sulfur in places with volcanoes and hot springs. She did not take this to heart. The flame cat did not stay here, but began to circle along the edge of the crater. In Zhuang Xiao memory, volcanoes are divided into active volcanoes, dormant volcanoes, and extinct volcanoes. If it is the former, who knows when it will erupt? But if it is the latter, it is okay. But she really didn't know how to distinguish between the three. She hoped that they didn't encounter a bad-tempered volcano. Is this an active volcano or a dead volcano? Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao beside him. Since the crater is so close to the number 17 safety zone, as a local native, he should know some information. This mountain range should be called Xiangxiling. I heard that there was a volcanic eruption 200 or 200 years ago, and there has been no more since then, Hui Xiao said concisely. That's it? Zhuang Xiao's expectant eyes waited for him to say something, but after waiting for a long time, he heard Hui Xiao say 3 more words. Well, it's gone. Zhuang Xiao continued to ask, will the one under our feet suddenly erupt? Hui Xiao covered his lips and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, then shook his head gently and said, I don't know. Zhuang Xiao, okay. Although she didn't expect to get much useful information from Hui Xiao, this information was indeed too little. However, thinking of the sensitivity of animals to natural disasters, Zhuang Xiao's slightly worried heart suddenly became anxious again. After all, in terms of sensitivity to danger, the flame cat must react faster than her and Hui Xiao, and run faster than the two of them. While the two were talking, the flame cat had walked half a circle around the crater and arrived at the opposite side of the crater. When they arrived, there were tall boulders everywhere on this hillside. There were no green plants. Soon, their way was blocked by a huge boulder about 10 meters high. The flame cat nimbly shuttled through the stone formations. After turning around several times and crossing a black boulder, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. There was another depression ahead. However, it was much smaller than the bottomless crater they had just seen. However, the same water vapor was lingering. Moreover, it was obvious that there should be water at the deepest part below. In the mist, you could vaguely see a little green dotted in it. Below, there were hot springs and green plants. Just as Zhuang Xiaodong was thinking about it, the flame cat spread its wings and flew towards the ground. Soon they were surrounded by water vapor. After a while, the flame cat landed again. It was lush and green, visible to the naked eye. In the green, a little bit of golden dotted it, which was the green plant that the flame cat brought back. Found it. Zhuangshao pointed to the green plant in front of him with surprise, and said with a smile. After saying that, she climbed out of the tub with her hands and feet, reached out, and touched the furry head of the flame cat, praised Huahua, and rushed to the green plants full of yellow fruits. Huishao came out of the tub, took out the 2 backpacks inside, patted Huahua's head gently, and followed Zhuangshao. The lake at the bottom of the valley is not big. The water is clear, and the surface is full of water vapor. The slope of the lake where they are located, from the lakeshore to the hillside, is full of plants full of yellow fruits. From a distance, it looks like a small orange orchard. Zhuangshao took out a dagger from his body, quickly scratched the peel, and tested it with a watch, then took the juice and tested it again, after repeating this cycle 5 or 6 times. The conclusions were very pleasing. Huishao approached and saw the little girl happily shuttled in the green shade like a butterfly. Knowing that the green plants here must have made her very satisfied. Huishao, you also test. After saying this, Zhuangshao took the newly picked yellow fruit and ran down from above excitedly, and stopped just before he was about to knock Huishao into the lake. What are you doing? Test quickly. I go check out this lake. Huishao put his backpack on the ground and began to randomly test the leaves and fruits of the green plants. His watch beeped from time to time. The result was very satisfying. He stood there with mixed feelings. He didn't know if his luck had changed, or if the girl's luck could now boost him. Huahua, what are you doing? Just as Huishao was thinking about this and that, Zhuangshao's startled shout suddenly came from behind him. Then, there was a splash of water. Huishao turned his head and saw that the flame cat was submerged in the water, with only its head sticking out, and its 4 paws were flapping in the water, as if swimming, going up to the sky, into the ground, into the water. Is there anything it can't do? Flame cat, that's not possible. This cat can do everything. Zhuangshao's body was covered with water stains, and she stood on the shore in frustration, jumping up and down. But she could do nothing. There's no way. She can't swim. Chapter 370. Hearing Zhuangshao shout, the flame cat turned and swam to the other side, leaving only a red and charming big butt for her. Fortunately, it was not cold here, and the water was hot spring water as expected. Otherwise, if it was the kind of icy weather outside, she would be a human-shaped ice sculpture at this moment. After the flame cat swam away, Zhuangshao couldn't do anything to it. But she suddenly remembered something. What was floating in front of the flame cat just now was her hardcover big bathtub that could be sat or laid down. Ah, Huishao, my luxurious bathtub. How are we going to sleep at night? Zhuangshao turned around and looked at Huishao, who was coming down with grievance. Although the temperature here is okay now, who knows what the temperature will be after the sun sets? Is there a big temperature difference between morning and night? I took out everything that can be taken out of the bathtub, and I have a tent in my backpack, Huishao said calmly. Then he pointed to the place where they had just landed in the distance. There was indeed a pile of supplies taken out of the bathtub, and the backpacks they carried were at Huishao's feet. Zhuangshao smiled immediately, without any worries about sleeping at night. If all else fails, she will sleep in Huahua's arms. Huishao, it should be okay in my arms. Flame cat, I have a down quilt and a fur coat. What do you have? Seeing that the camping supplies were still there, Zhuangshao let Flame cat take a bath in the hot spring lake and clean the bathtub for her. What's wrong? The test results are very good. Right? Zhuangshao asked Huishao, but his tone was very sure. Without Huishao nod, she continued, do you think we should just pick the fruits? Or take them back with the roots? After saying this, she felt something was wrong. So she immediately refuted what she had just said. No. Let's not talk about whether so many plants can be grown back. Even with the number of fruits, we can't take all of them away in one trip. The plants and fruits will freeze on the road. And we didn't prepare any warming measures for them this time. Huishao took over Zhuangshao's words. After listening to Huishao's words, Zhuangshao sighed heavily, and then said a little discouraged, okay? Seeing her frustrated expression, Huishao added, we will continue to check. If the probability of edible can reach more than 70%, we can take them back and try to plant them in the spring of next year. It is still hard to say what caused the low radiation value of these green plants. Is it caused by external factors? Or does the plant itself have the ability to resist radiation? In short, everything is still unknown now. However, it is not appropriate to discourage the girls' enthusiasm now. Well, let's continue testing. I be responsible for this side, and you be responsible for that side, Zhuangshao said. These near the lake shore are enough for them to keep busy for a while. Besides, the sun was setting in the west at this time. There was only a faint golden edge on the edge of the cenote, and the sun had already set behind the mountain. The flame cat came up after swimming in the lake twice. It shook its fur, and the splashing water sprinkled on Zhuangshao and Huishao. Huishao, Zhuangshao, Huishao was very calm. After glancing at the flame cat, he continued his work. Anyway, he couldn't beat it. On the other hand, Zhuangshao was doused by Huahua twice in this short period of time. He was a little angry. His cheeks were puffy, and his eyes were wide open, staring at the blue eyes of the flame cat. Look at me! Look at me! I'm angry! The flame cat shook off the water on his body, and without even looking at Zhuangshao, he walked away and walked towards the depths of the small fruit forest. Zhuangshao, ignored. Okay. You are so good. But you still have to rely on me when you go back. What can I do? Just bear with it. Zhuangshao and Huishao didn't do this job of checking green plants for long. As the golden edge on the sinkhole disappeared, the bottom of the sinkhole became completely dark. Unknowingly, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The flame cat didn't know where it had hidden, and only responded to Zhuangshao when she shouted loudly. Helpless, she and Huishao could only carry their luggage to find Huahua. After all, his strength is there. It's safer to stay close to the flame cat when spending the night in the wild. Safe. Zhuangshao followed the flame cat's response and drilled in the fruit forest. After a while, he saw a dark hole. The voice of the flame cat came from inside. Inside, Zhuangshao said to Huishao behind him. And then the flashlight in his hand lit up. The beam of the flashlight shone into the cave, and a pair of dark blue eyes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. Ah! Zhuangshao couldn't help but exclaimed, and then heard the delicate meow of the flame cat. Really? There is no way. The cave entrance is about 3 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, surrounded by green short plants, a bit like moss, but not quite. Zhuangshao stood at the entrance of the cave and smelled a smell of sulfur, which was slightly stronger than when he was at the lakeside, but still tolerable. Moreover, after entering the cave, the temperature inside was obviously higher than outside. Tonight, it is obviously more suitable to sleep in the cave. As for this smell, it is not uncomfortable at present, and you will get used to it. The light of the flashlight swept the cave. It was deep inside, dark, and looked particularly gloomy and terrifying, with a faint heat flow pouring out from it. However, Zhuangshao was relieved when she saw the flame cat lying down, half closed his eyes, and looked comfortable. There should be no danger in the short term. She and Huishao were only 2 people, so they cleaned up directly on the side of the flame cat. Before coming down, there were no dead trees or weeds nearby. For lighting at night, we could only rely on the solar lamp in Huishao's hand. The scene within 3 to 5 meters around the cave could still be seen clearly. The hair on the flame cat had dried, but the big bathtub was not dry because it was made of wood. Zhuangshaw's idea of sleeping in the bathtub at night was naturally ruined. The ground at the entrance of the cave was not flat, so if you want to have a good sleep, you must clean it up first. So, the 2 of them were busy again. After the ground was leveled, they set up the only tent that Huishao brought. The warm quilt and moisture-proof and wind-proof mat that were originally placed in the bathtub were all placed in the tent by Zhuangshao. The tent was big enough to accommodate 2 people. Although the temperature in the cave was okay now, Zhuangshao would naturally prefer to sleep in a carefully arranged tent if the sleeping conditions were better. After Zhuangshao gave Huahua a few instructions, he pulled Huishao into the tent. It's not like everyone has slept in a closed space before, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chapter 371. At this time, Huishao, who was being pulled, did not feel uncomfortable until he and Zhuangshao sat together in a low, narrow, dim space. It might be that the temperature in the cave was too high, or it might be some other factor. Hu Xiao could not tell for a moment. He just felt the heat on his face, and his whole body was restrained. Looking at Zhuang Xiao, he hugged the quilt inside and closed his eyes after entering the tent. It was extremely cold in the morning, and warm like spring in the afternoon. One afternoon, she ran up and down the hillside full of yellow fruits, and was showered by the hot spring water in the lake twice. This is finally possible to lie down. She just felt comfortable all over. After closing her eyes, she said good night to Hu Xiao, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Hu Xiao sat there motionless, watching the little girl say good night. But after a moment, her breathing became long. At this time, under the dim light, the little girl's face lacked some of the agility and liveliness in the daytime, but it was more gentle and peaceful, making people want to get closer. Suddenly, the low meow of the flame cat came to my ears. Hu Xiao didn't know when he stretched out his hand, but he quickly retracted it. His heart was running wildly in his chest, thumping violently. He clenched his hands, loosened and tightened them, and repeated several times until his manic heart gradually returned to its normal frequency. He took a deep breath and exhaled again. The flame cat lay lazily at the entrance of the cave, watching the tall man in the tent slowly lying down, and couldn't help but let out an inexplicable hum from his nose. Then, the deep blue eyes slowly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. I went to bed early last night, and Zhuang Xiao woke up before dawn. At this time, her mouth was dry and her throat was burning. This cave is too dry. As Zhuang Xiao thought about this, she felt a burning breath hitting her neck. Hot, itchy, making her feel very uncomfortable. This is Hu Xiao breath. The solar lamp didn't light up at some point. Maybe Hu Xiao turned it off before he went to sleep last night. Zhuang Xiao vision was dark, and she couldn't help but reach out to push Hu Xiao head, wanting this person to stay away from him. Accidentally, her hand touched Hu Xiao face, and she pushed it without mercy. Zhuang Xiao only felt that the place where her fingers touched was soft and wet, and there was a hot breath penetrating her fingers. After pushing this person's face, she suddenly withdrew her hand. Hu Xiao also woke up after being pushed by Zhuang Xiao. She was still a little confused, with her eyes slightly open, and asked, "Why did you wake up?" Hu Xiao, who had just woken up, spoke with a hoarse and low voice. The breath he exhaled when he spoke sprayed on Zhuang Xiao's face. Somehow, Zhuang Xiao felt his throat was even drier. Zhuang Xiao said hesitantly, "I'm thirsty," listening to the little girl's coquettish and slightly embarrassed voice in the morning. Hu Xiao's chaotic mind suddenly became clear. Immediately sat up, turned on the solar light beside him, took out a bottle of water from the backpack behind him and handed it to her, saying softly, "Here, moisten your throat. Maybe it's too dry in the cave." The moment Hu Xiao sat up, Zhuang Xiao also sat up, with messy hair hanging on his chest, looking quite willful and casual. Seeing the water handed over by Hu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao immediately took it, unscrewed the lid, and drank 2 gulps. Slowed down. Hu Xiao saw that she was drinking so eagerly, thinking that she was thirsty. The moment the warm liquid entered her mouth and rolled down her throat, Zhuang Xiao felt relaxed physically and mentally, as if she had come alive. Even the heat that occasionally surged in her body was suppressed by the cool water. After Zhuang Xiao swallowed a few gulps of water, she saw Hu Xiao staring at her. She thought that Hu Xiao was thirsty, so she handed the cup to her and said, "Do you want to drink some too? It will make you feel better." Hu Xiao retracted his gaze from the little girl's face, lowered his eyes to look at the cup of water handed over, and then reached out to take it. Then put it to his lips and took a sip. The water was a little sweet. Inexplicably, she felt happy, and even a few imperceptible smiles appeared on her face. After returning the cup to Hu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao lowered his head to look at his watch, and didn't pay any attention to Hu Xiao's expression at all. "Ah, it's only 4 o'clock in the morning." Although it was still early, she didn't feel sleepy after she went to bed early last night and drank a few gulps of cold water. So, Zhuang Xiao said to Hu Xiao, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I go out for a walk." "I go with you," Hu Xiao said hurriedly, putting the cup in his hand back into his backpack. The flame cat outside the tent stared at the little cutie running past the front of the cave with bright eyes. Drooling, "I didn't eat the whole day yesterday, so I'm a little hungry now. And my friend has woken up, so I don't need it to watch over me anymore." Meow. After a sound, the fiery red figure rushed out of the cave. As soon as Zhuang Xiao's head stuck out of the tent, He was slapped by Huahua's furry tail, and it hurt a little. This guy, after coming here, he was reckless. Ah, I took 2 hot spring baths, and just got up this morning, and he got slapped. Maybe she and the flame cat don't get along well here. When Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao came out of the cave, the flame cat had already disappeared. Outside the cave, the sky was dark, with only a few scattered stars emitting faint light. There were dark shadows all around, and nothing could be seen clearly. Or, go back and sleep for a while. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Wu Xiao beside him, and said, it was pitch black, and it seemed that nothing could be done. I could hear the crackling sound of branches snapping as the fire cat shuttled through the bushes. Wu Xiao shone the flashlight in his hand into the distance. Except for the ground and plants within a few meters in front of him, he could only see the fan-shaped beam of light in front of him, dividing the world into 2. And whether it was inside or outside the light, there were black shadows of plants. Wu Xiao nodded and planned to go back to the cave and wait for dawn. Just as the 2 were about to return to the cave, a strange sound suddenly came from inside, which was particularly eye-catching in the quiet early morning. The 2 looked at each other and stopped at the same time. Within the light of the flashlight, Zhuang Xiao did not find any trace of biological activity. However, the sound seemed to be getting closer and closer to them, making a rustling sound, especially like the sound of a group of snakes crawling on the ground. She didn't know whether to call Huahua back now, or what. Chapter 372. She was worried that her voice would attract the owner of the unknown voice to them more quickly. If that was the case, wouldn't it be? While Zhuang Xiao was stunned, Wu Xiao had already walked into the cave quickly. He naturally heard the sound. No matter what mutant animal made the sound in the depths of the cave, they had to leave here immediately. Of course, they couldn't just leave like that. All the supplies they brought out were still in the cave, including warm clothes, defensive weapons, and some food. After arriving in the cave, although he was very anxious, he still had some time to pack. So, Wu Xiao quickly and methodically sorted and collected the supplies in the tent and took them outside the tent. The moment Wu Xiao entered the cave, Zhuang Xiao also reacted and immediately followed, quickly taking all the items handed over by Wu Xiao. All that could be carried on her back was tied to her body with a rope. There are only green plants available here. What if some mutant animals come out and occupy the bottom of the valley? They can only leave temporarily. When Wu Xiao came out, he saw the luggage bag behind the little girl that was taller than her, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry. But the little girl was already carrying it on her back. So now was not the time to talk about this. It was right to leave the cave first. So Wu Xiao carried the last backpack on his back and didn't put away the tent. Naturally, Zhuang Xiao's super luxurious bathtub couldn't be taken away. Wu Xiao held Zhuang Xiao's hand, and the 2 walked quickly out of the cave. The sound in the cave continued, and the sound was getting louder and louder. It seemed that the unknown mutant animal was still spreading out of the cave. The 2 did not go downhill, but began to climb up the mountain. No matter what appeared in the cave, they couldn't stay in this sinkhole. It would be very easy to be trapped here. It was too dangerous, because when they came down, they had a mount, the flame cat. Therefore, she did not expect that the way out of the mountain would be so difficult. The slope was too steep, and it was very difficult to climb up. Zhuang Xiao's physical fitness was now a little better than Wu Xiao. Therefore, if she had difficulty climbing up, Wu Xiao would not be much better than her. Moreover, they were still in a high radiation area. Even with so many energy stones, it should not be easy for Wu Xiao. Listening to Wu Xiao increasingly heavy breathing in the darkness, Zhuang Xiao had to summon her dragon. No, it was the cat. This place was already some distance away from the cave entrance, and the strange rustling sound she heard did not shorten the distance from them. So, in the night, a clear and loud voice of a little girl was heard breaking through the darkness. Huahua. The fact was just as Zhuang Xiao expected. Wu Xiao was indeed a little exhausted. He wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead and looked up at the figure of the little girl in front of him. It was obviously him who was pulling the little girl away just now. It's only been a while. The little girl has left him so far behind. Sometimes, he even wondered if there was any sequelae left after the gene collapse. Why is the physical gap between him and the little girl so big? It's really a waste of his strong physique. When Zhuang Xiao's voice sounded in the Tianking, the flame cat was chasing after the 2 round furry ones, having a lot of fun. The flame cat had just eaten its fill, and at this moment, It really just felt fun. So it chased after these two little cuties, and wanted to play with them. However, in the eyes of the flame cat, the two little cuties obviously didn't think so. Who would want to play with a beast that can swallow itself in one bite, and swallow itself into its stomach at any time? This is not playing. This is naked teasing. Anyway, no matter what the complicated and anxious mood of the person being chased is. In this game, if the strong one lets you play, you have to accompany to the end. And you can't refuse. However, when Zhuang Xiao's clear and lively voice sounded in the mountains, the flame cat's ears moved, and it used its claws to frighten the two little cuties that were being chased by it, and were half dead. It showed its sharp teeth, and held them in its mouth. Then, it immediately ran in the direction where the voice of its friends came from. When passing by the entrance of the cave where it rested at night, it saw the sticky creature that made it feel particularly disgusting crawling out again. It actually forgot that these things would crawl out every time at this time. The flame cat felt a little guilty while running, and the force of its teeth was heavier. The two little cuties who were still sleeping did not have time to struggle, and they were directly declared dead in a coma. Huo is coming. Zhuang Xiao looked excitedly in the direction of the broken branch. At this time, the sky was a little bright, and the fiery red figure of the flame cat was particularly conspicuous in the dark green, which was definitely conspicuous. At this time, Hui Xiao had already caught up with Zhuang Xiao, and stood with her in a black rock, waiting for the flame cat to approach. When the flame cat approached, the two could see clearly that there were two furry mutant animals in the flame cat's mouth. The flame cat stopped under the stone, and spit the prey in its mouth at Zhuang Xiao's feet. At this time, the gray-white fur of the two mutant animals that had been killed for a while was stained with a lot of blood, and the holes pierced by the flame cat's teeth were clearly visible on their bodies. Huo is really powerful. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but praise, and then reached out to touch the flame cat's head. With the flame cat here, as long as the species that ran out of the cave had no wings and could not fly, they would be temporarily out of danger. Who let their Huo have wings and can fly? After seeing the flame cat, Hui Xiao's nerves were not so tense. He was really afraid that if he encountered some powerful mutant animals, even if he devoured the mutant animals with his own body, he might not be able to protect the little girl. As soon as he thought of this, Hui Xiao felt powerless. Soon, Hui Xiao's inexplicable emotion was dispelled by Zhuang Xiao's voice. Hui Xiao, what are you thinking about? Zhuang Xiao raised his arm and waved it in front of Hui Xiao's eyes, and couldn't help muttering, "What kind of melancholy boy are you playing all day long?" Hui Xiao, Nothing. Let's leave now. Hui Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao and said. However, with the addition of the flame cat, Zhuang Xiao was not in a hurry. Besides, she couldn't bear to leave the plants full of yellow fruits below. She only tested them yesterday afternoon, and didn't have time to pack them into sacks. How could she be willing to leave like this? Chapter 373. Zhuang Xiao scratched the flame cat's ears and said, "When it's bright, we sit on the flame cat, and see what comes out before we leave. If Huo can beat it, then just fight." The flame cat, who was enjoying the caress of his friend, had no idea that his friend had already arranged for him to fight with people. No, with the sticky creature that he hated so much. It's just this kind of thing. Even if he knew, it would definitely refuse it sternly. After all, those annoying ghosts will retreat to the deepest part of the cave after eating and drinking. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hui Xiao, Are you sure the little girl can understand your stern refusal? Ha. After saying what he thought, Zhuang Xiao squatted down to check the two furry things at hand, and rubbed some coagulated blood on the watch. Ding. Highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. Ding. Highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. This was the most unpleasant reminder sound twice in a row. Zhuang Xiao showed a look of disappointment, sat on the rock in a very depressed manner, and shook the two bloody furry cats in front of Huo's eyes. Although I can't eat it, I still thank Huo for bringing back today's breakfast. The flame cat saw Zhuang Xiao look and obviously didn't like these little cuties. So, it pushed the two bloody little cuties towards Hui Xiao with its claws, and stared at Hui Xiao with its cute big blue eyes, as if to say, "She doesn't like it. You eat it?" At this moment, Hui Xiao, who seemed to be assisted by God, actually understood the meaning revealed in Huo's eyes. Just can he refuse? Then Hui Xiao's eyes showed a look of grievance, and looked at Zhuang Xiao. That look seemed to be saying, "Look, your Huo is bullying me." Zhuang Xiao originally thought that Flame Cat didn't like to eat either, and was just playing with it with his claws. But when she saw Wu Xiao's pitiful expression, she realized it. She quickly grabbed Flame Cat's furry claws that were still scratching, and coaxed him. No, he can't eat it. Flame Cat looked at her, then at Wu Xiao, not quite understanding these two people. Why are they all so picky about food? They won't eat this. They won't eat that. No wonder they are all skinny. In short, with Zhuang Xiao various lobbying and gestures, Flame Cat swallowed up the two furry little cuties in one bite. After eating, Flame Cat couldn't help but burp a big burp. I ate too much breakfast today. At this time, the sky gradually brightened up, and the sun was still hiding behind the hill on the east side. Although the mountain blocked the shining golden light of the sun, it couldn't block the pink clouds that were gushing out. The edge of the east side of the Tianqing seemed to be covered with a layer of pink gauze, like a dream. At this time, below the Tianqing, because of the clouds in the sky, the bottom gradually became clear. The water vapor above the hot spring lake was still lingering, and under the refraction of the sun, it emitted a charming brilliance, making people feel like they were in a fairyland. But in this fairyland, under this vibrant green, Zhuang Xiao seemed to see a touch of pink figures, slowly wriggling. What is that pink thing? Zhuang Xiao stood up from the rock and pointed at the light pink in the morning mist. The Flame Cat was cleaning its hair wet by the dew out of boredom. It didn't even move its eyelids for its little friend's strangeness. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's voice, Wu Xiao looked in the direction of her finger. The green grass and trees were completely covered by the steam rising from the lake. Wu Xiao couldn't tell where the little girl was looking at. Wu Xiao shook his head and said, I didn't see anything. Zhuang Xiao turned her head to look at him and said, Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. She pulled Wu Xiao's arm, and the two began to climb onto the Flame Cat, who was combing its hair under the rock. Feeling the weight on his body, the Flame Cat turned his head and looked at the two extra people on his back. After a meow, the Flame Cat stopped licking its paws and washing its face, and stood up from the ground. Zhuang Xiao sat in front, and Wu Xiao was behind. Zhuang Xiao leaned forward, touched the fat meat on the Flame Cat's neck, and said, Let's go! As soon as the voice fell, the Flame Cat's wings spread from both wings and flew into the air. Zhuang Xiao also told Wu Xiao, who was sitting behind her, to sit firmly. After all, sitting on the back of the Flame Cat was more like riding a roller coaster, which was thrilling and exciting. So, she still preferred to sit in her luxurious bathtub, which was windproof and warm, and there was no need to worry about the risk of falling and being smashed into meat at any time. But the big bathtub is still in the cave. The height at which the Flame Cat flew was above the edge of the cenote. The fiery red sun was rising in the distance. The scenery was so beautiful. However, Zhuang Xiao didn't want to see the sunrise in the mountains now. She just wanted to see clearly what was hindering her plan to pick fruits. The Flame Cat circled in the air for a while, and then rushed into the dense white mist above the lake. Soon, they rushed through the dense mist and began to circle around the edge of the funnel-shaped sinkhole. The first thing that caught Zhuang Xiao's eyes was the lush yellow fruit plants. Then there was pink everywhere. At the entrance of the cave, where they lived temporarily yesterday, there were still a steady stream of pink creatures crawling out of it, like a slowly flowing pink river. However, the river did not enter the area of the yellow fruit plants, but went in the opposite direction. A dense plant with the same greenery and slender and flexible leaves. The leaves at the top of the plant all curled up, like a tape measure, swaying in the breeze in the morning. This shape, these leaves, isn't this the fern known as the king of wild vegetables? Moreover, looking at its growth after the mutation, it is the well-deserved king of herbs. It looks like that small forest. It's just that the extremely lush fern growing in this area is gradually being occupied by those pink creatures. Wherever the pink creatures pass, it can be said that no fern grows. Wherever they pass is like a locust passing through. Zhuang Xiao sat on the Flame Cat, and her heart ached. This is her potential winter greenhouse vegetable that was born and grown naturally, and it was just eaten up by the pink creatures. So, she commanded the Flame Cat to fly a little lower. She wanted to see what the pink creature was. Chapter 374. As the Flame Cat flew lower, Zhuang Xiao finally saw what the pink creatures below were. Aren't those soft bodies? Like snails without hard shells. Slugs? Commonly known as slugs. It's just that the slugs she had seen before were mostly grayish-white or grayish-black. and she had never seen any like the one in front of her. The whole body was obviously pink. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but turn around and ask Xiao, "Are these slugs below?" Although they looked very similar, she still needed to confirm. And slugs usually move at night, and like dark and humid places. At this time, the sun is about to rise. Shouldn't these guys go back to where they came from? Even if they came out to find food, they should have set out at night last night. They didn't come out of the hole until 4 o'clock in the morning. Each one couldn't take 2 bites, so they had to go back to avoid the sunlight during the day. Xiao quickly gave Zhuang Xiao a positive answer. This is the slug. To be more specific, the ones below should all be volcanic slugs, which can often be seen near the crater. They are resistant to high temperatures and survive by eating moss. Xiao had seen this once before when he was on a mission. This mutant volcanic slug just looks sticky and disgusting, and has no lethality. He even ate the meat of this volcanic slug. It's really a slug. And it's pink. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. But whose snot is pink? So, the name slug doesn't seem to be suitable for the mollusks below, since he knew that this mutant slug would not harm them. Zhuang Xiao was not afraid. If the habits of these mutant slugs did not change much, after the sunlight shone into the cenote, these sticky creatures should retreat back to the depths of the cave. The flame cat brushed past the mutant fern. Zhuang Xiao reached out and pulled down a thin stem and leaf, and took a little juice and dripped it on the watch. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ah. Her winter greens. Zhuang Xiao looked at the mutant slugs below, which were fighting for food with her, and her mood was not good. However, she didn't want to go down and compete with these guys for territory now. She didn't want to touch this soft and slippery creature at all. After the flame cat flew half a circle in the air, they went to the area full of yellow fruit plants Zhuang Xiao had observed there. She didn't see a single pink slug. She guessed that the mutant slugs might not like to eat fruit. So, the mutant slugs ate crazily in the mutant fern area, and Zhuang Xiao and Xiao started picking fruits from the tree after getting off the flame cat. As expected, it was just as Zhuang Xiao guessed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning passed over the edge of the tinking, and gradually spread over the slope where they were, Zhuang Xiao heard the rustling sound again. What is this? The mutant slugs are going back. Sure enough, half an hour later, on the small hill covered with ferns, there was no trace of a pink shadow. The ground where the mutant slugs crawled was covered with their mucus. It was sticky and very uncomfortable to step on it. Let's go over later. Zhuang Xiao looked at the mucus on the soles of his shoes with disdain, and said to Xiao. Okay. Xiao nodded. He didn't like the sticky feeling on the soles of his feet either. The two of them were busy with the yellow fruits all morning. At first, Zhuang Xiao and Xiao would test the picked fruits, but later they saw that the probability of inedible fruits was so low. So they stopped testing. They just stuffed them into the sack. At noon, when the sun was blazing, Zhuang Xiao went to the cave. At this time, the mucus left by the mutant slugs on the ground had dried up. She went back to the cave specifically to get her big bathtub out, so that she could wash it and use it again. As for the tent, forget it. The tent that was originally opened had been overwhelmed by the mutant slugs, and the fabric was covered with dried snot-like stuff. It was a bit difficult to clean. After Zhuang Xiao dragged the big bathtub out of the cave, she tied it around the flame cat's neck again. Don't you love hot springs? Clean her bathtub by the way. After the flame cat plopped into the water, Zhuang Xiao went straight to the place full of mutant ferns. The vitality of this mutant fern is obviously stronger than that of ordinary fern plants. In just one morning, the stems that were originally gnawed by the mutant slugs grew new buds and coiled on the top of the leaves. Zhuang Xiao walked among the mutant ferns and randomly selected a few fresh new shoots for testing. The results were not satisfactory. Unlike the green plants in the next area, most of them meet the edible standards. The mutant ferns here, like all the green plant leaves she had collected, are mostly inedible. They grow in the same area, nourished by the same water and soil. So how can they be different? Zhuang Xiao thought about this question while testing. Maybe it's just a problem with the plant itself. The plant with yellow fruits can digest the high-intensity radiation from the sun by itself. After all, this situation is not impossible in nature. Human interference has made the world look unfamiliar to humans, and in areas without human interference, animals and plants are also adapting to the new world in ways we don't understand. And those food crops that were once known to humans, such as corn, wheat, and soybeans, were not selected by humans. Zhuang Xiao's mind was in a mess. This kind of profound question was obviously not something she could think through. At this time, she already had a large bundle of edible mutant fern sprouts in her arms. After putting aside those unfathomable questions, the only thing left in her mind was whether to eat the mutant fern cold or fried. Huixiao. Huixiao. Zhuang Xiao shouted Huixiao's name while running. Huixiao, who was tying a sack, heard the cheerful voice of the little girl and didn't know what happened. He quickly tied the last sack, raised his legs, and walked quickly in the direction of Zhuang Xiao's voice. Just a few steps. I saw a bundle of purple-red stems moving quickly towards him. Huixiao, have this for lunch. The little girl's excited voice came from under the bundle of red stems. Huixiao reached out and took off the mutant fern sprouts on her body, saying, "Okay." Zhuang Xiao, who was freed from the mutant fern, looked at Huixiao with a smile and said, "Then let's have a picnic here and go home." Chapter 375. She didn't have a good meal in the morning, so she must have a good meal at noon. Apart from the disgusting volcano slug she saw in the morning, this place is indeed a good picnic spot. The sun is bright, warm like spring, and the grass and trees are lush. If it weren't for the dense red light in her eyes, she really wanted to spend the winter here. Huixiao agreed and left with the bundle of mutant ferns. The place to make a fire was chosen in a flat area near the lakeshore. They brought everything they brought before going out this time, from simple cooking utensils to the most basic seasonings. Huixiao's backpack had them all. Even so, it was impossible to cook like at home. There are only 3 cooking methods to choose from now. That is, boiling, roasting, and frying. While Huixiao was busy with their lunch today, Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat were having fun about 10 meters away from him. At this time, Zhuang Xiao didn't mind the water on the flame cat splashing on her. As the water drops fell, palm-sized silver pink fish landed on the lakeshore. Looking at the silver pink fish still struggling on the ground, Zhuang Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Freshly baked potential edible meat. With a dagger, the silver pink fish's head was cut off. Bright red blood dripped on the watch, and the reminder sounded, ding. Uncontaminated food. Edible. Zhuang Xiao, It has been a long time since she heard such a nice sound. As if since there were 2 or 3 uncontaminated foods among the mutant shrimps fished out from the stream near the safe zone. She has not detected any food that is not contaminated by radiation. Next, Zhuang Xiao tested more than 10 silver red fish, half of which were uncontaminated food, and the other half were low radiation food. Hua, you are awesome. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but hug the wet brain of the flame cat and kissed it fiercely. Then, regardless of the reaction of the flame cat, she picked up the 2 pollution-free fish that had been tested on the ground and ran towards Huixiao. Huixiao, the fish soup is here. Huixiao looked up and saw that Zhuang Xiao was wet. He frowned and glanced at the flame cat on the shore. When he turned his eyes back, Zhuang Xiao was already close. In the white and tender palm, 2 silver red fish without heads lay there quietly. This is pollution-free food. It can be regarded as top-grade food in your wasteland. Zhuang Xiao was so happy that he didn't notice the inappropriateness in her words. Huixiao was first surprised by the pollution-free food, and then he was completely attracted by Zhuang Xiao's words, your wasteland. Sure enough, seeing that Huixiao was still silent, Zhuang Xiao waved her free hand in front of him and said, "You are so happy. There are still a lot of them over there. They were all brought up by Hua." She turned her head and pointed to the silver red fish struggling and jumping on the ground not far away. When Zhuang Xiao's hand passed in front of him, Huixiao had already recovered his mind and exclaimed sincerely, "Hua is awesome. Then you can use these 2 to make fish soup. I go finish testing the rest." After saying that, Zhuang Xiao put the fish in her hand on the ground, and then returned to the grass full of silver fish like the wind. Huixiao picked up the silver fish on the ground and started to process it. The mutant fern in the small iron pot has been cooked, and it will be just right to take it out and mix it with cold sauce later. This time, Zhuang Xiao tested the fish quickly, because she was hungry and wanted to eat. These silver red fish on the ground are enough for her and Huixiao to eat for a long time. She didn't plan to let the flame cat go into the water to help her fish. It would be troublesome to bring too much food when they go back, and it would be inconvenient to carry. Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied with the lunch, which included vegetables, fried meat, fish soup, and fruits. This life is simply too good. Moreover, except for the fried meat they brought with them, The rest were made from local ingredients. This is really a good place. Especially the silver red fish, which tasted fresh and fragrant, leaving people with endless aftertaste. This fish pond. She contracted it. It's okay. Just bring Huahua to soak in the hot spring and catch some fish by the way. It's not bad. Are you going back now? Huishao saw the little girl lying on the grass with a comfortable look on her face. Her eyebrows curved, and he didn't know what beautiful things she was thinking about. He looked at the time on his watch. It was time to return. If they turn back now, they will be home before the sun sets completely. Go back. Go back now. Zhuangshao suddenly sat up from the grass. No matter how good this place is, it is not suitable for her to stay here all the time with all the red lines. At least half of the energy stone on her neck has been consumed. She didn't see any energy stones in this place. It seems that if she wants to come here to visit in the future, she still needs to prepare more energy stones. Suddenly, she felt that the energy stones at home were not enough for her. She once thought that she would become rich overnight and live a carefree life. Now she felt that she was still too poor and needed to dig more bird nests to support her luxury travel in the high radiation area. Before leaving, Zhuangshao and Huishao tied the food they were going to bring back to the flame cat, and then each wrapped themselves into a ball and climbed into the big bathtub until the flame cat had flown out of the tinking. Zhuangshao still stared at the place covered by white fog. Really? I can't bear to leave. So many delicious foods. Moreover, they only strolled around a part of the tinking, and they didn't have time to visit most of it. However, Zhuangshao's fiery heart was soon extinguished by the biting cold wind. After flying out of the crater area, the temperature dropped sharply. There were no more black and brown rocks, but white snow instead. Ice and fire. Only these few words can describe Zhuangshao's feelings at the moment. After leaving the blind spot, it was almost dusk. Now they were flying over the safe zone. The endless whiteness made Zhuangshao's eyes a little uncomfortable, so she simply hid in the bathtub. She didn't want to become blind. After a few minutes, Zhuangshao suddenly felt a fragrance coming from her nose. Refreshing and relaxing. So she looked up at Huishao and asked, Huishao, do you smell anything? Hearing the little girl's voice, Huishao lowered his head and looked at the girl, who was wrapped tightly in the big bathtub, revealing only two big black eyes, and said softly, Yeah, I smell it. After that, he looked up again and looked at the green tree in the distance with small white flowers, and said lightly, It's your snake and scorpion beauty. She bloomed. Chapter 376. What did you say? Zhuangshao stood up suddenly from the big bathtub after hearing what Huishao said. Then she exclaimed, Ah, this. She left home yesterday, and the dancing grass gave her such a big surprise when she just came back. At this moment, the flame cat was flying rapidly in the air and had reached the outskirts of the shantytown. In the cold wind, the branches of the dancing grass were still soft and charming, and in the green, many pure white flowers, like gardenias, bloomed in stars. It was like snow falling on the branches. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on it, making the blooming snow seem to have a little more temperature. The flame cat circled around the yard twice before landing. Due to the previous blizzards, the abnormality of the dancing grass did not attract the crowd for the time being. Zhuangshao and Huishao came out of the big bathtub. The fragrance seemed to be more and more refreshing and fragrant. The orange-flavored fragrance of her muted monkey-faced dragon orchid did not last long before it died in the severe cold. Unexpectedly, her rather strange dancing grass could actually bloom. There are very few plants that bloom in winter, and it is in such a cold and snowy place. Apart from plum blossoms, she has never heard of any other plants. Oh! Tianshan snow lotus does not count. She has never seen it. After Huishao opened the door, Zhuangshao rushed into the yard with her bag on her back. Before she could put down her backpack, she arrived under the dancing grass. Now, the stems of the herbaceous plants she thought of had already become woody, and the thickness of the trunk almost covered the small window of her bedroom. Zhuangshao picked a small white flower from the nearest vine and took a little juice on her watch. Ding! Highly radioactive mutant plants, containing a large amount of neurotoxins. Fog grass. In terms of poison, you are the most poisonous. You, the beautiful and vicious woman. Zhuangshao hurriedly threw the small white flower in her hand to the ground, scaring people so much that they took 2 steps back and their breathing stopped immediately. Could the fragrance of this flower also be poisonous? No. She felt a little dizzy. It was too fragrant. Hu Xiao passed by Zhuang Xiao carrying a sack, and saw that the little girl who was just cheerful and energetic suddenly became a little uneasy and listless, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you dizzy? This flower is actually poisonous." "Whoa," Zhuang Xiao asked nervously, not even daring to breathe when speaking. Hu Xiao shook his head and said, "No. The flower of your beautiful and vicious woman has a nice fragrance." Zhuang Xiao, Is it because of the fragrance that she is confused? Dancing grass, The man has good taste. After holding his breath for 30 seconds, Zhuang Xiao's face turned red, and he finally gave up the resistance. Didn't you see that Hu Xiao was fine? The cold air and the faint fragrance immediately rushed into his lungs. The person came back to life immediately. After a few breaths, Zhuang Xiao stared at Hu Xiao's eyes and said slowly, "But this little white flower is poisonous." "Oh." Seeing that she was fine, Hu Xiao said "oh" and went back to the house. He thought she was going to suffocate herself to death just now. He was used to Zhuang Xiao's occasional convulsions. "Hey, what's your reaction?" Zhuang Xiao raised his head and glanced at the dancing grass above his head, then followed Hu Xiao into the house muttering something. Hu Xiao did not stop. After entering the living room, he put down the sack in his hand and turned on the heating equipment and the fire. The house, which had not been occupied for 2 days and 1 night, was already cold. The indoor temperature was not much warmer than the outdoor temperature. After Zhuang Xiao came in, he put his backpack on the table and went outside to move the sack. After running back and forth several times, the flame cat, which was covered with sacks all over its body, finally returned to its majestic appearance. Then, after whispering to Zhuang Xiao for a while, the flame cat spread its wings and flew out. As soon as Zhuang Xiao entered the house, Hu Xiao put down the things he was organizing and said, "Hua, are you going back again?" "Yeah." Zhuang Xiao nodded, and then continued, "Hua is still the happiest, going back to soak in his little hot spring." The tone was full of envy and a little sour. Hu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Why don't you go too?" Zhuang Xiao rolled her eyes at Hu Xiao and said unhappily, "Do I think my life is too long?" After saying this, she took out the energy stones that she and Hu Xiao had taken out from the pile of miscellaneous items on the table, intending to test their remaining energy value. The small hot spring is nice, but it costs money and life. Ding. Energy stone level F. Energy value 67. Ding. Energy stone level F. Energy value 12. Ding. Energy stone level E. Energy value 312. After Zhuang Xiao checked the energy stone levels of both people, she made a preliminary estimate and concluded that the energy value they consumed for this trip was as high as more than 10,000. She just came to a blind spot for 2 days and 1 night. And it cost so much. The cost of this trip is too expensive. This does not include transportation and accommodation. However, when she glanced at the yellow fruits, mutant ferns, and silver-red fish in the living room, she felt relieved again. At least shopping is free. Let's go to the safe zone tomorrow. The storage room at home is now full of meat brought back by Hua, and there is no room for the fruits brought back this time. Hu Xiao said to Zhuang Xiao while hanging the small silver fish strung with vines outside the door. Zhuang Xiao looked at the house, which was full of things. It was true that there was almost no room to step in the house. She had to make some space. And her butcher's shop. It was probably that few people would go out in this snowy weather. Her butcher's shop was going to close. But it was fine. She also had a small hot spring vegetable shed. And there was plenty of meat. This winter was still easy to get through. "Can we drive on this road?" Zhuang Xiao asked. Hu Xiao replied, "Yes. The main roads in 4 directions between the safe zone and the shantytown are open. Tomorrow I will clear the snow on the small road in front of our gate. And then we can set off." Since the blizzard, although the safe zone does not recommend people to travel, the safe zone still arranges people to do the most basic road dredging work like this. But it is limited to the main street between the safe zone and the shantytown. "Okay. Let's go tomorrow morning." Zhuang Xiao agreed happily. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao lay in bed and began to count her energy stones, while Hu Xiao was outside installing anti-skid chains on the tires of the car in preparation for going out tomorrow. The white flowers of the dancing grass exuded a faint fragrance under the cold moonlight. Chapter 377. Early in the morning. It was just dawn. Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao each held a shovel, and stood at the gate. There was no shadow of the flame cat outside the door. "You are responsible for the left side, and I am responsible for the right side," Zhuang Xiao said, and the air he exhaled instantly turned into a wisp of white smoke, which then slowly dissipated. Hu Xiao nodded and said, "Okay." In fact, Zhuang Xiao got up to work not because she was so diligent. It was really too cold to sit still. So it would be better to get up and move her muscles and bones, so that the body could be warmer. Compared with those external heating tools, the heat generated by the body due to movement really made her feel warm. Just as the two people were working hard, suddenly, two people jumped out of the snow, and then two loud and familiar young voices rang out. "Sister, are you back? Sister, where have you been?" Before Zhuang Xiao could see the people clearly, the two tall people who were wrapped like big bears suddenly spoke human words. Zhuang Xiao stopped shoveling snow and asked tentatively, You are Zhang Lin and Du Zhong." She couldn't tell who Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were. After all, the two were similar in height and weight, and now they were wrapped in thick fur, scarves, and hats, and their eyes were not very clear under the brim of the hats. Who could recognize who you were? She guessed this because there were only a few young people she knew who could appear at the same time. Two people appeared at the same time, and they were dressed in such a rich way. If they were excluded casually, only Zhang Lin and Du Zhong, who were stranded in the 11th safety zone, were left. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao recognized them, the two bears. "No." Two people nodded hurriedly. "Why are you two running to the shantytown so early in the morning instead of staying at home to hibernate?" Zhuang Xiao looked at them suspiciously. I have something to do. Don't I want to ask you for a little favor?" As he spoke, Du Zhong used his leather-gloved fingers to gesture a little. Unfortunately, the gloves were too thick. The fingers could not flexibly express what the owner wanted to express. In Zhuang Xiao's eyes, this little bit became a lot of points. Before Zhuang Xiao could speak, Du Zhong continued, "My brother urged me to go back a few days ago. It was not easy for me to go back in this blizzard. So I thought," after hesitating for a long time, Bong said again, "I thought about whether I could let the flame cat take me back. His sister's super luxurious bathtub. He has been thinking about it for a long time. This is not faster than his brother trying to come and pick him up. Even if there is a plane, it can't take off in all weather conditions." This, Zhuang Xiao scratched his fur hat and continued, "But, Hua, it's not at home today. I don't know when it will be back." Du Zhong hurriedly said, "If it's at home, sister, can you let Hua take me back?" Du Zhong stepped forward, staring at Zhuang Xiao with sparkling eyes. Without refusing, "That means it's okay. It's a pity that he and Zhang Lin are still entangled at home. But is it okay?" Zhuang Xiao herself is not sure whether Hua is willing to fly to safety zone number 6. However, if it is possible, she feels that her Hua can open a dedicated flight between safety zone number 11 and safety zone number 6. Rain or shine, and take off at any time. Such a luxurious flight. This extra money will definitely make a lot of money. Well, no points. Just energy stones. After she counted her energy stones last night, she felt a sense of crisis again. Poor. Without energy stones, you can't freely pass through high radiation areas. It can be said that energy stones are the most basic ticket to enter high radiation areas. At this time, the flame cat, who was leisurely bathing in the Tianqing hot spring, had no idea that his friends were going to arrange a new job for him. Seeing that things were basically settled, Zhang Lin and Du Zhong were very diligent and wanted to grab the shovel in Zhuang Xiao's hand. "Sister, I do it. Hua Xiao, I still have one here. You can come and grab mine." With the addition of two people, the cleaning work was obviously a little faster. Really, it was just a little bit. Zhang Lin was better. He had been in the mercenary team, and his physical fitness was not bad. And Du Zhong, he was really spoiled from childhood to adulthood. At the beginning, he was waving the shovel with his hands, and he was working hard. But after a burst of energy, he was directly exhausted. After a while, wisps of white smoke came out of the two boys' bodies, as if they were possessed by some magical skill. After clearing the snow on the path, Du Zhong and Zhang Lin followed Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao back home. As soon as they entered the yard, they were surprised at the same time. Without looking back, Zhuang Xiao knew that it must be the pot of the conspicuous package of the dancing grass. Don't look at it. The flower is poisonous, Zhuangxiao said without looking back. After entering the room, she took out a few yellow fruits from the sack, intending to use Du Zhong and Zhang Lin's watches to check whether there is any information about this plant in the Wasteland database. The two teenagers who originally wanted to touch the small white flowers of the dancing grass immediately retracted their hands when they heard that it was poisonous. Sorry, I bother you. Then, the two walked quickly towards the living room. Before entering the door, Zhang Lin also took a look at the silver-red fish hanging at the door. The fish looked like it had just been frozen. In this weather, I don't know where his sister went to catch fish these 2 days. As soon as Du Zhong entered the door, he saw the yellow fresh fruits on the table, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Sister, where did you buy such fresh fruits? Since this fruit can be served on the table, it must be edible. Although the safe zones have their own plantations, where a lot of crops such as grains, vegetables and fruits are grown, for unknown reasons, even after generations of careful cultivation and improvement, there are still very few ingredients that meet the edible standards. Despite this, the research on planting has never stopped in each safe zone. Moreover, even in the blind area, each safe zone will send a special mercenary team to find those unknown mutant plants. However, the cost is too high and the effect is minimal. I only heard Zhuangxiao reply, it's not bought. It's brought back by Hua Hua. Then she asked, do you know this kind of fruit? Du Zhong shook his head and said, I haven't seen it. Then you test it. Zhuangxiao picked up a fruit on the table and handed it to Du Zhong, and then took another one to Zhang Lin next to him and said, you test it too. Ding ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Chapter 378. Two watches sounded at the same time in the living room. However, Zhuangxiao's focus was not on whether the fruit could be eaten, but whether there was any record of this mutant plant in the wasteland. If not, there is no relevant information about this kind of fruit. Zhang Lin knew that the fruit in Zhuangxiao's house must have an extraordinary origin. Otherwise Zhuangxiao would not ask him and Du Zhong to test it with their watches. He naturally knew that his and Du Zhong's watches were different from those used by Zhuangxiao. Therefore, it was also obvious for Zhuangxiao to ask them to test. Just want to see what kind of mutant species it is. Mine doesn't have it either. After listening to Zhang Lin's words, Du Zhong also went to check the details, and there was no record of this yellow fruit. According to the level of his and Zhang Lin's watches, if they could not find any information about this mutant plant, it was most likely that this mutant plant had not been discovered yet. After hearing the answers of the two people, Zhuangxiao was not very disappointed. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know what kind of plant it is. It won't affect her eating. At most, she can just give it a name. Just like the dancing grass. The naming rights of the unknown mutant plant are hers again. Before leaving, Zhuangxiao gave 2 yellow fruits to each person, and said that she would contact Yukamiya after the flame cat came back. After the 2 teenagers left, Zhuangxiao happily said to Xiao, who was still sorting things in the house, Xiao, the weather is warmer. Let's plant the land. Planting is good. She loves planting. Think about the mutant plants she planted, and they can be eaten when they grow up. Don't mention how happy she is. Planting? Xiao raised his eyes, and looked at the fair and clean little girl. She didn't look like she could plant the land. Yes, planting the land. Zhuangxiao nodded again to express her determination. Planting the land? Starting with the mutant plant with yellow fruits. Just plant it. Zhuangxiao raised the fruit in her hand and shook it in front of Xiao. But it's definitely not possible now. It's too cold. The mutant plant grows next to the hot spring. I think it likes a warm and humid environment. We still need to find a suitable place to open up the wasteland. Zhuangxiao muttered. It feels like there are so many things to do. Why don't you consider using this to exchange something with Xiaoyan? After a moment of silence, Xiao said in a deep voice. Ah, Xiaoyan also wants to farm. Zhuangxiao's mind didn't turn around for a while, and the words came out of his mouth. The main thing is to blame Xiao. The topic changed a little too quickly. What does this have to do with farming and Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan, cousin. It is related. It really is related. Brother, I want to farm. Xiao was speechless. Xiaoyan farms? How could Xiaoyan farm by himself? I mean, if you really want to grow this mutant plant in a safe zone, we can't do it by ourselves. The soil, water, climate, Light and other factors will affect the survival rate and yield of the plant. Zhuang Xiao listened to Xiao babble and gave him a lot of knowledge about farming in the wasteland. Well, it seems to be quite difficult. And isn't there a saying that oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, and oranges grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines? It is really unrealistic to grow this yellow fruit plant by yourself. Besides, she is not a professional farmer, and it will take a long time before she can eat the fruits produced by her own family. In this case, it would be better to let Xiao Yin make mistakes. Why don't we bring the green plant seedlings back to Xiao Yin and exchange them for something you want with Xiao Yin? What do you think? After Hui Xiao finished speaking, he carefully observed the girl's expression. Really, he is not very good at raising crops, so he won't embarrass himself. And from his understanding of the girl, his girl is suitable for plants like dancing grass that are easy to raise and can grow wildly. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhuang Xiao glared at Hui Xiao. If she doesn't want to farm, then she won't farm. Anyway, her goal is to eat whatever she wants. As for who planted it, what difference does it make? Hui Xiao was glared at by Zhuang Xiao, and he didn't know what to say. Forget it. If the little girl wants to plant it, then plant it. He will find someone to learn it when the time comes. After the atmosphere froze for a second, Zhuang Xiao said, "Can you help me think about what we should exchange? I don't want the points for the time being. There are too many. It's best to have something that can't be bought with points." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Energy stones will do. It's winter, and she doesn't really want to dig out bird nests. It's very cold." Xiao Yin, should you discuss it with me first? Seeing that Zhuang Xiao suddenly changed his mind, Hui Xiao was relieved and said with a smile, "Okay. When we go again, bring back a sample of soil and plants, and I will go to find Xiao Yin." Zhuang Xiao was not very persistent about farming, thinking that the green plants could be exchanged for money. No, things that could not be bought with points. She was even happier. For example, the watch. She wanted it very much. So, the two of them agreed on Zhuang Xiao's sudden decision to farm. Then, the two of them packed up their things at home and went out happily. On the way, they did not meet anyone. Occasionally, they saw a few vehicles coming out of the safe zone. I don't know what they were doing in such cold weather. Compared to the shantytown, more roads in the safe zone were cleared, except for the small alleys without names and numbers. All streets that can be passed by vehicles in one direction were cleared. At this time, pedestrians can occasionally be seen on the road in a hurry. After finally going out, the two of them went to the shopping street first and looked at her storefront that was closed after only 3 days of opening. Very good. More than half of the shops in the entire shopping street were not open. Zhuang Xiao's mood was instantly balanced. The first thing Zhuang Xiao did when she arrived at the safe zone house was to go straight to the place where the energy stones were hidden. At that time, in order to disperse the risk of loss, she also hid a lot of energy stones in this house. After Hui Xiao moved all the supplies from the car, he saw Zhuang Xiao rummaging around in the house, and then went to dig holes everywhere in the yard. Very busy. After the things in the car were packed up, he stepped forward and asked, "Do you need help?" No. I buried it myself, and only I can find it." Zhuang Xiao's small spatula in her hand did not stop. The soil was frozen too hard, and it was a bit difficult to dig. After digging this hole, she didn't plan to dig anymore. There was almost no place to pile up the snow in the yard. They didn't need so much for a while. Seeing the little girl squatting there, grunting and working, Hui Xiao couldn't just stand there. So he took a shovel and piled up the snow shoveled out by the little girl. Chapter 379. After finishing their work in the safe zone, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao also went to visit Brother Yanming, and got an unexpected piece of information from him. Or, it can be said that it was not very good information. During the autumn collection activity, the mutant mole problem at the sweet potato collection point somehow expanded the scope of its cave digging. As soon as the road was opened, the safe zone sent people to check. Then, Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered the vehicles he encountered before coming to the safe zone. Could it be those people? You heard about it? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help asking Yanming, full of curiosity. It has only been a few days since the blizzard, and this kind of thing has happened again. She still remembered what they told her at the time, that the mutant mole was a master of digging holes, a fighter in digging holes. If the other party's living space cannot be effectively contained, It will pose a threat to the mutant plants within the safe zone sphere of influence. And then it will also affect the living space of the safe zone. This problem can be big or small, and cannot be ignored. Yan Ning proudly replied, "Of course I heard about it from Xiang Su. We are good friends who can talk about anything." Zhuang Xiao ignored the boy's smug and complacent expression, and then asked, "Did you say how to deal with it this time? Is it the same as last time?" She had forgotten what Wu Xiao told her last time. "And it's windy and cold. And there's snow. It's really hard to deal with it. After all, they are digging caves underground? Besides, it's winter now. And the mutant moles are not fools, who would run to the ground for no reason. Can they run underground to fight with the mutant moles?" Thinking of it this way, the mutant moles are not as easy to deal with as the mutant crows. Yan Ning scratched the black stubble that he had grown at home recently, and said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't ask him about this. In order to pass the guard assessment in the safe zone next year, his brother has been training him to death recently. If there is no work, he can find work for him. He cleaned up most of the snow in their area, working from morning to night. And there was no rest except for eating, in the name of training his endurance. He could also earn some points to supplement the family income." What a joke. He is a person who wakes up with laughter every night when he sees the points on his watch. Does he need it? His brother really tortured him to death. If his sister hadn't come today, he would probably still be squatting and lifting iron plates at home. This winter is really a bit sad. The young boy is now full of despair about his choice. However, when he thinks that this is all his own choice, he has to grit his teeth and hold on even if he cries. And he can't complain to his sister. How much weight has he endured that life cannot bear? Yan Ning and Zhuang Xiao are chatting about recent events here, and Wu Xiao ears are also erect. When he heard about this, Wu Xiao even looked at Yan Hu deliberately. Yan Hu shrugged. He didn't know about this. This kid. Now during the break time, he wished he could say as few words as possible to him. Sometimes, he was too lazy to listen to his chatter. Seeing Yan Hu's expression, it was okay. He didn't know either. Wu Xiao thought about it. Forget it. It was not his turn to worry about this matter now. He should think about what he and the little girl would eat in the evening. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he left Yan Ming's house. Because of Zhuang Xiao's arrival, Yan Ning was able to rest for half a day. However, he was scolded for not telling his brother about the mutant mole. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help much with the mutant mole. It was okay to just listen. After all, her Huohuo could run, fly, and swim, but he couldn't dig holes. Days passed like this for several days. After strolling outside enough, the flame cat finally went home in the evening of a certain day. Since Zhuang Xiao family had a lot of meat, vegetables and fruits, the flame cat no longer went back and forth between home and his small hot spring every day. How comfortable the small hot spring is. Take a bath and bask in the sun when you have nothing to do, bubbling with happiness. Except that group of sticky and disgusting playthings. Life is still very beautiful. People, no. Cats should know how to be content. After the flame cat came back, Zhuang Xiao began to lobby it for flights between the 11th and 6th safe zones. Sometimes, Wu Xiao thought the little girl was quite funny. Every day, she talked to the flame cat for a long time in a whisper. And I don't know how many sentences it can understand. However, the little girl never got tired of it. Wu Xiao was helpless and envious. Since the flame cat came, the little girl had no interest in telling him stories. Thinking about it this way, it's better to be a beautiful and vicious woman, quiet and ladylike. That night, Zhuang Xiao told Du Zhong that he could send him back to the 6th safe zone tomorrow. Safety zone number 6 is close to theirs. If Huohuo flies at full speed, it won't take even half a day. Maybe Wu Xiao can come back to cook for her at night. Yes, she doesn't plan to go. Although her luxurious big bathtub is very comfortable, it's not as comfortable as staying at home. Besides, there is no scenery in this season. It's all white everywhere. Last time, it almost blinded her titanium dog eyes. Early the next morning, Du Zhong came to Zhuang Xiao's house, followed by his little friend Zhang Lin. He said he wanted to witness this historic moment. In the future, he can take the flame cat to safety zone number 6 to see Du Zhong. Isn't it just an energy stone? He has this thing, which is enough to pay for the flight and use it himself. And it was obtained by digging bird nests when Emperor Lin was with his sister. Sister, I'm going back. When the weather is good next time, Come to safety zone number 6 to play. Du Zhong's excited little face flushed, and his little hand almost waved out a residual image, saying goodbye to Zhuang Xiao. Zhang Lin was even more excited. After Du Zhong finished flying, he would be the next in line. Zhuang Xiao looked at the first flight passenger with an anti-smile on her face. They are all my energy stones in the future. They are the fun providers for her to expand her territory and freely travel back and forth in the blind spot in the future. Must smile. 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 Wei Xiao sat in the big bathtub with no desire to live, staring at Du Zhong. Brother Hua, thank you for your care. Du Zhong rubbed the bathtub back and forth with his hands, and finally sat on it. He laughed wildly in his heart. He would send a message to his brother to pick him up later. Thinking about his brother's expression, he was happy. The smile on his face could not be stopped. What could Wei Xiao say? Zhuang Xiao explained that important customers must be served attentively. The expression on his face was pulled, and he said, "It should be. You're welcome." Zhuang Xiao stood below, looking at the flame cat that flew away quickly, retracted his sight, turned around and prepared to go home. Then Zhang Lin immediately followed and said with a smile, "Sister, can you sell me 2 of your yellow fruits?" Chapter 380. Speaking of this, he felt ashamed. His father could even snatch fruit from his son. I never realized that his father's strange hobbies also included fruits that he had never seen before. Really? Later, when he accidentally complained about this to his eldest brother, he heard something even more shocking. It was simply unimaginable. His old man had snatched a red feather of a flame cat from someone else 2 days ago. It was said that it was a testimony of the flame cat protecting the safe zone. It took a full 3,000 points, and it was hard to get it through bidding. He was really a complete sucker. At that time, he thought he was fooled. This feather is only available in his sister's house. Later, he sneaked into the study to take a look. Well, it was really a fiery red feather. If he had said this earlier, maybe when the flame cat changed its fur, he could ask her sister for one. There was no need to buy it. So, no matter what, he had a new definition of his father's hobbies. That is, anything his father had never seen. It was all good stuff. Speaking of the flame cat feathers, the people of the mandrill, sharp knife, and blade teams earned a lot of points. Some of them had better family conditions, but they were still waiting for the price and refused to sell their stocks. When the people of the future team heard about it, they still felt a little regretful. Regretted why they didn't pick it up earlier. Thinking about their relationship with Zhuang Xiao later. Well, there was no need to be upset about these feathers. The people in their team were the only ones in the mercenary team. No. Now they were the only 2 who could form a temporary team with Zhuang Xiao. Otherwise, the matter of Emperor Lin let the people of the Qilin team take advantage of the loophole, and they would be the only ones. However, it doesn't matter, as long as they can be ranked first in the cousin's heart. Thinking this way, what's there to be upset about? Does your family still lack fruit to eat? Zhuang Xiao turned her head to look at Zhang Lin behind her, wondering if the child hadn't woken up in the morning. He came to buy her fruit so early in the morning. How can she feel embarrassed to buy it? After all, he will be her big customer in the future. Zhang Lin stepped forward and said flatteringly, "It's not lacking. But I haven't seen my fruit before. My old man wants something new. I'm not filial piety. This word is a bit hard to say. In fact, he wants to eat. It's not all for the old man." Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Filial piety." She stared at Zhang Lin for a moment and hesitated a little and said, "Okay. I give you 10 more to try. And this time I give it to you for free. In the future, they will all be repeat customers. There seems to be a lot of fruit in that small hot spring. Oh, how could I forget that I should ask him to bring some Yukamiya back? After all, this is a winter fruit. It is a mutant variety that no one else knows about. The first pot of gold must be earned by oneself." Suddenly I felt that as long as the weather is not too bad this winter, she can keep busy. After listening to Zhuang Xiao's words, Zhang Lin blushed a little and said softly, "Sister, this is not good." Zhuang Xiao started to walk into the yard and said casually, "What's wrong with it? After the meat in my butcher shop is sold out, I will sell fruits instead. I will take care of it more at that time." Okay. This will definitely work." Zhang Lin hurriedly followed and said actively, "This is not a small matter." After a while, Zhang Lin happily returned with 10 large yellow fruits. And the flame cat. As soon as Yukamiya entered the sphere of influence of the number 6 safety zone, he began to send messages to his brother, asking Du Huai to pick him up in the shantytown. When Du Huai at home received the news, he almost jumped up from his chair. How could someone who said he couldn't come back just like that? The snow between the 2 safety zones was not cleared by anyone, and vehicles couldn't drive at all. After he realized it, he thought his brother was joking with him again, until he saw a photo taken from the sky. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. After this kid went out twice, he became more and more courageous. The two of them. One of them said he wanted to sit, and the other dared to give up his seat. They weren't afraid of any accidents on the road. Zhuang Xiao sneezed several times at home. He didn't go out much, so how could he catch a cold? After muttering to her dancing grass, he went back to the house with 2 or 3 branches of dancing grass. Experience has proven that the fragrance of this flower is non-toxic. It's so pleasing to the eye to put it in the bedroom and living room. When it takes root, find a good place to plant the dancing grass. Through what happened last time, she discovered that the dancing grass had a sense of territory, and it seemed that it would not allow other plants to take root and sprout in its territory. I don't know how those trees in her bedroom grew up. In short, it's amazing. Brother, you are too slow. If I had known, I would have sent you a message earlier. I am almost freezing to death. Du Zhong saw Du Huai coming over, and he climbed out of the bathtub trembling, complaining about his elder brother, holding a big package in his hand. To be honest, he didn't expect his brother to be so slow. It's really different from Hua Hua's speed. Du Huai, how fast do you want to go out in this snowy weather? Du Huai looked at his brother with a dark face and said unhappily, how can you fly as fast as you? Then he saw someone following him and shut up silently. Maybe I have to borrow the flame cat from someone next year. It would be bad if I offended someone by accident. Forget it. I blame my brother when I get home. Du Zhong seemed to remember something, and hurriedly pulled Hua Xiao behind him and introduced him. Hua Xiao. Brother Hua. Hello. Du Huai. Du Huai nodded and smiled politely. Hua Xiao responded with the same expression and answer. After the handover, Hua Xiao did not accept Du Zhong and Du Huai's request to stay, and flew back after saying goodbye to the two. Du Huai muttered a few more words to his brother, and seeing that he was very cold, he immediately carried him into the car. By the way, brother, I also brought you a gift. Do you want to see it now? It's fun. After Du Zhong got in the car and recovered, his little mouth kept chattering. Du Huai half closed his eyes and listened to his younger brother nagging. I don't know what strange things he brought back to him. Anyway, he was not curious at all. Du Zhong handed over the packed box, but Du Huai didn't even open his eyes. Don't talk. Don't talk. Then you won't be angry. He needs to stay calm. Calm down. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat must be cooked at home. Chapter 381. It was past 4 in the afternoon when Hua Xiao and Flame Cat arrived at the 11th safety zone. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the golden sun was hanging low over the white snow like a disk, reflecting the silver-clad world with a fiery red. The dense forests, snowfields and mountains were bathed in the twilight, and under the cold, there was a strange warmth. Is it time to get home? Hua Hua slowly landed at the door of the house, and Zhuang Xiao hurried out of the yard. Are you back? Did you have a smooth journey? Zhuang Xiao asked Hua Xiao while scratching the increasingly smooth fur of Flame Cat with his hand. The Flame Cat meowed, which was a response to Zhuang Xiao's enthusiastic reception. Hua Xiao hummed, with a faint smile on his face, watching the interaction between Zhuang Xiao and Hua Hua. Zhuang Xiao leaned close to Flame Cat's ear and didn't know what he said. Hua Hua shook off the snow that had just been stained, and flew out in the afterglow of the setting sun. After seeing Hua Hua off, Zhuang Xiao looked at Hua Xiao, who was still waiting for her there, and said with a smile, Why don't you go in yet? Hua Xiao said, Wait for you together. Are you sick? Aren't you cold? Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hua Xiao, turned around and walked into the yard. Hua Xiao followed. Zhuang Xiao began to talk about what she had done today, what she had eaten for lunch, and so on. Hua Xiao listened carefully, and hummed from time to time. The sunset slowly fell below the horizon. Night fell. The lights in the house were dim. The fragrance was floating, and the warmth was cozy. The days were slow and peaceful. Until, one afternoon, a notice from the safe zone broke the cold and silence of winter. Traces of mutant moles were found on the edge of the western shantytown west of the safe zone. And someone found a broken wall in the hole dug in his house. The family who found the person was not injured, but the food stored at home was reduced. Some people speculated that it was very likely that the mutant moles did not store enough food for the winter, and the grass and tree roots below were not enough to support their huge population to survive the winter smoothly. Therefore, they were so eager to expand their sphere of influence. Once this news broke out, it shocked the entire safe zone and shantytown, especially in the western shantytown where the earliest discovery was made. People were in a panic. Those who stored their winter reserve food in the cellar hurriedly moved the food hidden underground to the ground. And those who lived under the cellar to avoid the severe cold also increased their vigilance during the day and at night, and at the same time strengthened the defense capabilities in the cellar. According to the mutant mole's super digging ability, and the unknown number of populations, it was inevitable that the underground of the western shantytown would fall within 3 days. The residents in the safe zone were much calmer than those in the shantytown. In addition to the high walls and power grid protection measures on the ground, the safe zone also had several meters of defense partitions underground. Although there is no news of mutant moles hurting people, it cannot be denied that hungry mutant moles may eat humans. After all, although humans are not a delicacy in the mutant mole's diet, the mutant mole can eat both meat and vegetables. Look at the round and cute ones. But with one claw, a piece of bloody meat no longer belongs to your body. Moreover, the mutant moles themselves carry a large number of viruses and infectious sources, and it is not certain whether they will bring another nightmare to everyone in this cold winter. The news of the safe zone spread. Zhuang Xiao received a message from Yan Ming, asking them if they want to move to the safe zone. Are we going? It is said that some people in the western shantytown have rented houses in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Wu Xiao, waiting for his decision. Wu Xiao looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Pack up. We go now." Although he had not experienced the mutant mole, he had experienced the plague when he was a child, and his parents died in the plague. He could not remember how it happened and how it ended. I only remember that many people died in the safe zone at that time. Even in the cold winter, the air was filled with the smell of dead people. That was the smell of corpses. Since then, the population of the safe zone has dropped by 1/3. One such bad experience is enough. Okay, let's pack up now, and take everything that can be eaten, drunk, and used in the car. Zhuang shouted it as soon as he said it. There were too many things to pack up at home, and it felt like moving all the time, just like ants on the road. The two of them tossed around at home for more than an hour before they emptied all the things that could be used and needed to be kept at home. It was fortunate that there was a car at home. Otherwise it would really be just stay at home and play whack-a-mole for 24 hours. After the car drove out of the path, Zhuang Xiao looked back at the towering dancing grass. Do you think my dancing grass will not be eaten by mutant moles? Zhuang Xiao asked Wu Xiao uncertainly. Huo was not too worried. When she was not at home, it would naturally go back to the hot spring. Besides, one was in the sky and the other was underground, so they would never run into each other. However, the dancing grass was different. The root system underground had to expand to a certain extent to have the appearance on the ground now. Wu Xiao comforted, "It's okay. You forgot that your snake and scorpion beauty is poisonous throughout the plant. And the mutant mole is not a fool. It will also eat the poisonous root system." But, before Wu Xiao finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao said worriedly, "Some mutant animals like to eat poisonous insects and poisonous plants. And what's more, things that humans can't eat don't mean that some mutant animals can't eat. Don't worry. It's okay," Wu Xiao said firmly. "No one can say such things. But, we can't say anything discouraging at this moment." Zhuang Xiao sat in the co-pilot seat with his head down until he arrived near the southern entrance of the safe zone. Their car was stuck on the road. The car moved forward slowly. Arrived at the entrance, Zhuang Xiao found that not everyone could enter the safe zone. Either they needed a house, or they had to be picked up by relatives. As for those who didn't have a house, there were even people holding signs at the door to rent a house. Direct on-site transactions. As long as they meet the living conditions of the safe zone and have complete certificates, they can also enter the safe zone. The exit and entrance of the safe zone are a certain distance apart. At this time, there were few people at the exit and crowded at the entrance, forming an extremely sharp contrast. Didn't you say that you just found traces near the western shantytown? Why is there so much population at the entrance of the southern shantytown? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but say. However, She didn't have to ask Xiao to give her an answer. She was just sighing. Chapter 382. Xiao was showing the guards their credentials to enter the safe zone. Soon, the formalities were verified. The car drove smoothly into the safe zone. At night, the two brothers Yanhu and Yanming came to Zhuangshao house, outside the inner city of the safe zone. At this time, Xiao and Zhuangshao had moved all the things that had to be moved into the house. And the rest were some things that were not needed for the time being. Sister, you came so fast. I thought you were still waiting and watching. After Yanming said this, he was slapped on the head by Yanhu. And Yanhu said unhappily, at this time, of course, the sooner you come in, the better. Who knew that martial law would be imposed that day? And a rule that only people can leave but not enter was made. Yes, brother. You are right. Yanming knew that his brother was right. And he still muttered and hid behind Zhuangshao. And made a face at Yanhu. Yanhu, very angry. Seeing the two brothers laughing and playing, Zhuangshao's spirits returned a little. Sometimes, more people make it more lively. In the evening, Yanhu and Yanming stayed and had dinner with Zhuangshao and Xiao. The topic of conversation was mainly about the mutant mole. In the South Shantytown. Hu Qianli just got home. Old Hu, should we move to the safe area for a while? My daughter is still young. And I always feel uneasy. Lan Hong poked her daughter's not-so-fair face, and said. Hu Qianli hung his coat on the wall, sat on a stool, poured himself a glass of warm water, drank a sip and said, okay. I asked someone to find out about renting a house tomorrow. Once it's settled, you can move in with your mother-in-law and Lan Jin. Today, the future team was busy in the West Shantytown for a day, checking the situation of the mutant mole and preventing emergencies. He also knew Lan Hong's concerns. If there were no children, maybe they could wait a little longer. If there were children, they would naturally focus on the children. Besides, their family situation has eased a lot this year, and they are fully capable of renting a small house in the safe zone to spend the winter. Originally, they didn't want to, and they just wanted to save as much as possible. This year, the family has made full preparations in all aspects, so there is no need to spend the winter in the safe zone. Today, the guards distributed animal repellent powder door to door in the western shantytown. I don't know how useful the animal repellent powder is, but it's better to have it than not. I don't know if we can buy a house in the safe zone next year. Seeing that the little girl was indeed asleep, Lan Hong got up and sat opposite Hu Qianli. And somehow, she thought of the houses of brother Yanhu and cousin Zhuangshao. At this moment, she was really envious. Brother Yan, who moved to the safe zone as soon as winter came. Even if it was his cousin's house, he could live there whenever he wanted. Unlike them now, they are just cramming at the last minute. It's almost there. I still have a few energy stones that I haven't sold yet. I save them up next year. And maybe I can buy one near the periphery. Hu Qianli comforted his wife. At worst, we can see how the new city is planned next year or the year after, and buy it directly there. As one of the people who got the news earlier, maybe we can get a bargain. Besides, there was a promise from the safe zone before, and they have preferential policies for purchasing. At this time, underground in the western shantytown, in the dark and humid cave, the mutant mole family is still diligently digging their underground kingdom. Although there are no grass roots, insects, ants, earthworms and other food in the underground nearby, human living areas can be dug occasionally, and there are rich food reserves. Therefore, in the underground caves that are connected in all directions, the mutant moles are still working very hard. The two front paws shovel the soil until it flies. Some people are idle at home. Everyone squatted in a corner of the house, holding hammers, mallets and other percussion tools in their hands, staring at the ground with full concentration. And whenever a mutant mole appeared, they would try to hit it with one strike. After all, this mutant mole is also meat. It is a good thing that you can't find even if you want to find it. Of course, this is only for some people who are starving and have insufficient reserves at home. Most people still avoid eating the meat of this animal, and don't even want to see it. After all, it may make people sick, and it may also be a highly contagious disease. For example, most of the mutant crows last time were burned, and few people would eat them unless they had to. In fact, there is another reason why some people are obsessed with catching mutant moles. That is, energy stones. Birds of the size of the mutant crows before have energy stones in their bodies. Maybe this mutant mole also carries this energy stone. Even if the hope is very weak, it is still hope. Zhuangxiao was sleeping in a house in the safe zone for the first time, and she was still a little uncomfortable. She tossed and turned in bed until the early morning before she fell asleep. Therefore, she stayed in bed the next day and didn't get up. She didn't even have breakfast. She hadn't had time to plant the dancing grass branches she brought back from home, and the vines in the bottle had already sprouted small roots. In the morning, she and Huishao were digging holes along the wall at home. After going out, there were 3 on the left wall and 3 on the right wall. Whether they could grow into what shape they wanted depended on their ability. After all, dancing grasses may not be very friendly to each other. As soon as the 2 of them finished planting dancing grass in the yard, Zhuangxiao received a message from Lan Hong, asking her if it was convenient for her to use their car. They were also going to move to the safe zone today. After Lan Hong sent the message, she waited for Zhuangxiao's reply, and she was very nervous. The mercenary team's car is not convenient for public or private use now, and it is not easy to rent a car now. The message was replied in seconds, which was convenient. They were asked to wait at home and come over right away. Huishao and Zhuangxiao organized the things in their car and turned on the heating in the car. Lan Hong's family has both old and young people, so they are not cold resistant. They went to Lan Hong's mother's house this time. When they arrived, Lan Jin was standing at the door, shivering with cold. Outside the door were packed luggage, quilts, charcoal, food, etc. Brother Hua, you are here. Lan Jin stepped forward and greeted Huishao in a reserved manner. Although Zhuangxiao had come to their house several times, the 2 were not familiar with each other. Lan Jin didn't know what to say. He called her cousin like his sister. No, he should call her cousin, but he really couldn't say it. He could only smile. Zhuangxiao didn't mind. She was not familiar with Lan Jin either. At the other door, there was also a lot of luggage and a young man standing. He looked familiar, but I just couldn't remember when I had seen him. Chapter 383. After Lan Jin greeted the boy standing next to him, he said, Wenming, please help me keep an eye on it. After saying that, he kicked away a bag blocking his way. Inside the house, Lan Hong heard the sound of the car, handed the child to her mother, and hurried out of the house. After coming out, she happened to see Lan Jin opening the door and welcoming Huishao and Zhuangxiao into the yard. My cousin is here. Come in. Lan Hong smiled and greeted them warmly. Sister Lan, have you packed everything? Zhuangxiao said. We've packed everything. Let's go now. Okay. With that, the 4 of them went into the room. It wasn't the first time that Zhuangxiao, Lan Hong's mother's family, came. Last time, the small house was still full of furniture and items. Now, it seems empty. A table, a few chairs, a cabinet near the wall, and several immovable objects in the corners and on the wall. In addition, there were no more extra objects. Lan Hong pulled 2 chairs over and asked Zhuangxiao and Huishao to sit down. She turned around to pour water and suddenly found that the kettle at home had been moved out. She was embarrassed and stood there at a loss. Zhuangxiao stood and did not sit down. She noticed Lan Hong's embarrassment. So she said, Sister Lan, don't be busy. Let's move things now. Zhao Chun came out of the inner room pushing a baby stroller. The baby stroller was wrapped tightly. A heater with a length and width similar to the stroller was placed at the bottom of the baby stroller, and charcoal was burning inside. After the heating tools in the room were stopped, the temperature in the inner room and the living room was almost the same. Hearing the movement outside, she hurriedly pushed the child out. Zhuangxiao looked at the shape of the baby stroller and somehow remembered the hot water pan placed under the fast food stall to keep the dishes hot. It felt like they were doing something similar. After Zhao Chun came out, he nodded and smiled with Zhuangxiao and Huishao. My daughter said that this little girl was a little shy, and slow to warm up. She didn't show her usual enthusiasm for getting to know people, for fear of scaring the little girl. Seeing that everyone was ready, there was nothing to move in the room. Everyone went out together again. Your car hasn't arrived yet? Lan Jin asked Wenming next to him. No. The man called Wenming stamped his slightly frozen feet, walked to Lan Jin and said, I help you move. After that, he picked up a sack. Huishao opened the rear door of the car, and a wave of heat hit him. Hui Xiao and Lan Jin hurriedly put the baby carriage on it. Zhao Chun wanted to stay downstairs to help, but was pushed into the car by Lan Hong. "Mom, just stay upstairs and watch the child. Don't get in the way." At this time, Zhuang Xiao was holding a sack in one hand. Lan Jin and Hui Xiao were also holding things in their hands, and the three of them were already standing outside the car, blocking Zhao Chun's way down. Seeing this, Zhao Chun didn't say anything more. It was so cold, and if he delayed for a while, he would have to freeze outside. The four people worked, and in just a few moments, all the things in front of the door were put on the car. Hui Xiao and Lan Jin sat in the front car, and Zhuang Xiao was arranged to sit in the back car. It was much warmer in the back car. Lan Jin was sitting in the front car, still a little restrained. "Then we go first." Lan Jin greeted Wen Ming, who was standing outside. Just as the car started, the door of Wen Ming's house opened. A person walked out and looked at the empty door next door and said, "Did the neighbor leave?" "Gone, sister." Wen Ming did not look back and continued to look at the direction of the intersection. The young woman who came out was Wen Ming's sister, Wen Lily. She and Lan Hong did not get along well. After a snort, she complained, "The neighbor has left. Why hasn't our car come yet? It's too slow." Wen Ming did not respond. Anyway, his sister would be fine after complaining. The more he responded, the more trouble his sister had. Before coming to pick up Lan Hong's family, Zhuang Xiao knew the location of their rented house. But when he carried his things in, Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say. Before coming in, seeing the crowded crowd at the door and the situation of the house, Zhuang Xiao guessed that there must be a lot of people inside, and the conditions should not be very good. But there are too many people, and the conditions are too simple. And it's not a single room. It was an oversized room, like a factory building, with countless square grids on the ground, all numbered, and rows of ventilation windows on the wall, all closed at this time. Looking up, it should be a vent. At this time, some grids already had people in them, with stoves burning, and some did not. Anyway, other people's homes had stoves, and everyone was in the same space. So it didn't matter if my home didn't have one. Besides, there were so many people. "Make way. Don't get in the way here." Zhuang Xiao was in a daze when he was pushed aside by the people behind him. Lan Hong and Lan Jin had already carried their belongings to the rental area. After putting their belongings away, they saw Zhuang Xiao still standing near the door in a daze. "Cousin, here!" Lan Hong shouted loudly. She thought Zhuang Xiao didn't see where they were. Zhuang Xiao followed Hui Xiao and walked towards Lan Hong, thinking about something in his mind. In just a moment, 1/3 of the people moved into the huge space. "Cousin, give me the things." Lan Hong saw two people coming over and hurried to take the things in Zhuang Xiao's hand. However, Zhuang Xiao's hand holding the things did not move at all. Lan Hong looked at Zhuang Xiao in confusion and said, "Cousin." Zhuang Xiao came back to her senses, looked at Lan Hong with a firm look and said, "Sister Lan, how about you live in my shop? The conditions in her shop are definitely better than here. And now there is nothing in it except some shelves. She can't use it for the time being. As for inviting others to live in her house, it is not within her consideration at all." There was a lot of noise in the room. Lan Hong thought she heard it wrong, and asked uncertainly, "Live in your shop?" Zhuang Xiao nodded. Seeing her affirmative answer, Lan Hong was a little entangled. In fact, she and Hu Qianli were still slow to act. They originally wanted to rent an independent space even if the conditions were worse. But they just didn't rush to grab it. "You don't like it?" Zhuang Xiao saw Lan Hong's hesitation and didn't know what she was thinking. No. Lan Hong waved her hands hurriedly. How could she not like it? "I just feel that this favor is a bit too much." And although everyone called each other sister, they were not real blood relatives. "No. Let's go!" After saying that, Zhuang Xiao carried the things and walked out. Seeing Lan Hong and Lan Jin still standing there, Hui Xiao said, "Let's go." Lan Hong and Lan Jin looked at each other. Lan Jin said, "Sister, what should we do? What should we do?" "Let's go." Chapter 384. Lan Hong quickly picked up the things on the ground, put them on her back, and hurried to chase Zhuang Xiao. As soon as she returned to the car, she met Wen Ming family, who had just arrived. "Lan Jin, are you living here too?" Wen Ming greeted Lan Jin with a lot of bags on his back. Lan Jin smiled and replied, "No, We stay at our relative's house. Wen Lily, who was next to Wen Ming, curled her lips and muttered, they have relatives in the safe zone. They are kidding. Lan Jin pretended not to hear, and hurriedly stepped forward to Zhuang Xiao, who was putting the luggage in the car, and shouted, Cousin. I do it. I do it. Zhuang Xiao turned around, and saw that Lan Jin's eyes were almost laughing. He was a little puzzled and turned to Lan Hong and said, What's wrong with your brother? Lan Hong said, Don't worry about him. He's having a seizure. Wen Ming and Wen Lily, who stayed where they were, looked at each other with deep doubts in their eyes. There really is a relative. A relative who has a house and a car in the safe zone. After getting in the car, Lan Hong explained the situation to Zhao Chun, who kept thanking Zhuang Xiao, making Zhuang Xiao feel uncomfortable. However, fortunately, they soon arrived at the shopping street. There were quite a few people in the shopping street, and there were actually other people with their families walking on the shopping street. Many shops also have solar panels at their doors. The car stopped at the door of the shop. The baby carriage was placed in the car, and Zhao Chun also got off to help carry things. In less than half an hour, all the things had been moved into the shop. This shop was originally very simple, with nothing but a few shelves. The space was quite large, and the small room near the inside was also empty, and could be lived in. Sister Lan, Hui Xiao and I will go back first. You can clean up as you like. Just put the shelves aside if they are in the way. Zhuang Xiao said to Lan Hong at the door. Okay. I clean up by myself. You go back first, Lan Hong said with a smile. After Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao left, Lan Hong turned back and closed the door. Zhao Chun asked Lan Jin to look after the child, and hurried forward and said, My daughter, we are not related. Is this suitable for us? It's okay. I sent a message to Qinli, and he agreed. We just pay my cousin points according to the rental price. I didn't mention it just now, because I was afraid that my cousin would refuse, and there would be more arguing. After they leave, I will transfer the money to my cousin. Lan Hong comforted her mother. That's good. That's good. We can't live here for free, Zhao Chun said while looking around the environment in the store. Although there was nothing in the store, Zhao Chun was more and more satisfied. Lan Hong shook her head helplessly. What is the hardest thing to repay in this world? Favors. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao had just arrived home when they received a transfer message from Lan Hong. Do you want to accept it? Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao. Anyway, she didn't care. For her, this is just a drizzle now, Hui Xiao said. Keep it. They can live more comfortably. Zhuang Xiao responded and concentrated on roasting her peanuts and sweet potatoes on the stove. At night, in the western shantytown, on the windowsill of the room, the animal repellent powder distributed by the guards was quietly placed. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old was holding a wooden stick as thick as his arm, staring at a dark hole. This hole appeared this morning. My brother said that as long as he kept an eye on this place, if a mutant mole came out, he would hit the other's head hard. If he knocked it unconscious, they would have meat to eat. The little boy's face was black and blue from the cold, which looked particularly creepy under the light. Suddenly, a dirty mutant mole staggered out of the dark cave. The little boy's eyes lit up, and the stick in his hand quickly hit the mutant mole's head. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the mutant mole didn't even have time to make a sound. After twitching twice, there was no sound. Brother! Brother! I caught it! The shrill voice of the little boy rang out in the room. He squatted there honestly, and hit the mutant mole's head twice with a wooden stick until he felt that it would never wake up again. And then he stopped. The boy, who was squatting in another cave in the next room, heard his brother almost out of tune call, and hurried in. There was a gray-black-haired animal lying on the ground, and blood was still gushing out of its mouth. The 4 pink claws were also covered with bright red blood, which was shocking. Although everyone attacked the mutant mole in this way, it was too easy. Seeing his brother coming over, the little boy raised his face and said proudly, Brother, I'm awesome. The boy came over, squatted down, took a little blood from the mutant mole's mouth, and smeared it on the watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Hearing the beep of the watch, the little boy exclaimed, his mouth slightly open, saliva dripping on the mutant mole's gradually drying blood. Because of this unexpected surprise, the boy's face also showed a smile. The original doubts in his heart were also broken by the reminder sound of the watch like soap bubbles, and disappeared without a trace. What a big piece of meat! Eat sparingly. They can eat for a long time. The boy picked up the mutant mole whose body was becoming stiff and walked outside. The little boy followed closely. Then, he watched his brother hang the mutant mole at the door. Brother, don't you eat it tonight? The little boy sucked the 2 lines of snot that flowed out. And his eyes were full of desire. There was a gurgling sound in the boy's stomach. But he still said firmly, Didn't I drink the nutrient solution tonight? Eat tomorrow. Okay. The little boy replied obediently. Then he returned to the house dejectedly, and continued to squat at the entrance of the cave to catch mutant moles. Until the early morning. The little boy squatted at the entrance of the cave. The stick in his hand rolled to the ground. And his little head was tilted. His eyes were closed on his purple face. Saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth from time to time. Suddenly, the door opened and the boy next door came in. The little boy fell to the ground with his face on the blood stains left by the mutant mole. The boy quickly stepped forward, picked up his sleeping brother from the ground, and put him on the wooden bed next to him. The little boy's face was stained with a lot of brown mud. The boy gently wiped the mud off his face with his hands, and then covered his small, thin body with layers of worn quilts and clothes. After everything was tidied up, the cabinet against the wall was moved to the location of the cave entrance and covered it. Turn off the lights and go out, and continue to squat outside the cave entrance. In the cold night, screams of people rang from time to time on the ground of the western shantytown. Underground, some of the mutant moles were still digging the soil with their front paws with great vigor. Some had bloodstains on the corners of their mouths, and some had bruised limbs and were lying straight. Chapter 385. Early morning. The cold street was dark. Lan Hong was wearing a thick fur coat, covering her head and face, standing at the door of the shop, talking to someone. This person was Hu Qianli, who had just returned from the shantytown. At this time, a solar panel from home was placed at his feet. Aren't you coming back to live at night? Lan Hong whispered. Hu Qianli stared at Lan Hong's eyes, struggling for a long time, and finally did not tell Lan Hong what he saw during the day, but just replied, No. I may not come back for a while. There is nothing. You don't go anywhere recently. Hu Qianli gave such instructions, worried that his wife would not listen, and gave it again in a very serious manner. Lan Hong rarely saw her man like this, and agreed happily. It seemed that she thought of something, but she didn't dare to ask. Without hesitation, seeing Lan Hong's hesitation, Hu Qianli reached out and patted her shoulder gently, saying, It's okay. Lan Hong hummed, and then told her husband a few words, and then she stopped talking. Hu Qianli turned around and strode away. At the door of the store, Lan Hong stood for a while, then went into the house. The next day, Zhuang Xiao crawled out of the warm bed early in the morning, tidied up and went out. Her bedroom and Hui Xiao's bedroom were facing each other. At this time, Hui Xiao's bedroom door was open. Zhuang Xiao secretly took a look inside. There was no one inside, and the bed was made clean and tidy. She looked back again, and her quilt was in a mess, which was simply unbearable to look at. However, she did not plan to go back to the room to make up the bed again. Anyway, she would mess it up again when she went to bed at night. Even if it was a doghouse. It was her own doghouse. No one else would sleep there. Just when she reached the corner of the stairs, Zhuang Xiao met Hui Xiao, who came upstairs to call her for breakfast. Good morning. Zhuang Xiao smiled sweetly at Hui Xiao. Good morning. Hui Xiao replied. Come down for breakfast. Zhuang Xiao responded and went downstairs. There were 2 large bowls of porridge, a few sweet potatoes, a small plate of lotus root slices, and 2 yellow fruits on the table. It was a bit vegetarian, but with porridge, vegetables, and fruits, it was almost the same as her previous breakfast. After Zhuang Xiao sat down, she thought that it was not suitable to eat meat in the morning. It would be better if there were eggs. The few mantis eggs and mutant dove eggs she had when she first came here had been eaten by her. The mutant pheasants in the dense forest opposite the bamboo forest should lay eggs. After all, pheasants lay eggs. Suddenly, she remembered the eternal question. Which came first? The chicken or the egg? I couldn't help but laugh. Hui Xiao glanced at the girl opposite him inexplicably, and said suspiciously, What good thing have you thought of? You are so happy. Zhuang Xiao stopped laughing and said seriously, I am thinking about a philosophical question. Hui Xiao, Okay. He won't ask. After saying such a seemingly ambiguous sentence, Zhuang Xiao leaned forward and asked, When will the mutant pheasant lay eggs? How many can it lay? After all, she felt that it was impossible for it to be like a domestic chicken, clucking every day and laying an egg. Wu Xiao thought for a moment and replied, late spring and early summer. About the time when flax blooms. Usually there are about 20 to 50 eggs in each nest, and some may reach about 100. So many. It is worthy of being a mutant pheasant. It can give birth. It's great. Zhuang Xiao smiled so hard that her mouth stretched to the back of her ears. When Wu Xiao saw her smile so brightly, he knew what she was thinking. He didn't say anything, and lowered his head to continue drinking his porridge. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao collapsed on the sofa without any image, rubbing his swollen belly with one hand, staring at the roof in a daze. Suddenly, the watch sounded 2 reminder sounds, and the red light flashed on the dial. All of them were sharp alarms. Zhuang Xiao sat up from the sofa and looked down to check the information on the watch. The first one was that the entire security zone was under martial law. The second one was that it was forbidden to eat mutant moles. Before Zhuang Xiao finished reading the information inside, he heard footsteps and looked up to see Wu Xiao coming out of the kitchen without even wiping the water off his hands. Something happened, Wu Xiao said. It's plague. His tone was unhesitating and very sure. He never expected that before the news that the shantytown was completely conquered by mutant moles. He received such a more frightening message. The word plague appeared. The 3 words Black Death appeared in Zhuang Xiao's mind. This is really going to kill me. After a moment of panic, she immediately realized what she was afraid of. She was wearing it. She should have been vaccinated. That is, I don't know if she can withstand the bacteria mutated in the Wasteland. No vaccine. Zhuang Xiao asked stutteringly. Wu Xiao shook his head, his expression solemn. For highly contagious diseases like this, bacteria are evolving every moment, and there is no time to develop specific drugs. It all depends on humans to produce antibodies to resist. Those who survive are the chosen ones, and those who don't survive are naturally eliminated. Zhuang Xiao's happy mood because of a good breakfast was shattered at this moment. She was obedient. Didn't the safe zone require people to stay at home and not go out? From today on, she won't go anywhere. Just stay at home honestly until the epidemic disappears. Inner city of the safe zone. Xiaoyan sat in the office chair. His eyes were dark. His eyebrows were frowned, and his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and you could hear a pin drop. There was only the sound of Xiaoyan's fingers tapping the table. Have you arranged for someone to go out? Xiaoyan said, with a strong sense of fatigue in his words. The problem of the mutant mole rat's activity area has not been solved. Here comes another, even more troublesome thing. Pei Minghai immediately replied, out. You discuss. According to the management of previous years, combined with the prevention and control measures of other safety zones, draw up a complete plan as soon as possible, Xiaoyan said, rubbing his eyebrows unconsciously. Since he took over the safety zone, there have been few good things, but bad things have come one after another. After that, Xiaoyan issued several tasks in succession. After receiving the tasks, everyone in the conference room left the conference room one after another. Pei Minghai walked at the end, wanting to stay and comfort the child he had watched grow up since childhood. And his footsteps paused slightly, wanting to turn around and say something. After hesitating for a while, he finally followed everyone out of the conference room. Old Hu, how are you? Ishii Kiyoshi poked a head wrapped in a ball from the co-pilot window, with a red feather of a flame cat on his head, which was his lucky feather. Chapter 386. Hu Qianli asked Meng Qingyang to stop the car, and poked his head out of the window and said, not very good. The escort team just cleared a child from a family. It is said that he had been in contact with mutant moles last night, and his body was stiff in the morning. Thinking of the scene he saw in the morning, Hu Qianli felt a chill on his spine. This disease came violently and quickly, and the death was horrible. The mutant moles caught at home have not been eaten yet. He was infected, based on the description of the child's brother. The doctor initially speculated that it is possible that the little boy accidentally came into contact with the blood of an infected mutant mole, causing him to be infected. The source of infection is definitely the mutant mole, but the transmission route has yet to be verified. Anyway, stay away from the mutant mole and take protective measures as much as possible. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Ishii Qing knew that the situation must be very serious. So he comforted him. What are we afraid of? We are all genetically modified people. Apart from high radiation, these bacteria and viruses are not a threat to our bodies. Hu Qianli forced a smile and said, "That's right. This is probably the most special benefit you can get after genetic modification. But who doesn't have a family? What about the family? And his little girl, who was born less than a few months ago, caught up with this. Okay. Get busy first. When the matter is over, call your cousin to go fishing together." Yi Shiqing waved to Hu Qianli, and the car drove away. Meng Qingyang patted Hu Qianli on the shoulder and said, "It will be fine. He is the only one in his family. And he has no worries. It's not like..." Suddenly, for some reason, the figure of a girl popped up in my mind. I don't know how she is. However, they live in the southeast of the shantytown, a distance away from the west shantytown. They haven't received any news that mutant moles have appeared there, so it should be fine. Meng Qingyang drove away the bad thoughts in his mind, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out with a whoosh. At night, outside the safe zone, the first batch of data from the shantytown came out. Except for the west shantytown, no traces of mutant moles have been found in other shantytowns for the time being. Anyone who died from contact with mutant moles died within 24 hours from contact to death, which was rapid and violent, and could be called a morning death. This characteristic of morning death really doesn't give people time to breathe, which is equivalent to no incubation period. Although it is not death upon contact, people who have contacted must be isolated. For plague with such characteristics, there is actually only one thing left for the safe zone to do: isolate the source of infection. Isolate any possible source of infection. Shuang Xiao was not sleeping all the time at home. Many of her cousins sent her messages of condolences. Even Du Sheng, who was far away in the number 6 safety zone, sent her a message. After noon, she slipped to the door, opened the door, and looked at the street. There were vehicles coming and going at the entrance and exit of the inner city of the safety zone on the left, and the small building in the middle of the houses on the right was closed. However, after just a glance, Hui Xiao took her back to the house by the back of her neck and then confined her again. In the evening, Hui Xiao got the first-hand information about the plague from the future mercenary team. And then he almost never left the little girl's side. "You don't have to follow me like this. I just chat with the dancing girls in the yard and go back in a while." Shuang Xiao squatted under the wall and looked up at Hui Xiao, who blocked her light. She cherishes her life very much. All right. As for the mutant bacteria in the wasteland, her small body can't stand it. Hui Xiao lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl, saying lightly, "I listened to you guys talk for a while. Then you stand over there, blocking my light." Shuang Xiao reached out to pull Hui Xiao's long legs and asked him to stand aside. Voluntarily living at home and being forced to live at home are two completely different feelings. There are no entertainment activities here, and it's quite boring. But, apart from being a little curious, she didn't dare to venture out. Fortunately, God didn't give her a big heroine script. In droughts, floods, and plagues, she had to donate money, food, and medicine, and walk on the front line of danger. She didn't have such a high level of awareness. With her little golden finger, she could just live a life of food and clothing. How could it be enough to save the world? Hui Xiao stood aside, found a place that didn't block the light, and squatted down. Shuang Xiao, okay. As long as you are happy. The next day, infected people began to appear in the safe zone, and people in the safe zone were in a panic. Every family stayed indoors. When Lan Jin received the news from Wenming, he was so scared that his face turned pale. The infected people appeared in the place they rented. It happened very suddenly, without any signs. People vomited blood and died while walking. At that time, the crowd in the factory became chaotic and began to flee frantically, trampling countless people to death or injury. Lan Hong and Zhao Chun were also frightened after hearing the news. At the same time, they were also worried that they had been to that factory at that time and would be infected, because they got the news from Hu Qianli that the epidemic was very fast and would die within 20 hours. And it had been more than 24 hours since they left there. This fearful and anxious mood lasted until the evening of the same day, and it was not settled. An hour after the incident, the outer area of the South City, the safety zone where the factory was located, was under full martial law, and the people in the factory were reconfined. The main job of the mercenary team members, who had undergone genetic modification, was to control those who tried to escape from the control area. In this world where information can only be obtained from watches, the various tragic situations derived from the epidemic are simply unknown unless you are in it. In fact, even in the era of developed network information, if the upper class intends to control it, ordinary people will not be able to see even 1/10 or 1/12. That night, the flame cat came back, and he found Zhuang Xiao home in the safe zone directly. At that time, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were squatting in front of the dancing grass and chatting. Hua, a big piece of meat, landed in the yard without any warning. He threw the two people squatting under the wall to the ground. Even the dancing grass that had not grown up under the walls on both sides were bent and stuck to the ground. Hua, take your claws away? My waist. Zhuang Xiao made a muffled sound below, and buried his head in Hui Xiao back. Hui Xiao was also feeling very bad at the moment. Not only did he chew a mouthful of snow, but the weight on him was not light. Chapter 387. After hearing the muffled voice of its friend, the flame cat finally realized and raised its paws. When it looked down, it saw two people stacked below. Then it was very considerate and put its 5 paws together, hooked Zhuang Xiao close, and threw him onto its back. Then it did the same thing, and Hui Xiao also lay flat on the flame cat's back. And what a coincidence that Hui Xiao fell on Zhuang Xiao this time. Fortunately, the flame cat had enough hair and fat. Otherwise Zhuang Xiao thought she would lose half her life. The guards guarding the inner city of the safe zone naturally did not ignore the behemoth that fell from the sky, and quickly recognized that this was the flame cat that was famous throughout the safe zone. The news was immediately passed to Xiao Yin in the inner city of the safe zone. When Xiao Yin heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. He almost forgot about the flame cat. The person who came to report was still waiting for Xiao Yin's reply. After waiting for a while, he heard the person in the upper position reply with 4 words, "Don't worry about it. That means let it fly freely over the safe zone." After getting a definite answer, the person went down. "What do you plan to do about the flame cat?" Pei Mihai asked. "I haven't thought about it yet. At the beginning, it was saved by the flame cat, and it was allowed to fly freely in the safe zone. And last time," Xiao Yin thought of the last time when the blind mercenary team was besieged by the mutant wolf pack. After a pause, he continued, "In short, I haven't thought about this matter yet. Let's talk about it after this period of time. Moreover, it seems that the flame cat should still listen to the little girl and has not caused any trouble in the safe zone." Pei Mihai saw that Xiao Yin didn't want to talk about this matter, so he kept silent. Indeed, the most important thing at the moment is not the flame cat, but how to solve the plague problem caused by the mutant mole. "It's okay for it to stay in the safe zone like this?" Zhuang Xiao squatted at the door, staring at the belly of the flame cat that rose and fell with the sound of breathing. "It's okay. If there was something wrong, the guards or mercenaries would have come long ago. You see, there is no movement at all," Hui Xiao replied calmly. "Besides, isn't this what Xiao Yin promised?" "Yes." Zhuang Xiao nodded in agreement. There was a guard hall a few dozen meters away from their home. She didn't believe that those people were blind and couldn't see such a big target. "Then I go back to sleep." Zhuang Xiao stood up and patted the non-existent dust on her body. The door of the house was wide open, and the temperature in the room was much lower. She had to add a quilt to sleep at night. The flame cat lay in the yard, squinting its eyes, as if it was asleep. If you look closely at its claws, you will find that it is still scratching the dancing grass on the ground, as if teasing its prey. The dancing grass in the yard was still very small, and could only survive under the claws of the opponent helplessly. It was completely different from the one in the shantytown, which could show its teeth and claws and compete with the flame cat. If you are not strong enough, you can only endure it. The next morning, someone knocked on the door of the house. The roasted sweet potato in Zhuang Xiao's hand suddenly lost its fragrance. How could there be visitors at this critical moment? Her ignorant big eyes stared at Hui Xiao opposite, as if asking, "Looking for you?" Hui Xiao seemed to have sensed something, shook his head, slowly put down the bowl of porridge in his hand, and climbed onto the back of the flame cat with his hands and feet. The flame cat hummed twice, and then became quiet. The door was blocked by the flame cat. Hui Xiao could only open a crack. Outside the door was Xiao Yan's very serious and not very good-looking face. "What's the matter?" Hui Xiao said very coldly. At this time, Xiao Yan could still come to their house, and there must be nothing good. Zhuang Xiao, who was inside the house, heard the sound of Xiao opening the door, and asked loudly, Xiao, who is it? Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the door. Saw Xiao reply loudly, your oldest cousin. Xiao Yan, eh? Who is the oldest? Hu Qianli. And that other guy? Aren't they all older than him? Xiao, eh? You are the most senior official. Zhuang Xiao swallowed the last bite of sweet potato in her mouth and muttered, could it be Xiao Yan? Among the people she knew, Xiao Yan was the most idle. Xiao Yan, eh? He is almost busy to death. Okay. He is about to go bald. It's really you. Zhuang Xiao lay on the back of the flame cat, and saw her big money sponsor through the crack of the door. Xiao Yan was unlucky. There was no doubt about this matter in Zhuang Xiao's eyes. And there were several hard evidences. As for the identity of the big money sponsor, she had to confirm it for him. Soon they might have a lot of business to discuss. Hello, cousin. It's convenient. Xiao Yan glanced at the red fur all over the yard. And the words let's go in and talk got stuck in his throat. Is it convenient to come out and talk? Zhuang Xiao looked at the people outside. It was okay. Not many. Only 3 or 5. So he said, or, you guys come in. It's very cold outside. Although, their home is not warm today. This, Xiao Yan was a little entangled. And then he watched Xiao climb over the flame cat with his hands and feet. It's very okay. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This way of entering the house as a guest is quite unique. Immediately, Xiao Yan turned around and said to the people following him, you guys just wait outside. Everyone, eh? But we also want to climb on the back of the flame cat. Come in. Zhuang Xiao's voice came from inside the door. Okay. Then let's all go in. Xiao Yan immediately changed his words, and then squeezed in through the crack in the door. Others followed closely. Just when these people had just climbed to the back of the flame cat, what was suddenly turned over uncomfortably, and several inexperienced cat climbers rolled off the flame cat and into the living room. Zhuang Xiao, eh? I didn't see anything. Xiao, eh? I was blind. Xiao Yan and others, eh? We forgot. After a short silence, Xiao Yan calmly got up from the ground, looked at Zhuang Xiao calmly and said, where are we going to talk? Ah. Zhuang Xiao woke up from a dream. You are the calmest one. This face is not red and breathless. Look at the few people who followed in. Each of them has a red face and thick neck. And they don't know where to look. This concentration is not good. Zhuang Xiao evaluated everyone in 1 second. And then said calmly, just sit here. Anyway, it's all the flame cat's business. She won't take the blame. Chapter 388. After Xiao Yan sat down, the people who followed him stood at the door at a loss. They couldn't sit on the same sofa with General Manager Xiao. Xiao went out of the kitchen to get a cup. Zhuang Xiao looked at the people who were standing at the door blocking the light, scratched the back of his head, and then quietly took out 4 soft cushions from the corner next to him. How about you sit here? Zhuang Xiao said. 4 people looked at Xiao Yan with 8 pairs of eyes. Sit down. When Xiao came out, he saw 2 big men sitting cross-legged on both sides of the door of their living room. Half a minute later, Xiao Yan and the 4 people who came with him each held a bamboo cup in their hands. Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied. And the tea was ready. Now we can talk. Zhuang Xiao and Xiao sat opposite Xiao Yan, waiting for Xiao Yan to speak. Xiao Yan took a sip of water from the bamboo cup and said, it's like this. I think you already know about the mutant moles and plague in the western shantytown. After saying this, Xiao Yan took another sip of water. I didn't have time to drink water when I went out in the morning, so my mouth was a little dry. Zhuang Xiao nodded seriously. Who wouldn't know about this? Wait for the next step. However, Xiao Yan took several more sips of water. A cup of water was gone. Well, another cup. Xiao Yan said naturally. Zhuang Xiao, eh? This early in the morning. Are you here to drink water or to talk about business? Xiao looked at the cup in front of him, picked up the kettle in his hand, and poured another cup for the other party. Now we can get down to business. Xiao Yan took the glass of water in his hand, but did not drink it. He continued with what he had just said. I want to borrow the flame cat to help transport some things from the number 6 safety zone. He accidentally heard Zhang Lin mention that the flame cat sent Yukamiya back. Transport medicine? Zhuang Xiao's first reaction was this. It is normal to lack medical care and medicine during the epidemic. Xiao Yan nodded and said, yes. It is indeed medicine. The road between the two safety zones is not yet fully open, so, however, even so, Zhuang Xiao was a little confused and asked, aren't there planes between the safety zones? She has not forgotten this. She had seen it before in the number 6 safety zone. It's not necessarily that the number 6 safety zone has it. And their number 11 safety zone is so poor that they don't even have a plane. Xiaoyan quickly gave the answer to this question. Yes, there are. But generally speaking, they fly within the sphere of influence of each safety zone. If they fly a little further, they will definitely pass through the blind spot, which is very risky. So, they are rarely used. Is that so? Zhuang Xiao nodded, lowered his head and thought about it. It seemed to be true. There are also high radiation areas in the blind spot. There is no high-definition line map on the ground. So the one in the sky is useless. I wonder, can the flame cat go out today? Xiaoyan glanced at the flame cat lying in the yard, and added, I can help buy the yard next to your house for it to live in. Zhuang Xiao, how can she refuse this? This pie in the sky is a bit big. Zhuang Xiao turned his head and glanced at Hu Xiao, and said, let's go out for a stroll. Chatting with dancing grass at home every day is a bit silly. Besides, they can also make a little contribution to their own safety zone. And there is a paid one. At the same time, it also temporarily solved the problem of Flame Cat sleeping in the safety zone. Although, her Huahua can't sleep for a few nights. Hu Xiao has no reason to object to Zhuang Xiao's proposal, as long as he can follow. Besides, he has also flown back and forth with the Flame Cat to the 11th and 6th safety zones. And he has a little experience. Okay, I listen to you, Hu Xiao replied, seeing that both of them agreed. Xiaoyan was relieved. Next, the three of them talked about the follow-up matters. The follow-up matters were mainly discussed by Xiaoyan and Hu Xiao. Zhuang Xiao was not familiar with the people, things and places in the safe zone. She didn't know any of the places and people they talked about. She just listened quietly. Occasionally, when the two of them asked for her opinion, she would just say yes or no. After sending Xiaoyan away, Zhuang Xiao grabbed Hu Xiao, who was about to pack up, and said, Did I agree too readily? She felt that she could still be reserved. Well done. Hu Xiao reached out and patted the top of the girl's head and said. Zhuang Xiao smiled proudly. That's right. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Hu Xiao, Are you sure you are not unable to hold it at home? Time is very tight. Hu Xiao went to pack their luggage for the trip, while Zhuang Xiao went to chat with Huahua. After all, he had to get to work, so he still had to go over and say some sweet words. When Hu Xiao came down from upstairs, the flame cat was already standing on the road in front of their house. People entering and leaving the south gate of the city in the safe zone looked over here from time to time, but no one came to watch. While Hu Xiao was cleaning up, Zhuang Xiao sent a message to Yan Ming and Lan Hong, and then her eyes were fixed on the small building next to them. This small building looks bigger than theirs, and the yard is twice as big as theirs. There is still a little space between the two small buildings. I wonder if it can be directly connected at that time. In this way, her family will be the largest landlord in the neighborhood. Don't look at it. Maybe this house will belong to your Huahua when you come back, Hu Xiao said casually, hanging the big bathtub around Huahua's neck. Zhuang Xiao heard Hu Xiao's voice, retracted her sight, and happily climbed into the bathtub. Work first, and you can get the reward with peace of mind after the work is done. The flame cat just flew into the air. Zhuang Xiao watch rang, and she thought it was a message from Yan Ming or Lan Hong. When she looked down, she found that it was from Du Xiong. This news spread so fast. Du Xiong knows that we are going to the number 6 safety zone. Zhuang Xiao raised her wrist in front of Hu Xiao so that he could see the information in the watch. Hu Xiao took a look and said, of course. This time the connection is with their family and the Qilin team. At this time, in the number 6 safety zone. Captain Lu, when is the estimated time for the flame cat to arrive? Fong Mingwei asked Lu Feng. About half a day, Lu Feng replied. The last time the flame cat sent Du Xiong back, it was widely spread in the number 6 safety zone. And basically everyone in the number 6 safety zone knew about it. It is said that it took less than half a day to arrive. You live in the West Shantytown, right? Is there anything wrong at home? Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something and asked Fong Mingwei. Fong Mingwei smiled and said, It's okay. It's okay. My family moved into a safe zone as soon as winter came. Chapter 389. In the shantytown, Fong Minghui's family conditions are good. His family is simple, with only 4 people in total. His parents, and a sister. Moreover, his sister works in the safe zone, and the partner she found is also in the safe zone. And she is also a good person. Although his brother-in-law's conditions in the safe zone are at the bottom, no matter how low it is better than the conditions in the shantytown. Therefore, since his sister got married, his parents would go to the safe zone every winter until the weather warmed up. That's good. That's good, Lu Feng said repeatedly. Among the people who came out together this time, only Fong Minghui and Song Dun's family lived in the West Shantytown. Song Dun's family's situation was not very good, so he did not come out today. As for how bad it was, Lu Feng also guessed slightly from Song Dun's look and expression. What was the actual situation? Song Dun did not say, so he could not ask. The flame cat still flew in a straight line. After passing the blind area, there was also a high radiation area inside. Shuang Xiao was hiding inside, with only half of his head exposed outside, looking at the red world in front. There were mutant birds flying in the sky from time to time. It seems that if the 2 safe zones want to establish a flight route, in addition to being able to bypass the high radiation area, they also have to avoid the problem of mutant birds. She still has an advantage in the problem of the high radiation area. The matter of the mutant birds, the wings are on others. It is a bit difficult to deal with. In the future, her Huahua might be busier than her. We are almost there. Zhuang Xiao retracted her head and asked Hu Xiao, who was squinting and dozing. Hu Xiao didn't even open his eyes, just hummed. Did you not sleep well last night? Or are you sick? Zhuang Xiao continued to ask, wondering what happened to Hu Xiao all of a sudden. Hu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zhuang Xiao and said, I slept well. And I'm not sick. I'm just thinking about things. Hearing him say that he was fine, Zhuang Xiao said oh, and stopped talking. Those who were waiting for the little girl to ask again were ready to say what she was thinking about. But she just stopped. And she also imitated him and dozed off. Hu Xiao was speechless for a moment. He had prepared an answer. In the end, no one was curious, and no one asked. So, he just closed his eyes and continued to think about what happened just now. The last time he said Du Zhong back, it was a private act, and the flame cat could not fly freely over the number 6 safety zone. This time was different. Xiao Yin had already greeted the person in charge of the number 6 safety zone. So the flame cat flew directly over the shantytown and entered the designated location of the number 6 safety zone. The place where the red smoke rose into the sky was where the flame cat landed this time, in the northern city of the number 6 safety zone. When the people of the Qilin team saw the flame cat gliding down from the sky, they were happier than seeing their own parents. All of them waved their hands and greeted the flame cat still in the air. Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao had already seen the people below. Well, they were all acquaintances. The things Xiao Yin had specified had been placed on the open space at this time. And the way the items were packaged was also in accordance with what Hu Xiao had said in advance, so that it would be convenient for the flame cat to carry them back. Sister, Fong Minghui passed Hu Xiao in 2 or 3 steps and ran to Zhuang Xiao, saying with a smile, since they formed a team in the Imperial Forest, Fong Minghui also called Zhuang Xiao's sister with Yan Ming and the others. Zhuang Xiao tried for a long time and finally recognized who this young man was. So, he smiled and said, how are you here? Very good. Captain Du and Du Zhong also came to see us together. This is all thanks to sister. Fong Minghui was obviously more excited when he said this. He has been to the number 6 safety zone several times, and this year's treatment is the best one. It's good, Zhuang Xiao said while going to Hu Xiao and Lu Feng. At this time, the 2 people have also handed over their work and are arranging people to load things on the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao greeted everyone one by one and went to see the packages. From the appearance, nothing can be seen at all. However, Hu Xiao has a handover list in her hand, and she can just look at it on the way back. The 2 did not waste any time in the number 6 safety zone. After all the items were on the flame cat, they set off directly to return to the number 11 safety zone. They had lunch directly in the bathtub. They hurried back in such a hurry that before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived above their own safety zone. They saw billowing black smoke rising into the sky on the west side of the safety zone, and a strange smell was spreading in the air, suffocating people. Zhuang Xiao knew without asking. This must be the burning of corpses. From ancient times to the present, the most effective, direct and fastest way to deal with the corpses of the epidemic is to burn and bury the corpses. She didn't know what level the number of deaths in the safety zone had reached in less than 2 days. From her effective understanding of the plague, she could guess that the situation must be very grim. However, for this kind of thing, all she can do is to let the flame cat cooperate and do a few more odd jobs. Fortunately, she lives in the southern shantytown, and most of the people she knows are nearby. Otherwise, there might be people she is familiar with on the death list this time. After a few glances, Zhuang Xiao stopped looking. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. This is also the only choice for humans when facing force majeure. Be negative or pessimistic. What human power can do is less than 1 in 10, which is very limited. I'm back. I'm back. The landing site chosen by the number 11 safety zone is the mercenary team training ground. And the people who shouted the most enthusiastically on the ground are the people of the Blade mercenary team. In their safety zone, the person responsible for connecting with Xiao is Qin Yuanlin of the Blade team. The flame cat feather worth 3,000 points that Zhang Lin's father bought was made by Qin Yuanlin. He picked up 2 feathers in total at that time. And after selling one, he still kept one at home. He refused to sell the remaining one no matter what others said. He planned to keep it as a family heirloom. Quick! Come forward and take it. Qin Yuanlin called everyone forward. At this time, the flame cat had not landed yet. So, when they came over, several of them were knocked down by the flame cat's wings. You have no sense at all. Why don't you get up? The people who fell were still a little confused. And then, they were yelled at by their captain. The people woke up immediately. They got up from the ground in a flash. After the handover was completed, the flame cat rested for a while on the training ground. Xiao and the flame cat flew to the number 6 safety zone again. Chapter 390. For 3 consecutive days, Flame Cat and Xiao traveled between the 2 safety zones. On the 2nd day, Xiao Yin sent someone to hand over the deed of the house next door to Zhuang Xiao. So during the 2 days when Xiao and Flame Cat were not there, she spent all her thoughts on renovating the house. All the materials used during this period were also sent directly by Xiao Yin. Sometimes, the enthusiastic guards of the security department would take the initiative to help. And Zhuang Xiao lost a little food for this. The food stored in Zhuang Xiao home was excellent, and she was not stingy. So, later, the people of the nearby guards were also very enthusiastic about coming to help at home. For such things, Xiao Yin also turned a blind eye. As long as it does not affect their main work, these people can do whatever they want during their rest time. In the past few days, the epidemic in the safety zone has been controlled, and the number of cases is gradually decreasing. And the number of cases in the western shantytown is becoming more and more stable. This is great news. The flame cat had been flying for several days, and was a little tired. After Xiao announced the end of the mission, Master Flame Cat left without looking back. Although his friend was very heartless, Master Flame Cat thought he was the best friend. After running away from the mercenary team training ground, he went back home on purpose. After a meow in midair, he turned around and left. Zhuang Xiao had received the news from Xiao through the watch, so he knew that this guy was very tired. He was probably anxious to go back to her hot spring to relax. That's fine. Anyway, the yard at home has not been completely cleaned up. Well, Hua couldn't rest well either. Xiao was sent back by Qin Yuanlin himself. As soon as he got off the car, he saw people coming in and out of the door. Zhuang Xiao messages were always concise. He only knew about the handover of Xiao Yin in the house next door, and he knew nothing about the rest. Now looking at the situation in front of him, it is obvious that in addition to the house, there are many other things that the little girl forgot to say, compared to each of his messages, which are particularly long. The little girl's messages are really pitiful. In real life, the two are just the opposite. Zhuang Xiao talks a lot, while he should be considered to talk less. Xiao sighed secretly in his heart. If only the number of words in the little girl's messages was as many as her words. Xiao, are you back? Zhuang Xiao threw the wood he was carrying on the ground with a bang. The wood rolled on the ground for several circles, and finally stopped by the wall. Dancing grass divides grass, It's so hard to grow up. Then Captain Hua. I go back first. Qin Yuanlin waved to Zhuang Xiao from a distance in the car, and then drove out. Hui Xiao walked towards home. He ran into several young people from the guard team, talking to Zhuang Xiao. Sister, this is my brother-in-law. One of the young men who looked very energetic asked Zhuang Xiao with a smile. Zhuang Xiao said calmly, yes. Remember to call me brother-in-law when you see me next time. Hello, brother-in-law. Several young people shouted in unison. Hui Xiao, who had just approached, was petrified in an instant. And then the expression on his face began to crack. And then his whole face felt burning. When did this happen? How could he not know? Hui Xiao nodded woodenly and walked into the yard in a daze. Sister, then you are busy. We will come again tomorrow if we have time. After everyone said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao, they left. Zhuang Xiao lifted up the wood on the ground, scratched the dancing grass lying on the ground with her hands, and stood the wood under the wall. Seeing that the dancing grass was energetic again, she entered the living room. Hui Xiao did not even take off his coat, and he looked stupid sitting on the sofa. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but step forward, waved his hand in front of him, and said, Hey? Hui Xiao, you're back to your senses. What are you thinking about? Hui Xiao suddenly came back to his senses, stared at Zhuang Xiao with burning eyes, and said stutteringly, Why did they call me brother-in-law just now? He had only been out for a few days. And this status? No. This identity had changed. Ah? You're talking about this? Zhuang Xiao said nonchalantly. Next time they come, don't reveal the truth. As he said that, Zhuang Xiao told Hui Xiao everything that had happened in the past few days in detail. That's what happened. Since you have this identity, they no longer show their courtesy one by one. And my mind has been much clearer. Zhuang Xiao sighed and said, It's not that she's too popular. It's because her dowry is so attractive. A dancing grass and a flame cat. This sweet burden is really. It makes people happy. Haha. This is a typical case of being reluctant on the surface, but fireworks exploding in the heart. At this time, Hui Xiao's mind was full of thoughts. This should be considered a good thing. A brother-in-law in name is still a brother-in-law. Others don't even have a brother-in-law in name. Well, this seems to be good. After thinking this through, Hui Xiao naturally responded to the girl's repeated instructions. Or in other words, it was just what he wanted. At least, he was officially recognized as the brother-in-law by the girl. What are you laughing at? Did you hear me? Zhuang Xiao was frightened by Hui Xiao's eyes and couldn't help shivering. What kind of eyes is this? It's like a wolf seeing meat. Did I laugh? Hui Xiao tried to flatten the corners of his mouth and control the joy that shouldn't bubble up. Zhuang Xiao nodded violently. Yes, it's you. You just smiled. When Hui Xiao finally recovered, Zhuang Xiao thought of the simple meals she had eaten in the past few days and said, Let's eat something good tonight. You look so thin these days. In fact, she felt that she was also thin. When Hui Xiao was not at home, no one cooked for her every day. Hui Xiao's eyes were shining with stars, and he nodded and said lightly, Okay, what do you want to eat? Speaking of what to eat, Zhuang Xiao first talked about her hard work in the past few days, and after the preparation, she started to order food. She had picked up all the ingredients at home in the past 2 days. She knew clearly what was there. She ordered food without hesitation. On the second day after Hui Xiao returned home, a new weather warning came again, under the situation that the plague in the safe zone had not been resolved. The coldest time of the year. The extreme cold weather was coming. As the north wind rose, the temperature would drop a little every day, until it dropped below -40 degrees. This process usually takes less than a week. It is still unknown whether the arrival of extreme cold weather will be a blessing or a curse for the safe zone. Chapter 391. These days, Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were busy with the renovation of the courtyard next door every day. And no bad news came from the people they knew well. No bad news. Good news. The two of them were busy for several days, and the renovation of the courtyard next door was finally completed. However, the flame cat did not return home. On the contrary, the temperature dropped, and the extremely cold weather belonging to the Wasteland arrived. The difficulty of epidemic control in the safe zone increased, and at the same time, the potential sources of infection that worried the safe zone at any time also completely quieted down. It can be seen that everything has its pros and cons. In such extreme weather, walking in the open air will may freeze into an ice sculpture at any time, and there is no doubt that you will die. In this case, why do you still embarrass yourself? It is better to stay at home honestly, and wait for the death that may not come. The safe zone suddenly became quiet. The mutant moles struggling to survive underground. I don't know whether they died because of the epidemic or because of the severe cold. They were as quiet as quails. And they didn't show their heads above the ground. Zhuang Xiao sat in front of the window, looking at the yard she had worked hard to build for Huahua, and sighed for the whole afternoon. Hua Xiao, do you think I've squeezed Huahua too hard? It's been so many days, and Huahua hasn't come back to see me. Zhuang Xiao held her chin with both hands and looked out the window, and asked Hua Xiao, who was calm in the house. Nonchalantly, Hua Xiao stopped the energy stone he was polishing, looked up in the direction of Zhuang Xiao, and said, in this weather, if I choose, I will choose to live in Shaoquan. Yes, I want to live there too. Zhuang Xiao turned around and continued, but if Huahua doesn't come back, I can't go. Flame Cat, okay. I'm just being sentimental. I thought my friend was thinking about me. But it turns out he was thinking about his hot spring. What do you want to eat at noon? Hua Xiao looked at the little girl like this, and planned to change the topic to something lighter. Although the food has been good these days, Hua Xiao doesn't have that much time and energy to spend on food because he is busy with the things in the next yard. Today, I finally have some free time, so I can think about what to eat for lunch. Speaking of eating, Zhuang Xiao became excited. Several days of doing nothing and eating and drinking passed. Finally, there was good news from the safe zone. The plague has been completely controlled. As for the death situation, the safe zone did not report it in the notice issued. Inner city of the safe zone. Xiaoyan looked down at the data in his hand and sighed heavily. He originally felt that there were not enough people, and now there are even fewer. The plague caused the loss of some population, and the following extreme cold weather will also cause a considerable loss of population according to previous years. If there were no accidents such as plague, the number of newborns and deaths in the safe zone this year would be equal. With this incident, the birth rate this year is negative. This is really worrying. And under the current conditions, you can't force others to have children. And it's difficult for newborns to grow up in the wasteland. That's why Xiaoyan felt more and more distress for these people who had grown up with great difficulty, without people. What kind of talents can we expect? It seems that the passage between the 11th and 17th safe zones needs to be opened as soon as possible, so that the remaining population of the 17th safe zone can be moved to their side as soon as possible to fill this gap. The population of the 3rd safe zone, which is not far from their safe zone, may also be persuaded to come before the summer comes. And, Uncle Pei, is there any news from Feng Xiang? Xiaoyan pushed the report in his hand aside and asked Pei Meihai, who was waiting next to him. Hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Pei Meihai immediately replied, the news was yesterday afternoon. Captain Feng said that everything was fine there, and the work was going smoothly. The group of people you brought back from the 7th safe zone last time were very dedicated. Finally heard a good news. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly relaxed a little. The trip to the number 7 safety zone that almost cost him his life was not in vain. That's good. Xiaoyan thought of Zhuang Xiao matter and asked with a smile, how is the renovation of my cousin's house going? At the beginning, he paid attention to the news there, but he really couldn't spare the time to follow up, so he didn't pay attention to it anymore. Now, he finally has some free time. He still wants to go and see the Flame Cat, Pei Meihai said with a smile, according to the news from the guard hall of the south gate of the inner city. With the help of the guys at the gate, it has been completed. It is said that your cousin has eaten a lot of good things. As if he thought of something, Pei Meihai smiled even deeper. I heard that many people said that they don't know when they will encounter such a good thing again. Everyone said they had gained weight in just 2 days. Not to mention, Yin, the new cousin, was quite generous. In addition to hot tea and hot soup, there were also meat and fruits for those people to eat as snacks every day. If he hadn't been too busy these days, Pei Meihai would also like to go and see. After hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled, thinking about finding a time. He would also go and have a meal. After all, he is really poor now. Sometimes, he even thinks that when he took over the mess of the safe zone, he was crazy. This kind of hard work is really not for humans. But, he really can't do it like his father, so he can only tough it out. Thinking of Cui Fanjin? He hasn't heard from him for a long time. I don't know if the matter of his father and lover has been exposed. By the way, is there any news from Cui Fanjin? Xiaoyan asked Pei Minghai. Uncle Pei should know a little about this matter. Pei Minghai was stunned. He didn't know why the topic suddenly turned to Cui Fanjin. He flipped through the information in his mind, and finally found the last message he received. A month ago, I heard that the person he was protecting got back together with her old lover. Pei Minghai thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any suitable words. So he stopped here. Xiaoyan understood. It's just that the old lover's hooked up again. I just don't know if his cheap father knows. Before sending him away, he told the people who followed him to come back after sending him there. Later, he thought about it, and decided that it would be better to have someone keep an eye on him, until that person has no way out, and has no ability to return to the safe zone again. That group of people will come back. Of course, if they want to come back earlier, it's not a bad idea to add bricks and tiles, and add fuel to the fire. After all, he is very short of people now. If he can't come back now, he really doesn't want to leave those people there to waste time. Chapter 392. At this moment, what was Cui Fanjin, who was being missed by Xiaoyan, doing? Captain Yang, isn't this a bad thing for us? Why did they have to come out to do this kind of work in this kind of weather? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in a warm house? A young man was shivering in the corner, staring at the fat man in front of him, who was as fat as a ball. These two people were responsible for escorting Cui Fanjin. The young man was Zheng Pingsheng from the Vulture mercenary team, and the one he called Captain Yang was the team leader Yang Lin. Yang Lin was also very cold at this moment, but compared to the coldness on the outside, his heart was hot. He was not very ambitious, but he was kind and could chat with his subordinates, and even with people from other mercenary teams. Usually, he also liked to brag and chat with others and join in the fun everywhere. Despite this person was very tight-lipped. What should be said, and what should not be said? He also knew it in his heart. His subordinates also believed in him, and never showed mercy when they should be restrained. At the beginning, Pei Minghai chose the people of the Vulture mercenary team for Xiaoyan to escort Cui Fanjin because of his character. People like Cui Fanjin, who are shameless, may not be able to resist ordinary people. What's wrong with that? Don't you want to go back to the safe zone earlier? Yang Lin glanced at Zheng Pingsheng unhappily. I should not have brought this kid out earlier. It's really boring. Sun Tong is still the best kid. Full of bad water. He must like this kind of excitement. If the kid had not caught a cold in the past 2 days, he would have brought the kid out to watch the show together. Zheng Pingsheng, who was given a cold look by his captain, was depressed. He wanted to go back. Of course, he wanted to go back. His family was in the West Shantytown, and he had only one sister at home. And he was super worried. Although the plague in the safe zone had been brought under control, he was always worried if he didn't go back to take a look in person. However, he also knew that he could only keep this worry in his heart. They couldn't go back now, let alone the blizzard blocking the road. Even if there was no blizzard a while ago, they didn't dare to go on the road easily with the current temperature. Besides, the mission here has not been completed yet. Seeing that the boy suddenly wilted, Yang Lin said earnestly, "Don't worry too much. I asked other mercenary team members to go to your house to check. Your sister is really fine." "She is fine." Zheng Pingsheng hummed sullenly. "Well, I know. I'm just worried. There are only 2 of them left in their family. If something happens to his sister again, I really don't know what the point of him participating in genetic modification and joining the mercenary team is." "Okay. You are so grown up. Cheer up. After finishing this job, we will go to the safe zone new city together next year to make a living." Yang Lin said this with great pride. But in fact, he didn't want to struggle at all. It's fine as it is now. After saying that, Yang Lin slapped Zheng Pingsheng on the back, and slapped the boy into the snow pile in the corner. Yang Lin, missed. I hit too hard. After 2 dry laughs, he dug out the boy whose head was stuck in the snow pile. Zheng Pingsheng's depressed little emotions were directly knocked down by his own captain, and fell into the snow pile. After this little episode, Zheng Pingsheng no longer thought about those messy things. At this time, the person they were following also entered the small building in front. This small building has a total of 5 floors, with 2 households on each floor. The target that Cui Fanjin wanted to go to was the East household living on the 4th floor. At this time, Cui Fanjin stood in front of the door, and his raised hand did not fall for a long time. He didn't know who sent him the message, and he was not sure whether the message was true, but he came. Come! Then what? So what? Is it really as he guessed? Or, suddenly, he backed off. Perhaps it would be the best choice for him to take his youngest son back to the 11th safe zone. Here, except for the rich points, he is nothing. And when he goes back, he is the father of the person in charge of the safe zone. Whether his big son wants to admit it or not, he is. What can he do? Yang Lin hid in the sundries in the stairwell. For a long time, there was no knocking or opening of the door. Why is there no movement? He got this news in the severe cold. That guy is not scared. At this moment, there was a thumping sound of footsteps from upstairs. Someone is coming downstairs. Yang Lin and Zheng Pingxing immediately shrank back and hid their figures in the dark. When the footsteps left the small building, the two came out from the shadows. Yang Lin couldn't help but spit and curse. Coward! Where did the energy of making a fuss on the road go? But there is still a chance. You dare not enter other people's homes. Let's see if you will not go into your own house next time and voluntarily make room for others. Are we still following? Zheng Pingxing asked, looking at the angry eyes of his captain. Go back. Go back. He hasn't come out for the past 2 days. I'm freezing to death. Yang Lin tucked his head into his neck and followed the footprints on the ground. Yes, they lived very close to that person. Very close. Cui Fong came in as quickly as he went back. After all, in such weather, if it wasn't for such news, he would never go out. He still has a son. His son is still waiting for him at home. Yes, he has to go home quickly. Zhuang Xiao, who was gnawing on a big elbow at home, was eating with oil dripping from his mouth and bubbling with happiness. This mutant wild boar thigh was cut from what was left over dinner one time. There was only one. No semicolon. Fortunately, the mutant wild boar thigh was thick enough. So, this one was enough for her and Hua Xiao to eat. How is it? Delicious? I said it would be delicious. Zhuang Xiao ate without forgetting to brag. She was the one who suggested the recipe for this elbow. The meat is tender and tender. Fat but not greasy. At this moment, Hua Xiao didn't even raise his head while eating. Just hummed softly and focused on the half elbow. With so many seasonings and so many processes, it would be strange if it didn't taste good. This was the first time that Zhuang Xiao saw Hua Xiao eat something so deliciously. Thinking that when Hua Hua came back, they would go out together to hunt a mutant wild boar or something. Call everyone to have a whole pig feast to celebrate the completion of Hua Hua's new home. Of course, this mutant wild boar may mainly rely on Hua Hua. After all, this new home is its. Flame cat, Thank you so much. Isn't its small hot spring delicious? Aren't the small fish in this small hot spring delicious? It has to come back to starve and freeze. After living in the mercenary team for 48 hours, Hu Qianli was finally able to go home. Chapter 393. At this time, the family sat neatly in front of the stove, and the baby carriage was swinging back and forth in Hu Qianli's hand. The baby in the carriage was sleeping soundly, and bubbles came out of his mouth from time to time. Can you rest at home for a few days this time? Lan Hong put the roasted dried meat on the plate in front of Hu Qianli. The firewood in the stove was crackling, and the firelight made the faces of several people red, and their hearts were warm. Hu Qianli grabbed a piece of dried meat with his hand and was about to put it in his mouth. The back of his hand was suddenly hit. Don't use your hands. Hu Qianli laughed twice, stuffed the dried meat in his hand directly into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Then he began to answer Lan Hong's previous question. Someone has taken over the work in the western shantytown, and Ming Qingyang and I can rest at home for 5 days this time, Hu Qianli said happily. During this period, I went to the shantytowns in the west every day. I didn't dare to come back to see them when I had some free time. I was afraid that I would bring something I shouldn't bring back by accident. Then you should stay at home and accompany your daughter these days, Lan Hong said. Hearing Lan Hong's words, Hu Qianli paused while shaking the stroller and said cautiously, maybe it won't work. The team said that we should take advantage of the extremely cold weather to catch mutant thunderbirds on Fulei Mountain in the north. After saying that, Hu Qianli held his breath and glanced at his wife with his peripheral vision, waiting for the coming storm. However, after waiting for a long time, Lan Hong didn't give any response. Instead, Lan Jin, who was quietly listening to the two people talking, spoke up. Brother-in-law, take me with you this time. Why are you going to join in the fun? Xiao Chun slapped Lan Jin on the back. Why are you everywhere? Wife. Hu Qianli ignored Lan Jin, who was rushing to catch them, and looked at Lan Hong steadily. Lan Hong sighed silently in her heart and said, "Then go." The two have been married for so many years. And Lan Hong can guess what Hu Qianli is thinking without asking. If it weren't for their family, he wouldn't go to Fulei Mountain with others every year whenever he has time. Seeing the worry in Lan Hong's eyes, Hu Qianli patted his chest and assured, "Wife, don't worry. I will definitely come back safely this time." Then brother-in-law. Lan Jin still wanted to fight for herself. But halfway through her words, a piece of dried meat came out of her mouth. Woo-woo. Eating can't stop your mouth. Hu Qianli stuffed the last piece of dried meat in the plate into Lan Jin's mouth. If his brother-in-law wants to go, don't even think about it. If something really happens when they go out, there will be only the elderly, weak, women and children left in their family. Hu Qianli said this, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Yin Hu's family welcomed a wave of guests today. Meng Qingyang, Xiang Su, and Wan Yi came to visit together. Therefore, Yin Ming also had a chance to catch his breath. Is this practice good? Meng Qingyang pinched Yin Ming's arm and praised. You will definitely be able to join the guard team next year. As a person, you like to hear nice words. Yin Ming is no exception. Hearing Meng Qingyang's praise and affirmation, he immediately became happy and beamed. Yin Hu asked the three people to sit in the house and said with a smile, "It's too early for him. He always thinks of fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. He just thinks of being sneaky and sly." Meng Qingyang saw Yin Hu's energetic expression and knew that he was just being polite. Whether it's good or not, they don't say that they can see it very accurately. At a glance, it can be about 70% accurate. Now, Yin Ming eats well and has enough nutrition. It seems that this head may jump up a bit, and may be a few inches taller than his brother. In addition, Yin Hu's day and night training. It will be difficult for him to fail the assessment next year. The three teenagers played for a while. Meng Qingyang began to tell them the purpose of their visit. In fact, before entering the door, he wanted to back out. With the current conditions of Yin Hu's family, there was no need to go out with them to take risks. However, since they were here, they had to say what they should say. As for the end, if Yin Hu and Yin Ming didn't go, he wouldn't say anything more. Just the three of you? Yin Hu looked at the three people and asked after listening to Meng Qingyang's words. Go. Of course he would go. After all, their family is not rich enough to live off the land. Hunting mutant thunderbirds is the only activity that people in the safe zone will go out to scavenge in extremely cold weather. There is no other reason. The mutant thunderbirds are too valuable, and people in the safe zone can't help but be tempted. Seeing that Yin Hu seemed willing to form a team, Meng Qingyang hurriedly said, "Of course there are more than that. In addition to the few people from the future team, there is also Ishi Qing from the Mandrill team. As for the people from their team, how many will go is not yet determined. Anyway, the number of people will be decided before dark today." Yin Hu pondered for a long time and said, "Then count me and Yin Ming. It's just the right opportunity to give Yin Ming additional training in outdoor survival projects under extreme cold conditions." Yin Ming, Did he agree? He didn't agree. "Okay. That's great. We can team up together again." Xiang Su patted Yin Ming's shoulder and said with a grin. Yin Ming was miserable and had a sad face. He didn't want to go out. "Really? Brother? Can I refuse?" Yin Ming raised his hand timidly and spoke his mind boldly. Yin Hu turned his head to look at him and spit out 2 words. "No." "Okay. Protest is invalid." "Okay. We are still together. You go out for more training, and you will definitely be able to join the guard team next year." Wan He took Yin Ming's shoulder, smiled and said, "Yin Ming, Suddenly, Yin Ming's eyes lit up and asked Xiang Su, "Is our sister going?" "This?" "No." Xiang Su was not sure either, and looked at Meng Qingyang and Wan He. "My cousin is flying in the sky, and you are chasing her on the ground?" Meng Qingyang said unhappily. "Moreover, the strength is not equal. My cousin has a powerful weapon like the flame cat. Are they going to hunt mutant thunderbirds, or just staring at others hunting mutant thunderbirds with their eyes? Besides, my cousin and Hui Xiao don't seem to care about these little things now, so it would be strange if they go." The 3 teenagers were immediately depressed. "Okay. What Brother Meng said makes sense. One is in the sky, and the other is underground. The gap is indeed a bit far. This is the so-called difference between heaven and earth. After deciding on this matter, Meng Qingyan left with the two teenagers. Chapter 394. They have to prepare the items for this trip when they go back. If there are no accidents, they will gather at the north gate of the safe zone at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to go to Fulei Mountain. After eating and drinking, Zhuang Xiao, like a good baby, lay on the sofa, half closed her eyes, and listened to Xiao telling her about the safe zone under extremely cold conditions. Now, it happened to be about Fulei Mountain. Are there no other mutant animals in Fulei Mountain except the mutant thunderbird? Zhuang Xiao crossed her hands and put them on her chest, and her fingers tapped her body unconsciously. This mutant thunderbird sounds quite interesting. She has heard of animals such as chameleons and chameleon frogs that temporarily change their body color as the environment changes. This is the first time she has heard of feathers that change color as soon as winter comes. And it is not temporary. But it has been like this since the snowfall throughout the winter. Is it except for the eyes? Or the feathers of the whole body will turn snow white? Then, the question is again, how did they find their hunting targets in the vast snow? With such a question in mind, Zhuang Xiao naturally had to ask a question. So, Xiao sorted out his thoughts and answered the question she asked above. There are naturally other mutant animals on Fulei Mountain. There are caves everywhere on the mountain. The terrain is very complicated. If you are not careful, you may die. Under the ice and snow, the temperature in the underground cave is well maintained, nourishing many mutant animals to survive in it. However, ordinary people will not easily go down to explore, and it is easy to get lost. After saying this, Xiao picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water to moisten his throat. Zhuang Xiao hummed vaguely. She knew about the cave. She had been to similar scenic spots before. The terrain inside was indeed complicated, with many holes. If there were no signboards, it would definitely be very easy to get lost. After the dryness in his throat eased, Xiao continued, as for how to hunt mutant thunderbirds, hunting mutant thunderbirds is not like hunting other mutant animals. The hunting time is mainly concentrated at night, and special night vision equipment is used for observation. During the day, we are more likely to find the activity range of mutant thunderbirds through traces on the snow. At night, we will ambush and hunt them. Didn't you just say that the terrain there is complicated? This hunting method sounds very dangerous. Zhuang Xiao questioned. The mountains are covered with heavy snow. The weather is extremely cold. The terrain is complicated, and the appearance of mutant animals is difficult to observe. Each of them is enough to kill people. Those who go out at this time are real warriors. Money moves people's hearts. Xiao sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. This means that they are very valuable. Is this mutant thunderbird expensive? Zhuang Xiao has changed from lying on his side to leaning on the armrest of the sofa, with a golden light in his mind. When Xiao saw her like this, he hurriedly said, not expensive. Not expensive. Far worse than this house. Expensive. That's all relative. For wealthy people, what is expensive? Nothing is expensive. For ordinary people, the income that allows them to live comfortably at home for 3 months is expensive. Oh. Zhuang Xiaofu slowly lay down again, still unwilling to give up, and asked, not expensive. Then how expensive is it? Xiao, Under normal circumstances, each one is about 1,000 points. The mutant thunderbird is not sold according to weight, but according to its appearance and feather color. Some people like to keep it as a pet at home. So, it's not for eating, but for viewing, Zhuang Xiao said. 1,000 points. It's not really a lot for her now. However, after she converted it into the price of nutrient solution in her mind, she felt, well, it's quite expensive. And according to Xiao, this is the price under normal circumstances. The price under normal circumstances may rise, and the appreciation space may be like riding a rocket. After all, things are precious because they are rare. Well, I guess so. The feathers of the mutant thunderbird can change color all year round, especially in winter. When it is snow white, it looks best, and the selling price will be particularly high, Xiao said. Okay. Compared to viewing, she would rather roast it. It's sizzling with oil. Isn't it delicious? Zhuang Xiao felt that the big pork elbow in her stomach had been digested, and she seemed to be hungry again. She changed her posture and lay down casually, asking Xiao to tell her something else. She has been in the Wasteland for less than a year, and her understanding of this place is not complete enough. Usually, She would ask about something when she encountered something. This is the first time she has learned about the situation here by lying on the sofa, like listening to a storyteller. Although Hu Xiao's storytelling ability needs to be improved, it's better than nothing. There is no one else to choose from. No. Hu Xiao never thought that he would be despised by the little girl after telling a story for most of the day. However, he didn't know it. He was still trying to search his mind for interesting things he encountered when he went out before. After turning over on the sofa again, Zhuang Xiao looked at the sky outside the window. The flame cat didn't come back today. Alas, it really went on strike. Following Zhuang Xiao's sight, Hu Xiao also looked out the window. When he turned his head again, he saw the little girl changed her posture again, lying on the bed like a frog, diddling with the tassels on the edge of the sofa with one hand. Still listening? Hu Xiao hadn't been as relaxed as today for a long time, and his tone was very calm. Listen, must listen, Zhuang Xiao said. If she didn't listen, there was nothing else to do. It was still early for dinner, but she was hungry. After saying this to Hu Xiao, she struggled to get up from the bed, without wearing shoes, and stepped on the cashmere-printed carpet she had spent a lot of money to buy to go to the kitchen. After a while, a plate of peanuts and a plate of honey lotus root slices were brought out. In fact, at this time, she wanted a plate of melon seeds more. Zhuang Xiao put the two plates in the middle of the table, and pushed them in Hu Xiao's direction, and then sat on the sofa, holding his chin with both hands, waiting for the next words. Hu Xiao picked up a piece of honey lotus root slices directly from the plate, and put it in his mouth to chew. The sweetness of honey filled his mouth, just like his mood at the moment. Brother, do you want to tell my sister and brother Hua that half of this Fulei mountain is in the blind spot? In case they need help with something, they can't contact us at that time. Yan Ning stuffed the luggage into his big backpack one by one. There are so many things to bring when traveling in extreme cold. Yan Hu glanced at him and said, You are not planning anything bad again. No. Don't even think about it. Chapter 395. Yan Ning curled his lips and said reluctantly, What bad idea can I have? Otherwise, brother, watch me send a message. As he said this, he put the bag in his hand aside, sat down, and organized his words seriously, preparing to send a message to Zhuang Xiao. After a while, the content to be sent was edited, and Yan Ning put the watch under his brother's nose and said, Look, I didn't say anything. I didn't mention the words of Fulei Mountain and Mutant Thunderbird. Yan Hu drooped his eyelids and scanned every word on it one by one. As his younger brother said, the content was very normal, only expressing that he was going out recently. Nothing else was mentioned. Yan Ning glanced at his brother's expression and said, Then I send it. After a ding sound, Zhuang Xiao put the watch under her eyes, and after seeing the contents clearly, she said to Hu Xiao, Yan Ming, and Yan, who are going out tomorrow. If we have anything to do, wait until they come back. After saying this, she did not wait for Hu Xiao to respond. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and her hand slammed on the table. You said, they are not going to Fulei Mountain, right? Otherwise, in such extremely cold weather, what else can they do when they go out? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high, and her face was full of excitement. And as this feeling of excitement surged in her heart, she couldn't wait to confirm her guess. After Hu Xiao stopped talking, she saw the little girl mumbling there alone. And then she sent a message on the watch. Are you going to Fulei Mountain? Are you going to hunt mutant thunderbirds? The two consecutive messages directly shocked Yan Ming. His fingers trembled as he flipped through the two messages above and below. He glanced at the sender and found that they were indeed from Zhuang Xiao. After that, he silently took off the watch and handed it to Yan Hu. Brother, you reply? I won't lie. Yan Hu was confused and took the watch from Yan Ming. After a few seconds, he said hesitantly, How did your sister guess this? So accurate? Zhuang Xiao, It was just a coincidence. Anyway, I don't know how to reply. Brother, you can do it yourself. Yan Ning just gave up and looked at Yan, who with his eyes slanted. See what you do. After a few seconds, Yan Hu quickly replied to Zhuang Xiao two messages. Zhuang Xiao, who received the message, looked very proud. Look, I guessed it. Hu Xiao pushed the two plates in front of him to the side and leaned forward, and saw that the replies to the two messages were the same. One word yes. After showing off her intelligence, Zhuang Xiao immediately returned to her seated state and said with great interest, "Go on with what you just said." "What Xiao, eh? Is it over?" She thought the little girl might also go. After all, she had been listening to the story of Fulei Mountain for most of the day. Zhuang Xiao, no. She won't go. Without Huahua, I don't want to go anywhere. Yanming and Yan Hu sat at the table in silence, staring at the watch in front of them. 5 minutes passed. A quarter passed. And half an hour passed. The watch never received any new messages. Not to mention, there was a sense of inexplicable loss all of a sudden. Yan Hu pushed the watch to his brother and said calmly, "Okay. Hurry up and pack up. Go to bed early in the evening." After dinner, Yan Hu and Yan Ming received news from Meng Qingyang at the same time, and finalized the number of people, time and place for this trip. Zhuang Xiaolin had eaten a lot of snacks in the afternoon. At night, she was not hungry. She simply drank some porridge at night and went back to sleep. The next morning, Yan Ming was dug out of the bed by Yan Hu, got up with sleepy eyes, dressed, washed, and went out. When the cold wind blew, his brain recovered from the shut-down state and worked normally. The two brothers were silent all the way, braving the cold wind and heading towards the north gate of the safe zone. At the north gate of the safe zone, there was a carefully modified car that could drive in the extreme cold of snow. There were already 4 people in the car. "Old Hu, are you here early enough?" Yishi Qing opened the trunk and saw Hu Qianli, who was squinting and dozing in the trunk. Hu Qianli heard the sound of the trunk opening and closing, opened his eyes, and saw Yishi Qing climbing onto the car with a backpack on his back that was 2 heads taller than him. He hurriedly reached out and pulled. Yishi Qing used this force to jump into the car. Except Hu Qianli, the remaining 3 people in the car were from the Mandrill squad. Hu Qianli was not very familiar with these 3 people. So after getting in the car, they just greeted each other and did not chat. Now Yishi Qing came. After he put his backpack away and sat down, he began to introduce 3 people in their team to Hu Qianli enthusiastically: Qin Yin, Jiang Shuyan, Wang Dong. After talking about the people in his team, Yishi Qing patted Hu Qianli's shoulder and said with a smile, "Hu Qianli, the future team, you 3 are younger than him. Just call him Brother Hu." Seeing that their captain said so, the 3 people hurriedly greeted him in unison: "Hello, Brother Hu." Hu Qianli saw that the people in the other team were so polite, and waved his hand and said, "Why call me brother? Just call me Old Hu. Don't call me brother. It's not easy to be a brother. You have to go if there is something." Just as the 3 people inside were greeting each other, the door of the carriage was opened again. This time, the 2 brothers Yan Hu and Yan Ming came. "You came early." Hu Qianli finally saw his own people, and he smiled and called the 2 people to get on the car quickly. Yan Hu glanced at the people inside and asked, "Haven't Meng Qingyang and the other 3 arrived yet?" No, but they should be here soon," Hu Qianli said as he made room for 2 people. "Wei Sheng will also be here this time. He lives in the northern shantytown. We pick him up on the way later," Hu Qianli continued. Yan Hu nodded and sat down next to Hu Qianli. There were 11 people on this trip to Fulei Mountain. There were 4 people from Mandrill, 5 from the future, and 2 non-staff members, Yan Hu and Yan Ming. In addition to Wei Sheng, there were only 3 people missing: Meng Qingyang. With more people, the atmosphere became lively. Time passed quickly. At a quarter before 7 o'clock, Meng Qingyang, Xiang Su, and Wan Yi finally arrived. Ishikiyoshi and Hu Qianli went to the front carriage, and the 2 took turns driving. There were few pedestrians on the road, and the snow in the middle of the road had been compacted by passing cars and people. It was not even 7:30 when they picked up Wei Sheng. It was still more than 100 kilometers from here to Fulei Mountain. At the current speed, it would take until around noon to reach the foot of the mountain. They would have to walk the rest of the way. Chapter 396. After driving for 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of Fulei Mountain. The group got off the car. During this journey, the ruts and footprints on the ground were clearly visible. Obviously, someone had entered Fulei Mountain before them. Everyone stood under the car, checked all the equipment they were carrying, put on goggles, and set off towards the mountain road. Also, after the baptism of the blizzard a while ago, the snow in and around Fulei Mountain was obviously much thinner than that around the safe zone. Even so, the snow was almost up to everyone's knees. and the group walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, which was very difficult. However, fortunately, in the first part of the journey, everyone's route overlapped, so they only needed to follow the footprints of the people in front of them. There was no need to worry about any slopes, holes, etc. on the road, and accidents. After entering the mountain, the wind in the mountain stream was blowing. A group of 11 people walked hard in the mountains against the wind and snow. Looking down from the sky, they are like ants. It seems that only a slight gust of wind and snow can bury these 11 strong and healthy people under the white snow. On the sunny side of the slope of Fule Mountain, in a bush covered by snow, the flame cat has sharp eyes, lying motionless on the snow, quietly waiting for the appearance of prey. It has been 2 days since leaving the small hot spring. These days, the flame cat has been living in a cave in Fule Mountain. This Fule Mountain is also the territory marked by it. In short, the mountains closest to the 11th safe zone have been requisitioned by the flame cat as its back garden. Look, these 2 days, when I was free, the flame cat came out to patrol the territory again. Then, I found this little cutie in the snow. Speaking of which, the flame cat didn't intend to fight the mutant thunderbird to death. Only one time when the flame cat landed on the top of the mountain, it accidentally stepped on the back of a mutant thunderbird with 1 claw. This is not a big deal. The encounter in a flash made both of them panic. The flame cat was frightened because he did not see the existence of this mutant animal. The mutant thunderbird was also frightened. And it was really just frightened. After all, who would not be afraid with such a big Buddha on their head? But even if the mutant thunderbird could fly, it could still fly over the flame cat. Of course, it couldn't. Therefore, the mutant thunderbird that was frightened had just spread its wings, and was about to escape when it was slapped into the rock hidden under the snow by the claws of the flame cat. Immediately, the mutant thunderbird bled from all 7 orifices, and died without closing its eyes. The white feathers, with the watering of fresh blood, instantly turned bright red, like a red lotus blooming in the snow, and also like the beautiful feathers of the flame cat. The first mutant thunderbird that died under the claws of the flame cat was not eaten as a delicacy by the flame cat, but was abandoned on the top of the mountain, and its body gradually became cold. Mutated thunderbird, who did it offend? Isn't it just standing on the mountain to enjoy the scenery? Who would have thought that he would become the most beautiful scenery on the top of the mountain? After confirming the appearance and smell of the mutant thunderbird, the flame cat followed the smell and explored around the mountain, and finally found the bushes and weeds here. Of course, the flame cat didn't look for the mutant thunderbird to eat it. It just wanted to avenge its previous shame and exercise its eyesight. It will try to see the target at a distance next time, and then kill it with 1 grab. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bushes and weeds. The flame cat's ears stood up, and his eyes were sharp. Then, a mutant thunderbird, which was covered with white feathers except for its eyes, poked its head and carefully drilled out from inside. The flame cat held its breath and waited for an opportunity to move. At this moment, the mutant thunderbird had not yet sensed the coming of danger. It walked leisurely, hopping slowly on the snow, and occasionally stabbed its sharp beak into the snow, looking for edible plant roots under the snow. Perhaps, the flame cat felt that it had observed enough. The fiery red body jumped out of the snow pile and pounced on the mutant thunderbird that was looking for food. The wind sounded, and the danger came. The mutant thunderbird flapped its wings and flew into the air. Then, a ruthless claw attacked, and the mutant thunderbird fell back into the snow. With the experience of slapping the mutant thunderbird to death for the first time, the flame cat controlled the strength this time. The mutant thunderbird felt dizzy and disoriented after being hit by the flame cat's claw, and its steps were no longer as leisurely as before. It flapped its wings and ran and jumped in the snow. The fire cat followed the mutant thunderbird closely, and every time it wanted to take off, it would scratch it down with 1 claw, and then look for its figure in the snow. The flame cat enjoyed it very much, and felt that it was a good toy that could train its eyesight in the ice and snow. The 11-member team, which was temporarily formed by the future and the mandrill, had just left the route of the predecessors and started to move towards the mountain where the flame cat was. Without the predecessors leading the way, it was difficult to move forward, just like a snail crawling on the ground. The 11 people have now become grasshoppers on a rope. Ishi Qing was exploring the way at the front of the team, and Hu Qianli was responsible for the rear. The group stumbled, and finally found a cave that could accommodate them when the sun was about to set. This is the entrance of a karst cave. There was no snow around the cave entrance, and the black cave entrance was particularly dazzling in the pure white world. "Let's stay here tonight," Ishi-Ching said to the people behind him, who had not climbed up yet. The people behind him were still climbing to the location of the cave, and no one spoke at all. "Mainly because I am tired now. I don't want to talk." In Yanming ears, there are only two sounds in this world now. The sound of the wind in the mountains, and the heavy breathing from his mouth and nose. I missed the first day of training at home. He will never complain of being tired again in the future. The group of people untied the ropes tied to their bodies one by one. Yanming sat on the ground with his buttocks leaning against the stone wall behind him, breathing heavily, and staring at the empty sky with lifeless eyes. However, he had not taken off his goggles at this time, so no one could see it. "Get up. Isn't the ground cold?" Yen-Hu kicked his brother on the ground. "That's it. It seems that the training is still not enough. After returning, the training intensity must be strengthened." Yen-Ming, should he take back the flag he just set? Yen-Hu's kick directly kicked Yen-Ming out of focus eyes back into focus, and his eyes became clear and pure again. A touch of red passed by in the field of vision. Chapter 397. At this time, the sky was clear and the air was blue. Under the icy and snowy ground and the biting cold wind, Yen-Ming waited for a closer look and found that the sky was as bright as a mirror. There was no red in his vision, so he just thought it was his own illusion. Not afraid of his brother's words, he took a short rest before entering the cave. In the cave, Ishi-Ching had checked inside and out and found no mutant animals. The only unfathomable entrance in the cave was still blocked. The reason why Ishi-Ching knew about this cave was that he had repaired it here when he came to Fule Mountain with other people in the past years. This place is located halfway up Fule Mountain. They entered the mountain from the southwest side of Fule Mountain. This cave is the closest cave to them. Before coming, he was worried that this place might be occupied by mutant animals and nests here this year. Fortunately, this cave was preserved. From time to time, a breeze blew out from the blocked gap. Compared with the biting cold outside, the wind passing through the diamond was considered warm. From this, it can be judged that the place passed by this cave entrance on the inside must be slightly warm and connected to some open place. Otherwise, there would be no wind coming out from the inside. Is this our camp for the next few days? Yen-Ming looked left and right, curiously looking at the situation in the cave, and asked his brother. Before Yen-Hu answered, Hu Qianli spoke first. "Yes, when we are not out looking for and hunting for the traces of mutant thunderbirds, everyone will rest here. In extremely cold weather, being exposed to the outside for a few hours is the limit. Most of our time, we stay here," Wei Xing also said from the side. Yen-Ming understood and repacked his luggage like others. Later, they will start exploring in the mountains. It is definitely not possible to carry such fully armed luggage and equipment. This will directly delay their journey. Half an hour later, Wang Zhong from the Mandrill squad and Wan He from the future squad were left in the cave to guard the camp. The other 9 people carried their bags and set off again. The second mutant thunderbird finally chose to play dead after being teased by the flame cat again and again. Destroy it. It didn't want to escape. It couldn't run away. It couldn't get away. It was impossible to get away under the flame cat's nose. In this case, it would rather choose to die heroically. The flame cat didn't know why the mutant thunderbird, which had just been running around, suddenly chose to play badly. By the way, it hasn't had enough of the game of chasing each other. This guy is too unethical. He just said he doesn't want to play anymore. Mutated thunderbird, If you stick your head out, you get a knife. If you hide your head, you get a knife too. I'm tired of it. So you can do whatever you want. The mutant thunderbird's white claws curled up in the soft feathers on its abdomen. Its wings spread out, looking up at the sky. And its black eyes, that were originally rolling around, stopped rolling around at this moment. Yes, I just want to make a mess. Seeing how the new pet turned over in the snow, it didn't move at all. The originally excited flame cat suddenly felt bored and uninterested. Forget it. I won't play anymore. I'm going home to find my friends. The mutant thunderbird Chung, who was making a mess on the snow, was trembling with fear between the teeth of the flame cat, feeling that he would be in danger of being ripped open at any time, until being thrown to the ground again. The spirit of the mutant thunderbird has not yet returned to its place. Woo woo woo. So scary, It is afraid of heights. When has it ever flown so high? It is going to piss itself. Okay. Ah. Zhuang Xiao, who was lying on the sofa, screamed, then suddenly jumped up and walked quickly towards the door. Hu Xiao turned his head and looked outside following Zhuang Xiao's movements. Yes. The flame cat is back. No wonder the little girl is so excited. The flame cat first landed in the half of the yard where Zhuang Xiao lived. The other half of the newly renovated yard had been reinstalled with a roof by her. It is definitely not warm. But at least it can block the wind, frost, rain and snow. There are also layers of mutant giant bamboo on the ground. And the whole yard is equivalent to a huge bamboo bed. As for the inside of the small building, Zhuang Xiao did not change it at all. Anyway, she and Hu Xiao lived here, and the flame cat couldn't get in. So why should she spend that much time cleaning it up? Zhuang Xiao suspected that the flame cat had been away from home for so long because it was too cruel last time. So, when she saw the flame cat this time, Zhuang Xiao's sweet words came out of her mouth like they were free. Even the mutant thunderbird that was thrown to the ground by the flame cat was completely ignored. At this time, she only had her Huahua cat in her heart. No one else. Hu Xiao, who came out of the room, saw a person and a pet sticking together there, and silently turned his eyes away and looked at other places in the yard. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the sight of the mutant thunderbird on the ground, which had just opened its eyes and pretended to be dead. Hu Xiao, Today's story can be explained in real life. The mutant thunderbird shrank its head, looked listless, and swallowed its anger. No matter how Hu Xiao looked at it, he felt a little pitiful. This is really different from the image of the mutant thunderbird that he had in mind, which was mighty and domineering. Back then, they chased the mutant thunderbird so fiercely. After a while, Hu Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao still chattering with the flame cat, and finally couldn't help interrupting Zhuang Xiao muttering, "Don't you want to see the mutant thunderbird? Did your Huahua bring it back for you?" When they heard Hu Xiao's voice, Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat turned their heads to him, and then looked at the mutant thunderbird hiding in the corner next to the dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao looked at the curled-up white bird, his face full of joy. He ran towards the mutant thunderbird in 2 or 3 steps, picked it up with one hand, and said happily, "Hu Xiao, let's roast the bird tonight." Hu Xiao, Dinner is a bit expensive. Will it be indigestible after eating? Flame cat, If I had known earlier, I would have brought the first mutant thunderbird that died back to my friend. Hu Xiao took a deep breath, his expression calm, and said in a gentle tone, "Let's use the watch to test it first to see if it can be eaten. Then you carry it. I get the dagger to take blood." After that, Zhuang Xiao walked into the house with the wind. Hu Xiao held the big bird in his arms, his face buried in the snow-white and soft wings of the mutant thunderbird, and he felt an itch on the tip of his nose, and a sneeze gushed out of his nasal cavity. The fat body of the mutant thunderbird couldn't help shaking. In a short while, the man rushed out of the room, holding a sharp dagger that was shining with a cold light in his hand. Chapter 398. The itch in Hu Xiao's nose never stopped, and his sneezing naturally didn't stop. "Are you allergic to fur?" Zhuang Xiao asked. Then, she pulled the mutant thunderbird out of Hu Xiao's arms. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let Brother Hu hold it." The air suddenly became cold and fresh, and after another sneeze, Hu Xiao could finally speak normally. "I'm not allergic. It's just that the smell on it is a bit unpleasant." Mutated thunderbird, Who are you talking about? Zhuang Xiao said, thinking that it's okay if it's not allergic. If this mutant thunderbird can't be eaten, maybe I have to keep it in the yard for a while. In the interval of speaking, Zhuang Xiao has already looked up and down at the mutant thunderbird. Don't say it. No wonder some people keep it as a pet. Just this appearance. It's absolutely beautiful. But for Zhuang Xiao, the meat must be absolutely beautiful. The phrase beautiful and delicious is very appropriate for it. Finally, Zhuang Xiao chose the claws of the mutant thunderbird as the blood collection site, where the feathers are shorter, making it easier to cut. And it can also preserve its peerless beauty. Mutated thunderbird, Brother. It's a male. A male. Haven't you heard of it? In nature, beautiful birds are generally male. Zhuang Xiao, Is there any difference between your appearance in winter? Aren't they all snow-white? Snow-white. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. The watch prompt sounded. Zhuang Xiao showed a satisfied smile. The more she looked at the mutant thunderbird, the more beautiful it looked. The mutant thunderbird was still alive, but in her heart, it was already dead. She flipped through the recipes for the evening in her mind. This mutant thunderbird is so big. It's a bit of a waste to roast it all. It's better to cook it in a few different ways. Soon, Zhuangshao dishes were named one by one: roasted ptarmigan, steamed ptarmigan, salt-baked ptarmigan, white-cut ptarmigan, ginseng ptarmigan soup, mushroom ptarmigan soup. As Zhuangshao excited voice came, the mutant ptarmigan felt a murderous intent coming at him. Today, there is no escape. An hour later, the naked mutant ptarmigan lay peacefully on the chopping board in Zhuangshao kitchen. Bang bang bang. After a few sounds, the mutant ptarmigan was torn into pieces. Zhuangshao put the clean mushrooms on the cooking table. This mushroom was saved by slicing and drying the bamboo fungus eggs brought back from the mutant bamboo forest. There was only a small pot left. However, there was still a lot of ginseng. Although she only dug up one at that time, she didn't dare to use more each time. The small amount used naturally consumed slowly. Thinking of Wishao's painful experience of drinking ginseng and turtle soup last time, Zhuangshao gestured with a knife in his hand and only cut 2 thin slices. 2 slices of ginseng slices as thick as white radish are really not few. Ginseng ptarmigan soup and mushroom ptarmigan soup were officially merged into ginseng mushroom ptarmigan soup before being served. In addition, Wishao also made a salt-baked ptarmigan, a steamed ptarmigan, and a cold bracken. Flame Cat has already crouched on the bamboo bed that Zhuangshao carefully made for her. At this time, in the large iron basin in front of Flame Cat, there is a fat mutant ptarmigan thigh. As for the remaining thigh, Zhuangshao plans to keep it for roasting tomorrow. Flame Cat did not disobey the good intentions of his little friend. After 2 clicks, he swallowed the mutant ptarmigan thigh into his stomach. It's not enough to fill the gap between teeth. Dinner is ready. Wishao placed the meals on the table one by one in the house and shouted to Zhuangshao outside. Zhuangshao responded, "I'm coming." The man entered the house in a flash. The lights in the room were dim and warm. The dishes on the table were delicious and mouth-watering. After Zhuangshao sat down, Wishao served her a bowl of ginseng mushroom soup and said softly, "Drink some soup first to warm your stomach." "Okay." Zhuangshao took the bowl, raised it up and drank it all. "It tastes good." Zhuangshao put down the bowl and praised sincerely. The dusk was heavy, and the moon was bright. On the snowy mountain, a group of 9 people struggled forward in the cold wind. On Ishikiyoshi's back, there was a frozen mutant thunderbird. They were so lucky today. Although the trace of the mutant thunderbird has not been found yet, they encountered a dead mutant thunderbird on the top of the mountain. And after testing, it was still moderately radiated and edible. Tonight's dinner is settled. When the group returned to the cave, Wang Zhong and Wan He had already started 2 fires. The burning materials were found by the 2 of them before dark nearby. It was enough to burn for about 3 or 4 hours. "Ah! How did he die?" Wang Gong's voice was as loud as his name. As soon as Ishi Qing came in, he saw the mutant thunderbird on his back. "This dead mutant thunderbird is worthless." Hu Qianli took off his goggles and said cheerfully, "We didn't hunt this. We found it for free in the mountains." "Find it for free?" Wan He looked at them in confusion. Why did he not believe it? How could there be such a good thing in the world? If so, he would go out and pick it up tomorrow. Yan Ning pushed aside the people in front of him, sat in front of the fire, put his hands on it to roast, looked into Wan He's eyes and said, "Well, I found it for free." Just after a while, Wang Dong and Wan He, who were on duty in the cave, knew clearly what they had experienced for half an afternoon. The 2 couldn't help but marvel. It really was a pie in the sky. The hungry people in the cave couldn't wait to eat a bite of hot meat. So, they started to get busy. Zhuangshao ate with a full face and burped contentedly. The meat of this mutant thunderbird is delicious no matter how it is cooked. Fresh and tender. Crispy and crispy. This bird can handle it. Huahu is back. "Why don't we catch 2 mutant thunderbirds tomorrow and keep them?" Zhuangshao said. "I always feel that there is not enough meat left in the kitchen." Wishao glanced at the little girl who had no image. Lazy and sloppy look, and her mouth full of greasy stains. Her expression was a bit hard to describe. Is this still the little girl he knew at the beginning? "These are enough to eat for several days. You can go slowly. The temperature is too low recently," Wishao said earnestly, although he also thinks that the meat of this mutant thunderbird is unusually delicious. However, with their current conditions, There is really no need to fight so hard for a bite of food. Then I will go after I finish eating. Zhuang Xiao compromised in seconds when she thought of the cold outside. Seeing her listen to advice like this, Wu Xiao smiled. However, when the fiery sun rises tomorrow, Zhuang Xiao will have completely forgotten what she promised tonight. Chapter 399. The moon sets, the stars sink, and the sun rises. Even so, it is still as cold as ever. The water turns into ice, and the chill penetrates the bones. Even so, after having a hard time spending the first night in Fulei Mountain, the group still appeared early in the vast snow-covered mountains. It's a nice day today, Hu Qianli said with a smile. Chen Yan, who was following him, also smiled and echoed, it's really nice. There's no wind. There is no cold mountain wind like a knife. Under the ice and snow, the sun shines on the body, and the whole body feels warm. Unlike yesterday, the cold wind was really like a knife, and it wanted to cut everyone who appeared in the mountain into pieces. After a night of getting along, the mandrill and the people of the future team became familiar with each other, and they talked a lot more warmly. Yi Qing was very satisfied with the result. There may be many opportunities in the future, and everyone will come out to form a temporary team to hunt mutant animals or find edible mutant plants. Among the 4 people from the mandrill squad, Jiang Shu is the youngest, but compared to Wanhe from the future squad, Xiang Su is still a little older. The 3 are of similar age and have similar experiences, so they still have a lot of common topics to talk about. Yan Ming and Jiang Shuyun from the mandrill squad stayed in the cave and guarded the camp. Someone who originally said he would not go to Fulei Mountain started packing his bags and getting ready after getting up early in the morning. Wu Xiao, hurry up. The sun will set if you don't go out. Zhuang Xiao nestled in the fluffy hair of the flame cat and shouted at Wu Xiao, who was still packing in the house. Wu Xiao, who heard the voice, glanced at the sun that had just risen in the sky, and unconsciously accelerated the movement of his hands. Who on earth promised solemnly yesterday not to go out in the next few days? After a good night's sleep, he changed his mind. I know. I be there soon. Wu Xiao responded from inside the house, stuffed the last item into his backpack, and went out with it. Xiao Yan, who had just come out of the inner city of the safe zone, happened to see the flame cat flying into the air from Zhuang Xiao house. The big bathtub on the neck of the flame cat was clearly visible. It's really better to come early than to come at the right time. Well, he can go back. An hour later, Zhuang Xiao sat alone in the dark cave, feeling desperate. Before going out, she should have checked the almanac. It was definitely not suitable to go out today. Otherwise, how could she fall into the cave before she took 2 steps in the mountain? And, judging from the time she slid in the cave, the long cave was about 100 meters long, or even longer. After landing, she tried to contact Wu Xiao, but she didn't get any response whether she shouted loudly or used the intercom. She also tried to climb back. However, the slope of the cave wall was very steep and slippery. After climbing several times, she didn't want to waste the effort. She had to maintain her strength and wait for rescue. However, 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. There was no movement in the cave. Wu Xiao and the flame cat were anxious on the ground, and Wu Xiao had planned to go down with them. As a result, he was slapped away from the cave entrance by the flame cat's claw. Wu Xiao lay on the snow. The ice and snow penetrated into his neck, and the cold feeling made his mind clear instantly. Without any preparation, he really couldn't rush down to save people. First, he didn't know the distribution and structure of the caves in Fulei Mountain very well, and it would definitely not work if he went down like this. In addition, there were many underground rivers and branch passages inside, and no one knew where the little girl was exactly, so he needed to be more fully prepared. The flame cat was still at the entrance of the cave, turning in circles. The hole was too small, and it couldn't even get its head in. It was impossible to save people from this entrance. After Wu Xiao thoughts became clear, he stood up to comfort the flame cat. They were now, at this moment, going back to the safe zone to find external aid. Zhuang Xiao, who had escaped danger several times, didn't plan to wait at this time. 2 hours later, there was still no movement above. Obviously, the situation was not optimistic. Then, she could only save herself. While waiting, she didn't turn on the lighting equipment. The power was limited, and she didn't know how long she would stay in the dark underground tunnel. So she had to use the lighting tools sparingly. At this time, since she had already decided to find a way out for herself. Then, naturally, she had to understand the environment she was in, and see if there were other ways out for her to choose. Without any natural light, the light of the flashlight seemed particularly weak. Obviously, this was indeed the underground cave of Fule Mountain. There were several meters long cone-like stalactites hanging above her head, and the same was true on the ground. She couldn't help but feel lucky that the hole she came in through was close to the ground. Otherwise, if the hole was 2 meters higher, with the added gravity of her sliding, she would probably have been strung on the stalactites on the ground. Deader than dead. This shows that her luck is still there. It's only a matter of time before she gets out. Zhuang Xiao comforted herself while walking towards the other side of the cave. There is a road there. No, strictly speaking, it's not a road. It's just a direction to move forward. Undeveloped caves are not like those in tourist attractions, with tourist roads and colorful lights. There is only endless darkness here. And it's still darkness. Even the shapes of stalactites in the flashlight are different and terrifying, compared with ordinary caves. Such caves are more frightening. Even so, Zhuang Xiao did not stop moving forward. She has adapted to the darkness, and she is also slowly adapting to the fear. There are many forked roads in the cave. Every few distances, she will break off a few stalactites on the ground and leave them on the ground as marks. The strength to break stone pillars with bare hands is something she only has in the Wasteland. If it were in the past, if she was given an axe, she might not be able to cut down this small stalactite. After a while, Zhuang Xiao felt an indescribable excitement. These stalactites took thousands of years to grow, and they were just destroyed by her. Thinking back to the past, she was not allowed to touch anything in the scenic area. What was her current behavior called? Was it considered destroying the ecological environment? If it was, she could pay a fine. At least it showed that she still had hope of being found. There is a term in psychology called the fear effect, which says that after people repeatedly experience things that frighten them, the fear will disappear. She should be considered as such now. After all, she seemed to be able to find joy in misery, and could even pick and choose among the stalactites, trying to leave the most perfect stalactite cones for Xiao to see. Chapter 400. I don't know how long I walked underground. Zhuang Xiao finally arrived at an open place. All the way, she felt like she was walking upwards. Don't ask her why she felt that way. If you ask, she just felt that way, without any reason. There are no stalactites hanging above the head, and no stalactites rising from the ground. As she walked, she heard a gurgling sound like her feet stepping on the water. There is water here. In the silent darkness, this sudden change made her heart jump. She has not yet adapted to this change. The light of the flashlight slowly swept around, and her eyes looked for the direction she would go next. The presence of water is not necessarily a good thing for her. There may be an underground river here. Perhaps there is a dead end ahead of her. Sure enough, on her right-hand side, next to the wall, is a deep pool. Water occasionally overflowed from the deep pool at her feet, slowly accumulating on the surface to form a small water stain. Obviously, this water might be running water. The light traveled around the deep pool. The deep pool extended to the crack in the stone in front, which was about half a meter wide. There was no other way out except this crack. Or, she went back. Zhuang Xiao walked over and put her backpack on the nearest rock. She leaned forward and shone the flashlight in her hand into the crack. The stone walls on both sides of the crack were uneven and tortuous. It was impossible to see whether the end of the crack was a dead end or a living way. Zhuang Xiao tried the depth of the water under the crack. It was very shallow, only about 10 centimeters at most, and the water in the deep pool obviously came from the crack. After struggling for a while, Zhuang Xiao decided to go over and take a look. If this road is blocked. No, this road will definitely be open. That's what her intuition told her. After making up her mind, she took off her shoes and planned to put them on after wading through the water. After all, wet shoes would affect her journey. The water was at most cold, and she could still bear this coldness. 5 hours after separating from Zhuang Xiao, Xiao was sitting in the living room of Xiao Yan's house. There were 3 people sitting in the living room. Xiao Yan, and Pei Mihai. The flame cat was lying obediently in the yard of Xiao Yan's house, allowing people to watch. Xiao had already thought about it on the way, that he needed to get something from Xiao Yan, and what he could exchange for Xiao Yan. So, after everyone sat down, Xiao immediately stated his purpose. Chief Xiao, I came here this time to ask if our safe zone has a distribution map of the underground caves of Fulei Mountain? Perhaps. The anxiety on Xiao's face was too obvious. After saying this, Xiaoyan gave him a positive answer. This cave distribution map does exist in the safe zone. But it is not comprehensive. His grandfather once tried to develop the underground caves of Fulei Mountain. Although the caves are located underground, they are not without any animals and plants. On the contrary, the ecosystem in the underground caves is very complete, with its own unique food chain system, from plants to animals. Moreover, Xiaoyan's grandfather had this idea because he accidentally discovered that the probability of mutant animals and plants in the Fulei Mountain caves being edible was significantly higher than that of animals and plants on the surface. At that time, it was speculated that the solar radiation value received underground was small, which led to this result. Of course, it is possible that they generalized this conclusion. However, in the wasteland where food is scarce, anyone will not miss any opportunity to obtain more edible food. Therefore, Xiaoyan's grandfather spent 2 or 3 years exploring the animals and plants in the underground caves. It's just a pity that the old man died of illness later, and after Cui Fanjin took over the safe zone, the matter was left unresolved. If Xiao hadn't mentioned it today, Xiaoyan would have almost forgotten about it. What happened? Where's my cousin? Xiaoyan asked. Are the flame cat and the little girl usually inseparable? This time, Xiao came alone with the flame cat. Adding to his expression at this time, Xiaoyan had reason to suspect that Zhuang Xiao was in trouble, and the place of the accident was obviously Fulei Mountain. She fell into the cave under Fulei Mountain. Xiao answered quickly. When Xiao wanted to say something, Xiaoyan had already stood up and quickly told Pei Mihai, Uncle Pei, call the person who drew the distribution map of the Fulei Mountain caves. And Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and continued, and the people from the sharp knife team. In addition, let them bring life detectors and heat source sensors. Xiaoyan named several professional rescue equipment in a row. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the distribution map of the caves, these equipment were also the main purpose of his visit to Xiaoyan. After all, this kind of professional equipment is not something that can be obtained casually. And even if it can be obtained privately, he can't afford the time. Instead of doing this, it is better to go all the way and find Xiaoyan directly. But I didn't expect Xiaoyan to agree to help so readily. Xiao didn't think it was because of himself. He was just an ordinary former mercenary captain. Maybe Hua's face outside was bigger than his. In just a moment, the flame cat was a little impatient waiting outside. From the initial meow, it gradually turned into a low roar. After Pei Mihai responded, he immediately left the living room and went to the office area to arrange and contact what Xiaoyan had just said. Aren't you going outside to appease the flame cat? Xiaoyan said with a smile. After finding powerful external aid, Xiao's heart was not as anxious as before, and it was imperative to appease Hua. At this time, you can't cause any other trouble. So, he hurried out of the living room, imitating the way Zhuang Xiao usually talked to Hua, to appease the big guy who was about to explode. Xiaoyan looked at his hurried back, his eyes slightly deep, and the corners of his mouth rose imperceptibly. He couldn't help but think of a document submitted to him by the department responsible for studying mutant plants and animals yesterday. The data in it was quite interesting. Perhaps, with this incident on Fulei Mountain, it might be easier for him to talk to the little girl about the future. He went out in the morning just for this matter. As a result, he saw the other party go out just after leaving the gate of the inner city of the safe zone. In fact, even if there was no incident today, he would have taken action. After all, this little girl had saved his life before. People must know how to repay kindness. Of course, if the relationship between each other can be further improved in this kind of interaction, it would be even better. Chapter 401. Zhuang Xiao, who had been struggling in the gap for a quarter of an hour, suddenly saw a faint light in her vision. Ah, there is light ahead. There is light ahead. I'm going out. Zhuang Xiao's movements became faster, and the dawn of victory was ahead. She could finally leave this dark and gloomy place. 3 minutes later, Zhuang Xiao stared at the scenery in front of her blankly. It was so beautiful. The sun slanted down from the top of the cave, illuminating this dark and mysterious world. Under the interweaving of light and shadow, the stalactite forest of various shapes was like a dream. The water in the pool under the light was clear and transparent. At the same time, Zhuang Xiao expectations were also destroyed. This cave entrance located diagonally above the cave top. She couldn't get up at all. If you say that this cave is like a big upside-down iron pot, then the hole above is like a gap in the bottom of the iron pot that was knocked out by someone. Small and irregular. At the lower part of the cave entrance, there is a faint green, which looks like moss. Fortunately, this road is still accessible. Unfortunately, this is really an underground river. At the source of the deep pool, there is a long, dark, and deep waterway. While she was thinking, suddenly a silver figure jumped out of the calm, deep pool, causing the calm and deep water to ripple. Is there a fish? Suddenly, she was a little hungry. Compared with other things, she felt that it was most important to fill her stomach first. Going back to get the bag was inevitable. After all, most of her luggage was in the backpack. Just because there was light here, and it was not pitch black, it was worth her choosing to stay here. When Zhuang Xiao crawled back and crawled back again, the light above her head was obviously dimmed. She just looked at her watch. It was still early, and the sun had not set yet. It might be that the sun's rays were blocked by the mountains or rocks, resulting in less light pouring into the cave. In order to save power, Zhuang Xiao had turned off the flashlight. Now the brightness in the cave was enough for her to distinguish the surrounding situation clearly. On the ground. Is this the claw mark of the mutant thunderbird? Wei Xing squatted on the ground, pointing at the claw marks that looked like maple leaves on the snow and asked. In addition to the mutant thunderbird, there are other birds on this mountain, so he is not sure whether the claw marks on the snow are from the mutant thunderbird. When Yi Qing heard his voice, he hurried over, squatted down to take a look, and observed along the traces of the claw marks for a while, and then said carefully, "It should be. From here, everyone should look around to see if they can find their nest nearby." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited. It seemed that they had been looking for almost a day, and finally found some traces of the mutant thunderbird. Originally, they were worried that they would return empty-handed today. If they did not find any traces of the mutant thunderbird during the day, they would have to return to the cave to rest tonight. Wait until tomorrow morning, and the group will continue to repeat today's work. They are now in the saddle between two peaks. The terrain is relatively flat, and the sunshine time is long. In spring and summer, the vegetation here is the most lush in the vicinity, even if it is covered by heavy snow in winter. The roots of the plants below, and the fruits that fall to the ground in autumn are indispensable. The mutant thunderbird must know this. Therefore, the possibility of coming here to find food is very high. This is why Yi Qing chose to bring everyone here to find the traces of the mutant thunderbird today. As the captain of the temporary team, he is also worried that everyone will come out and return with nothing. Everyone spreads out in a fan-shaped manner, with the place where the traces were found as the center of the circle to avoid destroying the traces left by the mutant thunderbird. In less than half an hour, Zhuang Xiao has explored the cave she is in now. Now, she is squatting by the deep pool, feeding the fish. Yes, feeding the fish. It was unknown what kind of fish there was in the deep pool. It was pink and translucent, with a long and slender body, about as long as her arm. It looked like a hair tail, but not quite, because it had no eyes on its head. It might have degenerated from living in a dark environment for a long time. Not to mention, this fish actually eats anything it is given. Let you taste the delicacies outside this cave, and then it will be her hunting time. In Zhuang Xiao's eyes, the fish in this deep pool were somewhat mentally abnormal. She just poked one of them with her hand, but who knew that guy didn't dodge or evade? And his mouth was still opening and closing, waiting for feeding. It was very stupid. Okay, this casual scoop was a fish. Thinking this way, Zhuang Xiao took action. Under the watchful eyes of the fish, Zhuang Xiao's sinful little hand picked up a poor white bug from the water. Perhaps it was because it was out of the water and lacked a sense of security. At this time, the fish in his hand began to struggle. However, since it has been fished out, how could she let it go? I don't know how long it will stay underground. If food can be obtained locally, then it must be obtained locally. Ding D. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. The first fish he got was actually edible. But how to eat it? Roast it? Looking at the bare stalactites around, let alone firewood, there is not even a piece of dry grass. So it's useless to have fire-making tools. Or eat sashimi? While Zhuang Xiao was studying how to eat fish, Xiao Yin, Hui Xiao, and the members of the sharp knife team had already arrived at Fulei Mountain. Xiaoyan came here in person. Of course, to save people. But more importantly, he wanted to see the situation of the underground cave of Fulei Mountain with his own eyes, so as to put his grandfather's plan for the underground cave of Fulei Mountain back on the agenda. Although he privately believed that his grandfather's decision that took so many years could not be wrong, it was still necessary to witness it in person. This way, when he does something in the future, he will be more convincing. Brother Hua, why are you here? Yin Ming and Jiang Xu were picking up straw around a cave halfway up the mountain, when they suddenly saw a fiery red figure on the snow. He immediately put down the firewood in his hand and greeted the familiar figure next to the flame cat. Hearing the voice, everyone, including Hua Xiao, raised their heads and looked at the person who greeted them enthusiastically. A quarter of an hour later, everyone arrived at the cave where Yan Ming and his friends were. The flame cat couldn't get into the cave, so after rubbing against Hua Xiao, it spread its wings and flew away. It was going to find its little friend by itself. Maybe the little friend has already crawled out from underground. You said my sister fell into a cave in the mountain. Yan Ming couldn't believe it. But looking at the people who came, he had to believe it. Hua Xiao was not joking with him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming out to look for someone. Chapter 402. Jiang Shuyun stood aside. From the moment he saw the flame cat, he knew who they were looking for. As for the people who came, everyone used to be a mercenary. Even if they didn't know each other, they knew each other's names. Now was not the time to chat. They came here for only one goal. There was an entrance to the underground cave in the cave, which was blocked by the piled rocks. A group of people started to move the stone of the entrance down. After Xiaoyan, Hua Xiao, and the members of the sharp knife team entered for about a quarter of an hour. Yan Ming also followed quietly. How could he be missing in the search for his sister? Inside the cave, Shuang Xiao, who had already learned the correct way to eat blind fish, was happily dissecting the other two little cuties. Yes, this fish is called blind fish. It got its name because it lived in the dark river of the cave where there was no sunlight for many years, and its eyes degenerated. Originally, the size of the blind fish should be only as long as a palm. But who made everything in this wasteland mutate? Even so, a slender blind fish could not satisfy Zhuang Xiao's appetite. Zhuang Xiao, who was slicing fish in the cave, suddenly felt the light in front of her dim, and the dagger almost cut her finger. Then, with a bang, water splashed everywhere, and the mutated blind fish jumped around in the water. What? What fell down? Zhuang Xiao was even confused for a moment. Let's ask. Who else can be as lucky as her? Who came to Fulei Mountain and slipped in less than 3 steps? After a moment of shock, Zhuang Xiao ran to the edge of the pool. As long as it is not a stone that falls, whether it is a mutated animal or a person, it will definitely float up after death. As for saving it, there is no such idea. With her dog paddle swimming, let alone saving people, even if she falls in, I guess she can't save herself. That's why she didn't follow Hua Hua to the hot springs. She was scared. She had felt the suffocating feeling of water squeezing her chest under the water. Although she was not afraid of water in the past, she would never take the initiative to go into the water. The cold water instantly poured into Wei Sheng's nose and mouth, and he felt suffocated. Something slippery went into his neck. As the water soaked through all his clothes, the feeling of falling became heavier. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to get up even if he could swim. Under the dark, deep and cold water, Wei Sheng used up his last bit of strength to take off his clothes one by one. But his body was still sinking, and fear began to slowly swallow him. Suddenly, in the endless darkness, a stone tied with a hemp rope slowly sank from above his head. His mind instantly became clear. Someone came to save him. He quickly hugged the pointed stone tightly in his arms. This stone was his hope of life. Strictly speaking, the person at the end of the hemp rope was his hope of survival. When the mutant blind fish flipped the gloves up from the bottom of the deep pool, Zhuang Xiao was sure that there was a person in the water. If it was a person, he could be saved. We were all unlucky. When we were walking alone in the dark underground, at least there was someone to talk to. And we had the same unlucky experience. So we should be able to talk together. Zhuang Xiao just threw the stalactite that was life for Wei Sheng based on such a simple purpose. I realized that the hemp rope in my hand was not falling anymore. Zhuang Xiao began to exert force to pull back the stalactite thrown into the deep pool. The moment she exerted force, she felt the weight of the other end of the hemp rope increased. It seemed that the person hugged the stone she threw down. That's good. It means he's still alive. Then, he used all his strength. The weight of more than 200 kilograms was pulled out of the water by Zhuang Xiao almost instantly. Wei Sheng, who was holding the stone, was thrown heavily on the uneven stone bank, followed by a heart-wrenching cough. Zhuang Xiao looked at the person on the ground and was silent. It's still an old acquaintance. Her memory is not good. But it's not bad. Isn't this someone from the future team? The someone from the future team was lying on the ground, like a fish that couldn't breathe, and almost coughed out his heart, liver and lungs. After the state eased a little, he finally saw the person in his field of vision clearly. Cousin! Cousin! Cough cough. Thank you. Wei Sheng's breath was still a little unsmooth, and he stuttered a little when he spoke. Zhuang Xiao looked at a mutant blind fish crawling out of his trouser leg and said calmly, You're welcome. Cousin. You're welcome indeed. God was very kind to her. He was worried that she would be lonely and cold underground. So he sent her a companion down. On the ground. Where is Lao Wei? Has anyone seen him? Hu Qianli asked everyone. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Shi Jingqing said, Which direction did he go? Before it gets dark. Hurry up and look for him. Meng Qingyang pointed to one direction and said, It should be this direction. Then hurry up and look for him. Hu Qianli rushed in the direction pointed by Meng Qingyang. He was suddenly grabbed by Shi Jingqing. Don't be reckless. After Hu Qianli was grabbed by Shi Jingqing, he calmed down instantly. The more times like this, the less anxious you should be. They all knew that there were many caves in Fulei Mountain. And maybe Wei Sheng fell into an underground cave. At this time, they were waiting for their rescue. There were only them in the nearby area, and the footprints on the ground were clearly visible. Soon, they found the cave along the footprints. It was obvious that Wei Sheng slid down from here. Compared with the surroundings, the cave entrance is the lowest. The surrounding slope is not small. There is snow nearby, and the ground is very slippery. People can't reach the cave entrance smoothly. Tie me up with a rope. I go over and take a look. Meng Qingyang took out the rope from his backpack. At first glance, the length is not enough. Others also took out the hemp rope from the bag and tied it together. They are still a certain distance away from the cave entrance. If they shout loudly here, it is very dangerous and easy to cause an avalanche on the top of the mountain. So, they can only let people go over to see Wei Sheng's situation below. Yan Ning followed Hui Xiao and his group, but he was discovered by the sharp knife team in just half an hour. See this trace? Follow this trace and go back immediately. Hui Xiao looked cold, looking at Yan Ning, who was pretending to be a quail. His tone was extremely stern. Chapter 403. Seeing him like this, Hui Xiao also knew that his tone seemed to be too heavy. So he calmed down and continued, It's too dangerous down there. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to your brother? I have already explained it to my brother, Yan Ning said in a low voice. He sent a message to his elder brother before coming, and also specifically told Jiang Shuyun. Yan Hu, there is no signal in this damn place. It's really a miracle that I can receive your message. Jiang Shuyun, waiting to be beaten by his own captain. Hui Xiao only felt a dull pain in his forehead. It was really troublesome to take care of children. Seeing Hui Xiao's livid face, Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, It's important to find someone. If he wants to follow, let him follow. Yes. Yes. It's important to find my sister. Let's hurry up. Yan Ning hurriedly echoed Xiaoyan's words. And at the same time, he ran towards the direction of the sharp knife team. Hui Xiao, Xiang Su. Slow down. Slow down. Xiang Su tied a hemp rope around his waist and slid down the slope carefully. Hu Qianli and others pulled the other end of the rope. After a while, Xiang Su arrived at the entrance of the cave. He slowly lay down and saw black pieces of clothes hanging on the uneven cave entrance. This was the fabric on Wei Sheng's pants. The diameter of the cave entrance was about 1 meter. People in the distance saw Xiang Su lying down, with his back to them, crawling forward little by little. Xiang Su's hands were tightly grasping the rocks at the edge of the cave entrance, and he was very nervous. I don't know if the rocks around the cave entrance are strong or not. If they are not strong, will he fall down later? Xiang Su's mind was in a mess. And then, he carefully poked his head into the dark cave entrance, little by little. At this time, inside the cave, Wei Sheng, who survived the catastrophe, learned about his cousin's tragic experience after some polite talk with Zhuang Xiao. He expressed deep sympathy and empathy. He was just as unlucky. He didn't even find the nest of the mutant thunderbird after going out. He fell into the hole first. After talking about the tragic experiences of the two people, Wei Sheng realized that he was too cold. His teeth began to chatter, and his whole body shivered. He felt that the cold air was running everywhere, and the coldness went straight to his limbs. Every word he said gradually became unreadable. Cousin, why are you stuttering when you speak? After Zhuang Xiao fished the person out, she began to concentrate on dealing with her mutant blind fish. This, she hasn't eaten yet. As for whether Wei Sheng would be cold, it had not entered her mind yet. It was just that the young man who had just spoken quite fluently suddenly stumbled, and it was really difficult for her to hear him. She remembered that this young man didn't stutter before. It's not that he fell from above and hurt some nerves or brain. Wei Sheng, sister, look at me! My face is pale, and my lips are black and blue. Cousin, sister, is the fish delicious? Wei Sheng saw Zhuang Xiao put the sliced sashimi on the small iron pot in front of him. There was a small plate in the small iron pot, and there was black liquid in the small plate. After processing a fish, he dipped the sliced fish meat in the small plate with a little black liquid and ate it with a satisfied look. If he hadn't heard about Zhuang Xiao's previous experience, he almost thought that this cousin of their team came to the cave for vacation. Would you like some? After Zhuang Xiao swallowed the sashimi in his mouth, he finally gave a look to Wei Sheng, who was sitting next to him. Then, as if frightened, he said, "Your face? Why is it so scary?" It was pale and blue. If it wasn't for the eyes still blinking, she would have thought it was a dead person. Wei Sheng, he was not far from death. Ah, do you want to change clothes? Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered that this person had just been pulled out of the water. After being in the cave for so long, she would occasionally feel hot, and didn't think it was cold inside at all. Wei Sheng, sister, look at what you are wearing. A flowery cotton jacket, flowery cotton pants, and a furry fur coat. Wei Sheng stared at Zhuang Xiao, but didn't say anything. Somehow, Zhuang Xiao felt a little short of breath when she looked at Wei Sheng's resentful eyes. Yes, it wasn't very warm in the cave. Not to mention that this person was like a drowned chicken. Wait. Zhuang Xiao started to dig into her backpack. Of course, there was no fire or anything, but she has something to sleep with. It should be very useful in the cave. Soon, a large pile of daily necessities were spread out on the ground, including moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, small blankets, everything you could think of. Wei Sheng was stunned. Look at his cousin. The way of falling into the hole is like sliding down a slide. Nothing will happen, and all the items that should be carried with him are not missing. Look at him again. If he hadn't met his cousin today, he would probably become a water ghost. Comparing people. Really don't compare blindly. That's asking for trouble. You can't make a fire here, so you can just use what you can use here. Zhuang Xiao pushed all the warm things in the luggage to Wei Sheng. She thought she could just modify the sleeping bag and put it on her head, then wrap the leaky place with a small blanket. It shouldn't be a big problem. Wei Sheng was so cold now that he picked up the things Zhuang Xiao handed over and went to the stalactite group on the other side. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuang Xiao looked at Wei Sheng, who came out from behind the stalactites and almost choked to death on the delicious sashimi he just took. This shape is amazing. 2 holes were dug out from the bottom of the black and blue sleeping bag, and it was worn like a tube top, in order to prevent it from falling off. It was tied with a sack around the waist and chest, and a small blanket was wrapped around the shoulders, because the opening under the sleeping bag was right at the ankle. When Wei Sheng walked by, he moved out little by little. He should be able to jump out, Zhuang Xiao thought. After all, his 2 legs have become one now, and it's good enough to be able to walk. I'm sorry to make you laugh, cousin, Wei Sheng said, holding the blanket in front of his chest tightly with both hands, and slowly moved towards Zhuang Xiao in small steps. Zhuang Xiao lowered his head and coughed lightly, swallowed the fish meat in his mouth, and said calmly, "It's quite unique." Speaking, Zhuang Xiao took out a small glass bottle from his bag, handed it to Wei Sheng and said, "Drink some of this first, it will warm you up." Chapter 404. Wei Sheng took the small and exquisite glass bottle from Zhuang Xiao's hand, and guessed that it might contain wine or something. But, My cousin's preparations are too complete. Even wine. Zhuang Xiao, no. These are all prepared by Brother Hua. Unexpectedly. It comes in handy now. A spicy and stimulating feeling spread in the cavity, extending along the throat to the stomach. Wei Xing, who took a sip of wine, felt his body warm up. Zhuang Xiao moved the small iron pot in front of him back between the two people and asked tentatively, "Eat something?" "Yeah. Eat something," Wei Xing said. As he said that, he took out a piece of sashimi from the small iron pot and dipped it in the black juice like Zhuang Xiao did before. Instantly, he felt that tears were about to come out of his eyes. "Cousin, what is this that my cousin is eating?" The feeling of the soul leaving the body. Zhuang Xiao looked at Wei Xing's hideous and twisted expression. "Well, doesn't this taste better than wine?" Although the smell was pungent, Wei Xing couldn't help but pick up another piece. And another piece. Soon, the bottom of the small iron pot was exposed. Zhuang Xiao, She wasn't full yet. Forget it. She continued to fish for stupid fish. Just make sure not to catch the mutant blind fish that came out of Wei Xing's trouser leg. Although she couldn't tell the appearance of the mutant blind fish in the deep pool, as long as she caught it, it would definitely not be one. Zhuang Xiao could only comfort herself in this way. When the third mutant blind fish was about to be divided by the two people felt that the light above their heads dimmed. The two held the sashimi in their hands and looked up at the top of the cave together. Wei Xing then remembered that his resentful friends were still looking for him up there. "Yeah. They can go up now. I'm here." Although it was not clear who the black dot at the entrance of the cave was. It must be someone from their temporary team. Xiang Su was lying in the cave entrance. It was dark inside, and he could not see what was going on inside. He could only move half of his body forward and put his whole head into the cave. Shouting loudly into the cave, "Brother Wei, Brother Wei." Two voices from above and below sounded at the same time. "It's Xiang Su." Zhuang Xiao stood up suddenly and began to wave at the black dot at the entrance of the cave. Yes. Yes. A flashlight. He took out the flashlight from his bag, turned it on quickly, and shone it in the direction of the cave entrance. Xiang Su only felt a light flashing in front of his eyes, and then shouted, "Is it Brother Wei?" It was Xiang Su indeed. Zhuang Xiao continued to wave the flashlight in his hand and shouted loudly, "Yes. It's you, Brother Wei. Wei Xing, You are Wei Xing." "Who am I?" "Xiang Su, Why does this voice sound strange? It's a bit familiar. Fuck. Isn't this his sister's voice?" It didn't matter that Xiang Su was so excited that he fell down. Hu Qianli and others only felt the rope in their hands tighten, and everyone hurriedly pulled the rope in their hands and stood firm. Xiang Su, who was hanging at the entrance of the cave, quickly calmed down after a moment of panic. "He has a rope. He has a rope. What is he afraid of?" "Everyone, We are so scared." "Xiang Su, are you okay?" Meng Qingyang said in a voice that Xiang Su could hear at this distance. Xiang Su, who had stabilized his body, shouted to the outside of the cave, "I'm fine." After shouting this, he began to shout loudly to the bottom, "Sister, is that you?" He had already entered the cave, so it didn't matter if he shouted louder. So he just let out his voice and shouted to the bottom, "Is it Xiang Su? Is the voice similar to yours?" While waving the flashlight, Zhuang Xiao did not forget to turn back and confirm with Wei Xing. "It's me, sister." Xiang Su above responded. "Wei Xing, You are almost chatting. And you are still asking me. Wait, we are here to save you." After saying this, Xiang Su climbed up the rocks at the edge of the cave entrance and climbed all the way back to where Hu Qianli and the others were. "How is it? How is Wei Xing?" Although they didn't hear the voices below, they still heard some of Xiang Su's voice. Xiang Su hurriedly replied, "My sister is downstairs." "What? How could my cousin be downstairs?" Hu Qianli widened his eyes, staring at Xiang Su in disbelief, waiting for his answer. Hearing his murderous tone, Xiang Su nodded, "It's my sister, Zhuang Xiao." Everyone, So, in the end, my cousin still went up to Fulei Mountain. Why are you all standing there? Start retrieving people. Is the length of the ropes we all use long enough? If it's not enough, do we have to go back? Try first. Everyone started talking at once, and then began to buckle the ropes in their hands together, and Xiang Su led them to the cave entrance. After the person above disappeared, Zhuang Xiao sat on the ground again and ate the sliced sashimi first. I still have to work later. Wei Shen, how come this girl doesn't worry at all? A quarter of an hour later, watching the rope slowly falling from above, Zhuang Xiao and Wei Sheng were completely relieved. The length is enough. It seems that we can go up. You shake the rope. Zhuang Xiao shouted at Xiang Su above. She can't float on the water. And the lower end of the rope just hangs above the pool, which is quite suitable for fishing. But it is obviously not suitable for fishing her and Wei Sheng. Xiang Su, who heard the shouting, really started to swing the rope obediently. After trying many times, the lower end of the rope finally reached Zhuang Xiao's hand. Zhuang Xiao quickly tied the rope and shouted to Xiang Su above, "It's done." Then Xiang Su said to the people nearby, "Start pulling." Half a minute later, Xiang Su looked at the things pulled up from below and remained silent. Did her sister go down to buy goods? Everyone looked at Xiang Su, who was crawling back like a caterpillar, and asked, "Where are the people?" Xiang Su pointed behind him and said, "Here." Everyone looked over. Silence is the Fule Mountain today. The expressions of Ishi Qing, Qin Yin and Wang Zhong from the Mandrill team were so exciting. What the hell is this? People don't come up. But fish? Are they here to fish? Zhuang Xiao, If you don't think about the life-saving grace, you have to find something to repay. It's good for her to eat this mutant blind fish. Repaying a favor. Never overnight. Repaying it directly on the spot. Wei Shen looked at his eldest cousin, who was busy by the pond, and couldn't help but said, "Cousin, do you need help? Isn't it a bit that?" Anyway, he couldn't tell. It always felt weird. He didn't seem to come down to fish. Chapter 405. Zhuang Xiao looked back at him and said, "Then you will inspect and classify the fish on the ground, and then tie them up with hemp ropes. Okay? With your current timid movements, you can only do this job. By the way, when the next trip of fish comes up, she has to leave a message for the people above. With Wei Sheng's outfit, he will freeze to death if he goes up. I don't know if the people above have brought extra clothes up, or if everyone can get together to make a set of clothes for him. However, these are not the main points now. The main point is that she and Wei Sheng must go up before dark. She has to hurry up to fish these stupid fish in the deep pool, and she doesn't know when she will come back next time." It's true. In this short while, she heard the reminder sound of Wei Sheng's watch, which is 99% good news. This deep pool is also a feng shui treasure land, and there are so many mutant blind fish, so many. Wei Sheng's hands began to shake like Parkinson's when he was detecting the mutant blind area, excited. There are no mutant thunderbirds, but there are so many fish. This time he really didn't fall into the pit in vain. If all the pits in Fule Mountain are like this, please let God let him jump into a few more. This guy has now completely forgotten the feeling of suffocation and despair, almost dying after he fell into the pool. After the second mutant blind fish went up, everyone looked at the small note in Xiang Su's hand, and it was messed up in the wind. And bring paper and pen with you when you go out. What can you do with these paper and pen? Start a fire? Make a mark? Or there are uses that they don't know. However, now they know one of the uses. Passing messages. After Shi Jingqing saw the content clearly, he immediately arranged for Qin Yin and Wang Yi to go back and get the items they needed. Wei Lai and the Mandrill team both had 1 or 2 extra warm clothes in their luggage. If they could make do with it, Wei Sheng would have no problem returning to the cave in such weather. Qin Yin and Wang Yi accepted the task of returning without any hesitation, and tried to return as soon as possible to continue pulling fish out of the cave. After the two left, there were still 7 people here. After the people on the ground pulled up the heavy objects that were all mutant blind fish for the 3rd, 4th, I don't know how many times. They already. Some people were eager to go down and help the 2 people below to catch fish together. They still have 7 people left now. If 2 people go down to help catch fish, it shouldn't be a problem. Hu Qianli and Wang Zhong are sometimes the kind of people who are thick-skinned and don't know it, when everyone has ideas but can't speak up. These 2 people speak first. "Captain Shi, how about I go down and help?" "Captain Shi, my cousin must be exhausted. I have to go down and help." Wang Zhong and Hu Qianli spoke one after another. They looked at each other, and then quickly looked at Shi Jingqing. Shi Jingqing looked at the sky, and then looked at the height and weight of the 2 people, and shook his head and refused. "After you 2 go down, it will delay the hauling of many fish." Shi Jingqing thought so in his heart, but said, "I guess they are just waiting for clothes." When the clothes are in place, the two will come up. After a pause, he continued, tomorrow, inside the cave. While Wei Sheng was testing the mutant blind fish in his hand, he glanced at the bag hanging on Zhuang Xiao from time to time. He was really curious about what else could be taken out of the bag. In addition to the paper and pen he just took out, Zhuang Xiao also gave him a yellow fruit. The jelly was so hard that it almost broke his old teeth. However, he saw his cousin chew the jelly without changing her expression. Her teeth were so good that he could not even dream of it. Seeing that there was hope in the morning, Zhuang Xiao generously shared some of the food and drinks he brought with him with Wei Sheng. It will also reduce the weight for the people above. The people above, they really don't need this little bit of weight. Some of the food was torn and scattered in the pool by Zhuang Xiao to attract the mutant blind fish in the water. After returning to the cave, Qin Yin and Wang He didn't know what to say after listening to Jiang Shuyan's story. The girl was happily fishing below. Someone else entered the cave from this entrance to look for someone, and Yin Ming actually went there like this. How long have they been in there? Can we contact Brother Hua and the others? Wang He said. The two parties missed each other in such a short time? What is going on? Jiang Shuyan shook his head. Wang He, no. He has to hurry back to inform her sister. So he should stop fishing. Boss Hua is about to be lost. What's the point of fishing? Hua Xiao, He was looking for someone. Looking for someone. Qin Yin and Wang He quickly found the things they needed from everyone's luggage. And the two hurried to Shijingqing. This matter is extremely urgent now. Wang He is not worried about Xiao Yin. He is worried about Hua Xiao for Zhuang Xiao. This underground cave is complicated and dangerous. If his sister heard about this, she would be so sad. Hua Xiao, He is still alive. Alive. Brother Hua, are you cold? Yin Ming turned his head to look at Hua Xiao, who sneezed several times, and asked. Hua Xiao rubbed his itchy nose and said muffledly, not cold. At this time, Hua Xiao and his group had already entered the cave for a long distance. And Yin Ming was not worried that Hua Xiao would drive him back. So, he was walking close to Hua Xiao at this moment. Among this group of people, he was familiar with his brother Hua. This made him feel extra safe. Is the scope of the underground cave of Fulei Mountain very large? Yin Ming continued to ask. No one spoke. In addition to the footsteps and panting of people, the sound of water dripping could be heard occasionally, which was quite scary. And when the light swept across the stalactites, those bizarre and strange-shaped stones looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Yin Ming felt that someone talking could somewhat ease the atmosphere. Hua Xiao hummed and stopped talking again. There was no way to chat that day. Yin Ming consciously shut his mouth and got closer to his big brother Hua. He was afraid of ghosts, thinking of the ghost stories her sister had told her. This cave was underground. What was the difference between it and the underworld? Suddenly, He Ming, the captain of the sharp knife team who was walking in the front, stopped. There was a fork in the road ahead. And this fork was not just as simple as two forks, but had 8 or 9 cave entrances. Chapter 406. When the person in front stopped, the people following behind also stopped one after another. The situation in front of them made the group feel a little confused. With so many roads, how to choose? The cave map did show how many forks there were ahead, and there were different routes in front of each cave. The problem now was, they were looking for someone. They had no idea which fork this person would be at. And on the equipment they brought, there was no sign of other living people except for their group. After Hua Xiao carefully read the map brought by Xiao Yin, he went to each cave entrance and observed it carefully. Hua Xiao finally chose the third cave from left to right in front of him. First, there would be a passage between this cave and the other 3 or 4 caves in the back. Second, he found traces of mutant cave salamanders in the third cave. Third, there was a dark river inside after entering. The dark river and mutant animals were the most important factors for Hua Xiao to choose this route, because every time she went out to scavenge, the little girl always ran into strange mutant plants and animals. In Hua Xiao place, Zhuang Xiao would definitely run into a mutant salamander that looked like a little white dragon. The decision-making power of this matter was naturally in Hua Xiao's hands. After all, the reason they came to the underground cave in the first place was that Hua Xiao sought help to search for Zhuang Xiao traces. When Qin Yin and Wang He returned, the mutant blind fish on the ground had almost piled up into a small fish mountain. Brother Ming, please notify my sister to come up quickly. Brother Hua went into the cave to find her. Wang He was so anxious that he was a little out of breath when he spoke. What did you say? Meng Qingyang was squatting on the ground to detect the mutant blind area, and he was enjoying it. There were so many low-radiation mutant blind fish. And there were also pollution-free mutant blind fish. I heard the shocking news coming out of Wanhe's mouth. I said that Brother Hua went into the cave from the mountain to find Sister Zhuangxiao. Wanhe finished speaking, then carefully leaned close to Meng Qingyang's ear and whispered. Yan Ming also went in. Meng Qingyang glanced at Wanhe, then turned to look at Yan, who was full of energy next to him. This is really... What are you still fishing for? Hurry up and go find the person who went down the cave again. When Xiangsu came back with a bundle of mutant blind fish again, Meng Qingyang told everyone the news. That stinky boy. Yan, who really didn't know what to say to him. Then send the clothes to Wei Sheng. I will notify my sister. Xiangsu said. Maybe later. He can follow his sister to find Brother Hua. Zhuangxiao, who had forgotten the time while fishing in the cave, suddenly received such a message. What are you still fishing for? Now it's time to fish people out. How much do you weigh? Zhuangxiao suddenly asked Wei Sheng such a question, and Wei Sheng was a little confused for a while. What is the question? However, Wei Sheng still answered honestly, then looked at Zhuangxiao for a while, and seeing that she had no other questions, he hurriedly changed his clothes. When Wei Sheng changed his clothes and came out from behind the stalactite column, Wei Sheng looked at the sack of mutant blind fish next to Zhuangxiao, and understood Zhuangxiao's intention of asking that question. This sack of mutant blind fish plus the weight of Zhuangxiao was almost equal to him. This is really not wasting any opportunity. Soon, the two were pulled up. The sun had already set, and the mountain wind was rising. As soon as they came up, Zhuangxiao and Wei Sheng couldn't help shivering. It's still warm down there. This was the common feeling of the two after they came up. Let's go back to the cave first, Ishi Qing said when he saw the two people coming up safely. Now is neither the right time nor the right place to talk. It's better for them to go back to the cave first and make further plans. Sure, Jingqing asked everyone to carry the bundles of mutant blind fish on the ground and started to walk back. Jiang Shuyan was alone in the cave, waiting anxiously, and ran to the cave entrance from time to time to look around, hoping to see someone coming out immediately. When the group arrived at the cave, it was completely dark. The mutant blind spots were temporarily piled at the entrance of the cave. The cave was too warm, and the ice and snow outside the cave was a natural cold storage. When Zhuangxiao heard that Xiao Yin was also in with Xiao group, his mood became ups and downs, and he wanted to go into the cave to find Hui Xiao immediately. However, he was stopped by Shi Jingqing and Meng Qingyang. How could they let a little girl go into the cave so rashly? Compared with the 4 people in the Mandrill team, the people of the future team were naturally more worried about Zhuangxiao, Hui Xiao, and Yan Ming. These 3 people had a closer relationship with the members of their team, and their friendship was even deeper. As for the Mandrill, Ishi Qingba was somewhat curious about the many incredible fortunes he had heard about the little girl Zhuangxiao. Although the people in the future team were very restrained when they spoke, after getting along for a long time, they could still sense some of the clues. This little girl is a bit weird. In addition to the dancing grass and the flame cat, he witnessed it with his own eyes today. Wei Sheng. If he hadn't met Zhuangxiao, today next year would be his memorial day. And the fish that looked like a small mountain outside the cave. How weird. Anyway, Ishi Qing couldn't think of any suitable words to describe his feelings. Anyway, weird. And this weird. It's all very weird. So, he also wanted to join this big group of cousins. As for the various strange gangs in the black market, you have to make contributions to join. Therefore, Ishi Qing thought that if he wanted to get the recognition of this weird organization, no, the recognition of his cousin, he had to pay something. In this world, there is no such thing as getting rewards without paying. The future team and Zhuangxiao had no idea that in just a short while, they had become a gang organization. And this organization even had a very evil mascot. Anyway, what they saw was that Ishi asked for help to go into the cave to find someone. Moreover, he even called his cousin up. The future team had a shameless expression on their faces. Are we that familiar? When did my cousin become your cousin? Zhuangxiao was used to it. She already had so many cousins, so one more wouldn't hurt. Besides, she always felt that this would probably be her code name in the Wasteland in the future. And it was a very unique code name. When they were discussing the plan to go into the cave to find someone, The flame cat came back flapping its big wings. Chapter 407. Since separating from Hu Xiao, the flame cat has been searching for Zhuang Xiao in the Fulei mountain range. At the same time, it brought back 2 mutant thunderbirds, alive, as if to vent its anger. When the people in the cave heard the cry of the flame cat outside, they all walked towards the cave entrance. When seeing the 2 mutant thunderbirds in the flame cat's mouth, Yi Qing was more resolute in his decision. Good. Weird. These 3 words popped up in Yi Qing's mind again. When the flame cat saw Zhuang Xiao in person, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his head intimately with Zhuang Xiao standing at the entrance of the cave. Not caring about the mutant thunderbird in his mouth, Yi Qing and Meng Qingyang quickly picked up the mutant thunderbird that fell on the ground. If it ran away, it would be a big loss. Zhuang Xiao noticed what was concerned, rubbed her head against what was head a few times, and then let the flame cat go home first. She had to find Hu Xiao. A group of people watched the man and the cat whispering to each other. Although they couldn't hear clearly, they felt that the flame cat seemed to understand. It was very weird. This flame cat could actually understand human language. This little girl could actually hear animal language. Zhuang Xiao, flame cat, They couldn't understand it all. They relied on telepathy. Dancing grass, Bin Xiao was the same. After the man and the cat had been together for half a quarter of an hour, the flame cat headed south in the night. This is back to the safe zone. Back home. When the flame cat arrived, everyone had almost finished discussing. As soon as the flame cat left, the group prepared to enter the cave. There had to be someone left in the cave. There were so many mutant blind spots here. And now there were 2 more live mutant thunderbirds. No one wanted to be the one left behind. In the end, they just drew lots in tacit agreement. Wei Sheng and Jiang Shuyun looked at the notes in their hands and didn't want to talk anymore. This luck is really amazing. Soon after entering the cave, Meng Qingyang, Hu Qianli, and Yin, who found the traces left by the people in front. This trace is very familiar to the future team. This is the marking method that Hu Xiao often used when he was still in the mercenary team. An isosceles triangle. The tip points to the direction they're going. If there is a horizontal line at the top of the triangle, it means that the road ahead is blocked, and they have to find another mark nearby. At the same time, this is also the retreat that Hu Xiao left for themselves, whether it is electronic products or maps in their hands. If there is a chance, this most primitive method is safer. It is very difficult to identify the direction in the dark cave. There is no sun, no stars, no trees, no rivers. All factors that can provide direction guidance are not here. With the traces left by Hu Xiao, their group moved much faster. Soon, they arrived at the intersection of 8 or 9 forks. That's it. Hu Qianli pointed to the mark carved at the entrance of the 3rd cave with surprise. Those who were still searching in other places hurriedly gathered together. Zhuang Xiao was near the entrance of the 3rd cave, so she was the first to arrive. Along the way, they were not like Hu Xiao and his team, who didn't say a word of nonsense and just focused on the road. Since they found the traces left by Hu Xiao, the group of people didn't say they were talking and laughing, but at least they were in a relaxed mood, so they would chat from time to time. Zhuang Xiao could also listen to some more stories about Fulei Mountain. Here we have to talk about the mutant cave salamander. At this time, Hu Xiao and his team entered a dead end. After all, this map of the underground cave routes of Fulei Mountain has been around for nearly 20 years. It is normal to have some mistakes or changes in the middle. Return along the original route, or continue to go forward along the previous fork in the road? Xiaoyan said, while marking this location on the map. The flashlight swept across several nearby routes on the map. Hu Xiao pointed to a fork in the road and said, "Go back here and continue down from here. There is also a hidden river here." They entered the cave from the middle of the mountain. If Zhuang Xiao fell down at that time, she must have fallen all the way down. So they had to go down from the middle of the mountain first. Xiao Yin and Yiming both understood the reason why Hu Xiao chose this, and they had no objection. As for Yin Ming, he was the youngest and the least experienced among the group of people here, so he had no room to speak. It has been 7 or 8 hours since they set out from the safe zone. So not long after entering the next cave, they found a relatively flat place to rest temporarily. Only after eating and drinking enough and resting well can they find people better. Everyone understands this principle. Hu Xiao naturally understands it too. Not long after entering the 3rd cave entrance, Zhuang Xiao and his group came to a standstill. The reason is simple. The road ahead is blocked. And it seems that it was blocked not long ago. It's a mutant pangolin. Ishi-Ching retracted his head that had been poking into the cave, and said. Zhuang Xiao heard this. So? Can this mutated pangolin really go through the mountain? Looking at the round hole on the stone wall, Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered the cave where she fell before. Could she have been tricked by the mutant pangolin? Does it eat people? Zhuang Xiao was more concerned about this. This mutant pangolin can even make a hole in the stone. So its bite must be like cutting vegetables. With 2 clicks, the person disappeared with bones and skin. She no longer recalled what the pangolin looked like in her memory. In short, the deviation in making a hole was so large. How could the other deviations be smaller? Don't eat people. Don't eat people. Xiang Su hurriedly comforted his sister. Zhuang Xiao said, It's okay if you don't eat people. If you don't eat people, she might still provoke you. Xiang Su, sister, if you don't eat people, we can't provoke you. Then where are we going now? Hu Qianli asked Ishi-Ching. Now Ishi-Ching is still the leader of their team. So everyone is looking at Ishi-Ching. Even Zhuang Xiao is no exception. Being stared at by Zhuang Xiao burning eyes, Ishi-Ching suddenly felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao's ears moved. It seemed to be the sound of water. But how could there be a sound of water? Chapter 408. She stayed here for a long time, but didn't hear the sound of water. She couldn't help but walk a few steps closer to the cave made by the mutant pangolin and listen carefully. It was the sound of water. When everyone was quietly waiting for Ishikiyoshi to say what to do next, they saw Zhuang Xiao suddenly move, as if he had discovered something. Cousin, what's wrong? Hu Qianli asked. Zhuang Xiao made a gesture to silence everyone, signaling them to keep quiet. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's solemn expression, the cave instantly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. That was how it made the sound even clearer. Zhuang Xiao immediately took 2 steps back and called everyone, Go back immediately. There is a sound of water in this passage. It's very loud. There were still mandrills in the temporary team, so she had to explain a few more words. And the people in the future team had already turned around and ran back when they heard the first half of the sentence. The 3 members of the mandrill team who were left behind saw Zhuang Xiao and the future team retreating back to the original path like a gust of wind. Their limbs were 1 step ahead of their brains, and they hurriedly followed them. As soon as they turned a corner, the water in the cave came rushing like 1,000 horses, rushing straight to the opposite cliff, splashing countless water. For a moment, the water flowed to the passages on both sides, and then slowly disappeared under the pile of rocks. Under the pile of rocks was a downhill area, and the water naturally followed the trend. Seeing that there was no water coming from behind, Zhuang Xiao and his group stopped. Ishi-Ching looked at his new cousin, who was still calm and breathless with such a big backpack, and admired her very much. Talent. As for Wu Xiao, his hearing was not as good as Zhuang Xiao, and they were just in the downstream area of the water. When the water rushed down, they had just returned to the fork in the road in the cave. It can be said that they ran all the way and were in a mess. Fortunately, after the water flow spread in each cave, the water flow gradually became milder, not as frightening as when it just rushed out. Hu Xiao and his group climbed up the stalactites on the surface at the moment when the water flow spread. Now everyone, with their hands tightly hugged, their feet tightly wrapped around the stalactites in their arms, plus the big backpacks on their backs, their heads leaning forward. This image is particularly like the Ninja Turtles in the movies. At this time, everyone stared at the water flow on the surface in silence. Where does this water come from? Yin Ning couldn't stand this silence and interrupted the silent atmosphere. But after waiting for a long time, no one answered his question. And Wang Zhong on Zhuang Xiao's side also asked the same question. Zhuang Xiao said, It flows out of the cave dug by the mutant pangolin. I just don't know if this water flow will also rush out the mutant pangolin. The Pit Sisters' goods. Wang Zhong acted as if he had suddenly realized something, and said hesitantly, So that's how it is. My cousin is amazing. Future team, another one, who claims to be my cousin. At this time, the mutant pangolin that Zhuang Xiao had been thinking about was still digging the cave diligently and conscientiously. When this guy realized something was wrong, the cave wall had not been drilled through yet, and he turned a corner directly, perfectly avoiding the water flowing out of the stone wall. In this situation, both Zhuang Xiao team and Wu Xiao team were a little headache. Now, Everyone is like a trapped beast in a maze, and they have to face crises that may occur at any time. So where are we going now? Hu Qianli asked. When he said this, he didn't look at Yi Qing at all, but at Zhuang Xiao. At this chaotic moment, it's better to find my cousin. The people of the future team agreed with him. Zhuang Xiao pointed in a direction and said slowly, there. After speaking, he walked over first, and the future team hurriedly followed. The three members of the Mandrill team, Shi Jingqing, Chen Yan and Wang Zhong, looked at each other in bewilderment. Team Shi. Follow my cousin? Wang Zhong was a little confused. How could they just leave when they said so? Why did the people of the future team obey my cousin's orders? When their captain said which direction to go, those people would ask questions. How come when it comes to my cousin? It's like her brain has been eaten by zombies. A veritable blind obedience without a mind. Your discrimination is too obvious. In response to Wang Zhong's question, Shi Jingqing replied with two short words, follow? What else can we do if we don't keep up? People are almost running away. I didn't expect the future team to be such a team. Future team, When you are in doubt, just listen to my cousin. When Zhuang Xiaojiang fell into the cave before, she was always walking up to find a way out. And all along the way, Hu Xiao and the others were always walking down. So, she decided to take a downward route. If it doesn't work, just change it. It's a good thing that the people in the future and the Mandrill team didn't know that Zhuang Xiao's idea was so simple and crude. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to follow her around in the underground cave without any scruples like now. After the water slowly receded, the ground surface was exposed. In addition, there were many mutant cave salamanders lying on the ground, with pink and white bodies, red feather-like gills, and limbs crawling slowly on the ground. This slowness is really slow. If you don't observe carefully, you can't tell that it has moved at all. This creature is lazier than a sloth, but its lifespan is extremely long. More than 100 years. It is said that life lies in movement. But this is not suitable for mutant cave salamanders. For mutant cave salamanders, life lies in stillness. If it weren't for the movement of the water flow, this mutant cave salamander would not know where to seek eternal life. Therefore, this mutant creature is completely threatening to Hu Xiao and his party. After Yanming slid down from the stalactite column, he picked up a mutant olm from the ground and cut its fragile skin with a knife. Liquid dripped onto the watch. Ding! Uncontaminated food. Edible. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately bent down and picked up a mutant olm from the ground. The test result was the same as Yanming. This trip was not in vain. The members of the Sharp Knife team also picked up mutant olms from the ground for testing. Without exception, all the watch prompts were uncontaminated food. If it were a year ago, Hu Xiao might have been excited about uncontaminated food. But not now. Who made him have a little girl with a burst of luck in his family? At this time, he was thinking about whether to continue walking down this passage or find another way. The ground was wet, and there was no water at all. The water coming down from the upstream direction, no matter what the cause, should not appear again for the time being. But this should also be risky. Chapter 409. So, he was not sure about which way to go. As for the behavior of Xiao Yan and the members of the Sharp Knife team, Hu Xiao did not care at all. After all, Xiao Yan's purpose of coming to the underground cave was not just to find Zhuang Xiao. On the way to Fulei Mountain, Xiao Yan had revealed it in his words. So, all their behaviors now seemed normal to him. In the underground cave, there was no distinction between day and night. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the two teams that were looking for each other stopped and found a place to camp and rest. Even if the people of these mercenary teams were in good physical condition, they could not withstand such a rush. Brother Hua, try it. This mutant cave newt is delicious. Hu Xiao half closed his eyes, wondering where Zhuang Xiao was at the moment. When he heard Yanming's voice, he opened his eyes and looked at Yanming. The young man was walking towards him with the corpses of two mutant cave newts in his hands. After they stopped, they only left one solar lamp on. They didn't know how long they would stay down there, but it was enough light to see things. Now that they had a food source, they could spend more time looking for people down there. Thank you. Hu Xiao took the mutant cave salamander handed over by Yanming and said softly. Then he continued, how is it? Are you scared? Yanming sat beside Hu Xiao and said calmly, no. If he was scared with so many people with him, how scared must his sister be now? alone in the dark cave. And in Yanming eyes, Zhuang Xiao, who might be scared and shivering, just knocked out the culprit who might have caused her to fall into the cave with his bare hands. Half an hour ago. Sister, let's rest here for a few hours tonight. In order to distinguish the names from those of the mandrel team, Hu Qianli no longer called Zhuang Xiao cousin, but called her sister directly. In his heart, this name is a step further than cousin and seems more intimate. Just as Zhuang Xiao was about to nod, she suddenly heard the sound of rocks breaking. It might be a mutant pangolin. I didn't expect this guy to still be working. Moreover, during the moment she paused, the sound was getting closer and closer to them. Okay, let's do it here, Zhuang Xiao said. Seeing her agree, Hu Qianli happily went to talk to Ishikiyoshi. In this matter, he was just a mouthpiece. This resting place was chosen by Ishikiyoshi. But Ishikiyoshi thought it would be better to ask that evil little cousin. So he fooled Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli really acted as the messenger. The sound became louder and louder. Zhuang Xiao took out the small spatula on her body and carefully put her ear against the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With a crash, in front of Zhuang Xiao, a big hole was broken in the stone wall. The mutant pangolin's conical head covered with hard scales stretched out from inside, and its big black eyes rolled around. It happened in a flash. With a shovel, the mutant pangolin's head drooped down and hung limply on the cave wall. Everyone in the cave was startled by the sudden sharp sound. They had no idea what was going on. They all looked alert and looked at the source of the sound with a tense mind. Zhuang Xiao's shovel was a fatal blow. Despite this, the unfortunate mutant pangolin did not die. This was thanks to the scales on its skull, which became harder after mutation. Otherwise Zhuang Xiao force would probably have made its brains come out. When Zhuang Xiao turned around, everyone saw their good cousin holding a mutant pangolin about 2 meters long in her hand. The cave was silent. This mutant pangolin. Is it so easy to catch? Wang Zhong stammered. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. The same was true for Chen Yan of the mandrel team. Ishi Qin could barely keep his face as still as a mountain. But in fact, a group of groundhogs were screaming wildly in his heart. Fool! Fool! It's really weird. Who the hell can kill a mutant pangolin with a shovel? And the people of the future team, after a moment of shock, all rushed towards Zhuang Xiao excitedly. This is a mutant pangolin, with the strength to dig holes in mountains. Mutated moles, and the like are simply weak compared to it. Sister! Sister! Is it dead? Sister! Can I touch it? The two teenagers, Xiang Su and Wan He, were so excited that their voices were almost distorted. And the sharp voices made Zhuang Xiao temples throb. It's not dead yet. Touch it as you like. Zhuang Xiao threw the mutant pangolin in his hand to the ground. This thing is quite heavy. It's so frustrating. How can I drag it back? As for killing it, Zhuang Xiao has no idea of doing so yet. She always feels that it might be useful in the future, with its ability to split mountains and split the earth. We can't just let it die like this. Sister, what are you going to use to tie it up? Hu Qianli grabbed 2 handfuls of hair randomly. This is really a problem. Ah? This? Zhuang Xiao also grabbed 2 handfuls of hair and synced. As if, after thinking for a moment, Zhuang Xiao raised the small spatula in his hand and said, "Wake up. I knock it out with the small spatula." Everyone, this mutant pangolin is really unlucky to meet you. He Ming, who had just laid down, suddenly opened his eyes and asked his teammates next to him, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Wang, did you hear it? He Ming, the captain of the sharp knife team, calls everyone in their team by their surnames, adding a word in front, regardless of whether they are older or younger than him. If there are 2 people with the same name in the team, such as 2 people with the surname Wang, they are De Wang and Xiao Wang, and it is not known whether He Ming selected the players intentionally. Anyway, there have never been more than 2 members with the same surname in their team, so there is no possibility of duplicate names in his team. Xiao Jiang, full name Jiang Qi. Xiao Wang, full name Wang Xiao. Both of them were not asleep yet, so they also heard the sharp sound that was not like a human voice. Jiang Qi said uncertainly, "Is there a mutant animal in the cave nearby?" Wang Xiao also thought so. Yang Zongji, who was on duty at night, heard their voices and whispered, "It seems that there was indeed a sound just now." Yan Ming, who slept with Hu Xiao, also woke up, looking at Hu Xiao who sat up. He said dazedly, Brother what? Why do I seem to hear Xiang Su's voice? Chapter 410. Hui Xiao did not answer Yan Ming's question, but listened carefully to the movement in the cave. Everyone seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, and all of them pricked up their ears. But the cave was quiet except for the sound of people breathing, as if the sound just now was an illusion of everyone. Despite this, Hui Xiao got up and said to Yan Ming, "You go to sleep first. I go and take a look." Yan Ming turned his head and looked around. Most people were still lying down and did not get up, so he slept with peace of mind. Xiang Su and his brother were catching mutant thunderbirds. How could they appear here? He was probably confused in his sleep, so he thought that the sound was Xiang Su's. He Ming also came out of the sleeping bag at this time. Seeing Hui Xiao walking towards the cave entrance, he said, "Let's go and take a look." Hui Xiao nodded. The two of them walked towards the source of the sound together. Whether the sound just now was made by a mutant animal or not, they had to go and check to determine whether the danger was nearby. Otherwise, don't think about sleeping well tonight. The cave where the sound came from was a route they had never taken. So, the two walked carefully all the way. The leather boots stepped on the ground, making a slight sound, which was like stepping on the tip of one's heart in a quiet environment. After walking for about half an hour, the two stared at the cave on the stone wall, and He Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's a mutant pangolin." Hui Xiao hummed, but did not choose to leave immediately. He took a flashlight and shone it inside. Nothing was found. The cave turned 5 or 6 meters away, and they could only see this distance. The water flow we encountered before might be caused by this guy. It seems that we have to be careful in the future, He Ming said. It's not good to be careless. Although the mutant pangolin generally does not attack humans, it moves back and forth in this cave. Who knows when it will open a passage to a dark river? This is really a test for them who are in the cave. It's time to try your luck. The other end of the cave is only 100 meters away from this end. If He Ming carries a heat source detector and other equipment with him now, he might be able to find the people at the other end of the cave now. But there is no if in this world, so they can only miss it this time. After the initial shock, the people on Zhuang Xiao's side calmed down. The fainted mutant pangolin is still faint. If it weren't for its body still warm and the faint breath in its nose, Zhuang Xiao almost thought that this guy was really killed by the spatula. Although everyone thought that ordinary ropes could not restrain the mutant pangolin. However, Zhuang Xiao still tied up the mutant pangolin's limbs with a rope, put a noose around its neck, and tied the other end of the rope to her wrist. In this way, she could detect the mutant pangolin's slight movement. That night, the mutant pangolin woke up 3 times, and was knocked unconscious by Zhuang Xiao's small spatula 3 times. The members of the temporary team also woke up 3 times. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. When Shijing woke up, he saw Meng Qingyang, who was on duty at the end, squatting on the ground. The light was too dim, and he couldn't see clearly what he was holding in his hand. He seemed to be teasing the dog. No, teasing the mutant pangolin. Was he still asleep? Or did he wake up the wrong way this morning? Or maybe he was taking a nap at Brother Shui's. Maybe the mutant pangolin was annoyed, and its body suddenly rolled into a ball. He heard the voice of the evil cousin. "That's good. Roll into a ball and walk. Hurry up." Then, Shi Jingqing saw Zhuang Xiao kick the ball with a diameter of more than half a meter. Then, it really rolled twice on the spot, as if he had noticed something. Meng Qingyang suddenly turned his head to look at Shi Jingqing, and said with a smile, "Wake up, pack up and let's go." Meng Qingyang didn't control the volume when he said this. Anyway, it's almost time. Just think of it as waking everyone up. Sure enough, after Meng Qingyang finished speaking, the rest of the people woke up. Xiang Su and Wani got up from the ground and came to Zhuang Xiao. All night long, in and out of dreams, they were all mutant pangolins. The first thing she did when she woke up was naturally to be more concerned about whether the mutant pangolin was killed by her sister. What's wrong with it? Xiang Su looked at the mutant pangolin that was rolled into a ball and asked Meng Qingyang. Meng Qingyang threw the dried meat in his hand into his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it, slowly stood up and said, "Maybe he is autistic." Xiang Su, Wan He, After saying this, Meng Qingyang went to pack his luggage, leaving Xiang Su and Wan He, the 2 teenagers, looking at each other in bewilderment. Is this mutant pangolin also so emotional? Mutated pangolin, Try it. It was either dizzy or on the way to being knocked out the whole night. What did it do to anyone? Humph. It rolled into a ball. So angry. So angry at this human holding a small spatula. Early in the morning, everyone had a delicious breakfast of nutrient solution with the mutant pangolin rolled into a ball. Nutrient solution can help you stay hungry. When they set out, the mutant pangolin was still rolled up. Zhuang Xiao didn't bother to care about it, because she had the hemp rope in her hand. Just lead it. Occasionally when they encountered a downhill road, the ball even rolled faster than they walked, with the mutant pangolin leading it. Zhuang Xiao saved a lot of effort when walking. And Zhuang Xiao was thinking, if the mutant pangolin could be as obedient as the flame cat, what would it matter if it fell into the cave? At most, she could let this guy dig a survival passage out. But she was just thinking about it now, and it was hard to say whether it could be realized. After all, this guy is really a bit arrogant. It's been 2 or 3 hours, and they are still grouping. Early in the morning, Jiang Shuyun and Wei Sheng, who stayed in the cave halfway up the mountain, were blocked by the fire cat. This is the second time Jiang Shuyun has come into close contact with the fire cat. Compared with last night, it is really too clear now. Can I touch this fire cat? Jiang Shuyun asked Wei Sheng beside him. The owner was not there, so he could only ask Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng, yes, yes. He was not sure about this. After all, when they had close contact with Huahua in the past, cousin Zhuang Xiao was always present. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Huahua came here early in the morning, probably to want to know about Zhuang Xiao. So Wei Sheng said again, cousin and the others haven't come out yet. As soon as the voice fell, the fire cat spread its wings and flew away directly. Jiang Shuyun, I haven't had time to touch it yet. Wei Sheng, Huahua, you actually understood what I said. So happy. So excited. So. Chapter 411. Inside the cave. The water of the dark river flows down. The pink aquatic creatures with big heads and sharp teeth are constantly forced to jump out of the water due to the water. After jumping high, they quickly fall back into the water. After half a morning, Hu Xiao and his party were forced to change their route. Xiaoyan almost filled up the blank space on the map. It has only been 20 to 30 years, and the cave routes in this cave have changed so much. In fact, the mutant pangolin has made a great contribution to this matter. Some routes are originally very narrow and cramped. After the unremitting efforts of the mutant pangolin, these routes have successfully become dead ends. A day and a night have passed. At this time, Hu Xiao's mood is not as calm as yesterday. The situation in this underground cave is much more complicated than they imagined. If they can't find anyone within 3 days, they have to go out. In fact, there is another worry. There is a mutant pangolin in the mountain that is making trouble everywhere. It is still unknown whether their route back is still accessible. Except Hu Xiao. Everyone else is also very nervous. It's just that they haven't shown it yet. Zhuang Xiao is holding a white dragon in her hand at this time. A mutant olm. And her mood is particularly good. Maybe there are more chatterboxes in their group. And there is a girl holding a mutant pangolin. The atmosphere is many times more relaxed than Hu Xiao. There are red horns on the head, a tail behind, and a white and tender body. Isn't this a little green dragon? No. It's a little white dragon. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. She actually saw a dragon one day. Sister, this is not a little white dragon. It's a mutant olm. Xiang Su said happily. You can have meat for lunch. Or pure natural. Pollution-free meat. Ah? Mutated olm? Is it the one you mentioned before that looks like a little white dragon? Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered what they said to her yesterday. Okay. It's actually a mutant olm. However, it really looks like a little white dragon. In addition to the red horns, it also has claws. But the number seems to be much less. It only has 4. Also, the head seems too small. There are no scales on the body, too fragile. After Zhuang Xiao discarded the idea that it was a dragon in her mind, she looked at the mutant olm in her hand, and it didn't look like a dragon at all. It doesn't matter if it's not a dragon, it's edible. Zhuang Xiao untied the rope on her hand and tied it to a stalactite column. She kicked the mutant pangolin, who was still curled up, and said viciously, if you dare to run, I will knock you out. Mutated pangolin, After that, she turned around and went to dig the mutant olm out of the cracks in the rocks. Yi Qing, Meng Qingyang and others were also looking for mutant olm in the cracks. This kind of creature is really hard to find. It likes to stay in the cracks of rocks. Thanks to this guy's life creed that life lies in stillness. Otherwise, the mutant olm that these people poked with the tools in their hands would have hidden deep in the rocks long ago. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I won't move either. Very good. After a while, everyone had 2 or 3 mutant olm in their hands. Suddenly, there was a loud clang. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. And even the bald mutant pangolin shook slightly. A huge rock weighing hundreds of pounds flew out. Where the rock was originally located, a little girl was happily holding a sack in one hand and picking up the mutant olm below with the other. Old who? Is our cousin born with supernatural powers? Ishikiyoshi said, nudging Hu Qianli beside him with his elbow. His tone full of amazement and a little envy. Chapter 412. Talent is something that will be useless no matter how hard you try. So, besides envy, it's still envy. Hu Qianli also opened his eyes wide. His mouth wide open. And his saliva almost fell out of his open mouth. This seems to be true. I've seen my cousin carrying firewood before. It seems that he still underestimated his cousin's fighting ability. Seeing that Hu Qianli didn't react for a long time, Shi Jingqing glanced at him. Okay. I don't know my cousin very well. It seems that with more opportunities to meet, the status of this cousin in their mandrill team may be improved. Looking at the 3 melons and 2 dates in his hand, Shi Jingqing ran to Zhuang Xiao in 2 steps, and said enthusiastically, Cousin, let me help you pick it up. No, you pick up yours. There's only this little left. I can do it myself. Zhuang Xiao picked up the mutant cave salamander on the ground without raising his head. Just this little bit. Why do you need help? Qin Yin and Wang Zhong looked at their captain's flattering look and really wanted to cover their faces. So you are such a captain. Meng Qingyang, as expected of her cousin. She led a mercenary team leader astray by herself. Later, Zhuang Xiao found that everyone seemed to be too enthusiastic. So she turned over all the movable stones in the cave. And all the others were responsible for picking up. Everyone smiled brightly. Just like picking up money on the ground. It took only more than half an hour for everyone to collect all the mutant cave salamanders here. In half an hour, the mutant pangolin stretched out its body at some point and lay obediently under the stalactite column, watching the group of people busy. As for running away, the mutant pangolin wanted to say, don't frame it. It has never thought about it. It is timid and afraid. Huh? Does the mutant pangolin also eat ants? Zhuang Xiao asked Meng Qingyang as she looked at the mutant pangolin, which had become much more obedient. Ants? She doesn't have any. How can she raise this mutant pangolin? She raises it with her dog Hua Hua. Ants, snails, slugs are all fine. They should eat insects and mollusks. Meng Qingyang replied. Slugs too? Zhuang Xiao asked uncertainly. Slugs? Aren't they the pink slugs? She knows where to find them. And there are a lot of them. Meng Qingyang nodded. Immediately, Zhuang Xiao was relieved that she could raise this mutant pangolin. Zhuang Xiao already had a backpack on her, and she had to lead her new pet. So she simply tied the sack directly to the mutant pangolin's back. If the mutant pangolin's legs weren't so short, she would have wanted to sit on it. Occasionally, her life motto would briefly coincide with that of the mutant cave salamander, which is that life lies in stillness. Oh! I suddenly miss Hua Hua. Well, there is also Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao and his group have moved from land to water this time. At this time, they were sitting in kayaks, floating on the underground river. Before coming, they had carefully studied the route in the cave, so they brought inflatable kayaks. At this time, everyone was sitting in the kayaks. The surface of the underground river was deep and stable. The water surface was less than 2 meters away from the stalactites above their heads, and the kayaks were moving slowly in the water. The map shows that the end of this underground river is a deep pool, less than 3 miles away from where we are now. Combining the location where my cousin fell from it with the location of the deep pool shown on the Karst Cave topographic map, the 2 locations are very close. Xiaoyan held both sides of the kayak firmly with both hands, paused for a moment, and continued, in addition, not far upstream from the deep pool, there is. Be careful of your head, Hua Xiao shouted, and held Xiaoyan's head with one hand, making his body sink, and he instantly bent down at the same time. Others bowed their heads and bent down when they heard Hua Xiao's voice. Chapter 413. Xiaoyan felt something was sliding past his back. When Hua Xiao's hand loosened, He looked up and saw that there were several long stalactites less than half a meter from the water surface where they had just passed. Although the water flow of the dark river was stable, it was hard to say what the result would be if it hit. "Thank you," Xiaoyan said sincerely. Hui Xiao nodded and began to observe the surrounding stone walls. Xiaoyan stopped talking and also focused on the surrounding environment, guarding against emergencies that might occur at any time. There were 22 people in their group, and they brought a total of 3 inflatable kayaks. Wang Xiao and Jiang Qi sat in the last kayak. "Xiao, is there something under the water?" Jiang Qi stared at the dark water surface, feeling uneasy, always feeling that something was swimming under the seemingly calm water surface. When Wang Xiao heard Jiang Qi calling him, he got goosebumps all over his body and said in an angry voice, "Old Jiang, I have told you so many times. You can either call me Xiao Wang like the captain, or call me Lao Wang, or at least call me by my full name. Just don't call me Xiao, okay?" "No." "Okay." When Wang Xiao said the last sentence, he was gritting his teeth. He asked him what was small about him. He was 2 meters tall and weighed 249 pounds. He was not very strong, but he was not small at all. I don't know why his father who died early gave him such a name. The point is that his mother didn't let him change his name. She insisted that every time she called him by this name, she would think of his father who died young. Wang Xiao also wanted to say, when others called him Xiao Ah, he also missed his father whose grave was covered with tall grass. Jiang Qi often heard Wang Xiao say this, and then he would forget it every day. So he casually said, "Okay. Okay. I know. I promise to remember it next time." Wang Xiao, After 3 seconds, the inflatable kayak shook, and Jiang Qi looked into the water, frowned and said, "Xiao, look in the water. Is there anything swimming?" Wang Xiao, Destroy it. Missing his father who died young for the 99,999th time. By the way, my father's name is Wang De. Wang Xiao gave up struggling and resisting, leaned slightly to one side, staring sharply at the black and waveless water surface. "There are fish. Don't you say there are fish in this dark river?" "Yes. Yes, it might be the fish," the captain said. Jiang Qi suddenly realized. But he was worried. Jiang Qi has always been very sensitive to potential dangers. However, he was not sure whether the danger came from the creatures in the water or something else. Seeing that he was still staring at the water, Wang Xiao freed one hand, patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay. We should have walked almost halfway through this dark river." Jiang Qi slowly exhaled, tore off the eyes stuck on the water surface, looked at Wang Xiao, nodded and said, "Yeah." Ding. Ding. Suddenly, the heat source sensing device with Yiming made a prompt sound. This sudden prompt sound startled everyone. Yiming hurriedly looked down at the display screen in his hand, and saw 8 or 9 red dots moving constantly on it. "Is it my cousin?" Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the kayak in the middle, asked hurriedly. Hui Xiao also sat up straight, waiting for Yiming reply. "Yiming, how can we tell whether it is a human or a ghost? Or a mutant animal? There are 9 moving creatures. They should not be the people we are looking for," Yiming replied, and then added, "Maybe they are mutant animals." When everyone heard that there were 9 heat sources, they were instantly disappointed. Yes, so many people must be crazy to go down to this underground cave for no reason. Looking at the small red dot moving on the device, Yiming was very glad that it was separated from them by a stone wall. Otherwise, it might be another tough battle. Yiming turned off the constant reminder sound on the device, and the water surface returned to silence. Only the sound of gurgling suddenly squeezed into everyone's eardrums. Everyone was shocked. There seems to be a dark river ahead, Zhuang Xiao said to the people behind him, after seeing Zhuang Xiao flipping over boulders as if playing with small stones. Yi Shiqing didn't have to rush to the front. At this time, he heard Zhuang Xiao reminder and couldn't help but concentrate and listen carefully. However, he heard nothing. Others were also confused. Zhuang Xiao was a little happy. Was she finally going to see water? The place where she caught the mutant blind fish was a deep pool. Did this mean that she was one step closer to the place where she fell? However, the road behind was getting narrower and narrower. At first, they could walk side by side with 3 or 5 people. But slowly, this road could only accommodate 2 people. And the length of the stalactites above their heads was still falling. They walked inside, and had to guard against being scratched by the stalactites above their heads from time to time. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuang Xiao looked at the road in front of him and remained silent. This turned out to be a dead end. And the surface of this underground river was at most 2 meters wide. The water was turbulent, and there was no place for them to step on both sides for them to follow the water of the underground river downstream. It seems that we have to change the road again, Yi Qing, who had just caught up, said. Hu Qianli also squeezed forward, stretched his head out, looked at both sides of the cave entrance and said, if I had known earlier, I should have brought the whole inflatable boat. Ishi Kiyoshi, who would have thought that after catching a mutant thunderbird, he could also go down to the underground cave for a walk. As soon as Hu Qianli finished speaking, he heard Zhuang Xiao's doubtful voice. Then, is that an inflatable boat? What? Let me see. Hu Qianli squinted his eyes and followed Zhuang Xiao's line of sight to the upper reaches of the dark river. When did he become so good at talking? Whatever he said came true. Chapter 414. The water in this section of the dark river was turbulent. In just a few breaths, the orange kayak floated close. It's really an inflatable boat, Hu Qianli exclaimed. Is it Boss Hua and the others? Ah, it's empty. Is something wrong? Along with the exclamations of the crowd, Zhuang Xiao quickly grabbed the kayak that was about to pass them and drift downstream. The kayak lay across the surface of the dark river, splashing countless water. A pink and white mutant fish with a mouthful of white fangs jumped out of the water cursing. This sudden appearance of the mutant fish scared Zhuang Xiao, and his hand loosened immediately. A fish with teeth? Could it be another mutant piranha? The kayak, which no one was holding, stumbled downstream in an instant. Everyone looked at the turbulent water of the dark river, and the fish belly white that occasionally turned up in the dark river. All looked at each other in bewilderment. Team Sure. What should we do now? Hu Qianli turned his head to look at Yi Qing behind him. This kind of dangerous job of saving people must be asked to the leader of the temporary team. Yi Qing, thank you for finally remembering that I am the leader. It's just that. Yi Qing didn't pay attention to this matter for a while. Yin, who was also very anxious at this time. But he didn't have any ideas. This water must be impossible to go down. Zhuang Xiao squatted on the shore, silently untied the sack from the mutant pangolin, and reached out to touch its not very warm and lovely shell. This feel is far worse than Hua. Mutated pangolin, It's okay as long as it's useful. Xiao. I said there is something below. You still don't believe it. Jiang Qi was hanging in the air, his legs curled up, his feet half a meter away from the water, and his upper body's 2 hands tightly holding the stalactites in his arms. There are 7 or 8 people like him. They were like mutant bats hanging upside down on the top of the cave. When Wang Xiao heard Jiang Qi's voice, he moved his hands holding the stalactite upwards again. He didn't want to deal with this guy at all. If he didn't save some energy at this time, he wouldn't be afraid of falling down accidentally. That would really be fish food. The kayak where Hua Xiao and He Mingwer didn't flip over. But the situation was not much better. One end of the 2 kayaks was tied to the stalactites, and half of the kayaks were hanging in the air. And there were people hanging on them. You have to keep the mutant fish in the water jumping up to bite you. This is not a solution. Why not go back? He Ming climbed the side of the kayak and said to Xiao Yin on another kayak. Xiao Yin and Hua Xiao looked at each other and said, then go back. Walk back more than 20 meters. Near the side, there is a place for them to stay temporarily. The accident happened too suddenly, and they didn't have time to react at all. 1 kayak flipped over, and the remaining 2 were probably ruined. They were in a state where they were, so it was not suitable for long-term planning. While He Ming and Xiao Yin were talking, the people on Wang Xiao and Jiang Qi's kayak had already started to slowly climb back. Like geckos, they were hanging upside down and walking back. But everyone was not blind, so they naturally saw the temporary landing place. It was obvious what kind of choice to make. So, soon, the people who were originally clinging to the kayak also began to look for suitable stalactites to climb, and they retreated upside down. The stalactites on the top of the water were uneven, and it was still very difficult to climb up, and it was extremely challenging for everyone's arm strength. However, compared to falling down and being left with nothing, people's potential at this time was huge. It was either life or death. Who would want to die if they could live? It was only 20 meters, and they would be there soon. Cousin, is this okay? Ming Qingyang had no idea what to say about Zhuang Xiao's whimsical idea. Just give it a try. Zhuang Xiao shook the spatula in her hand, with a clear threat. If the mutant pangolin didn't obey, she would stew it into soup. Aren't pangolins also a tonic? Here. Let's start. Zhuang Xiao knocked the spatula on the rock wall. Everyone, can this work? They can't reach the upper reaches of this dark river from the lower reaches. If they want to find the entrance to the upper reaches, they don't know how many days they will have to find it. It's better to try it out and see if this mutant pangolin can work. Coming to the wasteland and everything in the wasteland were all so magical to her in the past. So this mutant pangolin may not be able to dig a hole obediently. And Zhuang Xiao behavior, which was taken for granted, was still like a fairy tale in the eyes of these wastelanders. However, the mutant pangolin quickly gave the answer. It can do this job. When the gravel began to fall down, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. You all wait here. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao cleaned up the fallen rubble and followed the mutant pangolin. She had to follow. If she didn't follow and say a few words, she was really worried that this guy would deviate from the route. She just wanted the mutant pangolin to carve out a stone road for people to crawl on the stone wall. A bit like a plank road on a cliff. The mutant pangolin moved very quickly, and soon ran more than 10 meters away. The rubble kept falling into the dark river, splashing countless water. Zhuang Xiao followed closely behind it, crawling forward. It was impossible not to crawl, because the height of the mutant pangolin's digging was not good. The place where Hu Xiao and his group had the accident was not too far away from Zhuang Xiao and his group. So with the mutant pangolin leading the way in front, Zhuang Xiao's speed was very fast, and Hu Xiao and others, the short distance of 20 meters was really thrilling. Almost there. Almost there. Jiang Qi finally saw the exposed ground with the help of the flashlight from Yiming Waste, and shouted excitedly. Hearing his voice, everyone was happy. However, no one dared to be careless. Their arms gradually became numb and weak, and they would fail if they were not careful. The water was still turbulent here. The water hit the cave wall, perfectly covering the sound of the mutant pangolin chiseling the stone wall, and the broken stones falling into the water. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were already very close. She naturally heard Jiang Qi's voice. Although the voice was unfamiliar, Zhuang Xiao guessed that it should be the people of the sharp knife team mentioned by the young man named Jiang Shuyun. They walked forward for dozens of meters. Zhuang Xiao could already see the flashlight light shaking from time to time in the cave, and also saw a group of people hanging upside down on the stalactites. At this time, she didn't dare to shout for help, for fear of scaring people. As the saying goes, if you scare someone, you might scare them to death. Chapter 415. Soon, the mutant pangolin caught up with Hu Xiao and his group. The shortened distance made it difficult for the people in front not to notice something unusual. Damn! What's on that stone wall? Someone exclaimed. This voice made everyone very nervous for a moment, and the climbing action suddenly stagnated. Xiaoyan was just close to the stone wall, and his eyes glanced at the stone wall uncontrollably. Zhuang Xiao was originally thinking about when to meet these people. Unexpectedly, someone discovered the mutant pangolin working hard. Then I had to say hello. She had already seen clearly that the person closest to her was Xiaoyan. So, when Xiaoyan turned his head to look at the stone wall, Zhuang Xiao had to say hello to Xiaoyan happily. Hi. Cousin. Xiaoyan, let him die. Whose cousin is this? She is so elusive. Xiaoyan's legs were originally wrapped around the stalactites, but he was frightened and fell into the water. Zhuang Xiao, there is no need to be so excited. Don't be excited. Don't be nervous. Everyone stay calm. I am a human, not a ghost, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly explained. At this moment, several people fell down from the stalactites. Hu Xiao naturally heard Zhuang Xiao's voice, but his current position was blocked from view, so he couldn't see Zhuang Xiao at all. Move to the side of the stone wall. Those hanging upside down are all people, and they can't move at all. Just when he was anxious, he heard Zhuang Xiao continue to say, Hu Xiao, are you there? Xiaoyan, yes, Xiaoyan replied subconsciously. At the same time, Hu Xiao's voice came over. I'm here. Sister, are you here? The young Yanming voice echoed in the cave. Zhuang Xiao, it's okay. They are still alive. They haven't been eaten by fish. Yeah, it's me. Your brother is here too, Zhuang Xiao replied. Then she heard Hu Xiao's voice again. Keep crawling forward. Then Yanming voice again. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Xiaoyan. With him around, She was still worried about the safety of Xiao and Yan Ming. Where are you going now? After hearing the voices of Xiao and Yan Ming, Zhuang Xiao's voice became a little lighter unconsciously. Everyone, No one answered. And no one knew how to answer. Listening to the girl's tone, it felt like chatting around the fire at home in winter. Zhuang Xiao didn't care what these people thought. She didn't mind if no one answered. Soon she passed Xiao Yin and crawled forward. Judging from Xiao's voice, he should still be ahead. We still need to see people to be completely relieved. At this time, Xiao spoke. There is a place to stay a few meters ahead. Oh, Zhuang Xiao said. Then I go to the front and wait for you. Okay, Xiao replied. Everyone, compared with the sharp knife team hanging upside down on the stalactites. Zhuang Xiao, who was crawling forward, was naturally faster. After a while, Zhuang Xiao was already standing there waiting. This place is not big. It can barely accommodate Xiao and his people. When the sharp knife team came down, Zhuang Xiao even lent a hand. That's right. Zhuang Xiao felt that the eyes of these people who came down were weird, as if they had seen a ghost. And they wanted to stay 8 meters away from her mutant pangolin. It doesn't bite people. It's tied with a rope. Zhuang Xiao smiled and said to everyone, while raising her wrist to show the rope on her wrist. Everyone, After half of the people came down, Zhuang Xiao finally saw Xiao's shadow. Without anyone's help, her brother would jump down from the top with a neat movement and landed steadily on his feet. Xiao's sight quickly locked on Zhuang Xiao, and he came close in 3 or 2 steps and asked softly, "Are you okay?" At this time, Xiao didn't care about Yan Ming who hadn't come down yet. There were so many people who could help. It's okay. I'm fine. I also caught a lot of fish, which are delicious for sashimi. Zhuang Xiao saw that Xiao was indeed not injured, and her expression was very relaxed. She was also in the mood to think about eating. She hadn't had a proper meal for several meals. Let's eat this when we go home tonight. By the way, there is. Zhuang Xiao kicked the mutant pangolin under her feet and talked about it again. Sister, I miss you so much. Zhuang Xiao was talking to Xiao about the mutant Om when he saw a black shadow rushing towards him, and then was stopped by Xiao. Yan Ming was not angry even though he was stopped, and said to Zhuang Xiao, "Where is my brother?" "Ah, they are waiting downstream of the dark river." Zhuang Xiao looked sideways behind Xiao and continued, "Are all of you here? Let's go back now." Xiao Yan and He Ming had just come down from above and stood firm when they heard Zhuang Xiao's words. Xiao turned back to look for Xiao Yan. "And after locking him?" he said, "Let's talk about it after we get out." Xiao Yan nodded. Xiao immediately looked at Zhuang Xiao again. Zhuang Xiao understood immediately after receiving Xiao's gaze and said, "Let's go." Zhuang Xiao pulled the rope in his hand, and the mutant pangolin climbed up the cave wall again and continued to chisel along the route they came from. The height they chiseled when they came here was not high enough. These people were all big and strong, and they had luggage on them, so someone might get stuck. He Ming watched the mutant pangolin climb up the stone wall honestly, and immediately entered the working state, which was very novel. I've never seen anything like this before. There are so many strange things, especially this year. As soon as the mutant pangolin led the way, Zhuang Xiao climbed up the chiseled stone wall, followed by Xiao. Then Yan Ming. The rest of the people arranged themselves. Just like that, on the dark cave wall, a mutant pangolin was followed by a string of followers. "It's back! It's back!" Hu Qianli said excitedly. When the people here heard Hu Qianli's voice, they all leaned their heads towards the dark river. Sure enough, it was a mutant pangolin. In fact, the dark river was not long, and the distance between the two sides was not far. But who made the dark river turbulent and the cave dark? It seemed that this distance was particularly far. Seeing that there were still a lot of people, Yi Qing said, "Let's go out first to make it easier for them to get down." Except for Hu Qianli, everyone else began to retreat. Another quarter of an hour. Everyone reached the open area in the cave. Seeing that Yan Ming was intact and unharmed, Yan Hu slapped Yan Ming on the head without any hesitation. The atmosphere between the two brothers became relaxed as they fought and dodged each other. However, Zhuang Xiao felt a little headache when she saw the group of people beside Xiao Yin. Was the mutant blind fish she caught not enough to share? Zhuang Xiao stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Xiao and whispered, "It's still early. Why don't we go out and catch some fish before going back?" Chapter 416. It was obviously impossible to go out and fish immediately. From where they were now, it would probably be dark by the time they got out of the cave. The route that Zhuang Xiao and his group took was also marked by Shi Jingqing on the road. So the group traveled very smoothly. In the process of going back and forth, the distribution map of the underground cave in Xiao Yan's hand was supplemented in more detail. Brother Wei. They are all out. When Jiang Shuyun saw the people coming out of the cave, he immediately turned around and ran out of the cave to call Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng was squatting at the entrance of the cave, sniffing from time to time and muttering something. In front of him was an impatient flame cat. This human is too talkative. One person has been mumbling for more than half an hour. As soon as Jiang Shuyun's voice sounded, the ears of the flame cat, who had no desire to live, instantly stood up, and his body suddenly stood up, and his head just hit Wei Sheng's body, knocking him off balance. Wei Sheng groaned, but he was not angry. He got up from the ground in a flash, because he also heard Jiang Shuyun shout, "Oh my God! This is really, someone is finally back." After Wei Sheng stood firm, he turned around and walked into the cave. He bumped into Jiang Shuyun, who ran out in a hurry, and fell backwards again. But this time he did not fall down, but was lifted up by the nose of the fire cat behind him. Jiang Shuyun took the opportunity to hold him back and said hurriedly, "Brother Wei, I'm sorry. I ran too fast. They are all back. My cousin and boss Hu are all back," Wei Sheng asked while pulling Jiang Shuyun and walked quickly into the cave. Before Jiang Shuyun could reply, Wei Sheng saw the extra people in the cave. The cave was not big to begin with, and with more than 30 people standing inside, it seemed a bit crowded. Wei Sheng began to search for the person he was looking for in the crowd. Soon, the person was locked. It was too dark outside, and there was a strong wind. It was too risky to go down the mountain at this time, and they were destined to spend the night in this cave. When Zhuang Xiao heard Wei Sheng say that the flame cat was outside, she took the rope from her wrist and handed it to Hua Xiao, saying, "Help me hold it. I go out to see Hua." When Wei Sheng heard this, he looked along Zhuang Xiao rope and took 2 steps back in fear. "Is this a mutant pangolin?" Yes. Yan Ming replied hurriedly. He had been craving this guy all the way. It's better to hang out with his sister, so you can encounter all kinds of strange things. There is no risk yet. Thinking about the journey with Brother Hua. It's all tears if I talk too much. Wei Sheng looked at the honest mutant pangolin, and his heart settled down, thinking, it seems to be my cousin's new pet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so well behaved and obedient. After a short while, Zhuang Xiao returned to the cave. Everyone in the cave had found their own resting place for the night, and they were very clearly divided. Each team gathered in their own group, perhaps because of the mutated pangolin. Hua Xiao was surrounded by a group of teenagers, all of whom looked energetic and excited. Zhuang Xiao went straight to where Hua Xiao was, and was warmly welcomed by the teenagers before she sat down. "Sister, sit here. It's not cold." In addition to Yan Ming, Xiang Su and Wan He, there was also Jiang Shuyun from the mandrill, and several teenagers from the sharp knife team. Zhuang Xiao didn't know the teenagers behind them. However, looking at the young people's energetic faces, people's mood would be 3 points better. The feeling of being surrounded by stars is good. There were too many little stars, and Hua Xiao was forced to move out. Zhuang Xiao accepted the kindness of the teenagers and sat down. Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the other side of the cave, looked at Hua Xiao, who was squeezed out far away, and smiled unkindly. "Boss Hua, why don't you sit here with us?" Yan, who bared his teeth and said to Hua Xiao, "Oh my God, Boss Hua." "Haha." Yan, who said he didn't want to say anything. He just wanted to laugh. Yes, Boss Hua. Come and see my cousin's mutant thunderbird." Hu Qianli also waved at Hua Xiao. Wei Sheng and Jiang Shuyun had nothing to do in the cave these 2 days. When they wanted to move around, they went out of the cave to find some grass roots for the 2 golden birds. It's a pity the other party didn't appreciate it. They have been hungry for 2 days and 1 night. Hua Xiao heard the voices of the 2 people, got up helplessly, and walked towards them. After a while, the 2 mutant thunderbirds were surrounded by people, discussing how many points the 2 mutant thunderbirds could be sold for. Hua Xiao quietly took a little blood from the mutant thunderbird's feet and smeared it on his watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. The second one, ding! Low radiation mutation. edible. The environment in the cave was too noisy, and the watch's prompt sound was not loud. So the people who were chatting enthusiastically did not hear the watch's prompt sound. But among all the voices, a faint voice suddenly came. This mutant thunderbird is for eating. The people who were discussing suddenly fell silent, and they all turned their eyes to the source of the voice. Who is it? Who said that such a precious bird should be eaten? Seeing that everyone looked like they had seen a ghost, Xiao repeated what he had just said. This you? Wang Vong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Did his ears not work well? What kind of family is this? Eating mutant thunderbirds. Ah. I was so heartbroken that I couldn't breathe. Even though this was someone else's mutant thunderbird. Can both of them be eaten? Or should we roast the mutant thunderbirds tonight? A crisp female voice came from the top of the group of people. Everyone looked at the person who came. It was Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao's eyes were full of clear and innocent expressions. Why were they all looking at her like this? She turned her eyes to Xiao's face and said, "Let's roast it tonight to calm everyone down." Everyone, This is calming down? This is shocking. Xiao glanced at the unpredictable and wonderful expressions of the crowd and said lightly, "Okay. Everyone, there are mutant blind fish outside. Let's roast them too," Zhuang Xiao said. "There are so many mouths to feed. 2 mutant thunderbirds are definitely not enough. With Xiao here, she doesn't have to worry about cooking at all." After saying that, she went to play with her new pet. "Really eat?" Wang Zhong asked uncertainly. Even the people of the sharp knife team near Xiao Yan looked at them. Xiao ignored these people, holding a mutant thunderbird in his hand, looking at the people of the future team and said, "Come and help." Chapter 417. Hey. I be right there. Right there. Hu Qianli was the first to stand up, picked up the drooping mutant thunderbird from the ground, and hurriedly followed Xiao. Yan Hu, Meng Qingyang, and Wei Sheng also stood up and prepared to help. Didn't they say they would also grill fish? It would be too much for Xiao and Hu Qianli alone. Wang Zhong and Chen Yin from the Mandrill squad looked at their captain. And then Yi Qing stood up slowly and said, "I go help." The people from the sharp knife squad looked at their captain He Ming. He Ming, They are not on vacation. They are out on a mission. Don't look at him. He Ming looked up at the top of the cave. Hey. Finally he couldn't see the stalactites. Xiao Yin was speechless when he saw the people from the sharp knife squad, and whispered, "Go out and help." Then a group of people all stood up and hurried out of the cave. Xiao Yin, After hearing Xiao Yan's words, He Ming did not move at first. He had to be more stable. After all, he was the captain of the team, and he had to leave a good impression in front of the current boss. Although the current boss was also one of the captains of the mercenary team in the past. Things are different now. Although He Ming warned himself like this, his butt sitting on the ground was like hemorrhoids, constantly moving around, and his eyes kept looking at the cave entrance. "Go if you want to," Xiao Yan said lightly, and then looked at the group of teenagers. "This is really... It feels like the people in their safe zone are not stable at all." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hey. He also wanted to touch the mutant pangolin. "Sister, shall we help too?" Xiang Su said as he was about to stand up, but was pulled by Zhuang Xiao. "Don't join in the fun. A group of adults just went out. It's just that little job. Why would you be needed?" Zhuang Xiao said very calmly. The teenagers thought so. 2/3 of the people had gone out to work, so they didn't go out to make trouble. People kept going in and out of the cave, carrying out the boiled hot water and carrying in the cold water. Then, there were the 2 mutant thunderbirds that had been plucked, and many mutant blind fish that had been processed. There were 3 fires in the cave, and the firewood inside was all picked up by Jiang Shuyun and Wei Sheng on the mountain in the past 2 days. The fire crackled and 2 or 3 sparks jumped up from time to time. All of them brought simple cooking utensils with them. And some people also built a simple earthen stove with small stones, with a small iron pot on it. The meat of the mutant thunderbird had been cut into small pieces, and the mutant blind fish had been cut into several sections. I don't know who brought a piece of oilcloth, and all the pieces of meat and fish were placed on the oilcloth. Of course, this oilcloth had been cleaned many times with snow outside, and it was very clean. After Xiao sat down, he turned the small iron pot he brought upside down, put burning firewood underneath, and brushed the bottom of the iron pot with oil. Then, he began to slice the meat he brought and put it on the bottom of the pot. Others who chose to grill meat did the same. Zhuang Xiao was stunned. It turned out that this was possible. I was just wondering why they cut the meat into small pieces. In the wild, shouldn't they grill it directly on the fire? You used to eat it like this outside? Didn't you grill it directly? Zhuang Xiao asked in surprise. Hu Xiao concentrated on slicing the meat and replied without raising his head, not necessarily. There are all kinds of ways to eat it. It depends on the conditions at the time. If you grill it directly on such firewood, it will not only taste bad, but also destroy a lot of meat. Hu Xiao patiently explained to Zhuang Xiao with one mind and two hearts. Zhuang Xiao nodded seriously, as if what he said made sense. After a while, the cave was filled with the aroma of meat, accompanied by the sound of oil sizzling and people swallowing saliva. This meat is really delicious. Someone praised. Then someone echoed, not bad. Not bad. Is the meat of the mutant thunderbird so fragrant? It is indeed fragrant. This is my first time to eat it. How can it not be fragrant? How many points will you get with this bite? You can calculate. As soon as the person finished speaking, the crowd laughed. Zhuang Xiao didn't recognize whose voice it was. She was also busy eating meat at this time. Grilled fish. Grilled bird meat. All very fragrant. This meal took more than 2 hours. And when the cave was cleaned up, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. However, everyone was not sleepy. Eating too much meat. A little full. In this year, there was almost no day when I could eat meat until my belly was full. Zhuang Xiao leaned on Hu Xiao. Drowsy, but couldn't fall asleep immediately, listening to the laughter of the crowd in my ears. It turns out that everyone is so poor. Let's go fishing tomorrow. Hu Xiao. Zhuang Xiao said in a daze without even opening his eyes. Hu Xiao supported the girl who was about to fall and replied softly, okay. The next day, it was dawn. The flame cat arrived at the entrance of the cave, with 2 mutant thunderbirds still struggling in its mouth. Shi Jingqing got up very early and ran into the flame cat right after leaving the cave. Morning. Morning. It was not yet dawn, and Shi Jingqing was startled by the 2 big eyes in front of him, and stammered to greet the flame cat. The flame cat also wanted to say hello to this person, so it sent the 2 mutant thunderbirds in its mouth to this person, motioning Shi Jingqing to grab them. Shi Jingqing, what do these mean? For my cousin? Shi Jingqing tentatively stretched out his hand from the flame cat's mouth. He took the 2 mutant thunderbirds tremblingly. When the flame cat saw that the man had caught them, his mouth loosened. Shi Qing felt his hand sink. These 2 mutant thunderbirds were quite heavy. Meow. The flame cat thought, it's a greeting. Shi Qing didn't understand why. After taking the mutant thunderbirds from the flame cat, he walked into the cave and ran into Hu Qianli, who was leaving the cave for a walk. What is here so early? Hu Qianli looked behind Shi Qing. Sure enough, he saw a fiery red back squatting on the side of the cave entrance. Shi Qing replied, yes. It's here. Come on. Give me a hand. He handed a noisy mutant thunderbird to Hu Qianli. This mutant thunderbird is quite lively. He got up so early, thinking that he could use the last day to catch a mutant thunderbird and get some mutant blind fish from the cave. Otherwise, he would return empty-handed. The call of the flame cat was neither loud nor soft. In short, everyone in the cave woke up. Even Zhuang Xiao, who usually liked to sleep in. Chapter 418. Hu is here. Zhuang Xiao sat up and turned to ask Hu Xiao next to him. Hu Xiao hummed. And then he saw Shi Jingqing and Hu Qianli coming in from outside, each holding a mutant thunderbird. Hu is definitely here. Otherwise, where would this mutant thunderbird come from so early in the morning? The flame cat is now very good at catching mutant thunderbirds. Before coming to the cave, it took a detour to get breakfast for its friends. After seeing what Shi Jingqing and Hu Qianli were holding, the eyes of the people in the cave gradually widened, and gradually became brighter from sleepy. Ah! What kind of fairy species is this flame cat? I want it, I want it, I want it so much. Flame cat, Or, you should lie down and take a nap. After Zhuang Xiao stood up, he kicked the mutant pangolin, who was sleeping soundly under his feet, and said, get up. The mutant pangolin opened its eyes reluctantly, its dark black eyeballs motionless. It hasn't slept enough yet. In a day of 24 hours. It usually only works for 4 hours. Okay. What's the result? Since meeting this human, the length of sleep and work is exactly reversed. Zhuang Xiao still remembered that she was going to catch the mutant blind fish today. Seeing that the mutant pangolin opened its eyes, She didn't care about it anymore, and started to pack her things. "Cousin, is this mutant thunderbird left alive?" Hu Qianli walked up to Zhuang Xiao and asked, thinking of the mutant thunderbird he ate last night. It was really delicious. But it didn't stop him from feeling pain. Ishi Kiyoshi also stood by, waiting for Zhuang Xiao's answer. Zhuang Xiao looked up and met the mutant thunderbird's two rolling eyes, and suddenly remembered something. Perhaps she could change her schedule today. "These two, let's keep them alive," Zhuang Xiao said. Hu Qianli and Ishi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they are not used for meat. Even the two struggling mutant thunderbirds seemed to understand Zhuang Xiao's words and stopped struggling, feeling like they had survived a disaster. Since they were to be kept alive, they could not be killed immediately. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao tied the legs and feet of the two mutant thunderbirds with hemp ropes and put them together with the mutant pangolin. Today, Zhuang Xiao was not going to take the mutant pangolin out. As for whether it would run away, Zhuang Xiao was not worried at all. Just run away. Whatever happened. With the foundation of last night's big meal, breakfast was much simpler, and almost everyone was drinking nutrient solution. The sky in the east gradually brightened, and the mountain scenery of Fule Mountain was clearly displayed. A long team slowly moved forward towards the cave with mutant blind fish. This time, there was no one in the cave. Only the mutant pangolin and two mutant thunderbirds staring at each other. After the mutant pangolin and the mutant thunderbird competed for a while, they closed their eyes. So sleepy. It needs to catch up on sleep. The red sun rose slowly from behind the mountain, and the orange-red light reflected half of the sky. However, Zhuang Xiao didn't feel warm at all. This damn weather is so cold. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will be frozen after the north wind blows. At this time, the flame cat was flying low above the team. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were on the back of the flame cat, one sitting upright, and the other curled up, wishing that the whole person was buried in Hua's fluffy back. When they arrived near the cave, the flame cat came down from the air. After landing, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao got off Hua's back. The temporary team of Mandrill and Future were discussing with the members of the Sharp Knife team, who were out on a mission, who would go down to fish, and who would be responsible for pulling the rope. However, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao did not participate in their discussion. Zhuang Xiao came down just to let Hu Xiao see where she was before. "Sister, are you going down to fish?" Yan Ming took 2 quick steps to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao. Zhuang Xiao shook her head and said, "No. You guys take your time. Hu Xiao and I are going to catch the mutant thunderbird." "Ah. So that's it." Yan Ming wanted to say something else, but he saw that his brother Hu's eyes were not right when he looked at him. Before he could figure out what this look meant, he heard Xiang Su calling him. Yan Ming. Yan Ming. You still can't go down?" "I'm coming. I'm coming," Yan Ming responded. Then he glanced at his brother Hu's eyes. Well, this look was obviously much more normal. Fishing seems to be the right choice. Before leaving, Yan Ming said to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, "Sister, brother Hua, I'm going to go fishing down there." After Yan Ming left, Hu Xiao walked to Xiao Yin, said a few words to him, and then came back. "Have you agreed with Xiao Yin?" Zhuang Xiao asked. Hu Xiao replied, "Yes. It's agreed." "Then let's go now," Zhuang Xiao said. Then the two climbed back on the back of the flame cat, and after they sat firmly, the flame cat flew out in the direction of the sun. Xiao Yin stood there, watching the flame cat leave, with mixed feelings. Well, how to say it? I'm just envious. This free and unrestrained life. Why did my sister and boss Hua leave? Xiang Su asked Yan Ming. Yan Ming tied the rope and looked up and said, "They went to catch the mutant thunderbird." Xiang Su said, then concentrated on tying the rope on his body. "No bird. Fish will do." And just now, Brother Wei said that the mutant blind fish below are all fools, and it's easy to catch them. Soon, everyone in the fishing team had their own tasks. Wei Sheng had been in the cave below and had some experience, so he was the first person to go down. Right below the cave entrance was a deep pool, and there was no one to pick him up this time. He had to land in other places outside the deep pool first, and then pick up other people coming down. This was not difficult. After all, there were so many stalactites below. The members of the Sharp Knife team brought climbing tools. As long as they hooked the nearby stalactite columns, they could land safely. However, the situation in the cave was different from yesterday. At this time, The deep pool in the cave was overflowing and splashing. An extremely tragic one-sided massacre was going on. After flying for a while, the flame cat stopped at a valley. The snow on the sunny side of the valley was much less than that on the shady side. You could vaguely see the withered bushes that had already turned dark brown. The snow on several bushes looked extremely messy. Zhuang Xiao guessed that this might be the place where Hua Hua hunted the mutant thunderbird. Is the nest of the mutant thunderbird under this bush? Zhuang Xiao's voice was very low, like talking to himself. However, the flame cat still heard it and meowed, which was considered a response to Zhuang Xiao. Chapter 419. The mutant thunderbirds in the bushes heard the calls outside and huddled in their nests. Trembling. The plan to go out for food today failed. Zhuang Xiao now has a natural liking for nests, especially bird nests. She hasn't taken out a bird's nest for a long time. I don't know if this mutant thunderbird also likes to use energy stones to decorate the house. If so, that would be great. When she thought that she might be able to take out energy stones later, her desire to hunt mutant thunderbirds faded a little. Go down and take a look. Zhuang Xiao jumped off the back of the flame. Well, the ground is solid enough. There should be no cave here. However, just as she was about to run to the bushes in front, she was pulled by Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was holding a long rope in his hand and said softly, "Tie it around your waist." Zhuang Xiao, Okay. Brother Hua is worried that she will fall into the cave again later. This is to share the good and the bad together. Zhuang Xiao tied the rope around his waist neatly, looked up and said with a smile, "Is this okay?" "Yes, it's okay." Hua Xiao tied the other end of the rope around himself, and the two of them saw that the remaining rope was less than 5 meters long. The two people walked slowly towards the bushes. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People flying in the sky and people walking in the snow are completely two different speeds. In comparison, the former is like riding a rocket, and the latter is like a turtle. After the flame cat put the person down, it didn't follow Zhuang Xiao anymore. This valley is very large, and the flame cat continued to look for a new place to squat for the mutant thunderbird. When looking from a distance, Zhuang Xiao didn't feel how high the bushes were. When she got closer and her feet sank into the snow, the bushes were almost as tall as her. She looked back at Hua Xiao behind her. Oh! This damn height. She had been eating wasteland food for more than half a year. But why didn't she see any genetic mutation that would make her taller? Suddenly, through the goggles, Hua Xiao felt that the girl in front of him looked at him with a very resentful look. It was where this resentment came from that made him confused for a moment. So Hua Xiao asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Zhuang Xiao shook her head and said calmly, "Nothing." After that, she turned her attention back to the bushes. By the way, why didn't she see the light of the energy stone? It seems that there is no energy stone in this place. The small spatula in Zhuang Xiao's hand flew up, and Hua Xiao wanted to go up to help, but she refused. Half an hour passed. Not a single mutant thunderbird's nest was seen, and she heard the roar of the flame cat from time to time in the valley over there, and the mournful cry of the mutant thunderbird when it fled. There are indeed mutant thunderbirds in this place. Zhuang Xiao looked at the rope around her waist, and then at Hua Xiao beside her. She felt that it might be the problem with the damn rope. Tired? Then you rest here for a while. I go look for it, Hua Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao nodded vigorously, and then said, "There must be no more around here. Go over there and have a look." After a pause, Zhuang Xiao promised, "Untie the rope first. I be here. I won't go anywhere." Hua Xiao looked at the cleared ground around him, nodded and said, "Okay." After getting rid of the rope, Zhuang Xiao sat down on the pile of chopped bushes. Seeing that she really wanted to rest, Hua Xiao chose a direction at random, until Hua Xiao figure disappeared in the bushes. Zhuang Xiao did not get up, but lay down directly. The body slammed into the bush branches under her, making a crackling sound of branches breaking. However, her head did not fall flat on the bushes, but her neck drooped at an angle of almost 90 degrees. What did she see when her head dropped? Sure enough, she said it was all because of the damn rope. This snow-white creature curled up inside with round eyes. What else could it be but a mutant thunderbird? And that, how many pairs of bright eyes like black gemstones are there in the corner of my eye? 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs. In addition to the bushes that Hua Xiao walked through, there were also bushes that they opened up when they came. She was now surrounded by mutant thunderbirds. How happy this was. Cage! Hua Xiao walked hard in the bushes. and from time to time, he used a dagger to cut off the vines that stretched across the bushes. Even though he found the mutant thunderbird's nesting place under the guidance of the flame cat, it was still difficult to accurately hunt the mutant thunderbird in such a large area of bushes. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound behind him, followed by several lighter muffled sounds, accompanied by the sound of branches breaking continuously. Something happened. Sure enough, we can't leave the little girl alone. Huishao turned around suddenly and ran back the way he came. A moment later, Zhuangshao, who was lying on a pile of mutant thunderbirds, squinted at the panting tall figure and said calmly, "Look, these are all the places I just conquered." Huishao, He said he didn't want to say anything. After Huishao squatted down, Zhuangshao climbed up from the mutant thunderbird. If she pressed it for too long, she was worried that the mutant thunderbird would not be killed by her, but would be crushed to death by her. Not dead. They are still alive. Then Zhuangshao remembered the first mutant thunderbird that died tragically and had its head shattered. What she said just now was not quite accurate. So she added, only one died. Isn't it said that living is more valuable? Naturally, she had to keep it alive. And not every mutant thunderbird was edible. If it was beaten to death, it would really be worthless. Huishao followed Zhuangshao's line of sight and saw a mutant thunderbird with a shattered head. He smeared a little blood on his watch. Very good. It's edible. Great. It's edible. Zhuangshao said happily. It's not in vain to die. Mutated thunderbird, It's dead. After this incident, Huishao decided to lengthen the length of the rope between the two people. In this way, nothing will be delayed. First, it will not delay the girl's unparalleled luck value. Second, it will not affect his little heart that is always worried. Zhuangshao said. Okay. She still needs to maintain brotherhood's self-esteem. Near noon, Zhuangshao looked at the long string of mutant thunderbirds behind him, and then looked at the 3 or 2 mutant thunderbirds behind Huishao. Okay. In the face of this cruel reality, brotherhood's self-esteem, just forget it. Chapter 420. Huishao looked at the mutant thunderbird he had hunted, then looked at the mutant thunderbird behind the little girl, and then looked at the one in the mouth of the flame cat. I'm quite satisfied. After all, Huahua caught 2 in the morning, and he has at least 3. 1 more than Huahua. Flame cat, It just came to play. 2 were just by the way. Fortunately, neither the man nor the cat knew what the other was really thinking. Otherwise, they would have to fight. The total number of spoils this morning was more than 50. It's still unknown whether they can be eaten. Let's talk about the cave. After working hard for a morning, except for the temporary team who were not very satisfied, everyone in the sharp knife team was overjoyed. Although the process was thrilling, overall, everyone can get a few dozen kilograms of mutant blind fish. Isn't it normal to be happy? Hey, I didn't expect the mutant piranha I met in the dark river yesterday to come here. Otherwise, the mutant blind fish we can get this morning can be multiplied several times. Ishikiyoshi said to Himing, who was walking in front of him. He was full of regrets. The deep pool in the cave has almost become the world of mutant piranhas. Although mutant piranhas can be eaten, it is still very risky to catch them. Besides, the area of the water below is still expanding. Without waiting until night, the entire cave, except for the few taller stalactite columns, will be submerged by the water from the dark river. At that time, if you want to go down to fish, there will be almost no hope. In just half a day, Himing also heard a lot about the mandrill and the future team catching mutant blind fish yesterday, and he could understand the feelings of Ishikiyoshi and others. If he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would probably be upset about it. However, since Ishi-chin is like this statement cannot be made. So Himing said, think about the past, when the mutant thunderbird's feathers could not be seen. It is good to get so many edible fish this time. Be contented with what you have. Ishi-chin, I was not comforted, and felt stabbed again when I heard Himing mention the mutant thunderbird. Ishi-chin felt that he was not feeling well. Can't compare. Isn't this asking for abuse? Yes. Be contented with what you have. Hu Qianli heard what Himing said behind him, and hurriedly echoed. Why is there such a big difference between having a cousin and not having a cousin? The group comforted themselves and adjusted each other like this, and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Everyone felt that a sharp ice knife was stabbing at their chests, like thousands of arrows piercing their hearts. and their hearts were broken to the point of not being able to breathe. The fish on their bodies were not fragrant at all. Ming leaned on Qing and said in a faint tone, "I think I can understand your feelings before. This is really, let people live or not. You are back?" Xiao smiled and waved at them. She was originally stroking the fur of their flame cat, and she caught a glimpse of the people standing still in the distance. This time, Hua carried so many mutant thunderbirds back, and he was exhausted. Wait a minute. She will give half of them, and let these people carry them back by themselves. Xiao's joyful voice instantly made everyone react. Get used to it. Get used to it. The group greeted Xiao outside the cave, and then went into the cave without looking around to pack their luggage. Xiao was carrying his and Xiao backpacks in his hands, with a mutant pangolin tied around his waist. He looked at the fish in the hands of the people who came into the cave and said, "Good harvest, everyone." Half an hour later, the group stood outside the cave in a daze, and everyone had a mutant thunderbird in their hands. Even Xiao Yin was no exception. "Thank you. Thank you. Don't be polite. Xiao and I will go down the mountain to wait for you." Xiao waved to everyone with the mutant pangolin in her arms. There were still too many things. Xiao said that they all drove over and could put some in the car, but she didn't want to walk down the mountain on the snow. It was too slow. "Let's go. Let's go," Qing said, and he was still a little dazed when he spoke. But the mutant thunderbird in his arms was warm. "Let's go. Let's go quickly. Didn't my cousin say she would wait for us at the bottom of the mountain?" "Yes. Don't let my cousin wait too long. Smelly boy. Who are you calling cousin?" "That's your sister." "I was wrong. I was wrong. It's my sister. It's my sister. Isn't this the same as you calling me?" When they were almost at the bottom of the mountain, the group met another group of people who were also going down the mountain. "It seems to be the group of people in front of us before we went up the mountain," Meng Qingyang whispered to Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli looked over and saw that there were about a dozen people on the opposite side. The two people in the middle were carrying two mutant thunderbirds respectively. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether they were dead or alive. There was no blood on the snow-white body of the mutant thunderbird. It was very likely that it was anesthetic and temporarily unconscious. But, looking at the number of mutant thunderbirds in the hands of the other party, Hu Qianli unconsciously straightened his back and hugged the mutant thunderbird in his arms, as if he was hugging his little girl. Somehow, at this moment, everyone's mood was so high that it couldn't be higher. Whether this is heartbreaking or not, it depends on who is the winner. Among the people on the opposite side, half are also members of the mercenary team, and they are members of the Sharp Blade team, who are very familiar with Ming and his team. "Is it Ming? The captain of the Sharp Blade team?" Chen Yuanlin shouted. While shouting, the two teams quickly gathered together. Ming immediately recognized Chen Yuanlin and walked up to him and said with a smile, "Oh, Captain Chen, you have a good harvest." Chen Yuanlin, did you poke the nest of the mutant thunderbird?" After Chen Yuanlin felt sour in his heart for a moment, he immediately began to inquire about the news. If they knew the location, they could try their luck next time. The two people in Chen Yuanlin's team who were carrying mutant thunderbirds looked at the mutant thunderbirds in the other team, and they felt mixed emotions. The originally happy mood was washed away by this group of people. Who can compare with this? After Ming said a few words that seemed to be true, he changed the subject. Chen Yuanlin was also very tactful, and did not ask any more questions. Then he followed Ming's words, and talked about other things. For example, the fish on Ming and his friends. Although there are rivers in Fulei Mountain, pink and white fish like theirs are not common in ordinary rivers. Ming did not hide anything about this topic, and told them everything about their discovery of the cave. At the end, he said with regret, "What a pity. I guess the cave is now full of water."